Upon traversing into the world of Demon Slayer, I opened my eyes to the tragic sight of the slaughtered Kamado family. From that moment forth, the relentless pursuit of exterminating all malevolent demons became the unwavering conviction of Higan Chi-Yuan throughout his existence. Years later, the Demon Slayer Corps welcomed an unprecedentedly formidable Hashira. Kocho Shinobu found herself harboring affections for someone worthy of her concern. Muzan acquired a new father, an additional calamity following the demise of Kibutsuji. Chapter 1. Annihilation of the Family. Nezuko, do not perish, do not perish. What on earth transpired? Why has it come to this? Nezuko, hold on, I will not allow you to die. I will certainly save you. A youth clad in a black and green checkered haori knelt before a dilapidated wooden hut, cradling a girl drenched in blood within his arms. As he gazed into the interior of the cabin, the boy's breath quickened, his eyes trembling as if shaken by an earthquake. For all of his family lay gruesomely slain within their home, akin to a school of dead fish. The scalding blood had stained the entire structure a deep crimson, a scene of desolation and sorrow. After a moment of anguish, he discovered that the girl in his arms still possessed a faint warmth. Nezuko was alive. He hastily wiped the blood and tears from the corners of his eyes, hoisted his sister onto his back, and, gasping for breath, ran down the mountain where a doctor awaited. Nezuko could still survive, yet the others were all gone. Having witnessed the corpses of his beloved kin, Tanjiro found himself bereft of the luxury of sorrow. He could not bear to lose Nezuko as well. However, mere moments after Tanjiro departed, a blood-soaked boy within the cabin suddenly opened his eyes wide. The boy was drenched in blood, his azure mist-colored eyes dulled by the crimson tide surging from within, followed by a series of intense gasps for air. Pain. Such excruciating pain. Where am I? Is this blood on me? It hurts so terribly, I feel as if I am suffocating. Am I to perish? The boy tilted his head back, gasping for breath, his azure mist-colored eyes filled with sorrow and anguish. As he struggled to calm his thoughts, fragmented memories and overwhelming emotions surged forth in a torrent. It hurts. Such pain. After a bout of intense agony, the boy opened his azure, mist-colored eyes, gazing at the ceiling, his voice faltering yet unable to conceal his astonishment. Higan Chi-Yuan, adopted by the Kamado family since childhood. Tanjiro, Nezuko. Wait, is this the world of Demon Slayer? Chi-Yuan exhaled a breath of despair, his azure mist-colored eyes shifting slightly. Beside him were his adoptive mother, Kamado Ki, and his brothers, Kamado Tako, Kamado Shigeru, and Kamado Rokuta. As expected, they were all dead. Kibutsuji Muzan. A flicker of rage ignited in Chi-Yuan's eyes as he endured the searing pain coursing through his body, forcing himself to sit upright. He then raised his arm, striving to acclimatize to this unfamiliar yet familiar body. The sense of dissonance began to fade, albeit it still lingered, likely a consequence of his recent transmigration. The original owner of this body had evidently perished, yet with Chi-Yuan's soul inhabiting it, the body began to regain its vitality over time. Albeit slowly, it offered Chi-Yuan a glimmer of hope. He shook his head. His memories remained somewhat hazy, with the dominant feelings manifesting as the original owner's boundless fury. Chi-Yuan found himself utterly immobilized, even the act of rising to his feet proving to be an insurmountable challenge. His misty blue eyes gazed upon the pristine white world outside. At this moment, Tanjiro must be confronting Ju Tomioka, right? Why do I feel such an overwhelming desire to sleep? Perhaps I shall indulge in a brief slumber. Slowly, Chi-Yuan closed his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, time passed, and the sound from outside roused him from his slumber. Upon reopening his eyes, he was met with the familiar visage of Tanjiro. Brother, hold on. Tanjiro appeared somewhat flustered, having never encountered such a dire situation in his life, let alone knowing how to handle it. After protecting Nezuko from Ju Tomioka's blade, Tanjiro had intended to return home to lay his family to rest, only to unexpectedly discover his brother, Higan Chi-Yuan, still clinging to life. Tanjiro trembled with urgency, tears streaming down his face, yet he carefully hoisted Chi-Yuan onto his back and, alongside Nezuko, fled down the mountain. Brother, please hold on a little longer. I will take you to a doctor. Soon, The pair arrived in a village at the mountain's base and found a doctor. Upon seeing the bloodied Qian Yuan on Tanjiro's back, the doctor was momentarily rendered speechless. This injury was far too grave. "Doctor, you must save my brother," Tanjiro implored through his tears, while Nezuko nodded anxiously by his side. The doctor fell silent, first instructing Tanjiro to lay Qian Yuan flat on a bed. After a brief examination, he shook his head. He was merely a country doctor, not a deity, and lacked the ability to save someone with such severe injuries. "I am sorry, but I cannot do it." Before the doctor's words had fully registered, Tanjiro had already crumbled. Having witnessed the corpses of his family, fought valiantly, felt fleeting joy at his brother's survival, only to be plunged into despair once more. The young boy, who had been tense throughout the night, finally succumbed to his breakdown. "How can this be?" Blood tears streamed from Tanjiro's eyes once again, while Nezuko lowered her head in sorrow. "Do not cry. I am not dead," Qian Yuan calmly stated while gazing at the ceiling. Tanjiro, ! At Qian Yuan's words. Everyone present was momentarily frozen in shock, especially the doctor, whose head was adorned with 3 large question marks. To be honest, Qian Yuan himself was uncertain why he was still alive, and his body was gradually recovering, albeit at a sluggish pace. It seemed he could stand up. Well, perhaps. Should he give a try? So, amidst the astonished gazes of those present, Qian Yuan sat up and then got off the bed. "Brother, how can you stand? Your injuries are so severe." Tanjiro's expression shifted dramatically, and in his shock, he hurriedly supported Qian Yuan's body. "I am fine, at least not dead," Qian Yuan reassured Tanjiro. "Fine, but can you truly manage it?" Concern was etched on Tanjiro's face. Just moments ago, his brother had been unconscious, and now he could stand. Could it be that a divine being had secretly healed him? In this era, Tanjiro could only attribute such inexplicable phenomena to the gods. Therefore, Qian Yuan offered further explanation. He truly felt fine. Though his injuries were serious, he currently felt no significant discomfort. "Are you really all right?" Tanjiro asked, his face still filled with worry. "I am fine," Qian Yuan replied, catching his breath after steadied himself on the ground. He was merely acclimatizing to this body. However, in the eyes of the doctor, this was nothing short of ludicrous. How could this be possible? "Surely, you are not jesting with me?" "Hey!" Not only had Qian Yuan stood, but he was also walking towards the door unaided. Doctor, it seems my brother is feeling a bit better," Tanjiro hesitantly admitted, still in disbelief. "Let us go. I can recover on my own." After a lengthy silence, Tanjiro finally nodded. Thus, the 3 departed, leaving the doctor in a state of astonished bewilderment. Along the way, Tanjiro exclaimed, "Brother, are you truly all right?" "I am fine, merely a bit weathered," Qian Yuan replied, tilting his head to gaze at the sky, his face betraying a numbness. In truth, it was merely the cold wind that had left his face frozen. Tanjiro's lips twitched slightly. After several minutes, Qian Yuan had completely adapted to his body, walking normally without difficulty. Tanjiro clasped his hands together and closed his eyes, silently praying for the divine protection of his brother and sister. Observing Tanjiro's smile, Qian Yuan couldn't help but feel a swell of emotion. This was the charm of the protagonist renowned for receiving no negative reviews. Amidst the swirling snowstorm, the 3 returned to the wooden cabin nestled in the mountains. Upon witnessing the corpses of their family within the cabin, a heavy and sorrowful atmosphere once again enveloped them. Tanjiro quietly carried the bodies of his mother, brother, and sister outside, digging a grave nearby to lay them to rest with utmost reverence. After the burial was complete, Tanjiro returned to Qian Yuan and Nezuko. Initially, he intended to lead them to the Misty Mountain, but then recalled that he had yet to inform his brother about Ju Tomioka. Subsequently, Tanjiro succinctly recounted his encounter with Ju Tomioka and their subsequent journey to the Misty Mountain in search of a mentor. While speaking, he cautiously observed Qian Yuan's expression, fearful that his brother might find it difficult to accept, though the reality was otherwise. Yet who could truly guarantee such an outcome? Upon hearing this, Qian Yuan smiled gently. "Be brave and take action. Nezuko truly needs you at this moment." Chapter 2. Slaying Demons. "However, I must express my concern regarding your solitary journey, as it is fraught with peril." Qian Yuan raised his head. Why not allow me to accompany you? Tanjiro momentarily froze. He wished to ensure his older brother's well-being while he himself ventured to the Misty Mountains with his sister Nezuko, who had transformed into a demon. It was not that he bore any disdain for Qianyuan. Rather, he was apprehensive about his brother's physical condition. After all, previously, he had said, "Brother, you should rest here. I will train diligently." Tanjiro spoke earnestly, hoping his brother could live a life akin to that of a normal person. Moreover, he vowed to seek a way to restore Nezuko to her human form. Qianyuan remained silent, gazing upward at the sky, his misty blue eyes gently closing. Since he had traversed into the world of Demon Slayer, how could he passively observe the unfolding of the protagonist's narrative, merely waiting for it to conclude? Absolutely not. Although the abrupt arrival in this realm was somewhat disconcerting, now that he was here, idleness was not an option. Qianyuan could still feel the original owner's seething fury towards Muzan Kibutsuji. Muzan Kibutsuji, you claimed that those you harmed merely experienced natural disasters, did you not? Very well. From this moment forth, I shall become your calamity. 10 days later, as dusk approached, Qianyuan and his companions arrived at the Misty Mountains. The sun had set, and Nezuko leapt from the basket Tanjiro had prepared for her. Naturally, she preferred to remain by her brother's side rather than confined in the darkness of the basket. Qianyuan walked forward silently, his body having regained much of its strength. During these 10 days, he had thoroughly acquainted himself with the plot of Demon Slayer. And through continuous interactions with Tanjiro and Nezuko, the original owner's vague memories and emotions gradually solidified. It was indeed infuriating. Muzan. What? Tanjiro turned back, and Nezuko's eyes widened in surprise. Nothing. Let us proceed, Qianyuan softly replied. Wait. Tanjiro suddenly halted, his gaze trembling as he crouched down, sniffing the air intently. Moments later, he stood up, directing his attention toward a particular direction. There was the scent of blood. Someone must have been injured. The compassionate Tanjiro immediately sought to rush over. But Qianyuan restrained him. Tanjiro, hold on a moment. Brother, someone might be hurt. Qianyuan fixed his gaze on Tanjiro and slowly spoke. Please, calm yourself and consider. What events might have transpired during the night to produce such a scent of blood? Qianyuan was well aware that a demon lurked nearby. In the original narrative, it was precisely because Tanjiro had slain the demon in that location that he gained the recognition of Sakanji Urokodaki and was permitted to join the Misty Mountains. However, the entire battle was perilous in the extreme, and without the protagonist's halo, Tanjiro could very well have met his demise there. Qianyuan would not allow even the slightest chance of an accident. At that moment, Tanjiro, upon Qianyuan's reminder, immediately associated the scent with the presence of a demon. And the ominous aroma of blood in the darkness heightened his vigilance after recently experiencing the loss of his family. Yet, he found himself in a quandary. Although the likelihood of a demon was high, he feared the guilt that would accompany a misjudgment should he fail to save someone in need. Should we avoid the area? Avoid? Why would we do that? Qianyuan smiled slightly. What I mean is, now that we know the adversary is a demon, we must prepare thoroughly. For instance. What? Bring your head closer, Qianyuan said with a grin. Of course, Qianyuan would not permit Tanjiro to charge in recklessly as he had in the original story. He aimed for absolute certainty. Thus, Qianyuan had Tanjiro lean in closer and disclose the strategy he had devised. Tanjiro's expression transformed dramatically. 10 minutes later, Qianyuan, Tanjiro, and Nezuko arrived at the location from which the scent of blood emanated. It was a secluded temple nestled within the mountains. In the darkness, a faint light emanated from within the temple, yet no sounds of conversation could be heard, rendering the atmosphere anything but tranquil. Tanjiro kicked open the wooden door. Are you all right? The door burst open, revealing a gruesome scene within. Several mangled human corpses lay strewn across the ground, their limbs severed, leaving the earth soaked in blood. There, crouched in the midst of it all, was a blood-soaked demon. The demon had a human limb clenched in its jaws, blood soaking its entire form, exposing its foul, jagged fangs. It turned its gaze toward the perspiring Tanjiro standing at the entrance and impatiently remarked, "Why did you open the door? I'm quite hungry, so don't disturb me while I eat." Suddenly, before the demon could finish its sentence, a massive axe hurtled through the air, striking with blinding speed, catching even the demon off guard. The axe found its mark, obliterating nearly half of its head. What? Although the demon could regenerate, this unexpected blow left it utterly stunned, eliciting a wretched scream. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. However, the demon's adaptability was remarkable. The scream did not last long, and it bared its blood-stained claws, lunging at Tanjiro. "Die, brat," the demon shouted, seemingly anticipating the demise of the wretched human beneath its claws. "Tear everything apart." Tanjiro's eyes widened as he hastily retreated. "Little brat, are you afraid?" The demon, frustrated by its failed attack, smirked, brandishing its claws to rend the human before it. Brother, Tanjiro suddenly shouted, halting in his tracks, then pivoted to deliver a headbutt to the demon's face. Breath of the head. What? What the hell? This little brat dares to headbutt me. Damn it, damn it. Damn it, damn it. But it hurts. The demon staggered back, vowing to make the little brat suffer immensely. Wait, if memory serves. The little brat just called out for his brother, didn't he? Before the demon could turn to search for the brother's figure, it found itself soaring through the air. What is happening? The demon glanced down. Ah, so that was it. Behind it stood Qianyuan, poised with an axe, ready to strike. How is this possible? Its head had been severed by two little brats. Thud. The demon's head fell to the ground, and its body collapsed alongside it. Tanjiro, quickly. Qianyuan rushed in to deliver a finishing blow, his axe crashing down upon the demon's head, causing its partially healed neck to rot. I'm coming. Tanjiro retrieved the axe he had previously thrown and joined Qianyuan in delivering the final blows. Without Nichiren blades, the two could not truly slay the demon. They could only buy time until dawn by continuously striking. Qianyuan, swing. Tanjiro, swing. Demon, perish. Qianyuan, swing. Tanjiro, swing. Demon, perish. You little demons, disregard the rules of combat. Chapter 3, Sakanji Urokadaki. We did it. Tanjiro collapsed onto the ground, gazing up at the azure sky, panting heavily. He and his brother had fought valiantly until dawn. I'm so exhausted. Tanjiro executed his actions with remarkable finesse, particularly his final headbutt, which caught Qianyuan completely off guard. The original strategy entailed Tanjiro delivering a decisive blow and then promptly vacating the battlefield, allowing Qianyuan to launch a surprise attack. Unexpectedly, as Tanjiro retreated, he unleashed a sudden headbutt, momentarily stunning the demon and affording Qianyuan the opportunity to strike successfully, truly deserving of the title bestowed upon him by the Water Friends. Reflecting on this, Qianyuan couldn't help but let out a resigned chuckle. Clap, clap, clap. Resonant applause echoed from behind them. You both performed admirably. One of you lured the demon, while the other lay in wait for the perfect moment to strike. You have truly exceeded my expectations. It seems that Iyong's assessment of you is accurate. Qianyuan and Tanjiro turned to find a mysterious elder adorned with a Tengu mask. Kaneo Zokunji? Qianyuan recognized the elder's identity instantly, though he chose to conceal his realization. Tanjiro, seated on the ground recovering, felt a wave of shyness wash over him at the praise. It was all my brother, Higa Qianyuan's idea. I merely executed his plan. Oh, Zokunji's gaze flickered with surprise. He hadn't anticipated that this Higa Qianyuan possessed not only immense strength, but also remarkable intellect. However, Iyong had not mentioned the existence of this young man in his correspondence, which was quite astonishing. I would like to inquire, had this young man failed to sever the demon's head, what would your subsequent actions have been? Would you flee or continue to fight? Zokunji directed his question towards Qianyuan. With a subtle smile, Qianyuan replied, naturally, I would continue to fight. However, I would not allow such a scenario to unfold. Such confidence? Zokunji chuckled, finding the boy to be a delightful surprise. Was he, indeed, Tanjiro's elder brother? Zokunji regarded the two youths, reminiscent of the time with Rengoku and Iyong. It was a pity that he considered Rengoku his finest disciple. Yet he remained forever in the depths of Mount Fuji. Tanjiro sensed the melancholy radiating from Zokunji. Is there something that displeases you about us? Not at all. I am quite satisfied, Zokunji replied with a smile. Welcome to Mount Sajiri, Higa Qianyuan and Tanjiro. Thank you. I will train diligently. Tanjiro exclaimed joyfully. So will I. Qianyuan added softly. And what of the demon girl? Just as Zokunji was about to lead the two away, he suddenly recalled this matter. You mean Nezuko, right? She's right here. Tanjiro enthusiastically pointed to the basket behind him. Very well, Zokunji nodded slightly, pausing for a moment before his tone turned stern. Although you both are impressive, my training will become more rigorous from here on. Let us see if you possess the capability to become swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps. I understand. You shall attempt to keep pace with me. With that, Zokunji vanished from their sight. Nanny. Tanjiro was momentarily stunned before realizing that Zokunji had already distanced himself significantly, nearly disappearing from view. Keep up, Qianyuan urged. All right, Tanjiro replied with enthusiasm. The pair immediately set off in pursuit of Zokunji. Thus ensued a curious spectacle, an elder masked as a Tengu sprinting ahead with ease, while two youths trailed closely behind. Though the distance was considerable, they managed to maintain their target in sight. Tanjiro, burdened with the basket, was gasping for breath, his eyes wide with disbelief. He could hardly fathom how Zokunji could run so swiftly, leaving both him and his brother far behind, covering several kilometers without any sign of slowing. Akin to a speeding train. Tanjiro, hand Nezuko to me, Qianyuan said to his flushed brother. I can still manage, Tanjiro insisted, taking a deep breath. Do not worry about me. Focus on keeping up with Master Zokunji. Qianyuan smiled gently, maintaining the same pace alongside Tanjiro. There seemed to be little fatigue in his body. Was it due to the blood of Muzan he had absorbed? Qianyuan shook his head. I shall ponder that later. From dawn until dusk. The trio finally reached the destination of Mount Sajiri. Zokunji came to a halt, prompting Qianyuan and Tanjiro to stop as well, both panting heavily. After a day of ceaseless running, even Qianyuan felt somewhat exhausted. Zokunji cast a casual glance at the two, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Though concealed beneath the Tengu mask, Qianyuan and Tanjiro remained oblivious. Not bad. However, the testing has only just begun. Tanjiro, you shall ascend the mountain to complete the final test. Should you fail, you are not permitted to return for the night. Qianyuan and Nezuko will remain. Understood, Tanjiro replied, still brimming with enthusiasm. Zokunji provided Tanjiro with a brief overview of the challenges he would face on his ascent, to which Tanjiro responded with confidence. After taking a sip of water, he entrusted the basket to Qianyuan and earnestly began his ascent up the mountain. Once Tanjiro had departed, Zokunji's attention shifted to Qianyuan, his eyes narrowing slightly beneath the Tengu mask. Your physique. Qianyuan smiled warmly. Master Zokunji, are you aware of something? Zokunji shook his head, yet his gaze remained fixated on Qianyuan. Incredible, truly incredible. It seems almost miraculous. Child, Eong mistakenly believed you to be deceased, yet you must have endured severe injuries. To recover so swiftly in just half a month can only be described as a miracle. Is there something you wish to convey, Master Zokunji? I suspect you may have undergone a unique transformation akin to your sister Nezuko, yet you exhibit no fear of sunlight and can consume food like a normal human. Your appearance remains unchanged, which is simply astonishing. Zokunji refrained from continuing, feeling that the situation was far too extraordinary to comprehend. Demons possess immortality and self-healing abilities, but at the cost of insatiable desires and a fear of sunlight. Yet here stands this youth, unafraid of sunlight, endowed with formidable regenerative capabilities, indistinguishable from a typical human. This transformation could only be described as evolutionary. Without a doubt, Higa Qianyuan has transcended the boundaries between man and demon. For nearly a millennium, humanity has battled demons, perpetually repressed due to the lack of self-healing abilities. What constitutes a fatal wound or serious injury for a human is merely akin to a scrape for a demon. Higa Qianyuan perfectly compensates for this shortcoming. If such an evolution were to be disseminated throughout the Demon Slayer Corps, the balance of power against demons might dramatically shift in the coming centuries. Of course, this remains an ideal scenario. Its realization is uncertain and requires careful consideration. Qianyuan was aware of Zokunji's thoughts. His own body was indeed peculiar. Wounds healed rapidly. While not on par with true demons, it was still remarkable. Furthermore, his lack of fear of sunlight and absence of any cannibalistic desires instilled in Qianyuan an inexplicable feeling that perhaps within his very being lay even greater power waiting to be unearthed. Tilting his head back, Qianyuan's misty blue eyes gently closed. Muzan Kabutsuji, you wait. One day, I shall personally sever your head. Chapter 4, Training. The following day, Zokunji rose early, draped in a blue haori, and began imparting theoretical knowledge about the relationship between humans and demons to Qianyuan and Tanjiro. Tanjiro diligently took notes, while Qianyuan, though already knowledgeable, felt it prudent to feign engagement. Following the theoretical segment, they transitioned into physical training. In the mountains, Shinozugawa meticulously set traps to facilitate the passage of Qianyuan and Tanjiro. The swifter their movements, the better their results. Once they met the required standards, he began imparting to them the art of breathing techniques and swordsmanship. As dawn broke over the mist-laden Kurosaki Mountain, Qianyuan and Tanjiro commenced their sword training with fervor. At this moment, Qianyuan was a far cry from the frail figure he had been just weeks prior, emerging from a severe illness. His visage, unmarred and clean, paired with his ethereal blue mist-colored eyes, presented a striking image as he stood at the mountain's summit, wooden sword in hand, gazing upwards at the sky with an almost celestial demeanor. Unlike Tanjiro, with his chestnut locks, or Nezuko, Qianyuan's hair cascaded in gentle waves of white, brushing his shoulders. Its silky texture framing his face, the fringes grazing his brow and revealing the birthmark on his right forehead, an innate mark he had only recently discovered. Upon his arrival in this world, he had been caked in blood, rendering the mark undetectable. It wasn't until he washed his face in the crystalline mountain spring that he uncovered the truth of his heritage. So, I bear this mark after all. Why was I not informed sooner? He mused, reflecting on his earlier lack of confidence. Yet, he understood that his appearance bore no weight in the realm of the Demon Slayer Corps. After all, who among the Hashira, be it the water pillar, mist pillar, or sound pillar, was anything but striking? The Corps did not judge a swordsman's prowess or resolve based on their looks. Shinozugawa stood solemnly in an open area, diligently instructing Chiyuan and Tanjiro in the art of swordsmanship. He positioned himself before them, his Tengu mask obscuring much of his visage, while the flowing hem of his Haori swept across the stone floor. The Nichiren blade, hanging by his side, reflected the misty hues surrounding them, heavy yet unyielding. First, you must sever the wooden post before you, he commanded. Understood. Tanjiro grasped his sword firmly and struck down upon the post with all his might. However, the blade did not cleave through. Instead, it lodged firmly against the surface, unmoving. Your blade's alignment must correspond with the direction of your swing. When wielding a sword, your strikes must be delivered with unwavering force. Any inconsistency in your technique will result in diminished power, rendering you incapable of cutting through the post. Allow me to demonstrate. Shinobu brandished his sword and, with a sharp crack, effortlessly bisected the wooden post before them. Do not underestimate the challenge of severing a post. Without mastering the proper application of force, it is a formidable task, just as demonstrated by Tanjiro's recent attempt. Relying solely on brute strength will not only fail to sever the post, but may also risk breaking your blade. Such outcomes stem from inadequate swordsmanship. Yet, Shinobu was not surprised. It was unrealistic to expect one to cut through the post immediately upon learning. There is no rush, take it step by step. However, a degree of criticism was necessary. Chiyuan, your turn, he gently prompted. Very well. Chiyuan steadied himself, locking his gaze on the post that Tanjiro had just failed to sever. He inhaled deeply, exhaling a breath of white mist. Cut. With a resounding crack, the post was instantaneously split in two, one half tumbling to the ground with a crisp collision. What? This cannot be right. Shinobu was taken aback. Is this still my script? How did you achieve that? Tanjiro's expression froze, his once wide eyes narrowing into incredulous dots, his head swirling with questions. It's quite simple, really. It was just a matter of doing it like this. Chiyuan replied, blinking in surprise. In that fleeting moment as he grasped the sword, an extraordinary sensation enveloped him, revealing a line within the post. Following that line, he struck down, astonished to find success. As time flowed on, Tanjiro had taken 2 years within the original narrative to master the entirety of water breathing on Kurosaki Mountain. Yet now, with the existence of Chiyuan, an anomaly, Tanjiro's progress could only be described as meteoric. This is no time for idleness. You foolish Tanjiro. Chiyuan smiled as he observed Tanjiro training earnestly in the distance. Despite possessing such formidable talent, it was evident that it was still insufficient. The tale of Demon Slayer, with its eventual tragedies, had drawn ire from many netizens who criticized the Hashira's fates. The Hashira represented the highest echelon of the Demon Slayer Corps, yet they were not akin to demons. Lacking the regenerative abilities of their foes, even when victorious, they could succumb to injuries, potentially leading to their retirement or, tragically, their demise. A Hashira could vanquish a lower moon demon, yet upper moon demons could easily overpower them. Thus, replacing an upper moon often came at a steep price. The flame Hashira, Kaijiro Rengoku, perished in battle against Upper Moon 3 due to grievous wounds. The insect Hashira, Shinobu Kocho, willingly allowed herself to be devoured by Upper Moon 2 to weaken its abilities. The mist Hashira, Michiro Takedo, was slain by Upper Moon 1. The sound Hashira, Tenjin Yuzui, lost an eye and a hand in combat with Upper Moon 6. The serpent Hashira, Iguro Abanai, and the love Hashira, Mitsuri Kanroji, survived the final battle but succumbed to their wounds after confessing their love for one another. The stone Hashira, Jiomi I Himejima, awakened his birthmark during the climactic battle, and aware of his limited time left, chose to pass on the opportunity for healing to others, departing this world with a smile beneath the sun. The wind and water Hashira survived, yet with their birthmarks activated, they faced an inevitable demise before reaching the age of 25. Yet, that was merely a matter of the next life. Regardless of its beauty, it bore no relevance to the present. Ultimately, they would perish. Chiyuan exhaled a sigh, choosing to disregard such grim realities. He found it impossible to alter such an unfortunate fate. Therefore, he resolved to exert every effort to transform this dire conclusion. Meanwhile, Tanjiro emerged from the cabin, yawning as he practiced his sword techniques in the open air. I still haven't fully grasped water breathing. At this rate, my brother will leave me behind. After performing a series of moves, he turned to see Chiyuan. Tanjiro, have you yet to master water breathing? Allow me to teach you. Chiyuan offered. Have you already mastered it, brother? Indeed, it was quite some time ago. All right then, I entrust this to you. Tanjiro exclaimed. Though he was far from his brother's level, he believed that surpassing him was not an impossibility. Go for it, Tanjiro. Now is not the time for sighing. The two each took a wooden sword and made their way to the open area. Let us begin. Chiyuan nodded slightly, slowly raising his wooden sword. He inhaled deeply, gathering the essence of water within his chest. I shall now attack. Tanjiro, bring it on. Tanjiro shouted in response. In an instant, Chiyuan propelled himself into the air, his blade spinning gracefully to carve a resplendent arc of water through the air, resonating with a sound akin to a dragon's roar. Fifth form, Water Dragon. The blade of the wooden sword continued to whirl in the air, each rotation amplifying the momentum of the water's essence. Chiyuan smiled softly, his blue mist-colored eyes locking onto Tanjiro below. A blue-white water dragon surged forth, manifesting in Tanjiro's gaze, flowing through life. Chapter 5, Dance of the Fire God. As this was a demonstration for practice, Chiyuan did not perform many rotations. Instead, he condensed a small water dragon head and directed it towards Tanjiro with a single stroke. Sixth form, Water Breathing. Tanjiro swung his blade and twisted his body, a puff of white mist escaping from the corner of his mouth. The water within his chest surged, and as he wielded the wooden sword with fluidity, arcs of blue and white light emanated from it, forming a swirling vortex of water beside him. Water Vortex. The swirling water entwined with the small water dragon, swiftly neutralizing the technique. The practice concluded. Shiori Chiyuan landed gracefully, sheathing his blade. His knees slightly bent to release the exertion. Drops of water clung to his white hair, cascading down to the tips with the gentle breeze. He raised his gaze towards Tanjiro, a smile gracing his lips. Tanjiro, splendid. Thank you for the compliment. But brother, you are truly remarkable. Tanjiro, still somewhat unfamiliar with the water-breathing technique, felt his limbs grow weak and was panting heavily. Each time he completed the exercise, he was left feeling utterly drained. But he was resolute in his desire to grow stronger. Tanjiro's face radiated enthusiasm. It's simply a matter of your inexperience with the breathing technique. Try to eliminate unnecessary movements and envision yourself as water, Chiyuan replied with a gentle smile. I understand. Tanjiro looked up at Chiyuan, a flicker of doubt in his heart. But it was quickly dispelled. He sensed that his brother had changed, though not entirely. Tanjiro could detect the underlying gentleness in Chiyuan, yet there was a hint of anger, perhaps stemming from witnessing the brutal murder of their family. Never mind, I must become stronger to protect Nezuko, to protect my brother, to protect everyone. Tanjiro gripped the wooden sword tightly, diligently practicing the first form of water breathing as demonstrated by Chiyuan. This scene was observed from afar by Shinobu, who was torn between joy and sorrow. On one hand, he was delighted by their remarkable dedication and innate talent, believing that if they continued at this pace, they would soon graduate. If they survived the journey, both had the potential to become Hashira, thereby providing the Demon Slayer Corps with a glimmer of hope against demons. On the other hand, he was deeply troubled by the grim possibility of Chiyuan and Tanjiro perishing during the final selection, just as his previous disciples had. Kaguro, Tanjiro. Such delightful and formidable swordsmen, yet they lost their lives during the final selection. What a tragic fate. Beneath his Tengu mask, Shinobu found himself unknowingly shedding tears. Tanjiro was wholeheartedly focused on mastering the first form, while Chiyuan sat nearby on a stone, his azure-hued eyes gently closed. Dance of the Fire God. This was a sacred dance passed down through generations of the Kamado family, originating from the peak of combat prowess in the Demon Slayer world, Yoriichi Tsujikuni. Its original name was Sun Breathing, a title that truly befits the strongest breathing technique. After learning it, the ancestors of the Kamado family recorded it under the name Dance of the Fire God, claiming it to be a dance of prayer for safety to the Fire God. Sun Breathing was transmitted to Tanjiro's generation. The Dance of the Fire God wasn't restricted to males, but Tanjiro was the only one who met the criteria. The other boys were either too young, while the girls lacked interest. Chiyuan searched through his memories, trying to recall the movements and breathing methods of the Dance of the Fire God. Tanjiro had once taught the original host, but he had failed to master it, and subsequently gave up. Perhaps it's better to ask Tanjiro directly, thought Chiyuan, realizing he was overthinking when he could simply inquire. Tanjiro, could you teach me our family-s sacred dance? Of course. Tanjiro wiped the sweat from his brow, a hint of confusion in his voice. But why do you want to learn it, brother? Just demonstrate it for me first, Chiyuan replied with a smile. All right. Tanjiro picked up the wooden sword, dancing while explaining the intricacies involved. The Dance of the Fire God, if not paired with the special breathing technique, can be quite exhausting. Father taught me the breathing method. So please wait. Breathing method? Could it be? Tanjiro paused, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Could our family's sacred dance actually be a breathing technique? He turned to Chiyuan, struggling to believe his own words. Why not give it a try and find out? Chiyuan thought to himself, quietly amused at how successful his guidance had been. Oh, foolish Tanjiro. I will try? Tanjiro, not lacking in intelligence, connected the water breathing with the sacred dance and soon discerned the unique aspects of the breathing method. He took a deep breath. Hiss. Dance of the Fire God. As he looked on in astonishment, a flame akin to the sun erupted from the blade of his wooden sword. What? No way. Brother. Is my sword on fire? It must be on fire, right? Although Tanjiro felt a slight heaviness in his chest, joy surged within him, and he could hardly contain his surprise. As Tanjiro exclaimed, the rhythm of his breathing was interrupted, causing the flames upon the blade to dissipate. It seems our family's sacred dance is also a form of breathing technique. Should we consult Master Shinobu about this? Chiyuan pretended to ponder, then suggested. However, he could not suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. As for whether to keep this from Shinobu, why hide it? Tanjiro nodded vigorously at Chiyuan's suggestion, quickly pulling his brother towards their wooden hut where they found Shinobu, who was currently devising a training plan. Initially, Shinobu was taken aback, but this gradually transformed into shock. A family breathing technique capable of producing flames? Isn't flame breathing supposed to be exclusive to the Rengoku family? What? With this puzzlement, Tanjiro personally demonstrated a move from the dance of the fire god to Shinobu. As Shinobu beheld the flame, resembling the sun dancing upon the blade, he momentarily lost his focus. Flame breathing? No, this is definitely not flame breathing. This flame, radiant like the sun, is far more potent than that emitted by flame breathing. It could even be described as overwhelming. No, what exactly is this breathing technique? Shinobu murmured to himself, unable to pinpoint the answer to the origin of the breathing techniques, as the modern Demon Slayer Corps had only vague knowledge of the origin techniques, with the Rengoku family being the only ones with authority on the matter. After several minutes of contemplation, Shinobu did not provide an answer but suggested that Tanjiro write a letter to the Rengoku family. However, upon observing Tanjiro's visibly exhausted state, he shook his head. This mysterious breathing technique, while powerful, is clearly not beneficial for you at this time, and may even be more of a burden. Tanjiro, I recommend you first solidify your foundation. This breathing technique is too taxing for your current physique, Shinobu said earnestly. Tanjiro nodded in agreement, aware that he was pushing himself too hard in mastering the dance of the fire god. In the following days, Tanjiro shared the breathing methods and specific sword techniques of the dance of the fire god with Chiyuan. The morning mist gently began to lift. In a clearing, Shiori Chiyuan held the long sword, his azure eyes softly closed. First form of the dance of the fire god. A flame akin to the sun flickered to life upon the blade. Circular dance. Chiyuan abruptly thrust forward, executing a fiery arc of slashing motion, leaving a trail of blazing flames in his wake. Suddenly, Chiyuan felt a powerful resistance within his body against the dance of the fire god. Uft! The flames extinguished in an instant, and Chiyuan coughed up a significant amount of blood. How is this possible? He collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, struggling to breathe. Brother, Chiyuan. As Shinobu and Tanjiro heard the commotion outside, they hastily exited the wooden cabin, only to find Ju collapsed on the ground, spitting blood profusely. Amidst the swirling chaos, Ju succumbed to unconsciousness. A few days later, Tanjiro anxiously inquired, Doctor, is my brother going to be all right? Fortunately, if it were not for his remarkable self-healing abilities, Mr. Shinazugawa would have surely perished by now. How could this happen? It's all my fault for teaching the dance of the fire god to my brother. Tanjiro, do not blame yourself. This is not your fault. However, do refrain from allowing Ju to practice the dance of the fire god in the future. I understand, Master Shinobu. Hearing the stirrings outside, Ju gradually opened his eyes. Tanjiro, this is not your fault, he murmured softly. Tanjiro froze momentarily, relieved to see his brother awake. You finally awakened, brother. That is wonderful. How do you feel now? His expression was filled with worry, for he had feared that he might lose his brother, plunging him into guilt over the past few days. I'm fine, Tanjiro. Ju replied with a smile. Although I did not anticipate that the dance of the fire god would have such a severe backlash on me. You must abandon the practice of the dance of the fire god, Ju, Master Shinobu stated earnestly, his Tengu mask revealing no emotion. I understand, Master Ju sighed. After a moment of tender inquiries, Tanjiro and Shinobu departed from the cabin. Ju gazed upward at the ceiling, pondering whether the breath of the sun was truly incompatible with him. That would be unfortunate indeed. Without this near-demonic regenerative ability, he would likely have already met his demise. Merely relying on the water-breathing techniques would not suffice to vanquish Muzan. Confronting even a lower moon was arduous enough, let alone speaking of salvation or the eradication of demons. What future awaited him? Ju tossed and turned in bed for quite some time, yet the answer eluded him. The following morning, a thick mist enveloped the summit of Narikomo Mountain, where a brisk wind carried the thin fog, and the morning light, diffused by the mist, cast a golden sheen upon Ju's face. His azure-hued eyes gently closed as he took a deep breath. With a sudden flourish, Ju unleashed a single stroke. He quietly performed an entire sequence of water-breathing forms atop the mountain. First form, water surface slash. Second form, water wheel. Third form, flowing dance. Fourth form, striking tide. Fifth form, benevolent rain of heaven. Sixth form, whirlpool. Seventh form, droplet ripple slash. Eighth form, waterfall. Ninth form, water flowing splashes. 10th form, continuous flux. Yes, indeed. Quite beautiful, he mused, but it does not suit me. Too gentle. Zhu exhaled a breath of frustration, his gaze fixed upon the thick fog. He raised his hand, feeling the mist before him, damp and cool. It was a sensation he relished. Thus, the mist rolled in. The morning fog at the summit was different from that at the mountainous waste. It was not a dense barrier, but rather a delicate, gossamer-like substance, flowing gently along the contours of the peak. Zhu knelt, resting against his long blade, gazing towards the east where the first light of dawn began to break. The breath in his chest gradually stabilizing. As he lifted his eyes, he happened to catch the morning light piercing through the clouds, slanting down upon the shrouded mountain. That light did not cleave through the mist. Instead, it intertwined with the fog as contours, gradually melding into the previously chaotic milky haze, transforming it into a golden veil. The mist slowly evaporated in the light, neither dissipating nor stagnating, simply flowing with the wind's guidance, weaving around the solitary pine atop the mountain and the jagged rocks. Moving freely, Zhu's breath caught in his throat. He instinctively relaxed his grip on the hilt of his sword, no longer forcing the breath from his chest. Instead, he attuned himself to the rhythm of the mist, adjusting his breathing to rise like the morning fog ascending the peak, slow and unimpeded. To exhale like the fog swirling around the pine branches, gentle yet cohesive, as his breath synchronized perfectly with the fog at the summit. He raised his hand to swing his blade. There was no pattern of water breathing. The blade merely followed the flow of the mist, gliding gracefully through the air. An extraordinary occurrence unfolded. The blade became enveloped in a delicate layer of fog. Zhu blinked in surprise, his gaze drawn to a nearby boulder. He lifted his long sword and approached slowly, his azure eyes attuned to the whispers of the mist. Zhu struck downwards. As he aimed at the boulder, there was no resounding crash of stone against metal. Instead, the misty blade seeped into the crevices of the rock, spreading through its veins. Moments later, the boulder crumbled from within, disintegrating into fine gravel wrapped in mist. He stared in awe at the long sword in his palm, watching as the blade shimmered with the light of the morning mist, becoming one with it. His breath, now fully absorbed by the golden light and flowing mist of the mountaintop, settled deeply into his very bones. Zhu slowly bent down, gripping the hilt of his sword. Taking a deep breath, the mist coalesced within his chest. First form of mist breathing. The fog surged, endlessly swirling. The blade vanished. No, it had merged into the mist. A flicker of the mist blade. Zhu vanished like a wisp of light within the fog, and as the blade cut through, his figure reappeared 10 meters away as he sheathed his sword. His speed was remarkable, akin to a flash of light flitting through the mist. Without a moment to relish his triumph, Zhu stood silently amidst the fog, gripping his long sword, his azure eyes gently closing. Twisting, leaping, slashing, and advancing, he danced within the ocean of mist. Time lost all meaning. Zhu finally sheathed his sword, his face alight with uncontainable joy. The mist breathing, his very own creation. Though uncertain of the true magnitude of this newfound technique birthed from the ethereal fog, Zhu could sense its tremendous potential. Days later, in the clearing before the wooden cabin on Narikomo Mountain, Zhu stood silently before a wooden post, holding a wooden sword. Shinobu and Tanjiro stood behind him. Such pure power. Shinobu remarked. You're amazing, brother. Tanjiro exclaimed with admiration. Allow me to demonstrate. Zhu steadied his mind, inhaling deeply. First form of mist breathing, mist blade. Zhu stepped forward, vanishing from his original position, instantly reappearing before the wooden post. The razor-sharp blade, intertwined with mist, cleaved forward. The post split in two, moments later shattering completely. Chapter 7. Total concentration. Zhu did not pause for a moment. He thrust the long sword forward, the mist swirling as he swung his blade at high speed. Second form of mist breathing, mist slash of 1,000 cuts. Bang, bang, bang. The 5 nearby wooden posts were all cleaved in half, crashing to the ground with a crisp sound, leaving Shinobu momentarily taken aback. Such a powerful sword technique. Incredible. Tanjiro's eyes widened in amazement. Zhu stood still, sheathing his sword, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Just moments ago, after executing the second form, he had unleashed dozens of strikes. This was already his limit. This technique could potentially support nearly 1,000 rapid slashes, yet it felt distant to him. Zhu's gaze drifted to the farthest post. Hiss. He inhaled deeply, resting the sword's tip on the ground, slightly closing his eyes, and began to speak. Fourth form of mist breathing. Meanwhile, the entire open space was enveloped in mist, rendering everything invisible. Qianyuan took a slow step forward, merging into the fog. The illusionary mist was ethereal. Qinyuan's silhouette emerged, but no, figures of him appeared in every direction, making it impossible to discern which was his true form. In the astonished gaze of Rentaki and Tanjiro, a blade, shrouded in mist, effortlessly cleaved a wooden post in two. Qinyuan materialized before the two, exhaling a gentle sigh. Rentaki and Tanjiro seemed entranced. Master, Tanjiro, Qinyuan inquired, adjusting his white hair. How would you assess the intensity of this breathing technique? After a prolonged silence, Rentaki exclaimed, It is astonishingly powerful, Qinyuan. You are truly remarkable, brother. Tanjiro's eyes sparkled like stars, nearly prompting him to kneel before Qinyuan in reverence. What about the third form? Rentaki questioned, somewhat puzzled. I haven't fully conceptualized it yet, but I feel that the third form should include a technique, so I decided to place the illusionary mist slightly further back, Qinyuan replied. To develop 3 sword forms in such a short time is already quite impressive, Rentaki remarked, gazing deeply at Qinyuan, and suddenly smiled, saying, perhaps in the future, one of the Hashira will indeed be a mist Hashira. Qinyuan silently chuckled. Is merely becoming a Hashira sufficient? That seems far too simple. However, can becoming a Hashira truly bring an end to this era? Can it allow people to walk safely at night? Becoming a Hashira is far from the ultimate goal. Before long, 6 months passed. It had been over a year since Qinyuan and Tanjiro sought Rentaki as their mentor. Nezuko remained in a perpetual slumber. Rentaki watched somewhat numbly as Tanjiro tirelessly trained in the practice area, alongside the white-haired swordsman, Qinyuan, who acted as a teacher, feeling a touch of helplessness. Although he had heard tales of individuals becoming Hashira merely 2 months after grasping the sword, witnessing the remarkable progress of the two in just a year was nothing short of extraordinary. After all, a typical person could only master a couple of techniques after a year of training under a mentor's guidance. Have I truly imparted all that I can? Rentaki pondered. Feeling a slight headache, he raked his fingers through his hair and called the two over. Master Rentaki, what shall I train in next? Tanjiro exclaimed, his eyes wide, shimmering with a fervent flame of thirst for knowledge. As a true training fanatic, he was determined to dedicate himself to relentless practice. Faced with Tanjiro's eager gaze, Rentaki was momentarily at a loss for words. Master Rentaki, what shall I train in next? Tanjiro pressed again. He truly did not wish for the two to proceed to the final selection, for being a demon slayer was undoubtedly a perilous profession, with over 90 of the demon slayer corps not surviving until retirement. Moreover, as Rentaki's disciple, all previous students had perished in the final selection. This was a long-held burden in his heart. Could he really allow Qinyuan and Tanjiro to face the final selection? He was genuinely concerned. Wait, it seems there is still something I can teach, though it will be quite challenging. Let us master that technique before you participate in the final selection. This way, he would feel more at ease. Beneath the Tengu mask, Rentaki's eyes glimmered with determination as he looked at Qinyuan and the expectant Tanjiro, smiling as he said, There is one final technique. Once I teach you this, I will have nothing left to impart. After mastering it, you may attend the final selection. It is called Total Concentration Constant. What do you think? Total Concentration Constant? What is that? Tanjiro scratched his slightly longer reddish-brown hair, his face filled with confusion. Rentaki smiled faintly, explaining earnestly, Total Concentration Constant means maintaining a state of total concentration for an extended period. If you can learn this technique, I will allow you to participate in the final selection at Fujikase Mountain. Rentaki felt a bit embarrassed saying this, but who could see it behind the mask? Indeed, he continued, even among the Demon Slayer Corps, those who can master Total Concentration Constant are exceedingly rare. Only Hashira or those who might become Hashira in the future can achieve it. Typically, mentors do not allow their disciples to learn Total Concentration Constant. But these are not ordinary circumstances, and thus, special treatment is warranted. How peculiar. Qinyuan observed Rentaki, suddenly feeling somewhat speechless. Why did it evoke a sense of a novice village character leveling up to dominate weaker foes? What was going on? Yet, he felt no fear. What is there to fear? Qinyuan, embrace reality. Under Rentaki's personal guidance, they embarked on the arduous journey of mastering Total Concentration Constant. As time ticked away, the challenge of Total Concentration Constant proved to be formidable. Even Qinyuan could only progress step by step, from initially maintaining it for a few minutes, to later extending it to tens of minutes, an hour, and then several hours. They devoted a considerable amount of time to this training. Throughout this process, Tanjiro diligently took notes, recording everything Rentaki taught him in a small notebook and reviewing it during his leisure time, which led to new insights time and again. Meanwhile, Nezuko remained unresponsive. Qinyuan gently reassured Tanjiro, Nezuko is merely replenishing her strength through sleep. There is no need to worry. The training time always felt fleeting. Before long, a year had passed. The main storyline of Demon Slayer officially commenced. The final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps at Fujikaisen Mountain. On a clear morning. At the Misty Mountain, Higa Chinyuan stood calmly before the mirror in the wooden cabin, slightly adjusting his hair. A gentle breeze stirred his cloud-blue Haori, while at his waist hung a Nichiren blade gifted by Rentaki. His shoulder-length white hair was tied back in a low ponytail, leaving a few stray strands to brush against his brow, revealing a clean visage, with the markings on his forehead clearly visible. Higa Chinyuan opened his misty blue eyes and smiled softly. I have arrived at the final selection of Fujikaisen Mountain. Hand Demon, prepare for your demise. Chapter 8. Off to Fujikaisen Mountain. Chinyuan and Tanjiro stood outside the wooden cabin as Rentaki emerged, silently extending a pair of fox masks to the two. His expression obscured beneath the Tengu mask. This is a disaster-warding mask. I hope it brings you protection during the final selection. I will take good care of Nezuko. Thank you, Master Rentaki. Chinyuan and Tanjiro smiled as they donned the fox masks. Chinyuan's fox mask resembled that of Inosuke's, but without the scars. Its smiling mouth curving up in an endearing manner. It indeed does not obstruct my vision. No wonder Master Rentaki wears it every day. I await your return. Stay safe. Rentaki said, his expression seemingly softening beneath the Tengu mask, and Chinyuan detected a faint sound of laughter. Then we shall take our leave. Chinyuan and Tanjiro bowed to Rentaki before turning to depart for Fujikaisen Mountain. Just as they were about to leave Misty Mountain, Chinyuan felt a stirring in his heart and turned back to glance over his shoulder. He was momentarily lost in thought. Behind Rentaki's somewhat solitary figure stood two young figures, Inosuke and Shinobu. The three exchanged glances. Inosuke remained silent, while Shinobu offered an encouraging smile. Were they spirits? Chinyuan turned around and waved his hand at them before departing from the scene. In front of the wooden cabin, Katsu Rabbit and Shinobu exchanged puzzled glances. Hey, do you think Chinyuan can see us? Perhaps. Chinyuan and Tanjiro might seek revenge for us and eliminate that aberrant demon. They are indeed formidable. I hope so. I can't bear to see Master Urokodaki saddened any longer. The two stood together in silence, silently wishing for Chinyuan and Tanjiro's success, while their hearts were tinged with sorrow and resentment. In truth, they, especially Katsu Rabbit, had the strength to vanquish that aberrant demon. Prior to encountering it, Katsu Rabbit had expended a significant amount of stamina slaying several lower-grade demons in the mountains, aiming to ensure that more of his fellow candidates could pass the assessment. Consequently, his blade was severely damaged, which led to a critical moment where, upon facing the hand demon, his sword shattered unexpectedly during a decisive strike. Unable to adjust his posture mid-air to evade the attack, he met his demise at the hands of the hand demon. This demon, marked by the disaster-warding mask carried by Urokodaki's disciples, would instantly kill its bearer upon sight, showing no hesitation even when other prey was present. As Katsu Rabbit and Shinobu participated in the final selection at Mount Fujisaki, Chinyuan and Tanjiro would undoubtedly become targets of the hand demon. I hope they succeed. Katsu Rabbit murmured softly. Meanwhile, Chinyuan clutched his Nichiren blade, exhaling a breath of frustration. He felt there was ample room for improvement in his combat approach. A single strike to the head seemed too lenient for the hand demon. This foul creature had claimed the lives of over a dozen of Urokodaki's disciples, including Katsu Rabbit and Shinobu. Slowly lifting his head, a devilish smile crept across his face. Tanjiro, observing his brother's expression, couldn't help but sneeze. Why do I feel something's off? Brother, your killing intent is palpable. Mount Fujisaki was not far, under Chinyuan and Tanjiro's pace. They could reach it within half a day. This mountain served as the final testing ground for the swordsmen of the Tsuguko clan, where they needed to survive for 7 days to pass. However, in typical circumstances, only a handful would endure the full duration. The wisteria blossoms were akin to poison for demons. Thus, Mount Fujisaki was perpetually enveloped in these flowers, making it an ideal location for the Demon Slayer Corps to confine a certain number of lower-grade demons for testing the swordsmen. Upon reaching the mountainside, the two halted, finding a gathering of swordsmen like themselves, all equipped with Nichiren blades and bearing solemn expressions, clearly well prepared. Chinyuan merely glanced around and quickly recognized the pivotal characters in the narrative. They were far too distinguishable compared to the ordinary passers-by. There stood Zenitsu Agatsuma, clad in a yellow lightning-patterned haori, his hair a bright yellow. Next to him was the fierce-looking, scarred Jinya Shinazugawa, sporting a coxcomb hairstyle. And there was the smiling girl, Kanawa Tsutsumi, dressed in pink. And lastly, there was Tanjiro, who had been relentlessly beaten by Chinyuan and remained unaware of his own strength. He was feeling quite anxious, worried about being eliminated due to insufficient power, and continually encouraged himself. As for Inosuke Hashibara, he was charging ahead, as those who understood would know. Chinyuan remained silent, simply crossing his arms and patiently awaiting the commencement of the final selection. His striking white hair and exceedingly handsome visage had already captivated most of the onlookers. Half an hour later, two youths dressed in kimonos approached them, lanterns in hand. Thank you all for attending the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps today. In this Mount Fujisaki, we have confined the demons captured by the demon-slaying swordsman. Due to the wisteria blossoms, demons cannot escape. However, only the region from the foot to the mountainside is protected by these flowers. If you proceed further, you will find none. All you need to do is survive for 7 days in the forward area to pass the final selection and become a qualified demon-slaying swordsman. Now, the gates are open. May fortune be in your favor. Brother, what kind of strategy should we adopt? Strategy? Is that really necessary? Qian Yuan crossed his arms, exhaling 2 puffs of air through his nostrils. Tanjiro's lips twitched slightly. We don't need a strategy. Why not? Qian Yuan looked at Tanjiro and smiled. Because I possess sheer strength. Tanjiro's expression turned incredulous. A few minutes later, the duo encountered their first demon in the final selection. Above, brother, be careful. Tanjiro swiftly drew his Nichiren blade and, with a single strike, severed the demon's outstretched hands. The demon was sent crashing into a tree, momentarily dazed. Tanjiro was equally bewildered. Wait, is this a joke? You must be kidding. Tanjiro blinked in disbelief, as this was nothing like the fierce adversaries he had envisioned. Shouldn't the demons be formidable? Just then, the dazed demon charged again, its face brimming with arrogance. You little brat, I was careless before. This time, I will tear you apart. Tanjiro became serious, realizing that the demon was attempting to deceive him, as it clearly held considerable strength. Then, I'll unleash my most powerful technique. Tanjiro gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. Inhaling deeply, a torrent of water gathered at the tip of his blade. Water breathing, 5th form, water wheel. The demon abruptly halted. Its eyes filled with terror as the surging water dragon surged forth. Wait a minute. With that strength, you shouldn't be pretending to be scared. You little trickster. In the midst of the roaring water dragon, the demon was consumed in an instant. Chapter 9, The Hand Demon. Not good. There's another demon behind you, brother. Before Tanjiro could warn him, a flash of white light appeared, and the head of the ambushing demon fell to the ground, gradually vanishing. Qian Yuan slowly sheathed his blade, exhaling a soft breath. As expected, brother, you don't need my assistance. Tanjiro lowered his head, though he felt a surge of happiness. Despite the banter, he was astonished at how effortlessly he had dispatched the demon before him, with negligible exertion. Am I truly that formidable? It seems I've grown stronger. Qian Yuan flashed him a gentle smile. Is a strategy still necessary? Tanjiro quickly shook his head. Strength is all that matters. Very well. Qian Yuan gently clapped his hands and said softly, how about I take the east side, and you handle the west? Together, we shall eradicate all the demons here, using the gentlest words to undertake the most fearsome tasks. No problem. With that, Qian Yuan and Tanjiro prepared to split up, much like Katsu Rabbit and Ju of old, uniting their strengths to eliminate all the demons in the mountain. Fog breathing, 1st form, fog blade. Fog breathing, 1st form, fog blade, 6 strikes. In the depths of the forest, a white-haired swordsman wielded his Nichiren blade with precision, deftly clearing the demons he encountered as he advanced at high speed. This was Higan Qian Yuan. Mount Fujisaki housed a myriad of lower-grade demons, serving as a testing ground for aspiring members of the Demon Slayer Corps, which was entirely reasonable. However, there was an apparent demon among them, far stronger than the lower-grade ones, claiming dominion over Mount Fujisaki, thereby stifling the potential of swordsmen who could have passed the final assessment. This was simply unreasonable. Certainly, for a swordsman who has mastered the art of total concentration, severing the heads of lower-tier demons bears little difference from that of the hand demon. It is merely a matter of one strike versus several. There is no threat to speak of. After clearing half the mountain, Qi Yuan was still unable to locate the hand demon. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he caught sight of a young girl in the corner of his vision, dressed in a pink kimono, her face perpetually adorned with a smile. She was currently locked in a standoff with a lower-tier demon. Qi Yuan smirked, surprised that he had overlooked one. This girl must be Kanoho, right? The future wife of Tanjiro. I must cultivate a good relationship with her. He hid behind a tree, observing Kanoho as she fought. Her strength was formidable during the final selection at Fujikase Mountain. She was undoubtedly the strongest contender at this stage, surpassing even Tanjiro, had it not been for Qi Yuan's presence. Breath of Flowers, 4th form, red flower attire. Kanoho swung her Nichiren blade, swiftly severing the demon's arm. The demon winced in pain, baring its fangs and lunging toward her. Breath of Flowers, 6th form, whirling peach. Kanoho leapt into the air, executing a graceful turn before delivering a horizontal slash, causing petals to cascade around her in a mesmerizing display. As she landed lightly, the demon's head tumbled to the ground, disintegrating into fragments that vanished into the air. She sheathed her sword and turned to the side, her smile unwavering. After a brief moment, Chiyuan scratched his head and stepped out from behind the tree. Hey there. Kanaho said nothing. Hey there. Silence hung thick in the air. Due to childhood trauma, Kanaho rarely spoke, yet she adhered to the teachings of the Butterfly Sisters, presenting a smile to the world, even in silence. After a prolonged moment of quiet, she offered a formulaic smile and turned to leave. Chiyuan had intended to greet her, but reconsidered. For now, it suffices to become a familiar face. There's no need to force familiarity. After all, Tanjiro is still around. He would revisit this later. Thus, Chiyuan turned to depart. Watching him fade into the distance, Kanaho tilted her head slightly, concentrating fully. What an impressive swordsman. After uttering those words, she continued her leisurely stroll through the mountain. Meanwhile, Chiyuan hurried toward the west where Tanjiro was located. Hand demon, where on earth are you? Wouldn't it be easier to let me slice you into bits? Chiyuan muttered as he made his way. Just then, a shadow darted past him through the dark woods. A putrid stench invaded his nostrils. A demon? With a rush of wind at his ear, Chiyuan instinctively grasped his sword, the blade slicing through the mist, yet finding nothing. It vanished. Chiyuan was momentarily taken aback. This demon was surprisingly strong. Rustling leaves accompanied a sudden movement behind him. He spun around and slashed out, instantly severing a dark, sinewy arm. In his line of sight loomed a massive figure. Its body was enshrouded in rotting flesh tinged with deep purple. Countless human arms of varying lengths writhing like maggots around its torso, the wrist bones protruding, claws gleaming menacingly, and a mouth that could barely contain its fury. Rengoku, Rengoku, you are about to lose yet another disciple. One could only imagine the expression of Rengoku, who had lost over a dozen apprentices. How dramatic it must be. Ha! Chiyuan remained silent, shifting his fox mask to the side, revealing a remarkably handsome visage. Damn it! How can you be so strikingly beautiful? Truly infuriating. All of Rengoku's disciples deserve to perish. The hand demon's eyes widened, rage erupting like a volcano, consuming its sanity. Its dark, ashen body began to tremble uncontrollably. Its massive form writhing in a frenzy, teeth grinding together, producing a cacophony of friction. Each grinding of its teeth was accompanied by an overwhelming fury, suffocating the air around them. Heh! Chiyuan's grip on the sword trembled, not from fear, but from an unbridled rage. Rengoku's disciples had nearly all met their demise in the jaws of this demon, the gentle yet powerful Kaneo. The kind and beautiful Shinobu. Both had fallen victim to this monster. Die, you fox brat. Die, you hideous demon. A dark green hand shot through the air. Thud. Chiyuan calmly swung his sword, severing the incoming hand. In that instant, dozens of greenish arms lunged at his head. Chiyuan nonchalantly leaped back, evading the demon's grasp. He lightly tapped his toes on the ground, launching himself into the air. The mist swirled. Hiss. With every breath, thin wisps of fog coalesced within his chest. Breath of mist, first form. Chiyuan vanished into the mist. No, he did not disappear. He moved with unparalleled swiftness. Mist blade, sixfold. Chiyuan unleashed 6 rapid slashes. The mist shattering the demon's greenish flesh, swiftly severing nearly 20 demonic arms. He was rapidly closing in. The hand demon's eyes rolled wildly. In its sight, those icy blue eyes drew closer. Come here. Come to me. Damn Rengoku's disciple. Come perish within my belly. Chapter 10. Please, take my hand. Chiyuan leaped forward. Raising his Nichiren blade, a stream of water-like light suddenly glinting across his azure-hued eyes. Breath of water, 7th form, droplet ripple thrust. A gentle breeze tousled his brownish-red hair, causing the water to surge. Behind the hand demon, a red-haired boy wielding a Nichiren blade abruptly opened his eyes, the blade tip ablaze like a seething ocean. Tanjiro Kamado. Arriving just in time, the hand demon was thrown into a panic. One in front and one behind. These two boys had formed a formidable assault against the colossal demon. Tanjiro's thrust did not penetrate the demon's neck, which was enveloped by arms. It nearly got stuck, prompting him to retract his blade immediately. Chiyuan narrowed his eyes, his toes pressing against the ground as he soared into the air, his clothing trailing gracefully behind him, the Nichiren blade trembling slightly in his grasp. The hand demon disregarded Tanjiro behind it, unleashing all its arms toward the white-haired swordsman before it. Ah, damn Rengoku. Damn Rengoku. Why do you persist in haunting me for 40 years? And you, fox brat, you shall die. I will gouge out your eyes and swallow them. Just like those other fox brats. Be careful, brother. Tanjiro's urgent call clashed with the demon's hands as Chiyuan slightly raised his azure-hued eyes, his sword shimmering with light. Breath of mist, 2nd form. Chiyuan instantaneously unleashed dozens of strikes, the mist swirling, severing all arms that obstructed his path. Damn it. The hand demon extended dozens of arms once more, swarming toward Chiyuan's head. Yet, an unexpected sense of crisis surged within it. Wait, where did that other fox brat go? As soon as the thought emerged, a low whisper from Tanjiro resonated behind it. The fire goddess dance, 6th form. This is bad. Yet the reality afforded the hand demon no opportunity to react. It was on the verge of decapitation. Burning bone, flame sun, mist slice, 1,000 cuts. The fiery slashes swept past its head, leaving the hand demon disoriented. The mist-wreathed blade struck nearly 100 times, enveloping the hand demon completely. 99 strikes in a second. The blade tips shattered its obsidian-hued form, and the hand demon was utterly disintegrated. Reduced to mere pulp, it had no chance to dissipate into ashes, leaving only its head rolling upon the ground, emitting a piercing roar. Oh, unwilling, so unwilling. I worked so hard to devour humans. And that damned Urokodaki. It's all his fault. He imprisoned me for 40 years. If it weren't for him, and the one who transformed me into a demon. Because of him, I devoured my brother. Wait, brother? Is this a memory from my human days? As Chihiro sheathed his blade, his icy blue eyes glimmered with a chilling coldness. The hand demon's remaining head continued to murmur, Brother, I'm sorry, truly sorry. I am so afraid of the dark. Brother, please wait for me, hold my hand. After the hand demon's demise, Fujikase Mountain finally returned to normalcy. Though it felt somewhat abnormal. Previously, everything had been fine, but in the past few days, the demons in the mountain were nearly eradicated. The remaining surviving demons trembled, hiding away in some corner, thoroughly concealing themselves, too fearful to emerge. Even with Tanjiro's navigational nose, it was impossible to ascertain whether all the demons in Fujikase Mountain had been exterminated. Upon returning to the mountainside, Chihiro encountered numerous individuals. Those who successfully passed the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps wore expressions of joy, akin to that of survivors from a catastrophe, engaging in lively conversations. Thanks to the presence of Chihiro and Tanjiro, the demons in Fujikase Mountain had been swept away, naturally increasing the number of survivors. Zenitsu still wore a sorrowful expression, calculating the day of his own demise. Inosuke, that rascal, was probably already charging down the mountain, right? Kanao maintained her customary smile, standing still. The two youths who had previously announced the selection rules returned, and Chihiro felt their eyes rival those of the Sharingan from the neighboring Hokage. The duo briefly explained that everyone had now become members of the Demon Slayer Corps, classified as water rank, and that uniforms were being hastily produced. They then gently clapped their hands, and numerous crows took flight simultaneously. One of the crows gently landed in Chihiro's hand, flapping its wings. I look forward to working with you, Mr. Crow, Chihiro said with a warm smile. Is this a crow? Isn't this a sparrow? Zenitsu blinked, puzzled as to why his crow resembled a sparrow. This was unfair. The two on stage chose to ignore Zenitsu's complaint. Just then, the hot-headed, rooster-haired boy flung his crow away and strode toward them, exclaiming, What's this? A crow? Who cares about that? I want a sword. Color-changing blade, Nichiren's sword. As the rooster-haired boy was about to grab the hair of the two on stage, two figures suddenly appeared beside him. Tanjiro grasped his hand with a serious expression, while Chihiro stood to his right. Chihiro made no move, his blue misty eyes fixed on the rooster-haired boy. A powerful aura surged forth, causing him to break out in a cold sweat and retreat. How frightening! The rooster-haired boy exclaimed, astonished. Is that white hair? Does he share my fate? Zenitsu mused, touching his own hair. His hair was golden, not a natural hue, but rather a result of circumstances. Initially, Zenitsu had evaded his master's training, hiding in a tree, when suddenly lightning struck the very tree he was in, altering his hair forever. After a brief commotion, the twins on stage clapped their hands once more and then unveiled the cloth covering the table behind them. A collection of uneven stones came into view. These were the essential materials for forging a Nichiren sword from the Scarlet Crimson Oregon. In unison, the twins announced, Please begin your selection. Chihiro stepped forward first, choosing a relatively large piece of Scarlet Crimson Oregon. There was no need to overthink it. While the pieces looked different, their effects remained the same. Furthermore, any impurities could be hammered out by the swordsmith, so there was no cause for concern. In the original narrative, Tanjiro had chosen a piece based on his keen sense of smell, but ultimately, there was little difference, emphasizing a sense of ritual, purely aesthetic. On the way back, Chihiro pondered, What are you thinking? Walk faster, perhaps Nezuko has awakened. Is it true, brother? Of course would I deceive you? Chihiro replied with a gentle smile. Nezuko had been asleep for 2 years, and Tanjiro was exceedingly worried. Upon hearing Chihiro's words, Tanjiro's spirit soared, and he dashed forward, his legs moving like a whirlwind. Exhaling warm breaths. Nezuko, I'm back. Chapter 11, Mutual Training. In the narrow mist mountain, Master Urokodaki, Nezuko, we have returned. Tanjiro exclaimed, hastening up the mountain. With Chihiro following closely behind, a broad smile on his face. No sooner had he spoken than a petite, adorable girl rushed out of the wooden house, embracing both Chihiro and Tanjiro. Wah! Nezuko, clutching a bamboo tube in her mouth, nestled against the two. Tanjiro shed tears of joy, exclaiming, "It's been 2 years. Nezuko has finally awakened." Chihiro looked down at the adorable, whimpering Nezuko, a tender smile gracing his features. "Nezuko, we're back." Just then, an elderly man, trembling, emerged slowly from the wooden house. It was Master Urokodaki. Overcome with emotion, he could hardly contain his tears as he stepped forward and embraced the three, softly saying, "It's good to be back, good to be back." His disciples, cursed not to pass the final selection, had plunged him into a realm of self-doubt. But now that dreadful curse had been lifted, leaving him with only overwhelming joy and tears cascading down his face. Inside the wooden house, Master Urokodaki personally served Chihiro and Tanjiro steaming bowls of hot soup. They happily tilted their heads back to drink, warmth flooding their hearts. "This is delightful," Chihiro exclaimed. "So delicious," Tanjiro added. After 7 days of meager rations, Chihiro felt as though he had truly come back to life. Grinning as he returned his empty bowl to Master Urokodaki. "5 ants." Master Urokodaki chuckled, his eyes filled with mirth, serving another generous helping. 5 ants. At first, he had not understood his brother's words, but now he was one with them. After finishing the delicious hot soup, Master Urokodaki softly remarked, "You've eradicated the aberrant demon, haven't you?" "Yes, we not only vanquished the aberrant demon but also slew the majority of the demons on Fujikasane Mountain." Tanjiro shouted joyfully. "So many have been eliminated. It truly resembles the innocence of a child from that time." Rengoku ladled another bowl for Chiyuan, his heart a tumult of emotions. However, he soon burst into laughter, exclaiming that the eradication of the Demon Slayer Core Swordsman would likely keep them quite busy. Back when Rengoku was still the Water Hashira, he had been troubled by the task of capturing demons and sending them to Mount Fujikasane. With this latest wave, Chiyuan and Tanjiro had eliminated the demons on the mountain, leaving the Hashiras with more work to do. Ha ha ha. It seemed humanity could not even sympathize with its former self. How astute. At this moment, Rengoku was filled with schadenfreude. He then engaged in extensive conversation with Chiyuan and Tanjiro, predominantly about blood demon arts. However, Rengoku no longer worried much. The two had mastered the basics in the novice village and were undoubtedly on their way to becoming pillar-level swordsmen, possessing commendable strength. As the trio conversed, Chiyuan noticed Nezuko, who was unable to speak due to the bamboo tube, fidgeting anxiously nearby. "Master Rengoku, while we cannot entirely dismiss the possibility of Nezuko becoming a demon, you are the former Water Hashira, and we possess a certain level of strength. Since Nezuko has been in slumber for 2 years now, and is quite safe, let us allow her to remove the bamboo tube for now, and put it back on when there are more people around." Upon hearing Chiyuan's suggestion, Nezuko's big, watery eyes immediately turned towards Rengoku, seemingly in disagreement and on the verge of tears. It was indeed hard to refuse. "I trust Nezuko," Rengoku said with a gentle smile, and then personally removed the bamboo tube from her mouth. Nezuko finally broke free from her confines, excitedly spreading her arms and immediately rushing to embrace the two. "Oni-chan." Chiyuan laughed heartily. Tanjiro patted Nezuko's head, his face filled with affection. Watching the three playfully interact, Rengoku took a sip of hot soup, a smile of delight curving his lips. Perhaps in this era, demons could indeed meet their end. The following day, at dawn, Chiyuan and Tanjiro rose early as usual. Although the Sunblade was still under construction, the two were far from complacent. It would take about half a month for the completion and delivery of the Sunblade, and Rengoku had little left to teach them. Chiyuan proposed a training regimen of mutual sparring. Although it often resulted in Tanjiro getting beaten, the practical experience gained was invaluable. Thus, Chiyuan and Tanjiro stepped outside the wooden hut, distancing themselves for their sparring practice. Tanjiro took a deep breath and maximized his breathing efficiency for water breathing. In battling his brother, he had to exert his utmost strength. Only then could he hope for victory. Water breathing, 10th form, constant flux. Tanjiro's sword tip surged forth, conjuring a spiraling water dragon, its essence growing more potent with each rotation. He aimed for a swift attack, but Chiyuan instantly discerned the ruse behind Tanjiro's maneuver. As Tanjiro advanced rapidly, the water dragon roared forth. Chiyuan countered with a strike. Mist breathing, 3rd form, misty shadow. The mist enveloped the battlefield. Chiyuan adeptly maneuvered through the haze, executing high mobility displacements, causing Tanjiro's constant flux to lose its target and become ineffective. Standing quietly in the mist, Tanjiro slowly closed his eyes. Above, he suddenly exclaimed, "Water breathing, Third form, flowing dance. Instantly, Tanjiro moved at high speed, evading the blades emerging from the mist. Then, he focused intently, executing a whirlpool strike that disrupted the mist entirely. Chiyuan's figure gradually materialized in the clearing, and upon seeing this, Tanjiro decisively switched his breathing technique. Flames like the sun igniting along his blade. Although forcibly switching breathing styles could inflict severe repercussions on the body, it remained a potent offensive tactic that, if utilized well, could yield significant damage. Currently, only Tanjiro among the Demon Slayer Corps could fluidly alternate between the two breathing styles. Water breathing, low consumption, emphasizing versatility. Fire Goddess Dance, high consumption, extreme output. The two figures drew closer. Fire Goddess Dance, second form, azure sky. However, the flame-like blade struck only air. Chiyuan's form was merely an illusion. Oh no. Mist breathing, fourth form, phantom mist. It turned out that what had appeared before Tanjiro was not Chiyuan's true form, but an illusion formed from the gathered mist. As Tanjiro's sword missed its mark, Chiyuan's real body emerged from the other side, effortlessly claiming victory. Ah, brother. That move was too sneaky, Tanjiro complained, his face full of frustration. He had thought victory was within his grasp. Oh dear, I truly apologize, little Tanjiro, Chiyuan replied. Though his expression bore no semblance of regret, Tanjiro tightened his grip on the blade, resolving to intensify his training. Otherwise, when even stronger demons emerged in the future, he would not only be unable to help, but might even become a burden to his brother. Brother, let us continue this later. Oh dear, I'm always at your service, Chiyuan said, a triumphant smile gracing his face. Ha ha ha, my foolish little Tanjiro. Chapter 12, The Sunblade. Half a month later, a young man wearing a conical hat approached step by step. At that moment, Chiyuan and Tanjiro were outside practicing when they hurried to greet the visitor. The man wore a peculiar mask, and upon comparison, Chiyuan privately lamented that Rengoku's Tengu mask was far more aesthetically pleasing. Grumbling aside, the two welcomed the man into their abode. His name was Kanetetsu, the craftsman responsible for forging the Sunblade. Upon entering, he eagerly unveiled two cloth-wrapped blades placed before Chiyuan and Tanjiro. Given the color of your hair and eyes, the blades should turn out beautifully, perhaps even red. How exciting. Kanetetsu crossed his arms, exhaling warm breaths into the air. Not necessarily, Rengoku replied calmly. Tanjiro practices water breathing, while Chiyuan employs mist breathing. Thus, the colors of their blades might very well be blue or white. Chiyuan, overhearing, could not suppress a chuckle, for in the original story, Tanjiro's Sunblade had turned black, much to Kanetetsu's chagrin. In fact, fans had humorously speculated that the quickest way to defeat Muzan was simply to let Tanjiro break the sword forged by Kanetetsu in front of him. Returning to the topic, the Sunblade, also known as the color-shifting blade, changes colors according to the owner's personality or various factors. Although it is highly probable that it will share the same color as the corresponding breathing style. Fire, crimson. Thunder, golden. Water, azure. Wind, verdant. Rock, earthy gray. Chiyuan was equally curious about what color his Sunblade would take. Thus, under the watchful eyes of Rengoku and Kanetetsu, the two began to grip their swords for color transformation. Tanjiro's Sunblade changed to black before everyone's gaze, eliciting expressions of surprise from Kanetetsu and Rengoku. Black? How infuriating! Kanetetsu exclaimed, his face turning red as he released heated breaths. Tanjiro gazed at the black blade in his hand, nodding in satisfaction. Though he did not quite understand why, he felt a sense of joy nonetheless. After Tanjiro completed the color transformation, all eyes turned to Chiyuan. Under the watchful eyes of many, the Nichiren blade held by Chiyuan underwent a transformation in color. Frosty white. Such a beautiful hue. Wow. This is the first time I have ever seen a blade in this color. It seems this journey was not in vain. Gangdishong was beside himself with excitement. Dancing with glee, Chiyuan gazed at the color-shifting sword in his hand, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Indeed, it is rather handsome. The blade of the Nichiren sword glistened in pristine frost white, appearing utterly pure, perfectly complementing Chiyuan's hair color. Such a stunning weapon is truly a rarity. With his head held high, Gangdishong issued a menacing warning. You better treat it well, or I shall personally take you down. Tanjiro, I will take good care of it. Chiyuan. After Gangdishong departed, Chiyuan unsheathed the Nichiren sword and performed a series of sword techniques in the open space. The sharp blade reflecting dazzling patches of frosty white under the sunlight. Now that they had passed the selection and acquired the Nichiren sword, it was time for the mission dispatched by the headquarters. However, after several days of waiting, neither Chiyuan nor Tanjiro had heard from the messenger crow, leading them to suspect that the headquarters may have forgotten about them. Each day, they only saw the crows flapping through the sky, yet no missions were delivered. Rentaro provided an explanation. It turned out they had been so effective in slaying demons that this cohort of newly promoted Mizunoto swordsmen had over 20 members, leaving few low-level demons for them to handle. Qianyuan was dumbfounded. This was the first time he had witnessed a demand exceeding the supply of demons. Then we shall wait. Hey, huh? Qianyuan, shirtless in front of the wooden cabin, engaged in muscle training, honing the resilience of his physique, running up and down the mountains daily, relentlessly swinging his sword. Both he and Tanjiro trained with utmost seriousness, as always. It truly was gratifying to behold. Rintaro, with his hands tucked in his sleeves, observed their training, feeling an inexplicable sense of admiration. Such diligent and gifted swordsmen are indeed rare. After completing 500 one-handed push-ups on the ground, Qianyuan switched to the other hand to perform another 500. The ground was soaked with sweat, yet both he and Tanjiro continued in silence. If only Kanata and Shinobu were still here, they would surely have become Hashira by now, Rintaro mused, gazing up at the sky, lost in thought. Moments later, he opened his eyes and suddenly noticed two crows soaring above, circling Qianyuan and Tanjiro. North-northeast. North-northeast. There is a man-eating demon outside the forest of the town. Please proceed with haste. After delivering this message, the crows flapped their wings and ascended into the sky, swiftly vanishing from sight. Brother, our mission has finally arrived. Yes. Let us resolve this quickly. The demons in our first task are mostly of lower strength. Qianyuan sheathed the Nichiren sword once more. With his white hair styled into a high ponytail, his eyes sparkling with joy, his handsome visage adorned in flowing white garments, and the flame-like markings on his forehead adding an air of mystery, he pondered. I wonder how Muzan will feel upon seeing this. Rintaro cleared his throat lightly and remarked with a smile, there is a specially crafted wooden box in the room, quite sturdy. You can use it to store some items. Qianyuan turned his head and happened to see Nezuko eagerly awaiting in the room. They immediately understood Rintaru's implication. After obtaining the wooden box, Nezuko shrank down a size and swiftly crawled inside. Tanjiro donned his green checkered haori and prepared to shoulder the box for departure. Master Rintaro, we are setting off. X2 After more than half a month, they once again departed from the Kiribuma under Rintaru's watchful gaze. Qianyuan, Tanjiro, Nezuko, please take care. As they hastened toward their destination, Qianyuan suddenly unsheathed his Nichiren sword. Brother, why did you draw your sword all of a sudden? Tanjiro inquired, scratching his head in confusion. It was the Taisho era, and the law had prohibited samurai from carrying swords. If they were seen now, it could lead to trouble and even incite panic to some extent. Thus, demon slayers typically refrained from drawing their swords in public, both to avoid complications and to conceal their identities. Qianyuan gazed at the blade, which bore a clear engraving of his likeness. High ponytail, the markings on his forehead. A true samurai appearance. He felt that in terms of looks, he had already come quite close to Yoriichi, differing only in hair color. What do you take life for? Qianyuan could not help but utter, leaving Tanjiro beside him puzzled. What life? What are you talking about? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Qianyuan coughed lightly and waved his hand, signaling to proceed. Let us go. We are almost there. Yes. Chapter 13. The Missing Aoi Under the Moonlight. Qianyuan and Tanjiro, following the guidance of the crows, arrived at the forest outside the town where their mission awaited. To track down the demon's whereabouts, gathering information from the locals would serve as a good shortcut. Qianyuan intended to ask a villager for directions. Just as they were about to set off, a hurried voice approached from afar. Qianyuan halted in his tracks. A demon? Tanjiro sniffed the air and shook his head. There is no scent of demons here. Then it must be a human. Driven by curiosity and sensing a possible connection to the demons, Qianyuan and Tanjiro moved toward the source of the voice. Aoi, where are you? They soon located the origin of the voice, a filthy young boy, covered in dirt, wearing tattered clothes, his face gaunt and eyes bloodshot. Upon seeing Qianyuan and Tanjiro, the boy rushed forward, lifting his face with a glimmer of hope. Have you seen a girl around 10 years old? She wears a sunflower hairpin and a white dress. She is my fiancée. Fearing he had not been detailed enough, the boy gestured vaguely to indicate her height, his tone urgent, swaying unsteadily, clearly fatigued from lack of rest. No. Qianyuan shook his head and then asked, have you encountered any trouble? Upon hearing Qianyuan's response, the boy's eyes immediately dimmed. Sighing deeply, he replied in a hoarse voice. My fiancée went missing the night before last. I had gone to the mountains to gather firewood, and Aoi was home receiving guests. When I returned, she and her friends had vanished without a trace, leaving only a pool of blood behind. I reported it to the police, who searched the house all day but found nothing. In the end, they classified it as a wild animal attack. As the boy spoke, his voice grew choked with emotion, tears streaming down his face, his body trembling slightly. But I have lived in this town for over 10 years and have never heard of any wild animals. Aoi is certainly still alive. I will bring her back, no matter what. After he finished speaking, the boy stumbled forward, tripping and falling to the ground, yet seeming oblivious to the pain as he stood up again, continuing to wobble ahead. It must have been the work of a demon, Qianyuan thought as he watched the boy's unsteady figure. Having been missing for 2 days, his fiancée likely faced peril. Though it was a pity, Qianyuan had confirmed that this was indeed the doing of demons. Seeing the boy's blind desperation was concerning. Tanjiro stepped forward to support him and offered him a bottle of water. Mr. Tanjiro was somewhat apprehensive. "Thank you," the young boy replied, and immediately prepared to move forward once more. "Allow us to assist you," Qianyuan spoke up, addressing the boy. Although the likelihood of the boy's fiancée surviving was slim, it was possible that a demon lurked nearby, making it perilous for him to proceed alone. Accompanying him would enhance their chances of locating the demon. Is that acceptable? The boy turned and met Qiyuan's gentle gaze, his heart stirred. With the aid of these 2 youths, perhaps he might find a koi after all. "We have no objections," Qiyuan replied with a slight smile. Together, the trio began their search through the forest. Despite the night, the dappled moonlight offered a meager illumination. After a while of scouring the woods, they found nothing of significance. Qiyuan suggested returning to the boy's home to see if they could uncover any clues. The boy stood there, a bitter smile etched on his face, tears streaming down his cheeks. Deep down, he already knew that a koi might never return. The bloodstains in his home could not have appeared from thin air. He simply refused to believe it, as long as he had not witnessed his fiancée's lifeless body. He clung to hope. "We were to be married soon. Why has this tragedy befallen us? I am truly in anguish." The boy's words resonated with Qiyuan, who felt a pang of sympathy. Upon his arrival in this world, he had witnessed the tragic demise of the Kamado family, and the pain, despair, and helplessness he felt were precisely why he chose to wield the Nichiren blade, to bring an end to the era of demons and eradicate the scourge of evil. He gazed at the boy's reddened eyes, his heart heavy with sorrow. How lamentable it was. Both were in the bloom of youth, on the cusp of marriage. Yet their joy was shattered by the emergence of demons. A hissing sound akin to a serpent's tongue flickering pierced the air, prompting Qiyuan to abruptly turn and focus on the source. There, amidst the darkened tree trunks, a demon with bloodied lips crouched, revealing its bloodthirsty claws to the trio. The boy, startled by the sight, stood frozen, tears brimming in his eyes. "Little Akoi," he murmured, trembling, unable to comprehend the horror before him. The mottled moonlight illuminated the pitch-black trunk, where a demon crouched, its talons stealthily unfurling. Unlike before, this demon wore a sunflower adornment amidst its withered hair. "Your blood is so fragrant," it hissed, fixating its gaze on the boy, its blood-soaked mouth curling into a rapturous smile, sharp teeth glinting, while its tattered white robe hung limply. "It is a demon." Qiyuan unsheathed his Nichiren blade, the markings on his forehead shimmering brightly, as uncertainty flickered in his cerulean eyes for the first time. Tanjiro stood in a daze nearby. Was this demon truly the Akoi the boy spoke of? How could she have transformed into this? With a sudden thud, the demon leaped to the ground, drooling and gazing at the boy with an almost intoxicated expression. So fragrant. Qiyuan turned his head slightly toward the boy, noting the myriad wounds upon him, some still bleeding. Could he be the legendary rare blood? Rare blood was said to be a special type of blood that would leave demons intoxicated. It was rumored that consuming even one person with rare blood was equivalent to a demon feasting on 50 humans. Just the scent of the rare blood seemed to render the demon before them in a stupor. "Akoi, what has happened to you? How could you end up like this?" The boy's voice trembled, his expression one of disbelief. Yet, before he could finish speaking, the demon lunged, its claws aimed at his throat. In an instant, the boy clad in white appeared between them, the mist-shrouded Nichiren blade radiating a chilling aura, swiftly severing the demon's claws with a single stroke. Ascend to the heavens. Qiyuan's expression was filled with sorrow. Chapter 14, Sunflower. Blood Demon Art. Blazing Sunflower. The female demon shrieked upon seeing Qiyuan obstruct her path, her face contorted with rage. With a sudden force, she hurled several blossoms resembling blazing sunflowers toward the white-haired swordsman, a demon capable of wielding blood demon arts, and newly born at that. This was a first. Her ability was sunflowers. How tragically infuriating. Qiyuan gripped his Nichiren blade tightly. Mist breathing, fourth form, misty haze. He melded into the fog, vanishing from sight. Without a target to attack, the female demon's blood demon art faltered. Moments later, Qiyuan materialized behind her, his blade imbued with mist poised to deliver judgment upon the demon. The female demon sensed the murderous intent behind her, realizing she could not resist. In her peripheral vision, she caught sight of the tearful boy, momentarily frozen, her bloodthirsty pupils glimmering with a flicker of clarity. "Mr. Yukimi, I am sorry," she expressed, her face adorned with remorse. Yet she accepted her impending death with a strange calmness. Her friends had perished within her grasp. She felt at a loss for how to atone. Perhaps hell would be her ultimate destination. Yet, she harbored no regrets. Chi-Yuan, upon witnessing her acceptance of fate, hesitated momentarily. Instantly, he shifted his breathing technique, allowing the water to flow within him, transforming the mist-enshrouded blade into a gentle stream. Water breathing, fifth form, drawing heavenly mercy. Chi-Yuan spoke softly as the soothing sound of flowing water resonated. Just as the blade was about to glide across the demon's neck, a sudden voice erupted. No! In an instant, the boy, who had been some distance away, lunged toward Chi-Yuan with remarkable speed, shouting at the top of his lungs. Chi-Yuan, caught off guard, managed to evade the boy's charge due to his reflexes honed from extensive training, but the attack still veered off course. The gentle stream of water missed the demon's neck. A look of astonishment appeared on the female demon's face. She is my fiancée. Please, I implore you, do not harm her. The boy knelt on the ground, fervently bowing to Chi-Yuan, blood mingling with the earth beneath him, his actions unwavering. Chi-Yuan paused, lifting his gaze to the female demon, who wore an expression of longing and sorrow, yet tinged with determination. Please spare her, the boy pleaded, swaying unsteadily, his voice hoarse. What should I do? Tanjiro's eyes widened, evidently shocked by the scene before him. Chi-Yuan narrowed his eyes, feeling a headache coming on. One side was driven by emotion, the other by reason. The decision was extraordinarily difficult. However, the entity before him had already feasted upon humans. He could not allow her to escape, for doing so would only result in further harm to others. Yet suddenly, the boy was forcefully shoved aside, crashing into the nearby underbrush. Chi-Yuan was taken aback, for the one who had pushed the boy away was the very female demon who had transformed. With eyes brimming with affection, she gazed at the boy, then abruptly lunged toward Chi-Yuan's Nichiren blade. Chi-Yuan stood frozen in disbelief. The female demon's hand grasped the blade tightly before placing it against her own neck, taking her own life. Clang! The Nichiren blade fell to the ground, producing a crisp sound. Chi-Yuan fell silent, with nothing left to say. The demon's form gradually dissipated, leaving only her head behind. Akoi! Akoi! The youth stumbled over, kneeling before the sole remaining head of the maiden, tears streaming down his face. How foolish you are. Truly foolish, he lamented. Mr. Yukimi, I am so sorry. The girl cast a glance at Qianyuan and softly implored, please do not blame him, all right? I do not blame him, I do not blame him, but without you, I wish to live no longer, the boy choked out, then resolutely seized the fallen Nichiren blade, cutting across his throat. Do not be afraid, little Aoi, I will remain by your side, he whispered in a hollow voice, gradually fading into oblivion. The maiden wept uncontrollably. In the stillness of the world, her responding voice grew faint. Mr. Yukimi, shall we be husband and wife in our next life? The boy offered a faint smile and spoke softly, I love you. As time slipped away, the two ventured together into death. Left behind was merely a sunflower hairpin, glimmering in the vast meadow. Witnessing this heartbreaking scene, Qianyuan remained silent for a long while before finally picking up the sunflower hairpin and the Nichiren blade from the ground. A veil of mist clouding his eyes. He chose not to intervene in the boy's fate. To intervene would mean that while the boy might survive, he would undoubtedly endure a lifetime of suffering. The future was uncertain. Yet, Qianyuan would honor his decision. How truly tragic it is, Muzan Kabutsuji. He exhaled a heavy sigh and gently closed his eyes. When dawn broke, the sunflower hairpin and the boy's lifeless body were laid to rest. Qianyuan and Tanjiro departed from that place. To slay demons. To slay demons. To slay demons. Their hearts echoed with a singular purpose. 2 days prior, the night remained dark, the moon and stars sparse. In a wooden house somewhere in the town, Hinakami always stood with her hands on her hips in the kitchen, surveying the ingredients in her grasp, pondering how to make the meal more delectable. After all, a group of friends awaited her in the living room. With a smile, she adorned her silky hair with a sunflower hairpin and began humming as she prepared the dishes. Mr. Yukimi should return soon, right? I want to prepare a steaming feast for him, she exclaimed, eager for praise. Just as Aoi was about to commence cooking, a series of knocks echoed from the front door. Aoi, someone's knocking at the door. Her friends chimed, beaming with smiles in the living room. Could it be that rascal Yukimi? Returning so late, I'll have to give him a piece of my mind. One friend hastily approached the door, while Aoi, brimming with joy, exited the kitchen to see who it was. If it were Mr. Yukimi, she would surely pull him into helping with the cooking. After all, her culinary skills were less than stellar. With a creak, the friend opened the wooden door to reveal a man clad in a tailored black suit. His eyes resembling the shape of plum blossoms, his skin unnaturally pale. Upon seeing the door ajar, he smiled and greeted, hello. Aoi furrowed her brow at the sight of the stranger. She did not recognize him. Why was he here? Was he a friend of Mr. Yukimi's? but she had never heard of him. The young man exuded an aristocratic aura, his attire starkly contrasting with that of her friends, as though they belonged to entirely different worlds. Despite her confusion, Alway approached politely and inquired, "May I ask who you are? Are you a friend of Mr. Yukimi?" Muzan narrowed his eyes, assessing Alway, softly counting, 1, 2, 3, 4. "Your household appears rather populous." As he spoke, he extended his claws, his plum blossom eyes turning perilously menacing. What do you intend to do?" Alway asked, her face filled with trepidation. "Do not be afraid," Muzan chuckled softly. Leaning closer, his plum blossom gaze fixated on her. "My dear lady, let us begin with you. I hope for success, although many have already perished." He lowered his head, the flesh on his fingers elongating at an alarming rate, his expression chillingly cold. The last scene Alway beheld was her home transformed into a hellish nightmare, awash in blood. Chapter 15, The Third Crescent Moon. Caw, Tanjiro, northwest. A girl is vanishing there, hurry. The crow called out from the sky. "Ah, my mission has arrived," Tanjiro said, glancing at Qianyuan. "You may go, Tanjiro," Qianyuan smiled gently. "The two of us have been teaming up without gaining much strength." "Understood." Tanjiro nodded firmly, securing his Nichiren blade to his waist and sprinting toward the northwest, following the crow's guidance. A while later, Qianyuan's crow also arrived. Caw, to the south. A demon slayer is engaged in battle with a demon. The casualties are severe. Assistance is required. The crow flapped its wings and soared southward. Qianyuan silently sheathed his Nichiren blade, aware that he had no time to linger, as he quietly recited a wish for happiness in their next life. He followed the crow's direction toward the south. The entity capable of transforming Miss Aoi into a demon could only be an Upper Moon or Muzan himself, both unforgivable. Alas, such is the fate of demon slayers. The guilt of failing to protect humanity and the sorrow of witnessing human suffering must be borne alone, even if misunderstood. In comparison, the pain of the body pales in significance. Very well, I must gather my resolve and continue the extermination of demons. Qianyuan's spirits gradually lifted as he focused on his journey. Soon, Qianyuan arrived at the location indicated in the mission. It was a small mountain, where the sounds of anguished cries and the shattering of blades confirmed it was indeed the site the crow had spoken of. Without hesitation, he dashed into the mountain, the pungent scent of blood heightening his unease. Venturing deeper, he discovered the bodies of several demon slayers strewn about, blood pooling beneath them. Where could they be? Qianyuan crouched down, taking a deep breath. Fifth form of mist breathing. The mist evaporated, slowly coalescing. Mist dispersing, pursue the source. Instantly, all the mist dissipated into countless microscopic particles, rapidly expanding outward. This sword form was designed for tracking. The mist particles would adhere to any object they encountered. Subsequently, Qianyuan could trace the complete trajectory of the demon's movement by sensing the position and vibrations of the mist particles. Even if the opponent utilized teleportation techniques to escape, he could follow the scent chain marked by the mist particles to locate the demon's hiding place. Qianyuan's consciousness expanded within the mist, perceiving every blade of grass and tree around him, even the insects resting upon the leaves. A wave of awareness enveloped the entire mountain, and he found it. At the mountain's peak, a dark figure was feasting on the corpse of a fallen swordsman, savoring its meal. Beside it, another demon slayer was desperately resisting, but it was evident from their state that they could not hold out much longer. Damn it! Qianyuan gripped his blade and swiftly ascended the mountain. The ability to kill so many demon slayers in such a short span indicated that this foe was formidable, possibly an Upper Moon, perhaps even Muzan. As he pondered this, an audacious voice rang out ahead, prompting Qianyuan to halt immediately. Atop the mountain, beside a solitary tree, stood a malevolent specter with short black hair, his face marred by 3 intersecting scars reminiscent of shurikens from a ninja's arsenal. His elongated, pointed ears were adorned with 2 golden earrings each, evoking the image of a mischievous fairy. "Ah, is someone approaching? A Hashira, perhaps?" he uttered languidly, gripping the throat of a demon slayer while the lifeless, mangled body lay beneath his feet. A chill coursed through Qianyuan's veins as he beheld the specter's ghastly pale eyes, which bore the inscription, Lower Moon 3. The third of the 12 Kazuki. "Kibutsuji, the Hashira will kill you," exclaimed the demon slayer, his gaze fixed on Kibutsuji, struggling to articulate the words. "Huh. I actually hope he comes," Kibutsuji replied with a sinister smile, then turned his attention to Qianyuan, not far off. "Hey, you're from the Demon Slayer Corps, aren't you?" Kibutsuji called out loudly, lifting his hand to pull down his lower eyelid, making a childish face at Qianyuan. "Look well, my name is Lower Moon 3, Kibutsuji." Qianyuan tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, subtly lowering his stance, his azure eyes radiating an eerie calm. "Ah, you've noticed my eyes, have you?" Kibutsuji smirked. Why aren't you running? I'm quite eager to play a game of cat and mouse. His taunts drained Qin Yuan's interest. With a downward motion of his palm, Kabutsuji exerted pressure, causing the vegetation beneath the white-haired swordsman to wither rapidly as Qin Yuan retreated. Blood demon art, withering. If you attempt to flee, I will kill him, Kabutsuji declared, intensifying his grip on the demon slayer. Oh. The demon slayer's voice faded, his eyes bloodshot, his face flushed, while Kabutsuji reveled in the moment. Oh, how delightful. Just then, a blade enveloped in mist swiftly severed Kabutsuji's arm, causing him to recoil in shock before it miraculously regenerated. To avoid harming the demon slayer, Qin Yuan refrained from employing sword techniques, relying solely on his speed for the strike. Can you still move? Qin Yuan asked, helping the swordsman to his feet. Run. Call for a Hashira. I'll hold him off. The swordsman's eyes betrayed no fear of death. Meanwhile, Kabutsuji, witnessing Qin Yuan's rescue of the swordsman, chuckled with a sickly glee. You don't honestly think you've saved him, do you? As he spoke, the body of the swordsman began to decay beside Qin Yuan, swiftly succumbing to Kabutsuji's blood demon art. Ha! What fun! Kabutsuji exclaimed, savoring the thrill of controlling life and death, momentarily alleviating the dread instilled by the one who had transformed him into a demon. Qin Yuan's expression remained impassive as he raised his blade, mist swirling in a tempestuous dance. Breath of mist. First form, mist blade flash. Qin Yuan's figure darted forward. The blade of mist aimed directly at Kabutsuji's vulnerable neck. The speed of the first form of the breath of mist rivaled the lightning speed of the breath of thunder's thunderclap, capable of dispatching foes in a single stroke during battle. Yet today, this familiar maneuver faltered. The blade surged forward unhindered, but Kabutsuji deftly evaded the strike, his form becoming an ephemeral shadow before gracefully landing atop a tree. Qin Yuan remained composed, casting a sidelong glance at him. Kabutsuji sat at ease on the branch, a gauntlet glimmering with dark light appearing in his hand, the 3 scars on his face stark against his skin. Were you perhaps a ninja in your previous life? Kabutsuji queried, his head tilting slightly. Your speed is quite impressive. Are you a Hashira? Chapter 16. Why trample on life? With both hands firmly grasping his sword, Qin Yuan narrowed his azure eyes slightly. How intriguing. Kabutsuji flicked out his tongue like a serpent, beckoning. Come again. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Kabutsuji's form appeared before Qin Yuan as if teleporting, striking down with a palm imbued with a deadly wind. Illusory mist. The claws tore through Qin Yuan's form without resistance. And Kabutsuji suddenly turned his head. A blade wrapped in mist surged forth like a thunderbolt, poised to slash at his neck. Breath of mist. First form, mist blade flash. Kabutsuji instinctively tilted his body. Qin Yuan's blade sliced through, severing half of his shoulder. Yet, as a lower moon demon, such a grievous wound healed in the blink of an eye. Kabutsuji executed a series of backflips, retaliating with a blood demon art, while Qin Yuan relentlessly pursued him. Breath of mist. First form, mist blade flash, 6-fold. 6 rapid slashes surged from all directions toward Kabutsuji, who scrambled to defend himself, each clash igniting sparks. Blood demon art, withering. Qin Yuan maneuvered deftly, but inadvertently brushed against the withered foliage, corroding his shoe. His expression remained unchanged as he planted his foot firmly on the ground, launching himself toward Kabutsuji with ferocity. Breath of mist. Third form, flowing mist shadow. As a torrent of blood demon arts surged toward him, Qin Yuan melded seamlessly into the mist, evading the lethal range in an instant. Breath of mist. Second form, mist slashes. In midair, he unleashed dozens of rapid cuts, each strike erupting within Kabutsuji's decaying body. Demon blood splattering everywhere. Kabutsuji, battered and retreating through the air, managed to grasp a branch with his clawed hand, landing on a tree trunk, his eyes wide with shock. You are truly the strongest swordsman I have encountered in a century. Qin Yuan remained silent, gently setting the lifeless body of the demon slayer aside, advancing toward Kabutsuji with the Nichiren blade in hand. Rage ignited within his eyes, the fiery patterns on his forehead vividly apparent, his white hair billowing in the air. Why trample on life? Qin Yuan's fury reached its zenith, yet his voice remained eerily calm, for beneath that calmness lay boundless wrath. He knew that by speaking these words, Muzan would perceive his presence through visual sharing, possibly sending upper moons to ambush him. But it mattered not. If lower moons came, he would slay them. If upper moons appeared, he would slay them too. Even if Muzan Kabutsuji himself came, Qin Yuan would not hesitate to sever his head. What? Kabutsuji asked, perplexed. What do you mean by trampling on life? Life ages, life falls ill, life suffers, and life fades. Merely existing is a struggle. Why so easily snatch away another's life? Qin Yuan's somber voice echoed in the air, the dappled moonlight casting shadows across his face, his azure eyes reflecting an unsettling tranquility. At these words, Kabutsuji could not help but laugh heartily, dismissing, "What does that have to do with me? Are you foolish? Demons are the supreme beings, while humans are mere playthings. Trifles to be toyed with." Yet, before Kabutsuji could finish his thought, he was struck silent, watching as Qianyuan approached step by step, a voice resonating in his mind. Where's the amusement in this? Where's the humor in it? The very same voice, the identical tone. Yet it conjured an entirely different tableau, a man strikingly reminiscent of the youth before him, bearing the same fiery markings upon his forehead. His crimson locks elegantly tied into a high ponytail, standing serenely in the moonlight clad in red attire. No, this is not his memory. This is Muzan's memory. In an instant, Byaoya comprehended the revelation, and cold sweat began to bead upon his brow. You were once human, were you not? Why do you inflict harm upon humanity? Where lies the amusement in that? What do you perceive life to be? Why must you forget? Clang. The Nichiren blade slowly emerged from its sheath, the frosty white blade gradually becoming stained with crimson. Byaoya's forehead continued to perspire profusely, his entire being overwhelmed by an unrelenting wave of terror, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably, devoid of strength. Qianyuan observed Byaoya in silence, advancing with deliberate steps. Why trample upon life? Life ages, life succumbs to illness. Life suffers injury, life fades away. Merely existing is a formidable challenge. Why then do you so readily seize the lives of others? Where is the delight? Where is the humor? You were once human, were you not? Why do you harm humanity? What does life signify in your eyes? What do you regard life as? A cascade of inquiries plunged Byaoya into a state of quaking dread, rendering him utterly motionless. You, cursed one, you shall perish. Byaoya's visage contorted in rage as he unleashed a frenzied assault, striving to escape this state, yet to no avail. For within him, Muzan's very essence quivered in fear. Two voices intertwined, the figure in red, wielding the flaming blade, now completely merged with the reality of Qianyuan, elevating the terror emanating from the Muzan cells within Byaoya to an apex. Swish! The sound of the blade slicing through flesh resonated, and in an instant, Byaoya's limbs were severed, despite 4 strikes being executed so swiftly that only a single sound was heard. Unable to regenerate. How can this be? Byaoya howled. Yet the terror in his eyes could not be concealed. Hisatsu. How can this be? You have mastered Hisatsu. To Byaoya's question, Qianyuan naturally offered no reply. According to the original narrative, Hisatsu, as one of the trio of demon-slaying tools, wielded an unfathomable power. In simple terms, any damage inflicted by Hisatsu upon a demon constitutes true harm. It hampers regenerative capabilities, stifling the rebirth of malevolent beings. Previously, demons relied on their terrifying recuperative abilities, recovering in battle even when maimed, whereas the demon slayer core swordsmen would find themselves retired or worse, facing death from even moderate injuries. This was the fundamental reason for demons' centuries-long suppression of the demon slayer core. The emergence of Hisatsu, however, precisely addressed this imbalance. And this was merely one of the 3 tools for demon slaying. Should the wielder fully master this trio, he could confidently seek out Muzan for a duel. Yet, the adversary might very well disintegrate and flee at the mere sight of Hisatsu. Where is Kabutsuji Muzan? Qianyuan's countenance was as frigid as ice as he approached with measured strides. I do not know. I truly do not know. Byaoya's pupils trembled as he muttered while retreating, torn between fear of Qianyuan and dread of Muzan. Chapter 17. The Decimation of Lower Rank. Do not utter a single word regarding my affairs, understand? Beneath the mottled moonlight, Muzan, clad in a black suit, raised his right index finger to his lips, coldly addressing the newly appointed lower-ranked demon, Byaoya. His deep voice bore no trace of emotion. Fear. Fear. Byaoya knelt upon the ground, every cell in his body affirming that regardless of the distance, this man before him could effortlessly extinguish his life. Yes, my lord, I understand. Byaoya dared not lift his gaze. The terror of yesteryears lingered in his heart. After many years, he found himself once more recalling this scene. Unchanging, still was the fear. For millennia, the ranks of the 12 Kazuki have fluctuated with alarming frequency. The Demon Slayer's extermination efforts account for part of the reason, while the other part lies in Muzan's penchant for slaughtering the lower ranks. Should any lower rank's strength or conduct fail to meet Muzan's satisfaction, they would swiftly be stripped of their title, or worse, consumed on the spot. Byaoya had once witnessed a lower rank being immediately obliterated by Muzan for uttering a misstep. Do not speak, absolutely do not speak. Otherwise, my fate shall be dire. Even dying at the hands of this demon slayer is preferable to uttering a word. Byaoya trembled at the thought. Perhaps I should seize this opportunity while the demon slayer is careless and flee. Just as he resolved to rise, intending to speak, he felt his vision slipping downward. Gulp. Byaoya's head gently fell to the ground, his wide-open eyes seemingly brimming with unfulfilled desires. Qianyuan sheathed his Nichiren blade and slowly turned his head. The consecutive missions had made him acutely aware of the formidable nature of the task of slaying demons. It is not something that can be accomplished merely by imagining a few scenes. The complexity, variability, and difficulty involved are beyond comprehension without first-hand experience. Qianyuan sighed. Gradually approaching the lifeless body of the fallen demon slayer, kneeling down to gently close the deceased's wide-open eyes. Rest in peace. The morning mist began to rise gradually. Qianyuan spent the entire night interring the fallen members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Most had joined the Corps after their families were slaughtered by demons, leaving no one to recover and bury their remains. Except for the leader. The leader established a mausoleum on the rear mountain of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. There, the souls of the fallen demon slayers of nearly a millennium are interred. However, most graves were merely markers due to the absence of bodies. Qianyuan could not bear to leave their remains exposed throughout the night, opting instead to bury them, placing their markers at headquarters. The crow flapped its wings, soaring above Tokyo. Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Kaneo Shiki drank from the bowl of medicine, allowing the crow to alight gently upon his shoulder. The lower rank 3 demon, Byaoya, has been vanquished by the Demon Slayer Corps water Hashira, Qianyuan. Kaneo paused mid-sip, an expression of incredulity crossing his face, which transformed into a smile only after the crow reiterated the message twice. Qianyuan, the water Hashira, has slain a lower rank? How utterly fascinating, my child. Make sure he visits the headquarters at his earliest convenience. The crow nodded slightly, immediately flapping its wings and soaring into the distance. In the narrow, misty mountains, the breakfast-eating Jew paused, momentarily taken aback by the report relayed by Kanazaki. Qianyuan, the water Hashira? After a moment of contemplation, Jew abruptly turned to look at Sakanji, who merely smiled in silence. Nanny. Somewhere, Tanjiro, having just slain a demon, heard the crow's message and gently patted its soft head, his reddish-brown eyes shining with excitement. Brother has slain a member of the 12 Kizuki. Thud, thud. The wooden box behind him trembled slightly. Tanjiro released Nezuko, gently stroking her head, and exclaimed joyfully, Brother is going to become a Hashira. It seems I must strive even harder from now on. In the Butterfly Mansion, amidst the open expanse, beneath the lunar mist mountain, the third lower moon has met its demise at the hands of the esteemed Demon Slayer. The rank of the Ghost Slayer Core Kage-level swordsman, Akatsuki Chiyuan, the swift crow, Sogai, soared through the air, delivering the news of Chiyuan's triumph over the third lower moon. A young girl, resembling a butterfly, sat quietly on a stone bench, attentively absorbing Sogai's words. Draped in a white haori adorned with iridescent hues, she wore the Nichiren blade at her waist, her violet eyes shimmering with a hint of mirth. Ah, it seems that the Demon Slayer Corps shall soon welcome another Hashira. The scene shifts back to the lunar mist mountain. Chiyuan remained rooted in place, motionless. Moments later, a member of the Shadow Corps arrived with the news. Lord Chiyuan, the Master has been informed of your solo eradication of a member of the 12 Kizuki. Your rank has now been elevated to that of a Hashira. The Master summons you back to headquarters for the Hashira meeting. Very well, I understand. You have my gratitude, Chiyuan replied. The guilt from his consecutive missions dulled any joy he might have felt upon receiving such news. His ascension to Hashira had been anticipated. After all, he had single-handedly slain a member of the 12 Kizuki, specifically the third-ranked lower moon, a feat worthy of Hashira status in any era. Ah, Lord. It's no trouble at all. The Shadow Corps member hastily waved his hands, overwhelmed. I am receiving concern from a Hashira. He referred to me as you. Wow. The exuberant Shadow Corps member felt a rush of warmth, as if he could run around the mountain in delight. After assisting the Shadow Corps members in resolving matters at the site, Chiyuan began his journey back to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. To become a Hashira? This transition has come swifter than I had anticipated. At the headquarters, a young woman with long, cherry-pink braided hair and a voluptuous figure was the first to arrive. She was Kanroji Mitsuri, the love Hashira. Wow, I didn't expect to be the first one here. Mitsuri exclaimed, scanning the surroundings but finding no one in sight. By the way, this Hashira meeting seems to be scheduled earlier than usual. The Hashira meeting occurs biannually, gathering all the Hashira-level members of the Demon Slayer Corps to discuss intelligence and various issues regarding the Corps grassroots management. After a brief wait, Kocho Shinobu, the insect Hashira, arrived. Mitsuri-chan. Upon seeing her, Mitsuri beamed and embraced Shinobu warmly. You arrived quite swiftly, Shinobu, she said with a smile. Of course. My station is closest to headquarters. Mitsuri replied cheerfully. Oh, by the way, do you know why this Hashira meeting was moved up? It used to be later. Shinobu smiled and suggested. Perhaps it's because Mr. Akatsuki has been promoted to Hashira? Mitsuri gasped, covering her mouth. Wow. He just joined the Demon Slayer Corps and has already slain a lower moon. Mr. Akatsuki is truly remarkable. At that moment, a man arrived. A white serpent coiling around his neck, with eyes of a mesmerizing green-gold hue, though his mouth was wrapped in bandages. It was Iguro Abanai, the serpent Hashira, accompanied by his pet, Kaneo. Upon hearing the conversation, particularly Mitsuri's mention of Mr. Akatsuki, Abanai's demeanor darkened. Oh, Iguro-san, you're here. Mitsuri greeted him. Abanai paused momentarily, then offered a gentle smile. Chapter 18. The Hashira meeting. Seeing Mitsuri brightened Abanai's mood. He could afford to overlook Chiyuan for now. A grin spread across his face. But due to the bandages, Mitsuri and Shinobu couldn't see his expression, only the soft glimmer in his green-gold eyes. Iguro-san remains as handsome as ever. Mitsuri admired. I have arrived. Where are the others? Abanai naturally approached Mitsuri, gazing at her with warmth and a gentle smile. Mitsuri, how have you been? Mitsuri puffed her chest proudly. I've been diligently protecting others. Just the other day, someone I saved treated me to Sakura Machi. But I fear eating too much will turn my hair back to its previous color. She placed her hands on her hips, casting a wistful glance at her braids. So, I only ate 100 before leaving. Mitsuri sighed, recalling how her hair color had changed after consuming 170 Sakura Machi daily for 8 months, leading to ridicule during matchmaking endeavors. Her primary reason for joining the Demon Slayer Corps was to find a suitable partner. Ah, that is wonderful. But please don't hold back. I must tell you, your hair color is truly beautiful. Should anyone dare to mock you, I will surely confront them. Abanai chuckled. Wow. Wow, wow. Iguro-san, you are truly kind. Mitsuri expressed her gratitude, embracing Abanai once more. Nanny. Abanai's face flushed red, his body stiffening. Kaneo, his serpent, rolled its eyes, turning its head away. Shinobu smiled at the scene unfolding. Thankfully, Mitsuri released her embrace soon after. Abanai cleared his throat, regaining his composure. The next arrival was a cold-faced young man with black hair, draped in a haori of contrasting patterns. Upon seeing the others, he remained silent, waiting alone. It was Tomioka Ju, the water Hashira. Hey, you're being quite rude. Abanai voiced his discontent. Ju turned to regard him, his expression unchanging. I am not like you. He then turned away, lapsing into silence. Ah, what does that mean? Abanai's temper flared at Ju's indifference. Yet he refrained from physical confrontation due to core regulations against fighting amongst themselves. Meanwhile, Chiyuan had also reached headquarters. Upon arrival, he encountered the current flame Hashira, Rengoku Kaijiro. Kaijiro looked up at Chiyuan, a smile gracing his lips. You must be Akatsuki Chiyuan. To have slain the third lower moon upon joining the Demon Slayer Corps, truly impressive. Kaijiro's gaze sparkled with pride and astonishment. Such a feat signifies that the strength of the Demon Slayer Corps shall ascend to new heights, offering us greater confidence in our battles against the demons. Chiyuan found himself momentarily lost in thought, his mind wandering. Kaijiro, the flame Hashira, had once faced off against the Upper Moon 3, Akaza, during the Mugen train mission, fighting valiantly until dawn to protect the entire train and its passengers, ultimately succumbing to his injuries. Thus, Kaijiro ranked among Chiyuan's most respected figures. Noticing Chiyuan's distraction, Kaijiro chuckled. Come, let us enter. Together, they stepped into the courtyard, where Chiyuan spotted Ju, Abanai, Mitsuri, and Shinobu already gathered. Rengoku-sensei. Upon seeing Kaijiro, Mitsuri rushed over, her face alight with joy. Kaijiro, her mentor, had been sorely missed in their 6 months apart. Ah, Mitsuri. Kaijiro let out a hearty laugh, then turned to introduce to Chiyuan. This is Kanroji Mitsuri, the current love Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, and my adoptive child. Hello, Mitsuri-senpai. Chiyuan greeted her, fully aware of everyone's identities, yet experiencing this encounter as if it were their first meeting. Subsequently, Kaijiro introduced each member present to Chiyuan, who reciprocated their greetings. Mr. Shinazugawa is so handsome, Mitsuri exclaimed, her eyes transforming into little hearts. The moment Ihei Kaneo beheld this, his expression darkened instantly. Chiyuan was about to speak when he suddenly sensed a murderous intent directed at him, prompting him to glance around. His gaze shifted, landing on the sulking Ihei Kaneo, and he immediately comprehended the reason behind the hostility. Indeed, it was strikingly reminiscent of the original narrative. Even a mere exchange of words elicited such reactions. Chiyuan turned his head to converse with the others, all the while keeping an eye on Kaneo's response. As he had anticipated, the moment he engaged Kaijiro in conversation, the negative aura emanating from Kaneo dissipated, and he ceased his glaring. Soon, all the Hashira were present. The stone Hashira, Haimajima Jyomiai, the sound Hashira, Yuzui Tenjin, the wind Hashira, Shinazugawa Sanemi, and the mist Hashira, Takido Machuro. The assembly, alongside Chiyuan, represented an undeniably formidable generation, second only to the initial Hashira of the Sengoku era. Although the Hashira meeting was convened earlier than usual due to Chiyuan's slaying of the Lower Moon 3, the fundamental plot remained unchanged. Before Chiyuan could ponder further, two youthful voices echoed within the estate. The master has arrived. Two children, remarkably similar in appearance with white hair, emerged from the mansion, followed by a tall man with long hair. You've come, my beloved children. The master's voice was exceedingly gentle. Chiyuan was momentarily taken aback as he discerned the man's features. His violet eyes, marred on one side of his face, hinted at his past handsomeness, with a faint smile perpetually gracing his lips, exuding a gentle demeanor. Although he had seen this character in the anime, reality often proved to be more harrowing than one's imagination. Today is truly a splendid day, Yoya remarked, a gentle breeze caressing the air, instilling a sense of tranquility. It is indeed a joy to hold the Hashira meeting without any casualties among our ranks. With a swift motion, all the Hashira bent their bodies and knelt on one knee in unison, with Chiyuan following suit. This gesture of a single knee on the ground represented a sign of respect rather than a full prostration. In the original story, Yoya had meticulously prepared a cache of black powder at headquarters to lure Muzan into his home, intending to perish alongside him. Such a master commanded Chiyuan's admiration, deserving of such honor. Chapter 19, Promotion. Yoya's bright gaze flickered, and his expression softened further. Rise, my children. Yes, the Hashira responded collectively. Yoya smiled gently and continued. This year, we have convened the Hashira meeting earlier than in previous years, and I trust you can all surmise the reason. It is because the Demon Slayer Corps is welcoming its 10th Hashira. He is none other than Shiguya Chigen. As he spoke, Yoya turned his gaze toward Chiyuan, and upon hearing the master's words, the other Hashira's eyes fell upon him as well. Chiyuan nodded slightly, his expression unwavering. I object. It seems rather hasty for a newcomer to ascend to Hashira status so soon after joining the Demon Slayer Corps. Sanemi stepped forward, the first to voice dissent. I support Chiyuan's promotion to Hashira. After all, he has slain the Lower Moon 3 and possesses formidable strength. Kaijuro interjected. I defer to the master's judgment. Mitsuri chimed in. I concur with Chiyuan's elevation. He is unlike the rest of us, Ju added. It matters little to me. I shall forget it in a while. Machiro remarked indifferently. Chiyuan's eyes narrowed slightly, yet he remained silent. As the debate lingered, Shinobu interjected with a playful smile. Why don't you all spar a bit? That way, Mr. Shinozugawa can demonstrate his capabilities. Tenjin crossed his arms, nodding in agreement. As long as he can showcase his skills in a grand manner, Kaijuro enthusiastically suggested. Indeed, why not engage in a friendly match? Shinobu's proposal received unanimous approval. Yoya turned his gaze to Chiyuan. Regardless of your choice, I shall respect your decision. I agree with the proposal. I have no objections, Chiyuan replied with a subtle smile, turning to Sanemi and gesturing with his hand, his misty blue eyes serene. I'll go first, Sanemi declared, his eyes widening. Kid, if you wish to become a Hashira, it won't be that simple. I want to hold back. Suit yourself. With a distance of 10 meters between them, Chiyuan donned the fox mask that hung askew on his head, his azure haori billowing in the wind. First form, Dust Whirlwind Slash of the Wind Breathing. Sanemi initiated the attack, wielding his Nichiren blade as he swiftly approached his target with a surge of dust and wind. Chiyuan slowly unsheathed his sword, taking a deep breath. First form, Mist Blade Flash of the Mist Breathing. He lunged forward, akin to a lightning bolt, striking at Sanemi, intentionally refraining from employing the compounded first form, as this was merely a sparring session. Sanemi sensed the speed and power of the strike. Swiftly sidestepping but still being pushed back several meters, the clash of blades igniting a shower of sparks. Fourth form, Rising Dust Storm of the Wind Breathing. Though temporarily repelled, Sanemi, a powerful wind Hashira, swiftly retaliated, unleashing a flurry of strikes that conjured a raging tempest. Third form, Flowing Mist Shadow of the Mist Breathing. Chiyuan, wise enough not to face this onslaught head-on, transformed into mist, slipping through the attack with astonishing agility, a thick fog enveloping him. Second form, Mist Slash of 1,000 Cuts. Soaring into the air, Chiyuan unleashed hundreds of powerful slashes, each possessing remarkable offensive might, prompting Sanemi to widen his eyes in astonishment, forcing him to halt his advance and leap back. Wow, what a spectacular individual. He can actually keep Sanemi at bay. I acknowledge his prowess, Tenjin declared, his gaze fixed on Chiyuan. He is unlike the rest of us, Ju remarked, lowering his head thoughtfully. Fifth form, Cold Autumn Mountain Wind of the Wind Breathing. A massive, spiraling blade of wind was unleashed from above, with Sanemi closing in on Chiyuan. Second form, Mist Slash of 1,000 Cuts. As they engaged in close combat, their blades clashed violently, swirling mist and dust erupting, unleashing a torrent of sword energy. In mere moments, they exchanged nearly 1,000 strikes, sparks flying from their clashes. Time seemed to stretch as Sanemi's face flushed, seemingly pressed for time. He unleashed his most potent attack, ninth form, Vaishravana's typhoon of the wind breathing. Sanemi, are you out of your mind? Stop, Tenjin shouted, alarmed at the destructive force of Sanemi's technique. This ninth form wielded immense destructiveness, one that few Hashira could withstand. While Chiyuan had attained the level of a Hashira swordsman, enduring such an attack would be no easy feat. Sixth form, annihilation slash of the mist breathing. Amidst the desolate clearing, a breathtaking sword aura roared forth, swirling with a thick mist that instantaneously extinguished the numerous razor-sharp wind blades before it. This was merely a fraction of the true power of the landform. The authentic landform, upon striking its opponent, would accumulate an immense quantity of sword energy within their body, culminating in a sudden and explosive release. Hence, it is aptly named the annihilation slash. However, this skirmish was merely a friendly exchange. Qianyuan would not resort to such measures. Although his opponent's tone was somewhat aggressive, they were comrades, and there was no need for such severity. It was time to conclude this sparring match. Qianyuan's eyes fluttered shut for a moment. What? Natsukawa Mami's gaze sharpened. Disbelief etched across her features. Suddenly, the mist surged. A silver-haired swordsman propelled himself from the ground, soaring into the sky. The Nichiren blade swung, arriving in the blink of an eye. The first form of mist breathing, Mist Blade, flashed forth. In a frantic attempt, Mami raised her blade to defend, but it proved futile. She was instantly sent hurtling backwards, collapsing on the ground, her Nichiren blade severed. Thus, the wind pillar Natsukawa Mami was defeated. What is the situation? Yosei inquired. He was merely an ordinary person, unable to discern the intricacies of a Hashira-level battle, his senses overwhelmed by the tumult of wind and mist, rendering everything a blur. Lord Natsukawa could not best Mr. Hinakami, and has been vanquished. Kenroji Mitsuri replied. Thank you for your courtesy, Qianyuan said as he sheathed the Nichiren blade, removing his fox mask and letting it rest atop his head. He approached Mami, assisting her to her feet and expressing his apologies. I acknowledge your strength. Despite Mami's reluctance to concede, she had no choice but to recognize his prowess. Returning to stand beside the other Hashira. Wow. Mr. Hinakami is so dashing. Mitsuri's eyes sparkled with adoration. However, Ihei Shinobu's expression darkened instantly. Qianyuan, may I address you as such? Yosei looked at Qianyuan, his eyes twinkling. Of course, Qianyuan replied with a gentle smile. Haha, Yosei chuckled lightly, his radiant smile momentarily captivating those present. Now that Qianyuan has demonstrated his capabilities, it is time for him to ascend as the 10th Hashira. Have you decided upon your title? Yosei inquired. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qianyuan responded, I wield mist breathing. Thus, I shall adopt the title of Mist Pillar. Upon hearing Qianyuan's declaration, Yosei nodded with a smile. He then turned to address the other Hashira, continuing, the purpose of this hastily convened Hashira meeting extends beyond Qianyuan's promotion. Qianyuan, I learned from Kagaya's report that you activated the Red Blade during your confrontation with Lower Moon 3. Yosei turned to Qianyuan, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Hence, I called this meeting early, hoping you could share the conditions under which the Red Blade manifests with the other Hashira present. Yosei's tone bore a note of entreaty. Chapter 20, The Red Blade. No problem, Qianyuan nodded, gripping the hilt of his Nichiren blade, channeling his energy. Under the immense power of the Great Blade, the originally frosted white portions of the Nichiren blade began to radiate a crimson glow, ultimately enveloping the hilt entirely. The Red Blade has been forged. Qianyuan wiped the sweat from his brow, knowing that activating the Red Blade was not a casual endeavor. It demanded considerable stamina each time. Unless faced with a particularly formidable upper moon, he generally refrained from summoning the Red Blade. It truly feels different. Yosei gazed at the Crimson Blade, his eyes wide with astonishment, at a loss for words. Regarding this Red Blade, he had previously perused all the family texts, finding only references to the method of activating its patterns and the concept of a transparent world. The Red Blade had merely been mentioned by name, with no further details available. The specifics of its activation remained a mystery. Qianyuan, do you have any knowledge of the precise activation method? Yosei asked, slightly regaining his composure. Tilting his head to look at Qianyuan. Despite the astonished expressions of those present, they were all seasoned warriors wielding Nichiren blades against demons. Yet none had ever activated a Red Blade during combat. Qianyuan exhaled deeply, placing the Red Blade on the ground and surveying the assembly, purposefully inquiring, what are your thoughts? The change in the hilt due to grip pressure must be a result of compression, correct? Ihei Shinobu was the first to respond, by compressing. The solar energy within the Nichiren blade is unleashed. I believe this would pose a greater threat to demons. The arrowhead pendant around his neck nodded in agreement. Shinobu's instincts were keen. Upon witnessing the red blade for the first time, he sensed its extraordinary nature, noting that the solar energy within the blade intensified with its emergence. I concur with this assertion, but we should first experiment with the effects of the red blade. Butterfly Shinobu interjected, extending a finger to express her perspective. For instance, we could kill a demon and observe the reaction. The surrounding individuals nodded in agreement, recognizing that practice is the sole criterion for theory. Without it, words are mere empty rhetoric. Very well, let us seek out a demon to test the red blade's efficacy. Afterward, I shall teach you the specific activation method, Qianyuan declared. Following a lively discussion, Yosei assigned tasks related to the red blade to the Hashira. The next day, in a small village, a demon was frantically fleeing. Oh no, I'm terrified. It was clear he was not pursuing humans, but rather being chased by them. Behind him, Natsukawa Mami, Tenjin Yuzui, and Rengoku Kaijiro were hot on his heels, their expressions more fearsome than the demon itself. Oh no, 3 Hashira. Hey, I'm just an ordinary demon. Do you really think I can take on 3 Hashira? 5th form, cold autumn falling wind. Mami unleashed a wind blade that swiftly crossed from behind the demon to its front, delivering an elbow strike that sent it crashing to the ground. The demon instinctively clutched its forehead, rolling in agony. Shortly thereafter, Qianyuan arrived, wielding the red blade, and severed both of the demon's arms in an instant. As the demon attempted to regenerate, its eyes widened in disbelief. What? Why can't my arms regenerate? What have you done to me? With a swift stroke, Qianyuan ended the demon's life. It seems successful. May this demon rest in peace, Butterfly Shinobu remarked, her violet eyes narrowed slightly. This is truly remarkable, Kaijiro exclaimed. Mami gazed at the red blade in Qianyuan's grasp, a slight smile tugging at her lips, her eyes alight with fervor. Hours later, the Hashira meeting reconvened at headquarters. The Hashira and Yosei were all smiles. The red blade can actually hinder a demon's regeneration. Initially, they had merely anticipated an increase in damage. To discover it could impede a demon's regenerative abilities was an unexpected delight. Amidst their joy, they also recognized the challenges ahead. First, the duration of the red blade's effectiveness was rather short. Second, activating the red blade consumed considerable stamina, which posed difficulties in combat against demons. Given their lack of regenerative capabilities, they could only rely on physical endurance and breathing techniques. Third, the method of activation through grip strength was exceedingly arduous, necessitating nearly daunting power. Presently, only Qianyuan and the formidable Mitsuri Kanroji possessed the extraordinary grip strength required to activate the red blade. While the other Hashira could not activate the red blade at this time, with some training, they too could potentially unlock it. It would simply take time. There is a second method to activate the red blade. Qianyuan observed the passionately discussing Hashira, quietly raising his hand. Qianyuan's remarks momentarily astonished those present. Are there alternative methods to activate the Hito? Qianyuan nodded affirmatively. The Hito can indeed be triggered through collision. By causing friction between the Nichiren blades, energy is generated, which can ignite the sunstone within the blades, thereby activating the Hito. Quite scientific, indeed. The Hashira immediately set about experimenting, pairing off to test their newfound approach to unlocking the Hito through combat. After a series of intense trials, all but Shinobu Kocho succeeded in activating their Hito. Unfortunately, Shinobu's own frail strength hindered her ability to engage in high-intensity battles, which was rather regrettable. Nevertheless, from a broader perspective, the potential of the Hito appeared promising. Observing the excited expressions of the group, Qianyuan smiled softly, a look of paternal pride gracing his features, reminiscent of a father watching his child grow. Inside the Lord's residence, an air of agitation prevailed as the Hashira animatedly discussed strategies for utilizing the Hito in their battles against demons. It was only when Lord Yosei clapped his hands with a smile that the others realized their surroundings, some sheepishly scratching their heads. I understand that everyone is quite eager, but I believe it would be prudent to reserve the use of the Hito for future encounters. This will ensure a more unexpected effect. So please refrain from showcasing it in front of demons, Yosei advised, placing a finger to his lips and chuckling softly. Yes, indeed. In the future, it will be the demons who ambush humanity. Now we too must keep a card up our sleeves. Qianyuan gazed at the Hashira, whose demeanor resembled that of children. His heart stirred. The Hashira, pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps, symbols of unparalleled strength. Yet, few would realize that the youngest among them was merely 14 years old. Qianyuan ran a hand over the markings on his forehead, sighing softly. It would be best to withhold the matter of the markings from them for now. The activation of the markings comes with a dire condition. Most do not live past the age of 25. The only one to have surpassed this threshold was that man, Yoriichi Tsujikuni, who, like himself, was born with the markings. Qian Yuan wished to spare this endearing group of swordsmen from meeting a fate of illness and demise before reaching 25 after vanquishing Muzan Kabutsuji. Thus, it would be best for them to avoid activating their markings. He would shoulder this burden alone. Quietly seated on the tatami mat, Qian Yuan's smile remained unwavering. Chapter 21, Nadagomo Mountain. After imparting the knowledge of the Hido to the Hashira, Qian Yuan prepared to depart from headquarters. Concurrently, the swordsmith Kanamori Tsuka arrived to engrave the demon-slaying inscription reserved for pillar-level swordsmen onto Qian Yuan's Nichiren blade. I truly wonder how you managed to become a Hashira. If that blade were to be damaged in your hands, you can expect a death sentence from me. Kanamori crossed his arms, eyeing Qian Yuan sternly. Rest assured, I will take good care of it. Qian Yuan replied sheepishly. I doubt you would dare to let it happen. Kanamori huffed, donning his hat before briskly departing. After watching Kanamori leave, Qian Yuan turned towards the training grounds, determined not to let his training wane. Meanwhile, 3 youths embarked on their journey to Nadagomo Mountain. The following day, Qian Yuan hurriedly made his way to the Lord's mansion. Yosei had summoned him, and upon reflecting on the timeline of the original narrative, Qian Yuan realized they had reached the arc of Nadagomo Mountain. Surely, this was the purpose of the summons. Lord, Qian Yuan entered to find Ju and Shinobu already present. Greetings, Mr. Higaku. Shinobu greeted him with a smile. Hello, Qian Yuan replied. Ju lowered his head slightly, remaining silent. Yosei smiled gently and gestured for Kiyo to pour tea for Qian Yuan. Accepting the teacup, Qian Yuan took a sip, allowing his expression to soften. At that moment, a messenger crow flew past the window, alighting on Yosei's shoulder, a white letter tied to its leg. Yosei took the letter, glanced at it, and then raised his head, his tone growing serious. A member of the 12 Kazuki has appeared at Nadagomo Mountain, and several demon slayers have already perished. Ju, Shinobu, you must go, and Qian Yuan shall accompany you. Understood. Ju, Shinobu, and Qian Yuan responded in unison, and the 3 departed the mansion, setting off for Nadagomo Mountain. I wonder how Tanjiro and Nezuko are faring. Qian Yuan pondered as he hurried along, gazing up at the sky. Although the narrative concludes with the death of Lower 5 Rue, one cannot overlook the perilous nature of the situation and the mortality rate among ordinary demon slayers. It can be said that had Tanjiro not mastered the Hinakami Kagura at a critical moment, the outcome could have been drastically different. Wouldn't it be wonderful if humans and demons could coexist harmoniously? Shinobu inquired of Qian Yuan. Caught off guard, Qian Yuan hesitated. Throughout their journey, the trio had scarcely spoken. Ju maintained his stoic demeanor while Qian Yuan felt hesitant to initiate conversation. Only Shinobu, with her fervent curiosity, engaged, but Ju remained unresponsive. While Qian Yuan replied to her inquiries as best he could. Smiling gently, Shinobu's expression, however, felt insincere, merely a facade she wore as an older sister. After contemplating for a moment, Qian Yuan responded, I believe that demons who have consumed humans must be slain, while those who have not may be judged differently. The approach should be practical overall. What do you think, Ju? Upon hearing Qian Yuan's comprehensive answer, Shinobu turned to Ju for his thoughts. Ju, maintaining his icy expression, coldly replied, it is impossible. Humans and demons cannot coexist. As long as demons continue to consume humans, they have committed an unforgivable sin. Ah, what a pity. Shinobu smiled faintly. After enduring a rather awkward atmosphere, the 3 finally arrived at Nadagomo Mountain. The night shrouded the mountain in an eerie, foreboding darkness, punctuated by distant screams and the clashing of swords, enhancing its sinister aura. Let us split up, Qian Yuan suggested, raising his gaze towards Ju and Shinobu. Given the vastness of the mountain, searching together would undoubtedly slow their progress. Splitting up was the more prudent choice. Ju and Shinobu nodded slightly, and the 3 ventured into the mountain separately. In the pitch-black forest, Qian Yuan sprinted toward the heart of the mountain. Along the way, he encountered numerous demon slayers ensnared by spider threads and many corpses of those who had been stabbed in the back. Qian Yuan's expression darkened as he drew his Nichiren blade, severing the threads binding the fallen warriors. Afterward, he planted his sword into the ground and softly murmured, mist breathing. 5th form, mist dispelling illusion. The fog erupted, dispersing into particles that rapidly expanded outward. Found you. Through the mist, Qian Yuan witnessed the scene of Tanjiro battling Rue's mother. Nearing its climax, just as Tanjiro was about to deliver the final blow, Rue's mother unexpectedly surrendered, spreading her arms wide in acceptance of death. Tanjiro's breath faltered as he swiftly adjusted his sword technique. Water breathing, 5th form, heavenly rain of compassion. The gentle flow of water glided through the air, extinguishing the life of the demon. As the female demon's head fell, The threads controlling the nearby warriors slackened, subsequently unraveling, causing one swordsman after another to collapse, face first into the ground. At that moment, Qian Yuan arrived on the scene. Spotting Qian Yuan, Tanjiro shouted, "Brother." "Yes, I am here. Where are the others?" Qian Yuan inquired without wasting time on pleasantries, seeking information about the whereabouts of the others. Tanjiro shook his head. "After entering the Spider Mountain, we became scattered." Inosuke was engaged in combat with a demon resembling a father figure, while Zenitsu seemed to have vanished. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed across the flat terrain, prompting both Chiyuan and Tanjiro to gaze in the direction of the sound. In the pitch-black sky, a luminous moon hung suspended. Subsequently, a figure with golden hair obscured the moonlight, gripping the hilt of a Nichiren blade in his right hand, his eyes tightly shut, as if in slumber. Beside him, a demon's severed head soared high, plummeting downward alongside the young man's silhouette. Oh, a renowned scene from the original work. Chiyuan smiled faintly, realizing that the battle there had concluded. He called to Tanjiro, urging him to hasten toward that location. Cough, cough, cough. Poisoned, Zenitsu lay on his back, gazing upward, his golden eyes reflecting the moonlight. A myriad of thoughts surged through his mind. Hey, it seems I have perished. I feel as though I have dreamt a blissful dream. In that dream, I was powerful, able to protect everyone and assist all the weak and troubled souls. How delightful. Zenitsu reminisced silently, the diminutive figure of his grandfather, Sakanji Urokadaki, emerging in his mind, along with past memories. Zenitsu, are you alright? Just as Zenitsu was on the verge of drifting into slumber, Tanjiro's voice resonated in his ears. Who could it be? That voice sounds so familiar. Is it Tanjiro? Although he yearned to see who it was, his body betrayed him, unable to move, even to turn his head. Suddenly, Zenitsu noticed someone standing on the rooftop. The figure donned a white robe, with long white hair tied into a high ponytail, a handsome visage, and blue mist-like eyes twinkling with mirth. He turned around, unsheathing a frost-white Nichiren blade, a fiery pattern on his forehead adding an air of mystery. Zenitsu blinked. So handsome. He had never encountered someone so striking before. Is he a deity? Chapter 22. Zenitsu. Zenitsu, hold on. I'll find a doctor. Tanjiro shouted, hoping the volume of his voice would keep Zenitsu conscious, while carefully lifting him into his arms. Zenitsu was a friend Tanjiro made after joining the Demon Slayer Corps, holding a status just below that of his siblings, Nezuko and Inosuke. Naturally, Tanjiro did not wish for Zenitsu to perish. Chiyuan approached as well. Upon seeing him, Zenitsu's eyes widened in surprise. It's you. Zenitsu remembered Chiyuan. During the final selection, Tanjiro had fought alongside Chiyuan to eradicate all the demons on Mount Fujikase. Zenitsu recalled that Chiyuan seemed to have become a Hashira, truly enviable to possess such formidable strength. If only he had such power, then perhaps his seniors would not look down upon him. As Zenitsu's consciousness began to fade, he gently closed his eyes. Zenitsu, don't die. Hold on. Two voices echoed in Zenitsu's ears, and his eyes slowly opened, tears streaming down his cheeks. Grandfather. Zenitsu recollected his grandfather, Sakanji. If he were to die, surely his grandfather would be greatly disappointed, right? I don't want to die. In the silence, Zenitsu began employing his breathing techniques to alleviate the spread of the poison. Chiyuan held Zenitsu in his arms, feeling a slight sense of relief at the sight. Fortunately, he had not been separated from Shinobu for long and could still find her. Utilizing breathing techniques for relief should enable him to endure for a while. Chiyuan cradled Zenitsu as he dashed towards Shinobu's direction, and soon enough, he located her. Shinobu, the poison is spreading throughout his body. Chiyuan gasped, addressing her. Yes, this sister. Please, you must save him. Tanjiro urged anxiously. It appears he is severely poisoned. Please lay him down. I will prepare the antidote based on his symptoms, Shinobu instructed, glancing at Zenitsu before speaking to Chiyuan. Understood. Chiyuan nodded, gently placing Zenitsu down as instructed by Shinobu. She crouched to examine Zenitsu's condition, then retrieved several vials of medication, preparing the antidote as she spoke. Fortunately, this poison isn't particularly challenging to resolve. This young man is even utilizing breathing techniques to mitigate the poison. He will be fine. After a while, Shinobu injected the prepared antidote into Zenitsu's now diminutive arm and stood up. He will be all right. After a few days of rest at the Butterfly Mansion, he will recover. Thank you very much. Tanjiro expressed his gratitude earnestly. Chiyuan smiled, surveying the injured swordsman being transported by the hidden members around them, his brow furrowing. I will go resolve the source of this trouble. Tanjiro, follow me. All right, brother. The two departed, racing deeper into the forest. Chiyuan's target was not the minor demons within this mountain, but rather the fifth of the 12 Kazuki, Rue. Rue was the true master of this mountain, the biological son of Muzan. Although ranked only fifth, His potential was considerable. Muzan had shown favoritism due to Rue's circumstances, providing him with abundant blood. However, Rue was excessively fixated on playing house, even sharing Muzan's blood with his so-called family, which slightly lowered his ranking. If Rue were to reclaim all of Muzan's blood, his true combat power would likely surpass that of the second lower rank, or perhaps even rival the first. As Chiyuan contemplated this, fortune turned in his favor. During his sprint, a sharp thread suddenly pierced through the air, accompanied by a fierce wind. Chiyuan's body, unlike ordinary humans, boasted exceptional reflexes. In the blink of an eye, he slightly sidestepped to evade the attack. Hey, you two little demons. Don't disturb our family's life. But judging by your level, you must be Hashira, right? The voice echoed from afar, as Rue, clad in white, hovered in midair, standing atop straight threads that enabled his flight. Wow, how dare you disrupt my lordship? A boy wearing a pig mask charged in from the depths of the forest, exuding unparalleled courage. Charge! Inosuke leapt high, intending to deliver a couple of strikes to this pretentious demon before him. Rue, standing on the threads, cast a disinterested glance at Inosuke, showing no sign of movement. Bang! Inosuke soared high but failed to reach the elevated Rue, instead landing on his backside, face full of dirt. Ah, this is infuriating. Charge! Rue suddenly extended his hands, forcefully sending Inosuke flying. He crashed through several trees before finally coming to a halt. So powerful. Is this the might of a lower rank? I don't care. I'm not afraid. Charge! With broken bones, Inosuke scrambled back to his feet, eager to charge again, but was interrupted by Chiyuan. All right, I'll take over. Chiyuan's calm voice resonated. Inosuke's eyes widened, enduring the excruciating pain as he turned to Chiyuan. Who are you? How dare you obstruct my lordship? Chiyuan remained silent, drawing the Nichiren blade from his waist. The frost-white blade emerged, exuding an intense aura. Rue's attention shifted from Inosuke to Chiyuan. Indeed, this formidable presence is unmistakably that of a Hashira. Rue raised both hands, his supple yet razor-sharp threads entwining around them. Yuan breathed steadily, exhibiting no sign of panic. A scornful smile played upon Rue's lips, brimming with confidence. He had always been sheltered by Muzan, having never witnessed the outside world, nor encountered the elite forces of the Demon Slayer Corps. In his mind, he still perceived Yuan as merely a weakling he had previously toyed with. In an instant, the mist surged. Rue found himself staring into a pair of icy, penetrating eyes. There was a palpable aura of menace. Rue's eyes widened in shock as he instinctively turned his head aside, narrowly evading the deadly blade. He retreated, astonished, as a terrifying mist blade approached the spot where his neck had been, threatening to cleave the very air itself. Meanwhile, the white-haired swordsman maintained an air of indifference, even closing his eyes in apparent disdain for him. Rue's expression twisted into a snarl as he spread his arms wide, unleashing countless sharp threads that surged toward Yuan like a swarm of hornets. Yet, Yuan kept his eyes shut, having sealed all his sensory organs. What truly constituted a transparent world? Theoretically, it involved shutting down one's sensory organs, concentrating inward to achieve a semblance of clarity in the chaotic reality, thereby entering a realm of acute perception. The theory was sound, but in practice, it felt utterly futile. Yuan attempted this, only to discover that such a sensation was entirely absent. As the advancing threads drew perilously close, Yuan inclined his body slightly, narrowly evading Rue's onslaught. A transparent world? Upon further reflection, he realized it was not. It was merely an instinctive reaction honed through combat. After several attempts, Yuan made a resolute decision. This was far too challenging, and he would not master it in a short time. With a sudden burst, he opened his eyes and stomped his feet firmly on the ground. The first form of mist breathing, Mist Blade, flashed forth. 6 strikes. Chapter 23, Rue. Yuan's aura underwent a dramatic transformation as he gripped his Nichiren blade tightly, his azure mist-colored eyes exuding tranquility. In the next moment, he swung his sword with ferocity. 6 strikes. The mist billowed. Rue, in a state of panic, unleashed a torrent of threads, sweat streaming down his face unbeknownst to him. The originally white threads turned crimson under Rue's vigorous tugging, their hardness and sharpness elevated to a new echelon. Yet it was all in vain. Yuan, clad in white, danced as the flames on his forehead blazed vibrantly, the edge of his blade gleaming with lethal intent. Blood demon art, killing eye enclosure. Rue's hands wove a web of threads with the finesse of a juggler, and in the moment of its formation, a vast expanse of crimson threads erupted from around Yuan, each one razor-sharp, ensnaring him from all angles and rapidly constricting in an attempt to strangle him. However, now possessing the second of the Demon Slayer's trifecta, Yuan would not be so easily ensnared. The mist erupted like a flurry of blades, and in an instant, he unleashed countless strikes. The crimson threads were sliced into fragments. Second form of mist breathing, mist slash, thousand cuts. Boom. Seizing the momentum, Qian Yuan stomped the ground, darting toward Rue at an incredible speed, and swung his blade. Blood Demon Art, marking line. Rue's eyes widened in terror as he activated his Blood Demon Art. A torrent of crimson threads surged forth, yet they crumbled like a defeated army, utterly incapable of halting Qian Yuan's strike. Whoosh. A deep misty slash cut through the air, the brilliant blade light illuminating Rue's eyes. Qian Yuan furrowed his brow in confusion. Had he severed it? No, not yet. As the blade passed, Rue's head was sent flying. Yet, it was not completely severed. With several threads tugging at his neck, he had audaciously removed his own head before the blade could complete its arc. What an astonishing tactic. Qian Yuan, realizing his strike had failed, swiftly retreated, bewildered. Rue, standing motionless, manipulated the threads to reattach his head, then coolly remarked, "To be honest, you are the most formidable swordsman I have encountered, and you instill in me a sense of impending doom." The first form of Flame God Kagura, Round Dance. The Nichiren blade, engulfed in flames, surged from behind, the searing heat threatening to sear Rue's neck. It was Tanjiro. He had anticipated his inability to engage in battle and lay in wait for the perfect moment to strike. Damn that little brat. Rue's nerves tensed, narrowly evading the blow, yet sustaining significant damage in the process. Tanjiro's eyes widened. This strike had failed to slay Rue. Flame God Kagura. Rue, having dodged this assault, would not grant Tanjiro another chance to strike. He swiftly unleashed his Blood Demon Art, ensnaring Tanjiro in a web of sanguine threads and violently flinging him aside. Just as Tanjiro was about to crash against a tree, he shielded himself with the wooden box in his arms, protecting Nezuko from harm. Crash! Tanjiro slammed into the tree, blood spilling from his mouth. This fleeting moment transpired in barely 3 seconds, and even Qian Yuan struggled to process it. Upon witnessing Tanjiro's injury, Qian Yuan no longer hesitated, charging forward as threads collided with the Nichiren blade, erupting in a shower of sparks. Meanwhile, as the battle between Qian Yuan and Rue raged on, the entire Spider Mountain sensed the intensity of the conflict, alerting Ju and Shinobu to the disturbance. Who was Qian Yuan battling? One of the 12 Kazuki, perhaps? Mr. Higa. At that moment, Rue's family and subordinates arrived at the scene, intent on slaying the injured Tanjiro. But Tanjiro was not one to go down without a fight. Spider Father, Spider Brother, Spider Sister. As Spider Brother approached from behind Tanjiro, aiming to sever his head with a thread, the wooden box in Tanjiro's arms stirred. Bang! The box burst open, and a petite figure leaped out, kicking Spider Brother's hands into a mist of blood before he could react. Spider Brother emitted a muffled groan, shielding his family in front of him. The adorable beast had landed. Nezuko clutched the bamboo tube in her mouth, her body transforming into a more human form, her pink eyes fixated on the surrounding demons. Simultaneously, Qian Yuan ignited his blade, the fiery crimson edge effortlessly severing Rue's head, completing the kill. The immense pressure dissipated abruptly as Rue's head thudded to the ground, rolling twice before resting face up toward Tanjiro and Nezuko, letting out a soft sigh. Qian Yuan lowered his gaze slightly. Rue's body did not immediately disperse after losing his head. Before Rue stood Nezuko, protecting Tanjiro. Shinobu and Jusun arrived, swiftly escorting the spider family back to the depths of hell. "It's me, Tanjiro. I'm here," Tanjiro exclaimed, excitement coursing through him upon seeing his long-lost senior brother. Ju finally registered Tanjiro's presence, while Shinobu continued to scrutinize Nezuko, her violet eyes filled with confusion. "She is a demon, isn't she?" Qian Yuan approached, noticing Shinobu's unwavering gaze on Nezuko, and rubbed his forehead in exasperation. With a smile, Shinobu Kocho raised her Nichiren blade. Despite her previous declarations of wanting to befriend demons, the shadow of her sister's death at the hands of Muzan loomed over her, rendering her demeanor a mere pretense. She longed to embody her sister's spirit. Yet deep within, a tempest of anger brewed. As Shinobu lunged forward with her blade, Ju's eyes widened, desperate to intervene, but it was too late. The sharp clang of metal echoed as Tanjiro blocked the strike with his own Nichiren sword. This sister, Nezuko, is certainly not a malevolent demon. She has never consumed a human. Please, spare her, Tanjiro cried through clenched teeth. Witnessing this scene, Rue momentarily lost focus. After Tanjiro's intervention, he embraced his sister tightly, gently patting Nezuko's back, murmuring softly, "It's all right, Nezuko, I will protect you. Do not fear." Following this tender bond, Rue's unwilling form finally succumbed. It strained to move its head closer to this warmth, yet it could not. Reduced to a mere head, it was powerless. even unable to approach this affection that seemed so distant. How envious, Rue whispered softly with its remaining head. You are cherished and safeguarded, yet I am left with nothing. How pitiful, Rue thought. I am weary. A smile graced Rue's lips as it gently closed its eyes. In silence, the onlookers beheld this poignant scene, rendered speechless for what felt like an eternity. Chapter 24, Drowning in Deep Blue. Tanjiro, Rue will not find peace. It shall not be reborn, but rather descend into the depths of hell, spending an eternity to atone for its numerous sins. Shinazugawa slowly sheathed his sword, the unsettling sound of blade against scabbard resonating as his deep voice emerged. Do not pity it. Understand that even the most wretched of demons bear the burden of human suffering. It is not my place to offer gentle blessings after slaying a pitiful demon, as such an act is inconceivable. Judging a demoness' sins is the work of the divine. My duty is solely to guide them to their reckoning. Tanjiro's lips moved, whispering, Brother? Tanjiro, I hold no ill will towards you. Shinazugawa replied softly, stretching his limbs. Any demon that has consumed a human is unworthy of sympathy. However, perhaps those who have not could be treated differently. He then turned to Shinobu, a gentle smile gracing his features. Shinobu, may I address you as such? Shinobu's gaze was complex, yet she nodded faintly. Please, grant Nezuko a chance, would you? As the sun rose, drowning in deep blue, Shinobu gazed into the misty blue eyes of the white-haired swordsman before her, momentarily lost in thought. As Shinazugawa's figure overlapped with that of her sister. In her memories, her sister had smiled at her just like that. Suddenly, she wondered, Shinobu, do you truly believe that humans and demons cannot coexist? Kanao smiled under the sunlight as she spoke. In the silence, Shinobu nodded gently. Oh, just as she nodded, a blush crept across her cheeks. Oh my, this Mr. Shinazugawa is indeed a gentle swordsman. Ju remained stoic, his expression as cold as ever. Shinazugawa was Tanjiro's brother, a fact that had been mentioned in a letter from their master, and Ju had also encountered him during the Hashira meeting. However, observing the subtle atmosphere, he found himself at a loss for words. After a minute of silence, Ju finally broke the tension, stating bluntly, It is futile to linger here. Let us return to headquarters. The others exchanged looks of disbelief. Perhaps it would be best if you refrained from speaking. Shinazugawa wearily rubbed his forehead. Frequent use of breathing techniques during battle had left him more fatigued than the average person, yet it had granted him formidable strength. Was it related to Muzan's blood? He stood quietly, gazing at the sky. Thus, the Hashira were summoned once more to headquarters after several days. The next day, I am so sleepy. Shinazugawa stood before the Ubuyashiki residence, his eyes beginning to unfocus, and he rubbed them in resignation. Ah, the Hashira have arrived. Meanwhile, the three Kamado siblings, facing judgment, appeared unfazed. Tanjiro stood wide-eyed, while Shinazugawa tilted his head, on the verge of sleep, and Nezuko was silently observed by two female Hashira. Oh my, so adorable. She can even shrink. Shinobu's violet eyes sparkled with delight as she tousled Nezuko's small head, who had transformed into a child no older than 4 or 5. How cute. Mitsuri's eyes glimmered with pink bubbles as she allowed Nezuko to play with her braids, filled with wonder. Mitsuri's partner, Sanemi, stood aloof, arms crossed, his gaze dark as he regarded Nezuko with a disdainful snort. Regardless, a demon is still a demon. Unforgivable. The notion that she wouldn't consume humans is laughable. This belief had never faded from Sanemi's mind. He was certain that Shinobu, Kaijiro, and Tenjin shared this sentiment. Amidst the brewing tension, Shinazugawa yawned. I truly wish to sleep. At that moment, Himejima Jyomiai approached. Were it merely that boy, I might think his eyes are clouded, but you, being siblings, must have your reasons. Jyomiai placed his hands together and murmured a prayer. Shinazugawa, I hear you have slain another lower moon. Your efforts are commendable. I have gained nothing during this time. Not at all. Shinazugawa weakly patted Jyomiai's shoulder. Waiting is also a form of training. Is this the user of the sun breathing technique? Kaijiro smiled at Tanjiro, expressing admiration. Previously, Urokodaki had sent a letter to the Rengoku family, informing them of Tanjiro's fire god dance, and although he faced a scolding from his father, his intentions were solely to bring joy to Tanjiro. The sun breathing technique is the most powerful of all, and I believe Tanjiro will surely achieve greatness in the fight against demons. Yet, how unfortunate that he fights alongside a demon. Shinazugawa surveyed his surroundings. Tenjin exclaimed flamboyantly, while Mitsuri and Shinobu played with Nezuko. Kanroji watched Mitsuri. Ju appeared lost in thought, and Michiro stared blankly at the clouds. I think I shall just sleep. Not long after, the wooden door creaked open, and Yoriichi stepped out, still supported as always. After greeting, he got straight to the point. You should all be aware of Nezuko's situation. Let us hear everyone's thoughts on the Kamado siblings. At this, The group exchanged glances. Sanemi was the first to speak up. The Demon Slayer core duty is to eradicate demons. Protecting one would betray that duty. I suggest we swiftly execute Nezuko. Nezuko does not consume humans. My brother and I have been with her for 2 years. She replenishes her strength through sleep and has never harmed a human. Tanjiro exclaimed urgently. Replenishing strength through sleep? How utterly ridiculous. Shinazugawa cast a fierce glance at Tanjiro. Mr. Shinazugawa, please choose your words carefully. Chiome said with a dispassionate gaze, her calm tone sending shivers down the spine. Umph. Shinazugawa felt a twinge of defiance, yet he refrained from continuing the discussion. Enough. Yoya said with a faint smile, his voice gentle. Although Nezuko's identity raises suspicions, I still hope everyone can place their trust in her. The former Water Hashira sent me a letter, affirming that both he and the current Water Hashira, the Mist Hashira, have staked their lives on Nezuko. Upon hearing Yoya's words, the crowd turned their gazes to Ju and Chiome, astonished that they would put their lives on the line for Nezuko. Ju slightly turned his head and nodded. Under strict supervision, Nezuko has never harmed a human. As Buddha is my witness, I choose to believe in her, said Shinobu, with a measured tone. Indeed. The former Water Hashira mentioned in the letter that Nezuko resided on the narrow Mist Mountain for 2 years without any incidents of cannibalism. Yoya continued with a smile. Chiome remained silent. The crowd's attention shifted to Chiome, who was unexpectedly leaning on Shinazugawa's shoulder, fast asleep with her head bowed. Shinobu lifted her gaze to meet the onlookers. Her cheeks slightly flushed and promptly awakened the slumbering Chiome. Awakening, Chiome blinked in confusion, her drowsy eyes slowly lifting. Huh, what's the matter? She noticed the collective gaze upon her and hesitated before offering a greeting. Hello. Chapter 25, Butterfly Mansion. This left even the typically fiery Shinazugawa at a loss for words. Kanamiyu, with hands clasped together, let tears flow freely down her cheeks. It is my fault for not being able to share Chiome's burdens. He must be exceedingly weary. My incompetence is to blame. Yoya on the stage sighed softly, a hint of guilt in his voice. For this reason, we must believe in Nezuko. My lord. While I hold great admiration for Higaku, I would willingly offer my blood for an experiment. If Nezuko can endure it, then I shall believe in her, Shinazugawa declared, clenching his fists. His blood was a rare essence, possessing an extraordinary allure to demons. Ordinary demons would lose their rationality upon sensing it. While lower-ranked demons would be rendered dazed, even upper-ranked demons would feel slightly intoxicated. Yoya turned his gaze toward Chiome. Chiome stepped forward and nodded. I believe in Nezuko. If we do not take this step, the Demon Slayer Corps will struggle to trust her, just as in the original tale where blood was used to tempt Nezuko. And in the end, she resisted the allure, thus saving both of them. Brother, Tanjiro called out. It's fine, Chiome replied softly. After a moment of silence, Tanjiro resolved to place his faith in Nezuko and set the wooden box within the building. Shinazugawa approached, and instead of stabbing Nezuko with the Nichiren blade as in the original tale, he sliced open his arm and allowed his blood to drip into the box. Thick, crimson blood flowed through the crevices of the wooden box, and the atmosphere grew tense. This super rare blood, potent enough to intoxicate upper-ranked demons, was an excruciating trial for Nezuko. Her complexion turned pale, veins protruded, and saliva pooled, yet she resolutely endured. The extent of Nezuko's resilience stemmed from her formidable mental fortitude. The crowd watched in astonishment, for although they had temporarily accepted that Nezuko would not harm the Kamado family, they had never anticipated her ability to withstand the allure of rare blood. In that moment, they genuinely recognized Nezuko. This is truly magnificent. Yuzui exclaimed excitedly. Buddha bless. I am utterly convinced of Nezuko's integrity. Could a world exist where humans and demons coexist harmoniously? Shinobu's violet eyes glimmered with emotion, and tears flowed down her cheeks for the first time in ages. Sister, Chiome drooled uncontrollably. No wonder it's super rare blood. It really is quite intense. However, why was he so intrigued by blood? Could it be related to Muzan's blood? Observing Nezuko's steadfast restraint against the temptation of rare blood, Shinazugawa couldn't help but click his tongue. Though reluctant, he acknowledged her resolve. Before joining the Demon Slayer Corps, he had no Nichiren blade. Instead, he would intoxicate ordinary demons with his rare blood, binding them until dawn to burn them alive. This method was infallible, which instilled him with great confidence in the efficacy of his blood against demons, yet Nezuko had withstood it. Witnessing this, Yoya's face broke into a warm smile as he spoke of his belief that evil spirits would surely meet their end in their generation. After the Hashira meeting concluded, Chiome and her companions were assigned to a small estate at headquarters, much like the other Hashira. However, unlike the others who had various disciples attending to them, Chiome had only Tanjiro and Nezuko. Naturally, the trio was injured, so they first made their way to Butterfly Mansion, where Zenitsu and Inosuke were already awaiting their arrival. Moshi Moshi, Kanaho, what are you doing here? In the courtyard of Butterfly Mansion, Kanaho stood still, merely gazing at the butterflies swirling around her with a smile. Upon hearing Shinobu's question, she turned slightly and replied softly, I was just about to blow bubbles. Blow bubbles? Oh my. Chiome's lips curled into a grin, nearly bursting into laughter. Kanaho, that's amusing. Blowing bubbles, haha? Shinobu gently inquired. And what about now, Kanaho? What do you wish to do? Entertain the children. Chiome scratched her head. Kanaho smiled innocently. Tanjiro was just brought in, and Aoi took them to tend to their wounds. I wanted to help, but I also wanted to blow bubbles here. Shinobu continued to soothe her. Little Kanaho, this is indeed a challenging choice. But if it is something you truly wish to do, then pursue it fearlessly. Chiome couldn't help but interject. Have you ever considered making a decision by flipping a coin? Yawn. Shinobu rolled her eyes. Do not let Kanaho decide with a coin toss. Yawn. Huh. Chiome's face flushed, feeling as if she were a steaming dumpling. Their relationship with Shinobu didn't seem that intimate, did it? Is it inappropriate for me to call you Yawn? Shinobu smiled. Ah. Chiome felt utterly stiff, of course. That's perfectly fine, but it's a bit of a shame. Chiome failed to notice the rosy hue gracing Shinobu's cheeks. Where's Aoi? Chiome quickly changed the subject. Aoi. Aoi, where are you? It must be nearly noon. I want to eat rich tonkatsu ramen. Kanazaki Aoi was truly the most remarkable child of the Demon Slayer Corps. Adept in culinary arts as well as gardening. There was virtually nothing she could not do, and nothing she could not excel at. Before Chiome could shout again, a loud voice erupted from within the room. If you don't quiet down, I'll tie you up like a pig. Huh, what is Aoi doing? Chiome tiptoed to the source of the noise, peeking her head inside, only to find Zenitsu quaking on the bed. Zenitsu looked pitiable, having shrunk in size. And though he wore the smallest hospital gown, it seemed as if a child had donned an adult's clothing. I don't want this. If this continues, I will die. Zenitsu cried out in despair. Aoi shot him a glare, and he dared not utter another word, only pouting in futile resistance. Please, no. If this goes on, I will die. I beg you. Tanjiro lay silently on the hospital bed beside Zenitsu, clad in a patient-esque gown, his expression betraying a sense of discomfort akin to that of constipation. Tanjiro, please help me. Do you have any idea how terrifying that girl is? She was just berating me nonstop. Here I am, already so pitiful and severely injured, and instead of offering me a gentle embrace, she chose to shout at me. This is absolutely dreadful. I can't deal with you any longer. You're on your own. Aoi Kenzaki huffed, turning away in a huff, only to collide with Chigen, whose face was brimming with curiosity. Mr. Chigen, is there something you wish to discuss? Chigen scratched his head, an awkward expression crossing his face. I was just hoping to have some tonkatsu ramen. Chapter 26. Good night, Shinobu. Are we having tonkatsu ramen for lunch? No problem. I recall that the Butterfly Mansion still has some left, Aoi said to herself as she slowly made her way outside. Phew, that was close. Chigen wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing that facing Aoi had been far more daunting than the pressure he felt when confronting Rue. Hey, brother, you're here. Hearing a familiar voice, Chigen looked up to see Tanjiro waving at him from his hospital bed. You've really been through a lot, Tanjiro, Chigen replied gently. Zenitsu, upon seeing Chigen, erupted into sobs as if he had encountered a savior. Mr. Chigen, do you have any idea how terrifying that girl was? She kept berating me. I'm already in such a pitiful state, severely injured, and she even shouted at me. I've truly had enough. Just wait a moment, Zenitsu. I feel like things are getting out of hand. Chigen chuckled awkwardly. Suddenly, Aoi returned, her brow furrowed, and with a loud bang, she flung open the hospital door. Zenitsu, if you keep this up, I'll poison your medicine tomorrow and make your voice hoarse. You're driving me insane. Oh, I'm doomed. Mr. Chigen, did you hear that? He wants to poison me. He may look good, but his heart is so cruel. I'm really going to die. I'm truly going to die. Tanjiro, Mr. Chigen, save me. Zenitsu cried, leaping up in despair, his small limbs clinging tightly to Tanjiro as he wept profusely. Chigen scratched his head in silence. Mr. Chigen, Nanny, what strange titles were being thrown around? Could it be? His gaze swiftly darted between Tanjiro and Zenitsu, and indeed, he noticed a stunning girl reclining in the far corner of the room. The girl had beautiful long black hair that faded to a deep blue at the tips, and her exquisite face was graced with bright, greenish eyes. She curled up under the blanket, revealing only her face. Truth be told, someone with such looks would be rare even in Tokyo. But among the trio in the Demon Slayer Corps, there was no doubt. And Nanny, Chigen exclaimed, eyes widening. The girl smiled and spoke again. I'm Inosuke, Mr. Chigen. Chigen gasped, oh my goodness. It's really Inosuke. Inosuke, observing Chigen's shocked expression, couldn't he help but feel disgruntled. What are you staring at? Is there a problem? Why does everyone react so strongly to my face? Tanjiro remarked with a hint of admiration. I didn't believe it at first either. Zenitsu coldly added from behind. It's quite bizarre, I sent it. A guy so muscular yet with a face so feminine, and that gruff voice too. Hey, Zenitsu. Inosuke bellowed, grabbing the bedside table, causing a loud crash. I see you have a problem with me. Let us settle this with a fight. Zenitsu, resembling a slippery eel, burrowed into the blanket, frantically touching his face, beginning yet another round of lamentation. Inosuke was bouncing around in excitement. Inosuke, Zenitsu, please stop fighting. Tanjiro desperately tried to mediate. Bang! Chigen silently closed the door, and in an instant, all noise ceased. Huh, have I finally escaped this chaos? Unlike in the original story, the trio had not sustained severe injuries in the Mount Natagomo incident. They had merely suffered minor wounds and only needed to recuperate quietly at the Butterfly Mansion for a few days. Now that the main plot had settled, he could finally sit down and enjoy a moment of peace. The autumn breeze gently swept through the Butterfly Mansion courtyard, where a swing swayed gently, and a butterfly danced quietly upon it. Are you feeling unwell? Shinobu softly inquired. Chigen relaxed his furrowed brow upon seeing her and smiled slightly. I'm all right, just a bit sleepy. Shinobu looked up, her enchanting smile illuminating her beautiful purple eyes, which met the boy's languid gaze. She paused for a moment before continuing. What if I were to devise a method to replace all my blood with wisteria poison and then, during a battle with the upper moons, let them consume me? Wouldn't that be a remarkable strategy for victory? Gently swaying on the swing, she couldn't help but giggle at the absurdity of her own suggestion. That would likely be quite unrealistic, wouldn't it, Chigen? Chigen's eyes widened in alarm as he leaned closer, adopting a serious expression as he scrutinized Shinobu. Shinobu, you must never consider doing that. Shinobu gazed into the azure depths of his eyes, puzzled. Why not? I'm weak, and I could never defeat the upper moons. If I replaced all my blood with wisteria poison, her words faltered as she smiled. Perhaps I could take down one of the upper moons. Listen, Shinobu. That makes no sense. There are things everyone can help with. Why should you have to do it alone? As for me, I can handle the upper moons. You must not sacrifice yourself. Please don't frighten me, Shinobu said softly, swaying gently, resembling a butterfly dancing amidst a field of flowers, her loose strands of hair concealing her slightly reddened eyes. Don't worry, I want to go through with it, gradually slowing the swing until it ceased its movement. She added, it's just a thought. I don't want to die like that. That's good. Chigen, now genuinely anxious, reached out to grasp the swing's ropes, then released them, pacing anxiously. Please don't even think about it. Promise me you won't. Shinobu paused, taken aback by Chigen's reaction. She had never seen him like this before. What was troubling him? Why did he react so strongly to her plan? It felt as though he were worried about her life, as if she were his sister. Amidst a whirlwind of emotions, Shinobu gently nodded. Chigen, I promise I won't do that anymore. Yes, Shinobu, you're already doing your best. You're amazing, Chigen said with a warm smile. So please don't belittle yourself. You are the insect Hashira. I'm here, Shinobu replied, holding onto the swing's ropes. Thank you, she whispered softly. It's nothing. Chigen nodded, knowing he had to prevent Shinobu from injecting herself with wisteria poison that would undoubtedly lead to her demise. In the original story, Shinobu had injected herself with a lethal dose of wisteria poison before the Infinity Castle arc, and she perished during her battle with Upper Moon 2, being consumed alive. It was a sight that had pained Chigen deeply. Such a little Shinobu truly exerts tremendous effort. What motivates such actions? Now that we are here, Kyujuru will undoubtedly prevent any such occurrences, as will the other Hashira. He will put an end to everything. Chapter 27, The Purgatory. Half a month later. On a rural path, Kyujuru and Kyujin, among others, were racing at a speed that surpassed even that of Bolt. As the current flame Hashira, Kyujuru ran at full speed, resembling a locomotive. Kyujin, clad in white, followed silently behind. Tanjiro had long been left far behind. Previously, during their time in the Kiributsu Mountains, Urokodaki had presented an inquiry regarding Tanjiro's Hinakami Kagura breathing technique to the Rengoku family. The Rengoku family is a lineage steeped in the secret arts of flame breathing, with every flame Hashira originating from this clan. It houses training manuals on flame breathing, along with a plethora of historical documents detailing the Kamado family's Hinakami Kagura and the origins of sun breathing. Initially, Tanjiro had learned of this place from the dying words of Kyujuru during the Infinite Train arc, but now, due to Kyujin's time traveling, they had arrived ahead of schedule. Kyujin, when we visit the Rengoku family, you will inevitably encounter my father, Kyujuru Rengoku. He has been in a state of melancholy since my mother's passing, his temperament unpredictable. If he inadvertently offends you, I hope you will be understanding, Kyujuru exclaimed, turning to Kyujin, who was racing alongside him. I understand, it's quite alright. Kyujin replied. Kyujiro Rengoku, Kyujiro's father and former flame Hashira, was once known for his gentle and kind demeanor, having saved the current serpent Hashira. However, after the death of his wife, the fire within him extinguished, leading him to resign from his position. He spent his days languishing at home, drowning his sorrows in drink, believing himself to be a failure, and thus fell into despair. Kyujiro grew up in such an environment. It was truly lamentable that Kyujiro's father had lost the fierce flame unique to a flame Hashira. Kyujin lifted his gaze and spotted a cluster of residences ahead. They must be nearing their destination. Soon, they arrived at the Rengoku family estate. A boy, strikingly similar to Kyujiro, stood quietly at the entrance, sweeping the ground with a broom. Chujiro! Kyujiro shouted. Chujiro looked up and beamed upon seeing his brother. Brother, you've finally come. Chujiro's face lit up with joy. He was Kyujiro's younger brother, Chujiro, who, unlike his brother, lacked the talent for breathing techniques. Years of training had left him unable to perform even a single form of flame breathing. However, Kyujiro's return filled him with happiness. He rushed into his brother's embrace. And Kyujiro smiled as he ruffled his hair, introducing him to Kyujin and the others. Ha ha ha, Chujiro, these are our guests. This white-haired youth is Kyujin, the brightest new star in the Demon Slayer Corps, having slain 2 lower moons and become a Hashira. Behind Kyujin are his younger siblings. Kyujiro laughed heartily, pointing out. This is Tanjiro, and in the box behind him is Nezuko. The Demon Slayer Corps has now recognized their existence. Kyujiro said with a gentle smile, glancing at the estate. They have come to seek reference from our family's historical manuals on past flame Hashira, so I brought them along. Chujiro smiled at this and greeted Kyujin and the others, inviting them into the house. Suddenly, an unwelcome voice interrupted. What is all this noise, Kyujiro? Are you still engaged in that foolish endeavor of being a demon slayer? How utterly dull. Kyujin furrowed his brows slightly, looking up. A disheveled middle-aged man stood at the entrance, a drink in one hand, pointing at Kyujiro with the other, coldly asserting, what use is it? You're all just useless individuals. Kyujiro brushed it off entirely, continuing to laugh heartily as he replied, Father, I will persist as a demon slayer, fulfilling my duty to protect the weak. Kyujiro Rengoku took a swig from his drink, momentarily lost in thought upon hearing Kyujiro's words. He reminded him of his younger self. With that thought, Kyujiro Rengoku couldn't help but click his tongue. He raised his gaze, prepared to scold, when he suddenly noticed the ornament adorning Tanjiro's ear. His pupils widened in shock. The breath of the sun? Taking a deep breath, Kyujiro Rengoku realized that the Demon Slayer Corps might not comprehend what this ornament represented. Neither Kyujiro nor Chujiro would understand. But he knew. A successor of the breath of the sun? He chuckled. Only those chosen by the heavens could wield this breath. All other breathing techniques are mere derivatives of it, inferior to the breath of the sun. Kyujiro's lips moved again as he noticed a white-haired swordsman standing beside Kyujiro. Moreover, there was a dazzling pattern resembling flames. Is that the mark? Yet he had never heard of any swordsman in the Demon Slayer Corps developing such a pattern. Could it be innate? If that were the case, there might be 2 users of the breath of the sun. This was truly unexpected. A fierce fire ignited in Kyujiro Rengoku's eyes, filled with a tumult of emotions so complex he could barely contain them. Then, he staggered slightly, dashed forward. His target was Kyujin and Tanjiro. The formidable aura, mingled with the scent of alcohol, rushed toward them. Kyujin narrowed his eyes, instinctively placing his right hand on the hilt of his sword. In the blink of an eye, Kyujiro was before Tanjiro, moving at an astonishing speed. Tanjiro instinctively attempted to defend himself, but his reaction fell short, merely stepping back a pace. Kyujiro's right hand coalesced into a fist, striking forward with tremendous force. Yet it halted just a finger's breadth from Tanjiro's eyes, the air swirling. He suddenly turned his head and saw a white-haired swordsman standing beside him, calmly gripping Kyujiro's arm. What? How could it be so fast? Kyujin spoke softly, releasing his grip. Kyujiro's instinctive action was thwarted by Kyujin, augmented by the terrifying enhancement of the mark. How could he ignore Kyujin while attempting to strike Tanjiro? Impossible. Although Kyujiro was a former flame Hashira, his prolonged indulgence in drink had significantly diminished his power, rendering him no match for the now-marked Kyujin. It was only then that Tanjiro realized. Glancing at the fist so close to him, he retreated several steps, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. This wasn't his fault. From the moment Kyujiro struck to Kyujin's intervention, mere tenths of a second elapsed, a mere instant. Kyujiro, taken aback, began to calm down. He regarded the two with a steady gaze and spoke slowly. Do not become complacent. Even if you are users of the breath of the sun, in the end, you are still useless. Even that peak existence from the Warring States period could not slay the Demon King. Compared to him, you are utterly weak. With that, he released his fist, disregarding everyone as he turned to walk back into the estate. Chapter 28. Alone. I deeply apologize, Kyujin, Tanjiro. My father has always been like this. I hope you can forgive him. Kaijiro approached, his voice laden with remorse. It's all right, Senjuro replied with a gentle smile. After apologizing, Kaijiro extended his apologies to Tanjiro, who naturally responded with reassurance, though a hint of disappointment lingered in his eyes. In the end, he still relied on his brother for protection, feeling like a burden instead. Senjuro gazed up at the sun and let out a soft sigh. Why was it that, despite his inherent markings, he could not master the breath of the sun? The original lore dictated that those with such markings were destined to inherit this powerful technique, and by all rights, Senjuro should have been no exception. Yet, in reality, he found himself incapable of wielding it. The moment he attempted the sun-breathing techniques, it felt as though his lungs were about to burst, leaving him breathless. Could it be due to his unique constitution? He felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Was it possible that having come into contact with the blood of the Demon King had caused a rejection of the sun-breathing? But it mattered not, for he still had the mist breathing, which suited him perfectly. It boasted tremendous offensive strength, solid defense, rapid attack speed, and the ability to obscure the enemy's vision with mist, even enhancing his speed. Truly a quintessence of breathing techniques, delightfully cunning in its subtlety. In terms of intensity, mist breathing might even surpass the 5 fundamental breathing techniques, though it ultimately depended on the swordsman wielding it. After exchanging pleasantries outside, the group made their way into Kaijiro's room. Before long, Kaijiro returned, holding the book of the flame pillars. Tanjiro's face lit up with excitement, eager to uncover the origins of his family's Kagura dance. Senjuro remained composed, knowing full well what awaited upon opening the book. Its pages were largely torn away. As expected, Kaijiro flipped through several pages only to discover that most of the content had indeed been ripped out by Shinjuro. Despite anticipating this outcome, Senjuro could not help but sigh, lamenting the fall from grace of the once mighty and gentle Shinjuro. Observing the expressions on their faces, Kaijiro silently rose and walked towards the door, declaring, I won't let your visit be in vain. I shall seek out my father. Just as Senjuro opened his mouth to dissuade him, Kaijiro had already exited the room. Tanjiro, taken aback, turned to Senjuro. Brother, this, rest assured, Tanjiro, Senjuro replied with a serene smile. The downfall of Mr. Shinjuro over the years should be addressed by his son. Meanwhile, Shinjuro sat silently on the floor outside the house, drinking in solitude as he gazed into the distance. His eyes flickered with alternating light and darkness as he raised his head, tears welling within. During the Sengoku period, demons ran rampant. The Demon King Muzan slaughtered humans without restraint, with no one to stand in his way. At that time, a remarkably powerful swordsman emerged from a samurai clan. One who later joined the Demon Slayer Corps, developed the sun-breathing techniques to vanquish demons, and generously imparted this knowledge to every member of the Corps. Although they could not all master it, some exceptional individuals managed to forge the 5 foundational breathing techniques through imitation: flame, water, wind, thunder, and stone. Thus, the Demon Slayer Corps gained the strength necessary to combat these malevolent beings, and the annual sacrifices of swordsmen significantly decreased. Thanks to its formidable power, sun breathing came to be known as the origin breathing technique, underscoring its exalted status. Moreover, this swordsman bore the markings from birth. Typically, those marked would not survive past 25. Yet this swordsman lived to an old age. He was strong. Muzan was the pinnacle of strength in this world, while he was the one who transcended that ceiling, standing atop the heavens. Yoriichi Tsujikuni. Yet, even such a powerful swordsman could not vanquish the Demon King in his lifetime. He once sent a letter to the first flame pillar, documenting this in the Book of Flame Pillars, which Shinjuro, as the flame pillar, had certainly seen. He scoffed. Even such a supreme being could not slay the Demon King. How could we, wielding mere imitations of the sun breathing, ever hope to triumph? We are all but powerless beings. Shinjuro raised his cup to the moon, his expression bleak. Soon, his drink was finished, and inebriated, he rose to refill his cup. At that moment, Kaijiro approached. Father, are you well? He inquired softly. Kaijiro offered a cup of sobering tea. His father had enjoyed drinking before his descent into despair, back when his mother, Ruka, was still alive to manage him. On occasions when he drank too much, she would brew him a cup of sobering tea. With her passing, Kaijiro felt compelled to carry on this tradition. Shinjuro glanced at Kaijiro, his demeanor solemn. He did not accept the tea but instead lowered his head. Aren't you expecting guests? What brings you here? Kaijiro stood firm, a smile unwavering on his face, and placed the sobering tea on the floor beside him before sitting down. Instead of directly broaching the subject of Shinjuro and Tanjiro, he began to converse as a true son. Father, I will continue to fulfill my duties as the flame pillar, protecting the weak from start to finish, and I will not meet my end so easily. Kaijuro spoke earnestly. Just you? Shinjiro replied without mercy. Even a swordsman of such strength from the Sengoku era could not slay the Demon King. How could we, lacking talent, hope to protect the weak? Kaijuro did not answer this question, his voice gentle. Father, do you not find that rather tragic? Shinjiro raised an eyebrow. Tragic? Who? The swordsman you speak of from the Sengoku period, Kaijuro replied. What of it? Lifting his gaze, he continued. This swordsman's life was tragic, from birth to death. He was bestowed with the greatest abilities, yet also endured the deepest solitude. You see only his unparalleled strength, but his entire existence was spent in pursuit of vanquishing demons. A life so pale, so lonely, so painful. In his youth, he could not save his mother. In his adolescence, he could not protect the woman he loved. In his prime, he could not retain the brother he admired since childhood. Ultimately, as time flowed on, he left nothing behind. Is it not tragic to be so utterly alone? These words struck deeply within Shinjiro's heart. He fell silent, a sense of melancholy washing over him. Indeed, how could this not be tragic? From beginning to end, he had been solitary, devoid of close friends, even family betraying him. How lamentable. One must ponder. Had Yoriichi been surrounded by a circle of trustworthy companions when he confronted Muzan, even if they were not as powerful as he, surely Muzan would not have escaped unscathed? Slowly, Shinjiro raised his head, a smile of acceptance gracing his features. Chapter 29, Hungry. Just then, as Shinjiro sat in contemplative silence, Kaijuro suddenly drew the Nichiren blade from his waist. Shinjiro's gaze sharpened. Kaijuro remained silent, gripping the hilt of the Nichiren blade tightly, his eyes narrowing, even rousing the drunken Shinjiro to alertness. What was Kaijuro planning? Was he contemplating patricide? Though Shinjiro struggled to comprehend his son's actions, he had begun to genuinely acknowledge Kaijuro from the depths of his heart. After about 10 seconds, the Nichiren blade in Kaijuro's hand trembled gently, undergoing a transformation, emanating an aura even more intense and terrifying than before. Shinjiro's expression morphed into one of shock. The Nichiren blade had changed color. In a state of astonishment, he witnessed the Nichiren sword in Akaza's hand being entirely engulfed by a vibrant crimson hue, emanating an intense heat. What on earth is happening? Although Shinjiro was taken aback, he managed to maintain the composure befitting a former flame Hashira. He sensed that Akaza's sword had undergone a transformation far beyond mere color change. With piercing eyes, Akaza gazed at the now completely altered blade, his voice ringing with laughter. Father, we shall surely eradicate the demons of this era. As the sun began to set, Chihiro and his companions prepared to depart. Shinjiro had already divulged the secrets of the Kamado family's Kagura dance, and their purpose for being there had been fulfilled. There was no longer any need to linger. Akaza also shared with Chihiro the changes he had observed in their father. After listening, Chihiro nodded. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. Shinjiro had remained silent for several years, and such a significant change could not arise from a mere conversation. It required the accumulation of their achievements, such as slaying an upper-ranked demon. Chihiro left with Tanjiro and Nezuko, who was nestled within a box. A beef bone still clenched between his teeth. With a smile adorning his face, Akaza crossed his arms and turned away. Inside the estate, a middle-aged man stood up calmly, clad in a flowing fire-patterned haori, resembling an owl, with a Nichiren sword hanging at his waist. He lifted his gaze, and their eyes locked, both filled with fervor. 10 days later, under the cloak of night, in a certain location in Japan, a colossal steel beast lay dormant upon the black iron tracks, releasing vast plumes of steam. An imposing sight. The clanking of wheels echoed as the train gradually slowed, eventually coming to a halt at a platform. On the other side of the station stood 2 young boys. One was tall and slender, draped in a pale gray haori, his misty blue eyes cold and distant. His silky white hair tied back, with a few strands falling delicately over his forehead. The gentle breeze stirred his haori as he maintained a tranquil demeanor. The other boy, clad in a black and green checkered haori, wore a wooden box on his back, his fiery red hair gently swaying, his gaze bright. Tanjiro looked up at his companion. Brother, what are we doing here? Chihiro lazily lifted his eyes and replied, Our Lord has instructed us to assist Akaza in his endeavors here. I see, Tanjiro responded, tilting his head slightly to gaze into the distance. Days prior, the Demon Slayer Corps had learned of a series of deaths and disappearances linked to a train called the Mugen train, prompting them to dispatch swordsmen, none of whom had returned. Yoya had decisively concluded that an upper moon demon had appeared, and even the dispatched A-rank swordsman had gone silent. Thus, he sent Akaza and Chihiro to eliminate the demons, enlisting the 3 younger ones to aid in the mission. Chihiro and Tanjiro had arrived early, while Akaza, Zenitsu, and Inosuke might require a bit more time. I could really use some sleep, Chihiro said, looking a bit pale from overexerting himself with his first form during their journey. I'm hungry. I really want to sleep. Where's Akaza? With a sigh, he remembered that Akaza had purchased nearly 10 boxes of secret recipe braised pork knuckles, and he had barely eaten a few himself. I'm starving. If Akaza doesn't arrive soon, I might just starve to death. At that moment, an elderly man accompanied by a young girl pushed a cart toward them at a leisurely pace. Wow, wow, wow. The aroma of food, Chihiro exclaimed, following the scent to discover dozens of mackerel bento boxes piled high on the cart. I want to buy some, he called out eagerly, his eyes glistening with greed. The girl was startled by his sudden appearance and his drooling expression, but upon seeing his demon slayer uniform and Nichiren's sword, her demeanor softened. Of course. What type of bento would you like? The elderly man replied with a smile. We have 20 regular bentos and 30 mackerel bento boxes. Having been with the Demon Slayer Corps for quite some time and holding the rank of Hashira, Chihiro was not financially constrained. Given the generous support from the Kanroji family behind Yoya, with a grand gesture, he declared, Tanjiro, what do you want? It's on me. After a moment's hesitation, Tanjiro replied, I'll just have one mackerel bento. Great. Chihiro laughed. Then give me 20 mackerel bentos. He was ravenous, having gone nearly a day without food while on the move. And it was only natural for him to eat more, especially considering that Zenitsu and Inosuke would soon arrive. All right then, the elderly duo responded, unfazed, as they handed over the 20 mackerel bentos. After Chihiro paid, the girl hesitated before asking, Excuse me, sir, do you know a big brother who looks like an owl? He wears the same inner lining as you, has a haori, and carries a similar sword. Owl? Ah, that must be my older brother. Chihiro nodded, eager to find him. Do you know where he is now? The girl smiled. A few hours ago, he bought out all our bentos and left the station. We don't know where he went. Chihiro chuckled, stroking his chin. Wow, he really can eat. I haven't eaten all day and bought 20 bentos for the 3 younger ones. And he managed to buy 30 for himself. As he prepared to leave, the elderly man suddenly recalled something. Addressing Chihiro, that gentleman mentioned there might be demons around here. Hold on, the girl interjected, her expression a mix of disbelief and annoyance. How could there possibly be demons in this world? That brother must be trying to scare us. Chihiro turned back, a piece of mackerel still in his mouth. Regardless, be cautious, he replied with a gentle smile. The girl stood frozen in place, her cheeks flushed. Chihiro departed the station with Tanjiro, only to notice the dispersed mist suddenly reacting. A demon was swiftly approaching the station. Chihiro narrowed his eyes. He could see the grotesque bald demon, its body adorned with blue tattoos, yellow eyes, and a wide grin filled with sharp teeth, running and laughing maniacally. Do you think you pillars can catch me? Impossible. It mocked, glancing back at the crimson hue, ready to taunt further, when it suddenly sensed a gust of wind rushing toward it. What? As the demon contemplated evasion, a hand swiftly covered its face. The force behind it capable of shattering its facial bones. Who is it? Who dares to ambush me? As darkness receded, a striking visage came into view. Qian Yuan, with a piece of mackerel clutched between his teeth, flashed a grin. Hello there, Mr. Demon. You haven't perished, have you? The fiend before him, though not even worthy of being classified among the 12 Kazuki, had already disrupted Qian Yuan's meal, inciting a surge of anger within him. What exactly are you so smug about? With a smile plastered across his face, Qian Yuan's hand swiftly seized the demon's neck, lifting it slightly as he scrutinized the creature's appearance. I will tear you apart, detestable human, the demon boasted arrogantly. Smack. He spat out the morsel in his mouth and delivered a resounding slap. The demon was left momentarily dazed. Such bravado, Mr. Demon, Qian Yuan remarked, his smile darkening. Suddenly, a fiery figure halted beside Qian Yuan, his wide, spirited eyes revealing it to be Kaijiro Rengoku. Qian Yuan, you've captured him. Splendid. Kaijiro exclaimed with a bright voice. I was just worried he might invade the station and harm someone. Nanny. The demon's eyes widened, the pain in his neck rendering him immobile. What is this? Even here, you dare to converse in my presence? How dare you belittle me? Huh. Seizing the opportunity while Qian Yuan conversed with Kaijiro, the demon struggled desperately to escape. Yet, the white-haired swordsman remained unmoved, his grip possessing the strength to shatter the demon's neck. Ignoring the creature's thrashing, Qian Yuan continued with a smile. Kaijiro, what manner of demon is this? This is a vile demon lurking nearby. It attacked someone yesterday, Kaijiro replied. But it's truly feeble. Nodding in agreement, Qian Yuan assessed the situation. It likely bore no connection to the Mugen train incident, merely a weak demon wandering the vicinity. A demon capable of slaying an S-rank swordsman and dozens of innocents would surely not be so weak. How infuriating. Huh. The demon continued to writhe in Qian Yuan's grip, roaring through the pain in his neck. Baka, do not underestimate me. How tiresome, Jin Yuan replied, casting a dispassionate glance at the demon before unceremoniously tossing it aside for Tanjiro to finish off. Me? All right. Tanjiro hesitated for a moment, then clumsily drew his Nichiren blade and swiftly dispatched the demon. The severed head rolled and came to a stop at the feet of a young girl. Her pupils dilated in terror as she kicked the head away, collapsing to the ground in a frenzy of screams. The fading demon, stunned to see its own head treated as a mere plaything, vanished in a blend of humiliation and rage. I shall not forgive you, especially you, foul woman. How dare you kick my head like a soccer ball? Truly despicable. Little Fuku. The elder, recovering from the shock, embraced the girl tightly, his gaze resting on the conversing Qian Yuan and Kaijiro. Hearing the shrieks, Qian Yuan, curious and ready to resume his meal, glanced at the girl. Just moments ago, she had insisted that demons did not exist, yet now she was confronted by one. Such irony. Kaijiro, noticing her fear, approached to offer comfort. Qian Yuan, nonchalantly shaking his head, retrieved a mackerel bento from his bag and began to eat. A man must eat. No one can hinder my appetite. As he opened the box, a delightful aroma wafted forth. The mackerel, glistening in a dark brown sauce, lay atop a bed of white rice, appearing utterly delectable. Each bite, mingled with the tender rice, was a culinary delight. Qian Yuan quickly finished his meal, his cheeks bulging, and expressed a desire for another box. It is my honor to protect you, just as my father did, Kaijiro proclaimed, his voice booming throughout the station. Qian Yuan understood their conversation centered around Kaijiro's father, who had once saved the elder during his tenure. Today, as Kaijiro followed in his father's footsteps, he felt a profound sense of happiness, as this was the true purpose of his demon-slaying endeavors, to protect the weak. Qian Yuan offered Tanjiro a bento as well, knowing Kaijiro would likely talk for quite some time. Let us eat first. As Qian Yuan was on his third bento, Kaijiro finally returned, his face radiating joy. Qian Yuan, what a coincidence. They have met my father. Oh, that is indeed quite a coincidence, Qian Yuan replied with a serene smile. It signifies you have inherited your father's responsibilities. I am certain he would be pleased. Absolutely. Kaijiro laughed heartily. Shortly thereafter, Zenitsu and Inosuke arrived. Qian Yuan generously distributed his bento among them. There were seats available in the station, where they settled down to eat. Kaijiro, too, purchased a bento, claiming all 30 remaining portions for himself. He sat there, seemingly unbothered, as the boxes piled up beside him like a small mountain. Delicious. So good, they exclaimed, relishing their meal until the distant sound of a train echoed, prompting them to reluctantly cease. Qian Yuan rubbed his belly and let out a soft burp. Thank you for the feast. Indeed, let us leave it at that. Having eaten our fill, it is time to prepare for action. The train gradually approached the tracks and eventually came to a halt. Qian Yuan led the group to the rear of the train. At this moment, someone might inquire, Qian Yuan, why do you not buy a ticket? Buy a ticket? How could I possibly do such a thing? The train roared to life, slowly starting to move. As it did, the train guards relaxed, thinking no one else would board. However, after turning away, several shadowy figures stealthily followed at the rear and then leaped onto the train. Brother, is what we are doing truly right? Tanjiro asked, a hint of concern in his voice. Hearing this, Qian Yuan snapped his fingers. Your brother never buys a ticket when taking the train. Chapter 31, Mugen Train. The group seized the opportunity to enter the carriage, casually brushing past the train guards to find several unoccupied seats. They planned to observe for a while. Without the demon's intervention, they had no way of knowing its location. Qian Yuan rested his chin in his hands, gazing at the changing scenery outside, his mind heavy with thoughts. He was unaccustomed to being the one at a disadvantage. If he were to recklessly take Kaijiro to the front of the train to confront Inmu, it was highly probable their identities would be detected, allowing him to escape, thus derailing the entire narrative. Tanjiro, once this is over, I shall take you abroad to visit my homeland. It is truly beautiful, Qian Yuan said, lifting his head, his eyes filled with nostalgia. Sure, Tanjiro smiled, somewhat surprised. But where is your homeland? I have never heard Mom and Dad mention it. Qian Yuan's gaze dimmed, a hint of melancholy crossing his features. My homeland? Ah, it is far away and splendid. To someone from the Taisho era, traveling across the sea to China was indeed a considerable journey. What do you think, Nezuko? Qian Yuan smiled, extending his hand. Nezuko sat quietly to the side, her gaze fixed upon the earnest expression on Chihiro's face. Although she could not comprehend his thoughts at that moment, she instinctively reached out her hand to grasp the palm extended towards her by the man. Yes, yes, Chihiro exclaimed with delight. Then it's settled. Once everything is over, I shall take you all to my hometown for a visit. Nezuko, with her adorable demeanor, raised both hands and nodded fervently. Chihiro's smile broadened. Half an hour passed, and Chihiro, who had fallen into slumber, suddenly opened his eyes wide. He gasped for breath. Confusion and shock etched across his face. What is happening? When did this occur? How could this be? They had no tickets. They had boarded the train without one. When had Dream weaved his spell? Chihiro looked up to see Tanjiro and the others peacefully resting against one another, their expressions tranquil. Lowering his head, he noticed Nezuko's anxious demeanor. Did you wake me? He inquired, his gaze sharpening as he glanced in Rengoku's direction, relieved to find him not entirely asleep. Chihiro breathed a sigh of relief and immediately rushed forward, shaking him vigorously. Rengoku, don't sleep. This is a demon's blood technique. Rengoku, who had been in a semi-conscious state, suddenly sprang to his feet, his instincts alerting him to the faint hostility surrounding them. Yet, in his drowsy state, he had remained oblivious to it. Had it not been for Chihiro, he might have made a grave mistake. Rengoku's eyes sparkled with clarity, a hint of guilt in his tone as he spoke. So it is a blood technique that can induce sleep? I cannot believe I fell victim to it. Chihiro nodded. I almost succumbed as well, but thankfully Nezuko roused me. Or else. Rengoku scanned the surroundings. Apart from the three still slumbering nearby, there were no signs of demons. His expression grew serious. The blood technique capable of affecting a Hashira could only belong to the 12 Kizuki. But where could the enemy be? How had they executed their plan? Rengoku's brow furrowed in thought. Chihiro, observing the still sleeping trio, did not hesitate to deliver several sharp slaps to each of them, the sound echoing throughout the carriage. Tanjiro was the first to awaken, dazedly shaking his head, several fiery red handprints blossoming on his face, spreading across his skin. What is happening? How did I fall asleep? Why does my face hurt so much? Fortunately, the benevolent Chihiro spoke up. Tanjiro, it was a blood technique. Thankfully you're awake. Chihiro waved his hand, his gaze filled with concern. Otherwise, I would have to slap you again, and my hand would turn red. Tanjiro. Just moments ago, he had been immersed in a blissful dream of family reunion, enjoying a meal, when suddenly the surrounding environment shattered, rousing him from his slumber. Chihiro smiled softly. The reason they did not need to resort to self-harm to escape was simply that Tanjiro and the others had not been lost in their dreams for long. A few slaps would not suffice otherwise. One after another, Zenitsu and Inosuke also awakened. After offering a few words of caution, Chihiro took his leave. The train continued to thunder forward, white smoke billowing. Chihiro leaped onto the roof of the train, crouching slightly. Upper Moon 3, Akaza. Lower Moon 1, Dream. Two formidable foes. Chihiro steadied his breathing, placing his palm gently against the metal surface. Mist breathing, fifth form, mist of the pursuing source. The mist surged forth, transforming into countless microscopic particles, casting a net-like veil. The thick aura of demon energy had risen. It had to be Dream. Chihiro shifted from a crouch to a prone position, merging with the mist, slowly becoming invisible. This way, Dream would not notice him. As they fought, Chihiro merely needed to await the opportune moment to strike with a single blade. Wasn't he that remarkably simple? The battle aboard the train commenced in the dead of night. Chihiro remained vigilant, keeping an eye on the trio inside the carriage. He had previously instructed them to feign sleep to draw Dream's attention. After a while, Chihiro lifted his head. Indeed, Dream had arrived. He stood not far from Chihiro on the roof of the carriage, arms outstretched as though to embrace the howling winds, his face flushed. Once I devour all the humans aboard this infinite train, my power will grow. If I earn Lord Muzan's favor, he may grant me even more demon blood. I shall become stronger and stronger. Once I have the strength, I will initiate the Upper Moon's blood battle and ascend step by step to the pinnacle. I will become an Upper Moon. You sure have a vivid imagination, Chihiro quipped, exasperated. Dream's blood technique inflicted great harm upon humans. But the same could not be said for demons. Would he truly allow himself to be killed in a dream? If he activated the Upper Moon's blood battle, oh Dream, you would be reduced to mere history. Unfortunately, Dream remained oblivious to Chihiro's presence, his expression fluctuating between madness and bliss, making Chihiro feel unsettled. Continue. Enjoy being my servant in the beautiful dream I create for you, and then spiral into eternal despair in a nightmare. Ha! Meanwhile, in Chiyoda, Tokyo, where Japan's most prestigious families resided, including the emperor's palace, the night was pitch black. In a quaint villa, a pallid boy stood quietly by the window. His handsome features and luxurious attire contrasted sharply with the cold indifference of his expression, his plum-colored eyes glimmering with endless mockery. So that is how it is. The boy's lips moved, yet his voice resonated with the timbre of an adult man, magnetic and deep. His gaze lowered as he calmly stated, "Have a cause deal with those demon slayers. Do not disappoint me, understand?" After receiving confirmation, the boy turned his head and sat quietly on the tatami mat, surrounded by an air of opulence. Higaku Chihiro, you have killed 2 of my lower moons. How intriguing. Chapter 32, Unfolding Techniques. At this moment, The infinite train had been entirely absorbed by Dream, who sought to transform all the humans within the carriages into sustenance. The figure standing atop the train was merely a manifestation of his flesh, easily disposed of, even if slain. Dream wore a look of obsession until he perceived footsteps behind him, prompting him to turn. It was a man resembling an owl, with fervent eyes and wielding a sunlit Nichiren blade, radiating powerful fighting spirit. What a formidable aura! Dream exclaimed with excitement. You are fortunate to become the first Hashira I shall slay. As he spoke, he extended a hand, and a massive maw filled with jagged teeth materialized from his palm. Flames surged forth as Rengoku sheathed his blade, landing gracefully on the ground. Fire God, he raised his head. Dream's head had already been severed. It felt unreal. The entity I just decapitated could not have been the true form, could it? But where was the real body? Rengoku turned back to observe Dream's dismembered form, which did not vanish after decapitation, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. Ha ha ha, you are indeed perplexed by my lack of mortality. Even a Hashira has never encountered such a circumstance. Dream's voice echoed from all directions, filling the entire infinite train with its resonance. As Kaijiro was poised to descend and assist the passengers, a grotesquely viscous mass of flesh suddenly sprouted in front of him. An embodiment of true nightmare materializing before his eyes. What you have just slain was merely a mere projection of mine. My true form has long since merged with the entirety of this infinite train. Once I have devoured all the humans aboard, your demise shall follow. A grave expression finally crossed Kaijiro's face. Yamero raised himself high, casting a disdainful gaze upon the flame Hashira, who instilled a modicum of fear within him. Why do you appear so unfazed? Do you not care? I have already consumed all the humans on this train, and yet you remain indifferent? Yamero attempted to continue his taunts, but suddenly his countenance convulsed violently, having fused with the infinite train. The walls of the train car served as his very flesh and blood. At that moment, the trio led by Tanjiro was desperately dismantling the flesh walls within the carriage, with Nezuko providing support. Under the influence of Sanjuro, Tanjiro's strength had escalated far beyond that of his original timeline. Even during the arc in the original narrative where he entered the Infinite City, his current prowess eclipsed that version of himself. The terrifying lethality of the sun-breathing technique inflicted immense agony upon Yamero. Curse it! Yamero finally realized he had been outmaneuvered. The Hashira before him was merely a distraction. He hastily directed all his consciousness toward Tanjiro. However, Sanjuro, lurking nearby, would not allow him to succeed. Instantly revealing his position, he grasped his Nichiren blade with a firm grip, and with a powerful push from his toes, he leaped skyward. Instead of immediately severing the obstructive flesh pillars, he utilized them as leverage, propelling himself toward the front of the train like a cannonball. There were two Hashira aboard the infinite train. Damn it! Yamero's expression twisted in fury as he summoned his power. Several repulsive, crimson flesh pillars lunged toward the airborne Sanjuro. With a sharp gaze, Sanjuro gripped his Nichiren blade tightly. As a torrent of dense mist surged forth from its blade, reminiscent of a tumultuous sea, the first form of mist breathing, Mist Blade, flashed into existence. The combined force of the breathing technique's potential and the fearsome amplification of its patterns erupted at lightning speed, akin to thunder. The first form of mist breathing was an amalgamation of the lightning techniques, boasting remarkable speed and devastating lethality. In the original narrative, Zenitsu had developed it into an eightfold attack. Sanjuro was no less formidable, as he shut his eyes tightly, pushed off a flesh pillar, and leaped into the air with a tremendous force. The convergence of mist and thunder reached its zenith, imbued with an ethereal quality and a touch of ambiguity. 12-fold. Boom, boom, boom. The tension-filled mist-colored thunder erupted violently, as Sanjuro executed 12 instantaneous movements, his form becoming utterly indistinguishable, even distorting the surrounding night sky as it erupted with a deafening roar. The target was none other than Yamero's neck. As the mist billowed, Sanjuro hesitated momentarily, discovering a figure amidst the swirling vapors. That figure stood calmly, devoid of any hint of panic. As he drew closer, Sanjuro discerned the man's features, a muscular figure with short, peach-colored hair, adorned with extensive dark tattoos. Oh, I can sense the formidable fighting spirit radiating from you. Akaza slowly lifted his head, a manic grin spreading across his face. His golden eyes, marked with the sign of Upper Moon 3, glinting with savagery under the night sky. Sanjuro's gaze narrowed slightly, and without hesitation, he unleashed his terrifying physical prowess, erupting into motion and achieving his peak speed. 16-fold. His silhouette transformed into misty thunder, hurtling toward Akaza like a meteor. Very intriguing. Come forth. Akaza's reflexes were nothing short of divine. The moment Sanjuro unleashed his assault, his smile vanished, replaced by an earnest demeanor. He took a deliberate step back, as if invoking a formation, rapidly unfolding a 12-point snowflake array. The technique activated. Akaza's fists coalesced, striking forward with immense force. Destruction Void Technique. In an instant, their attacks collided. The frost-white blade light clashed with the arc of terrifying fighting spirit, unleashing a thunderous roar throughout the infinite train. Shinjuro closed the distance. Such a strategy of mutual destruction would be unbearable for any other Hashira, yet with Shinjuro's demonic physique, it proved sustainable, an unfathomable terror. The pinnacle of flesh. Combined with the terrifying breathing technique, and his innate flame patterns along with the ultimate crimson blade, these four elements converged to give birth to the current Shinjuro. In the annals of 1,000 years, only the current Upper Moon one, Kokushibo, could be regarded as his equal. Yet, if Shinjuro were to grasp the essence of the world, his combat prowess would ascend to an incomprehensible height. With a seamless exchange, the man and the demon passed each other, subtly shifting their bodies, and then suddenly delivering a beautifully executed kick. The air trembled. Boom. Their legs collided. Yet it was Akaza's right leg that shattered first, while Shinjuro landed on the ground, his complexion slightly pale. Clearly, within that fleeting moment, Shinjuro had gained a significant advantage. However, his face was noticeably ashen. Despite his formidable physique, the impact of exchanging blows with Akaza was still excruciating. No, it was intensely painful. Shinjuro quickly regained his composure. He dared not allow even a moment of distraction in his inaugural battle against an Upper Moon. Akaza appeared somewhat bewildered. Wait a minute. You remained so composed after we just exchanged kicks? Do you see this? My leg is in ruins. What manner of monster are you? Akaza's eyes narrowed slightly. Yet a grin returned to his face. To battle against such an extraordinary warrior as yourself fills me with joy. Why not join me and become a demon? What do you say? Chapter 33, Akaza. Become a demon? Very well. Shinjuro responded with a slight smile. Akaza's expression brightened with anticipation, ready to speak. Why not first go and kill Muzan? Akaza was momentarily taken aback, then realized the implications. Seeking death. His smile faded, replaced with a menacing glare. Shinjuro maintained his smile. In the next instant, a gust of wind surged forth, akin to a thunderclap. Instinctively, Shinjuro recoiled. The punch, imbued with a fierce wind, brushed past him as Akaza's attack missed its mark. Akaza's lips curled in a slight grimace. He had anticipated that this punch would not connect. At the moment of the missed strike, Akaza's arm abruptly halted and shot upward. Destruction Killing Air Technique. The third form of mist breathing, Flowing Mist Shadow. Shinjuro's form vanished instantly, merging with the mist. Shortly thereafter, he reappeared in a distant open space. You missed this time, try harder next time. The cool night breeze carried a hint of chill as Akaza stood still, coldly chuckling as he lifted his head and casually waved his arm. What an eerie sword style. To evade my attack in an instant. You are the strongest swordsman I have ever encountered. State your name. Shinjuro narrowed his eyes slightly. The right leg that had clashed with Akaza began to tingle, the wounds slowly healing. Me? Shinjuro calmly bent forward, his slender fingers gently grasping the cold hilt of his Nichiren blade, adopting a combat stance. My name is Shinjuro Higa, Shinjuro. The blade leapt forth, cutting through a thin veil of mist, as Chinyuen's figure darted forward with astonishing speed, reaching Uozuo in the blink of an eye. The tip of his sword burst forth with resplendent brilliance, akin to a chilling gust of wind aimed straight for his opponent's neck. Uozuo remained unfazed, for Luo Zhan had already pointed him in the right direction. With fists clenched, a terrifying aura erupted from him. Destructive eradication style. Uozuo unleashed a flurry of punches, his fists soaring like a colossal dragon, accompanied by a deafening roar that met the deadly blade head-on. Qianyuan felt as though he was completely laid bare before his adversary. Bang! The sword and fist collided with a sudden ferocity, and Uozuo grinned maniacally, seemingly anticipating the moment, abruptly raising his right fist to block Qianyuan's left hand. Qianyuan's eyes narrowed. At that moment, the Nichiren blade was deeply embedded in Uozuo's right shoulder, piercing through to his chest. His left hand was also restrained. Ha ha! I've got you now. Uozuo's gaze ignited with fierce battle intent. He felt no pain, only an exhilarating thrill. Finally, I've caught you off guard, Qianyuan. Uozuo forcefully trapped Qianyuan's blade with his body, while his left hand released Qianyuan's grip, coalescing into a fist, poised to deliver a bone-chilling blow. No, I must flee quickly. Otherwise, Qianyuan will perish. Kaijiro and the others are still entangled in their own nightmares and cannot arrive in time. But if I relinquish my blade, how can I fight? Stay calm. This is the crucial moment where composure is paramount. Think clearly. Qianyuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and in an instant, he made his decision. He would headbutt. With a fierce expression, Qianyuan lifted his head just as Yuozuo was about to punch, crashing down heavily amidst the astonished gaze of his opponent. Bang! Yuozuo had not anticipated such a tactic and was momentarily taken aback. Qianyuan snorted coldly, instantly transitioning into his sword form. Mist breathing, second form. Mist sliced 1,000 splits. One blade was lodged within. What of the 1,000? I shall cleave you in twain, from top to bottom. Let us see how much pain you can endure. The blade frantically ground against Yuozuo's body, slicing through as if it were mere tofu, severing from chest to foot, before drawing out the blade, leaving him split in two. Qianyuan, wielding the Nichiren blade, landed steadily a short distance away. Crack, crack, crack. The bisected Yuozuo twitched a few times, his flesh rapidly knitting together, and within moments, he had restored his form. At this moment, the first round of probing had finally concluded. Undoubtedly, the one who had fallen was Yuozuo. Qianyuan exhaled in relief. Although his physical strength was formidable, his recovery ability paled in comparison to the upper moon's, merely akin to that of an ordinary demon. Unable to restore his body with the same ease as Yuozuo, Yuozuo raised his head with a smile, as if he had not just been cleaved in half. Qianyuan, do you truly not wish to become a demon? It is quite fascinating. One need not concern themselves with such trivial injuries. And one could possess eternal life to ascend the heights of martial arts. Is that not beautiful? Yuozuo gradually lowered himself, adopting a fighting stance. In my view, the human body is still far too fragile, yet you are different, Qianyuan. I can sense the essence of kinship within you. It is the fragile lives that deserve to be cherished, is it not? Qianyuan gazed at his exquisitely beautiful frost-white Nichiren blade, gently lifting his eyelids, and replied coolly, in my opinion, do you truly consider yourself worthy of being a strong one? After centuries without reaching the pinnacle of martial arts, you dare equate yourself with life? You, who arrogantly deem yourself a strong one, are but an ant in my eyes. Yuozuo's previously radiant smile froze, his eyes darkening as he scrutinized Qianyuan, baring his sharp teeth. Utter nonsense. The deep azure 12-pointed snowflake formation unfurled beneath Yuozuo, the chilling wind gently ruffling his flesh-pink hair. Yuozuo extended his right fist, icy words escaping his lips, destructive eradication style. An aura of terror erupted as Yuozuo launched a relentless assault with his fists, engaging Qianyuan in a fierce duel. The brilliance of blades and fists clashed, producing a thunderous cacophony. Strengthened considerably. Are you taking this seriously now, Qianyuan? Yuozuo unleashed his fists once more, his golden pupils brimming with unyielding battle intent. Destructive eradication, demon core, 8 layers. In that fleeting instant, fists seemed to emerge from all directions. Qianyuan immediately activated 1,000 splits to defend. 1,000 slashes intercepted Yuozuo's attacks, dissipating his overwhelming momentum. Come, let us battle. Yuozuo cackled maniacally. Kill, kill, kill. Qianyuan, undeterred, surged forward. Just as they were about to collide, a figure cloaked in a fiery haori appeared between them, a majestic owl. He swung the Nichiren blade and proclaimed loudly, flame-breathing, fourth form, blazing inferno vortex. The searing flames instantly forced Yuozuo back, prompting Qianyuan to halt his advance and turn towards Kaijiro. Kaijiro turned his head, revealing a smile. Apologies for my tardiness, Qianyuan. Are you all right? I'm fine. Qianyuan nodded slightly, his expression tranquil. Excellent. Truly worthy of being the swordsman I admire. Kaijiro praised. Yuozuo's gaze fixated intently on the two, devoid of any trace of mirth. To him, they represented the pinnacle of existence, and he would need to exert his full strength to prevail. A terrifying aura once more enveloped the area. To dare to be distracted in battle, Yuozuo nearly roared as he charged toward them, his fists swinging with wild abandon. Do you truly underestimate me? Chapter 34, The Transparent World. Flame-breathing, second form, rising flame. Kaijiro faced Yuozuo head-on, unleashing an arc of light that tore upward, instantly rending Yuozuo's fists asunder. Yet his opponent remained unfazed, his expression frigid, as the blade embedded itself within him, drawing upon the terrifying regenerative power of an upper moon demon. Even before Kaijiro's blade fully exited Yuozuo's body, the wound began to mend. There is no need for fear. Yuozuo's speed showed no signs of diminishing as he hurled a punch toward Kaijiro's face. The mist blade gleamed. In an instant, Qianyuan unleashed his speed, the Nichiren blade crashing into Yuozuo's body, piercing through, causing Yuozuo to stagger back in shock. Meanwhile, Kaijiro offered no respite, executing flame-breathing, third form, flame of all creation. With an almost imperceptible speed, Kaijiro delivered a downward slash, flames billowing forth. Yuozuo snorted disdainfully. All of Kaijiro's actions fell within the range dictated by his Luo Zhan, rendering them ineffective. It cannot hit me. Unsurprisingly, this strike missed its mark. Destructive eradication leg style, crown first slash. Uozuo unleashed a powerful kick that struck Kaijuro's Nichiren blade, causing it to veer slightly. Kaijuro swiftly retreated, evading the range of attack. Uozuo's expression twisted with malice. You are both remarkably powerful, and as such, I shall regard you with the utmost respect. Uozuo had felt constrained throughout the battle, but now he intended to hold nothing back, unleashing an infinite, terrifying battle intent. Destructive eradication leg style, flying star thousand circles. Uozuo's legs ignited with azure light, launching a barrage of swift kicks at the two, their trajectories elusive, akin to wandering meteors. Kaijuro showed no fear. Flame breathing, fourth form, blazing inferno vortex. This was a defensive sword technique, and Uozuo's attacks faltered. Very well, very well. You are impressive. State your name. Uozu, indeed the director of human resources for Muzan, continues to contemplate recruitment even at this juncture. Embrace the path of a demon, and together we shall pursue the pinnacle of martial arts. I shall never become a malevolent fiend. Without a hint of hesitation upon his visage, Kaijuro exclaimed with clarity. I am the Flame Hashira, Kaijuro Rengoku. It is my duty as a formidable warrior to safeguard all present, ensuring they do not perish. Kaijin's eyes narrowed, refraining from interference, and instead quietly observed the unfolding scene. Gradually, he consolidated all his senses, calmly delineating every movement of Uozu. What constitutes the entirety of this world? Head on, Kaijuro. Why have you yet to step into the realm of the Supreme? I shall tell you. It is precisely because you are human. Aging, illness, and death are the gravest weaknesses of your kind. Therefore, become a demon, and in a span of centuries, you shall hone your strength to unparalleled heights. Kaijuro regarded him with an unchanging expression. The cycle of life, aging, and death is a natural occurrence. It is precisely this that imbues the world with vibrancy and renders it so endearing and sacred. Humanity's legacy, the undying spark of dreams, persists. Much like the demon slayer core, which has endured for centuries, something that a creature like you could never comprehend. With that, Kaijuro's Nichiren blade gradually transformed into a deep crimson hue. Do not forget, I am the Flame Hashira, Kaijuro Rengoku. Uozu recognized that these two could never become demons, and any further discourse would be futile. Footwork of the flying celestial star, thousand circles. Uozu's foot surged forth like a meteor, his relentless onslaught a formidable tide. Kaijuro seized the blade, his dialogue having readied his sword form. After all, why else would he engage in such idle talk with Uozu? Fifth form of flame breathing. The deep crimson of Kaijuro's Nichiren blade erupted with a fiery roar, the blade quivering with intensity. He swung with ferocity. A blazing tiger, its fangs bared, leapt from the blade towards Uozu, who was not far off. Powerful, truly formidable. Uozu unleashed a terrifying kick, roaring madly, azure light flashing forth. I once thought it a rare feat to encounter such an extraordinary swordsman, yet tonight, I find myself faced with two. What fortune! But I cannot fathom why you mighty swordsmen choose to remain shackled within frail human forms. Why not pursue the ultimate martial path? What justifies this? Uozu, brimming with fierce energy, intertwined with the searing flame tiger and the azure radiance, both dissipated into oblivion. Kaijuro had never felt such strength, such clarity of spirit. He proclaimed loudly, because it is my duty. I shall fulfill my responsibilities until my last breath, protecting those here from death. Ignite the spirit, transcend the limits. I am the Flame Hashira, Kaijuro Rengoku. What a pity it is, Kaijuro. The two figures collided, erupting in a dazzling display of sparks, shaking the very earth. At that moment, Kaijin opened his eyes. In an instant, the previously vague sensation of observation vanished, replaced by a crystal-clear vision. This is the transparent world. A smile graced Kaijin's lips. At last, he had assembled the three essential components of the Demon Slayer core, reaching the zenith of his power. He slightly tilted his head towards the distance. Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke were engaged in combat with the Dream Demon. The infinite train had come to an abrupt halt. The civilians within unharmed, continuing their slumber. Kaijiro was locked in battle with Uozu. Muscles taut, the thrill of the demon palpable. He beheld it all, laid bare before him. This is the terrifying nature of the transparent world. Kaijin's expression remained calm as he advanced steadily. Ninth form of flame breathing. Kaijuro's entire being erupted with fighting spirit. The brilliant flames fully ignited, akin to the infernal fires from the depths of hell. Uozu's countenance gleamed with excitement as he assumed a fighting stance, retracting his needle-like fingers. Extending his palm, the 12-point snowflake formation slowly unfurled beneath him, his aura teetering on the brink of its zenith. Purgatory, Kaijuro shouted as he swung his blade. engulfed in flames, fearlessly charging towards Yuozu. Destruction killing final style, azure silver chaotic light. The hellfire of purgatory clashed with hundreds of terrifying projectiles, erupting into a cataclysmic thunderclap. A sound akin to divine retribution. On the other side, Chigen gradually drew forth his Nichiren blade, his blue mist-colored eyes brimming with tranquility. Sixth form of mist breathing. The blade suddenly gleamed, a profoundly terrifying attack brewing forth, enveloped in a torrent of mist, ultimately transforming into a brilliant sword aura. In such a vast spectacle, Yuozu remained oblivious. Chigen unleashed this strike with fervor. Oblivion slash. The resplendent sword aura cleaved through the heavens, slicing with astonishing speed towards Yuozu's neck as he unleashed the azure silver chaotic light. Yet, at the moment of impending decapitation, there was no progression. Yuozu abruptly turned, a grin spreading across his face. Got you. Chapter 35. Please take my hand. How could I ever forget you, Chigen? Yuozu's eyes were filled with a fervor for battle, his smile stretching to the brink of splitting. Yuozu gripped the blade embedded in his neck, forcefully withdrawing it, and instantly launched a series of rapid kicks. Explosive bursts of light, destruction-killing footwork, flowing light. In the transparent state, Chigen moved with extraordinary speed, almost instantaneously twisting his body, the mist erupting, his form vanishing from one spot and reappearing elsewhere. Simultaneously, he activated the Heki blade. The fiery patterns upon his forehead became increasingly distinct. The keenly perceptive Yuozu froze momentarily, an intense sense of danger surging forth from Chigen. You have entered that realm, Chigen, the pinnacle of martial arts. Truly, you are a genius. Meanwhile, Kaijiro, in a state of purgatory, shattered Yuozu's azure silver chaotic light, summoning a support from the inferno. Yuozu's pupils trembled as he beheld the white-haired swordsman before him, the fiery patterns on his forehead, and the blazing Nichiren blade in his grasp. A memory not belonging to him surged forth. A figure of a red-haired man flashed within his sight, stirring deep-seated recollections within Yuozu. Where's the excitement? Where's the joy? What do you regard life as? The red-haired warrior sprinted towards him, the fiery patterns on his forehead becoming increasingly vivid, wielding a black-red Nichiren blade that seemed to roar with life. This is not my memory. Who is he? Why does he evoke such familiarity? Whose memory is this? Yuozu's gaze quivered, finally revealing a hint of fear. This is Muzan's memory. And at that moment, Muzan's voice resonated within him. Kill these two swordsmen, at any cost. Immediately after, Muzan's spiritual influence dissipated from him, leaving in a state of furious shame akin to being caught in the act. Chigen surged forth, his crimson Nichiren blade unleashing a torrent of mist, precisely targeting Yuozu's neck. What a joke! Yuozu suddenly grasped Shiyuan's Nichiren blade, his hands clamping it down as if they were a vice, while the radiant aura emanating from the blade nearly caused his palms to split with agony. Get away! Yuozu grimaced in pain, his entire body surging with fighting spirit as he broke free from the center, narrowly avoiding the onslaught of Kaijiro from behind. This time, Shiyuan held nothing back. He stomped fiercely on the ground, and amidst the cacophony of shattering earth, he surged towards Yuozu like a bolt of lightning. Yuozu, you throw a punch. I strike with my blade. Let us see who falls first. The golden glint in Yuozu's eyes brimmed with battle fervor. As he beheld the swiftly approaching Shiyuan, he instinctively took a step back, and upon realizing his own retreat, he was consumed by fury. How could I retreat? Am I afraid of him? Impossible. I cannot lose. I absolutely must not lose. Yuozu clenched his fists, igniting his ultimate power. Die. His emotions spiraled into a frenzied turmoil as he prepared to charge at Shiyuan. But then his vision blurred. Why must one concern themselves with victory or defeat? A sweet, melodic voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Who is it? Who speaks beside me? Yuozu glanced around in bewilderment, only to witness a few fireworks blooming brightly in the night sky not far away. What is that? Instinctively, Yuozu continued to engage in battle with Shiyuan and Kaijiro, yet his thoughts were forever ensnared by the brilliance of those fireworks in the night sky. Mr. Koma, do you remember? You promised to take me to see the fireworks. Yuozu was momentarily stunned, gazing at the girl standing beside him. The exquisitely beautiful girl with her hair elegantly styled tilted her head slightly, smiling at him, reminiscent of a little apple in spring, her cheeks adorned with a bashful blush, even showcasing the snowflake hairpin atop her head. Fireworks? Yuozu's face flushed instantly, and he nervously lowered his gaze. A memory long buried surged forth in his mind. He was Koma, the disciple of Mr. Keizo, the master of the Suryu Dojo. The girl before him was none other than his master's daughter, Renyuki. Renyuki gently observed the man before her who was blushing for her sake, feeling a twinge of shyness herself. Unable to meet his gaze directly, and instead nervously focusing on his chest, At that time, Mr. Koma had resolutely stated that if he could not see the fireworks this year, he would have to take her to see them next year or the year after. Suddenly emboldened, Ryuki lifted her head, though her voice was barely above a whisper. Mr. Koma spoke with such determination, as if he could foresee our future. Koma's body stiffened, paralyzed by the moment. With a gentle smile, Ryuki took the initiative to grasp his large hand. Your concern gives me comfort, so will you marry me? At this, Ryuki's voice dwindled to an almost inaudible murmur, yet Koma heard her clearly, for he had been attentively listening all along. Koma felt as though his heart might cease to beat. He dared not breathe heavily, silently gazing at the girl before him, whose shyness eclipsed even his own. He exhaled softly, clasping her delicate hand. I am willing. I shall forever follow in your footsteps, striving to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Dedicating my life to protect you. Tears of happiness streamed down Ryuki's cheeks, and she quickly wiped them away, playfully stepping back a few paces and extending her palm. If Mr. Koma likes me, then please take my hand. Without hesitation, Koma stepped forward to seize Ryuki's hand, but in the next moment, she was engulfed by darkness. The scene transforming back into reality. Yawazu, do you not wish to ascend to the peak of martial arts? Kill them. Muzan's furious voice resounded once more. Who was that girl? How could I have forgotten? Yawazu felt his head throb, shaking it in confusion as he immersed himself wholly in the battle before him. Destructive killing technique. Azure silver chaotic light. Yawazu unleashed his most formidable strike, the needle-like energy contracting sharply, erupting into countless explosive punches that surged towards Chiyuan and Kaijiro like a meteor shower. Die. I cannot lose. I absolutely cannot lose. But who was she truly? What was the outcome? In his memories, he had promised that girl he would protect her for a lifetime. But what had become of that promise? Where had it gone? Yawazu's expression darkened, his attacks growing increasingly ferocious. He yearned to uncover the result of his promise. He ferociously countered their moves, swinging his fists like a tempest. Kill them! Kill them! Stop, Mr. Koma, please stop. Just as Yawazu was about to strike, his fist halted abruptly. He blinked in surprise, once more catching sight of the girl. She grasped Yawazu's hand tightly, tears streaming down her exquisite cheeks. Let go, for Lord Muzan commands me to kill them. Yawazu's eyes held no trace of emotion, as he coldly replied. Kill? But did we not agree to practice martial arts for self-defense? Was it not to aid others? Yawazu furrowed his brow, silently observing the girl in the pink kimono behind him. She wept, her voice filled with sorrow. Self-defense? Aiding others? Had I ever made such a ridiculous promise? What worth do a group of weaklings hold for me to protect? I strive to ascend the pinnacle of martial arts. I am Yawazu. Ryuki seemed to perceive Yawazu's thoughts, softly inquiring, why do you wish to ascend to the peak of martial arts? Yawazu was taken aback. Why indeed did he seek strength? What was the purpose of becoming strong? The girl had just said it was for self-defense and to help others. Was the meaning behind his quest for strength merely to assist? Fragmented memories failed to provide him with answers. Chiyuan and Kaijiro exchanged glances, Kaijiro appearing perplexed. Chiyuan shook his head, signaling to cease the assault. He understood that this was a vital moment to pull their brother from the brink. Continuing to fight would mean that even if they decapitated Yawazu, he would not perish. Only Ryuki could be his greatest weakness. I do not know. I only know that if I do not grow stronger, if I do not reach the pinnacle of martial arts, I will lose many precious things. Mr. Koma, please cease hostilities and join me in another world. My father and I await you there. Yawazu lifted his gaze, his voice tranquil. If I stop, I shall be the one to perish. Mr. Koma, this is enough. It has been more than sufficient. Yet Muzan had commanded. Muzan? Who is that? Yawazu fell silent. He is my master. Ryuki gently shook her head. Mr. Koma has never belonged to anyone but himself, his father, the Suryu Dojo, and to Ryuki. Ryuki wiped her tears once more and extended her hand to Yawazu again. Mr. Koma, please take my hand and let us see the fireworks one more time. Yawazu lowered his head, enveloped in silence. He raised his gaze, taking in the vanishing night sky. Dawn must be approaching, right? Ryuki wished to see the fireworks. Had it been in the past, Yawazu would have dismissed such frivolous displays as mere tools of human folly. What good was it to make wishes upon fireworks, after all? However, Rinshue wishes to witness the fireworks. Yawazawa feels a peculiar disturbance in his mind. Inexplicable fragments of memory gnaw at him, yet they gradually stir his curiosity. Why does he care for Rinshue? Was she his fiancée during his human days? Had he not sworn to protect her for a lifetime? What transpired during that interval? Yawazawa gazed up at the sun, poised to rise above the horizon, his brow furrowing. Is dawn finally breaking? Yet why does he proclaim finally? The transparent world that Qian Yuan opened cannot endure for long. After battling through the night, his body teeters on the brink of exhaustion, every muscle aching, causing his hand to tremble as it clutches his blade. Three hurried youths stand at a distance, lacking the strength to intervene in the conflict. Any rash action might lead to unforeseen consequences. Fortunately, the Lower Moon 1, Dream of the Nightmare, has been slain by Tanjiro, and the passengers aboard the Infinity Train are unharmed. From every perspective, this mission aboard the Infinity Train has been accomplished. Qian Yuan sheathed his Nichiren blade, his gaze narrowing. He did not believe he could slay Yaozawa now. Even if he attempted to strike, a decapitation might provoke Yaozawa to evolve into another species, rendering such an act unnecessary. His sister must be the one to sever the connection with Sango. Higan Ji Qian Yuan, Rengoku Kaijiro, I shall remember you both. Yaozawa cast a fleeting glance at the two before turning and darting into the forest behind him. Don't run. Kaijiro's furious voice echoed from behind. Did you not intend to kill us? Were you not planning to turn us into demons? How can you flee? You coward. What are you afraid of? Kaijiro's eyes widened in indignation. After fighting all night, he had failed to sever the head of the Upper Moon 3. What nonsense are you spouting, Kaijiro? How could I fear humans? It is the sun. The sun restricts me. Yaozawa bellowed from the shadows of the trees. Kaijiro gritted his teeth and pursued a few steps forward, but his injuries were too severe, leaving him helplessly watching Yaozawa's figure vanish from view. What a pity. Kaijiro dropped to the ground, fatigue etched deep in his eyes, loathing his lack of proficiency with the Nichiren blade, which had hindered him from securing a victory over Yaozawa. Tanjiro and the others hurried over, quickly assessing their injuries. Qian Yuan had sustained internal wounds, his body battered, yet due to his robust physique, he did not bleed. Tanjiro sighed, disappointment evident in his gaze. Despite his fervent declarations of strength and his desire to slay Muzan, he ultimately felt powerless. Though he had dispatched the Lower Moon 1, witnessing the battle at the Upper Moon level starkly highlighted the disparity in their abilities. Qian Yuan immediately discerned Tanjiro's sentiments and chuckled softly. Do you feel disheartened by your inability to assist? Huh. You have indeed vanquished Lower Moon 1, Dream of the Nightmare. Others would envy your achievement. Tanjiro scratched his head, a smile breaking through his earlier gloom. Zenitsu had quieted considerably. This battle had bolstered his self-confidence. Perhaps I am not as weak as I thought. Inosuke, ever the boisterous one, bore his injuries yet appeared vibrant, shouting to challenge Qian Yuan. Qian Yuan ruffled his boarhead, chuckling. Let us see you defeat Lower Moon before you take me on, starting with overcoming Tanjiro. Inosuke snorted, chasing after Tanjiro. Tanjiro, let us duel. Hurry. I shall defeat you, and then challenge Qian Yuan. Inosuke, calm down. Hey, that's my backside, don't poke. Qian Yuan laughed heartily, suddenly feeling someone tugging at him. Turning around, he found the adorable Nezuko. Brother, are you hurt? Qian Yuan pinched Nezuko's delicate cheek. Of course, I'm fine, worry not. Ignoring the dirt, he sat on the ground, stretching his body. After battling all night, he felt utterly exhausted and yearned for sleep. Kaijiro approached and sat beside him, patting Qian Yuan's shoulder with a smile. It's fortunate that the master sent you to assist me with the Infinity Train incident. Had I faced Yaozawa alone, the outcome might have been dire, perhaps even fatal. Kaijiro looked up at the slowly rising sun. At that moment, I had told my father that I would not perish if not for you. Kaijiro paused before bursting into laughter. It seems I must strive to become stronger as well. Chapter 37, Muzan's Pursuit Order. Qian Yuan awoke once more, this time within the Butterfly Mansion. Attending to his internal injuries was Shinobu, though she appeared to have wept beforehand. Her cheeks still slightly reddened. Qian Yuan refrained from calling her out and fell into a deep slumber post-treatment. Unfortunately, his half-demon, half-human constitution predisposed him to sleepiness after battles, and waking up even once was a rarity. Sitting nearby, Butterfly Shinobu cradled her face in her hands, gazing at the exceptionally handsome white-haired swordsman before her, lost in thought. Yaozawa, having fled from the Infinity Train, sat despondently beneath a tree, slowly realizing he ought to report to Lord Muzan. He had failed to accomplish the mission assigned by Muzan and would consequently face severe punishment. What troubles you? Rin Shui inquired, tilting her head to observe him. Yaozawa lifted his eyelids slightly, finding himself accustomed to the presence of this human beside him. He pondered for a moment before responding. I must report my failed mission to Lord Muzan and accept my punishment. Are you afraid? I fear not. This is what I rightfully deserve. He transformed you into a demon, forever deprived of the warmth of sunlight, losing your humanity, becoming merely a tool under his command. Some matters, contrary to his wishes, will still incur punishment. Mr. Koma, it should not be this way. Rin Shui expressed her sentiments, her eyes filled with compassion. Yaozawa did not contest her words. Instead, he sank into deep contemplation. Warm sunlight, humanity? What are they? Are they truly precious? Yaozawa was perplexed, ultimately lifting his head. Who are you? Fractured memories offered no clarity, and the identity of this girl remained obscure. He only knew her name, Rin Shui. Just as Rin Shui was about to speak, she suddenly vanished. A plucking sound resonated within his heart. Yawazawa blinked, and in the next moment, he found himself in Infinity Castle. Lord Muzan. Yawazawa knelt, addressing him with reverence, not daring to raise his gaze. In a flash, before Yawazawa could react, numerous thorns pierced his body, severing him in half, his remains cascading to the ground. Fear flooded Yawazawa's eyes. He dared not recover, allowing his body to disintegrate across the floor. The thorns, seemingly unsatisfied, hoisted Yawazawa's body into the air and slammed him down. Blood gushing onto the wooden floor, as his limbs vanished and his organs splattered about. Yawazawa endured in silence, not uttering a single cry of anguish. The head of Akaza was hurled into the sky like a spinning top, colliding with the walls of Infinity City before rebounding back. An icy, wrathful voice roared above the city. Akaza, I commanded you to slay them, to annihilate them. Yet what have you accomplished? Defeat, and not even a crippling blow. I harbor serious doubts about your capabilities. Akaza, is it not your ambition to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts? Yet, you could not vanquish even these two Ashira. You are a disgraceful upper moon, an abject failure that brings me nothing but shame. Shame. Akaza gazed at the childlike form of Muzan above, parting his lips, yet no words emerged. He had indeed been defeated. There was nothing to articulate. Muzan's face contorted with fury, rendering him more terrifying than the king of hell himself. Useless. Akaza, you are but a worthless being. No, Mr. Kamachi is not worthless. Kanyuki reappeared, kneeling to gently wipe the bloodstains from Akaza's face. Mr. Kamachi, do not be disheartened. In my eyes, you are the most perfect, the most exceptional, and the strongest individual. So, please do not belittle yourself. Everything he said is untrue. Akaza remained silent, opting instead to clear his mind. Over the years as an upper moon, emptying his thoughts had become a habitual practice. Muzan furrowed his brow. Having just perused all of Akaza's memories, he noticed an inexplicable addition. Akaza, what is this about your memories? Akaza naturally revealed the truth. Muzan could not deny that the girl who had appeared during the battle was likely a manifestation of Akaza's lingering attachment since becoming a demon. Nonetheless, he was indifferent to such matters. Muzan only cared about results, disregarding the process. Observing Muzan's nonchalant demeanor, Akaza closed his eyes. He chose to keep Kanyuki's words to himself. They were a secret shared between the two of them. Muzan's anger subsided slightly, and he refrained from inflicting further punishment. He truly had no intention of dealing harshly with Akaza. At most, he would inflict some corporal punishment to instill a lesson. A significant reason for his leniency was that the lower moons had been utterly annihilated. Though part of it was due to his own actions, Muzan felt no regret. They were all a bunch of worthless beings, serving no purpose other than to provide accolades to the Demon Slayer Corps and enhance their strength. Akaza, being the third upper moon and fiercely loyal, was someone Muzan held in high regard. Although Akaza's reluctance to indulge in women had hindered his ascent as a demon, allowing the later arrival, Doma, to surpass him, Muzan still favored him. However, this performance had left Muzan somewhat disappointed, and that damned Kagakachori had dredged up unpleasant memories, inciting his fury. Yasui Tsukiguni, after hundreds of years, why does your name still echo through the ages? Muzan's expression was cold as he recalled a scene from the previous night, an ethereal world, patterns, and a scarlet blade. Had this swordsman gathered the strength necessary? The Demon Slayer Corps had evidently not developed in vain over the years. They had finally produced an adversary that posed a genuine threat. Let us dispatch the upper moons to test the strength of our opponents, he declared, his gaze frigid. Turning to Kanroji beside him, inform all upper moons to pursue the Demon Slayer Corps swordsman, Kagakachori, with relentless fervor. Spare no effort. Kanroji nodded respectfully, pausing momentarily. Muzan looked down at Akaza and said coldly, "You may leave, Akaza. Do not disappoint me next time." With a clang, the sound of a zither resonated. Akaza's already fragmented body was instantly restored, concurrently echoing throughout Infinity City. Is Master Muzan going to hunt down Chiori? Akaza returned to his original place beneath the tree, reflecting deeply. With Chiori's martial prowess at its zenith, I firmly believe I am no match for him. Only that esteemed master can weigh the odds. He dismissed the thought, recalling the girl who ignited warmth in his heart. Subtly, Kanyuki's stature in Akaza's heart had ascended to a level alongside Muzan. Akaza stood silently for a long time before suddenly turning his head. His tone, no longer cold and unfeeling, now bore hints of gentleness and tranquility. I will take you to see the fireworks. Tonight. Chapter 38. The Little Follower, Yushiro. Days later, Chiori's injuries had nearly healed. During this time, the master summoned Chiori and Tanjiro to the estate for a discussion. The content of the meeting involved Yose requesting them to meet a demon doctor named Tamayo, hoping she could provide blood for research into medicines. However, due to their previous residence in Asakusa being compromised, they had encountered the malevolent demons, Yahaba and Susumaru, and had met Tanjiro, who was on a mission at the time. Yet, they had not relocated and were uncertain of their next destination. Thus, their goal for this journey was not only to meet Tamayo, but also to invite her to relocate to the Ubuyashiki estate. Shiori readily agreed. Tamayo, who doesn't he know her? The later success of the Demon Slayer Corps in slaying Muzan in Infinity Castle owes much to her. One could assert that without the medicines developed by Tamayo, the Demon Slayer Corps would have had little chance of victory against Muzan in his prime. Thus, Shiori and his companions set off early. That night, in Asakusa, Tokyo, after a day of running, Shiori and Tanjiro finally arrived. Although Tanjiro had been here before, he remained awestruck by the vibrancy of Asakusa. Compared to this place, his hometown felt like a relic from centuries past. Shiori, however, was not surprised. Coming from the modern era, he found this place's technology somewhat outdated. Tanjiro suddenly thought of Nezuko, but shook his head. He had made a promise to Master Urokadaki not to let Nezuko out in crowded areas, and besides, Nezuko was still asleep. Forget it. Once I turn Nezuko back into a human, I will bring her and my brother here for a visit. As Tanjiro observed the bustling crowd, his nose twitched. It was time to begin his search. The scents in the city were overwhelmingly diverse, making it difficult for Tanjiro to hone in on any particular one. However, as he sniffed delicately, he unexpectedly made a discovery. Brother, I think I smell Miss Tamayo. Shiori exclaimed. What? Tanjiro, slightly puzzled by his brother's reaction, continued. I'm not sure where Miss Tamayo is, but I know the direction. Shiori silently scoffed. What are you, a bloodhound? However, he realized he was somewhat hungry. He rubbed his stomach and grinned. No rush. Food comes first. Let us see what delicious treats are available. It's our first time here. Yes, let us go. Tanjiro nodded gently. As they walked along the cobbled streets, Shiori and Tanjiro's banter was relentless. I want sushi. Buy it. I want chicken skewers. Buy. I want fried pork cutlet. Buy. I buy. Shiori waved his hand extravagantly, spending with great flair. The swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps enjoy a high standard of living, particularly in terms of remuneration. Tanjiro, this fellow, already has a well-filled wallet. And as a Hashira-level swordsman, Senyo is positively swimming in wealth. Tanjiro has already been here once, eliminating the lurking demon in Asakusa. And he just caught a whiff of the demon's scent, which he recognized as Tsugumi. Regardless, the master has stated that the other party would approach them on their own. Thus, neither of them is in a hurry to seek out others. Instead, they leisurely stroll in a general direction, indulging in a feast at the shops along the street. Tanjiro has already filled his belly, his cheeks puffed out like a little hamster. Yet, he is utterly perplexed. How on earth can Senyo, having consumed over 10 plates of sushi, more than 20 skewers of chicken, 30 servings of fried pork cutlet, along with several bowls of rice, still appear unfazed? Moreover, how does he remain so composed? Senyo, patting his stomach, still feels quite hungry, as he has scarcely satisfied his appetite. Perhaps it is due to his constitution. His capacity for food exceeds that of an ordinary person by several times. Just as Senyo was pulling Tanjiro towards the next establishment, a sudden meow echoed from behind them. Tanjiro turned around with delight. Finally, it had arrived. He had been tormented by his brother's dining behavior moments ago. Senyo raised an eyebrow. A mouthful of fried pork cutlet still in his mouth, while his right hand instinctively reached for the hilt of his blade. There was indeed a faint demonic presence. Regardless, it would be prudent for a Hashira to remain vigilant. Looking down, he discovered a calico kitten standing at his feet. The kitten possessed large, yellow eyes and wore a talisman adorned with intricate patterns around its neck. Shichamaru? Is that the blood demon art of Yashiro hanging from its neck? Senyo relaxed his guard. That's a relief. It indicates that Tsugumi has found them. Brother, there's no need to be tense. This is Miss Tsugumi's cat, named Shichamaru. And it's quite well behaved, Tanjiro quickly explained, having noticed Senyo's motion to draw his sword. Yes, I understand, Senyo replied. Shichamaru tilted its head, signaling them to follow. Senyo yawned, draping his right arm over Tanjiro's shoulder, swaying drunkenly behind him. After a while, they departed from the food street and entered a comparatively dim alley. There, they encountered Yashiro, Tsugumi's devoted follower, a somewhat gloomy figure clad in a Western-style inner garment, draped in a white haori, with an expression that was particularly cold, especially when directed at Senyo. Even Senyo himself was uncertain as to how he had provoked this reaction. Ever since laying eyes on Senyo, Yashiro had transformed into a frenzied state, his originally violet eyes now resembling slits, filled with jealousy, as he muttered, "Why must he be so handsome? Not only is he handsome, but he is also so tall. It's truly infuriating." I can't fathom why Lady Tsugumi would want to meet this ugly demon. Tanjiro felt somewhat awkward at that moment. Senyo chuckled helplessly, suddenly struck by a thought, and leaned towards Yashiro with a mischievous smile, saying, "Hey, with such disparaging remarks about me, could it be that you harbor feelings for Miss Tsugumi? What nonsense are you spouting?" Yashiro's eyes widened in shock as he took 2 steps back, lowering his head in silence, his flushed face betraying his embarrassment. "I do not have feelings for Miss Tsugumi," he insisted. "Really not." Senyo leaned in a little closer, a playful grin on his face. "Of course not." Yashiro blushed as he lifted his head. Ultimately, he could not betray his own conscience. "Well, maybe just a little," he stammered, his face turning even redder, his body stiffening like wood. "I absolutely do not." "Oh, come now," Senyo replied with a more pronounced smirk. "Brother, please don't tease Yashiro," Tanjiro interjected, exasperated at his brother's antics. "We have important matters to attend to." All right, important matters take precedence." Senyo finally withdrew his smile. "Welcome, Sanyo and Tanjiro," a soft voice suddenly chimed from behind them. Turning around, they beheld a strikingly beautiful young woman standing not far away, smiling warmly at them, though a hint of exasperation surfaced when her gaze fell upon Yashiro. "Ah, Miss Tsugumi." "Hello," Tanjiro greeted enthusiastically. "Hello," Senyo offered in a flat tone. "How dare you address Lady Tsugumi so casually?" Yashiro grumbled, forcefully pressing Tanjiro's head down in indignation. "Enough, Yashiro. They are guests, do not be rude." Tsugumi's face bore a standard smile as she spoke softly. "Ah, yes, Lady Tsugumi." Yashiro immediately straightened up, his eyes becoming clear. Whatever Lady Tsugumi said, he would gladly do, even if it meant walking through fire. Such is loyalty. "Please follow me." Tsugumi turned to the two, then astonishingly stepped through a wall, vanishing from sight. Yashiro's expression darkened instantly. "Hey, if you dare to look at Lady Tsugumi's face or show any disrespect within, I will not spare you." Yashiro huffed angrily, following her through the wall. Senyo chuckled to himself, still swaying drunkenly as he led Tanjiro onward. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Tsugumi, and this is Yashiro. Though we are demons, we have freed ourselves from Muzan's grasp and are tirelessly seeking a way to defeat him. In theory, we share the same goals as you," Tsugumi said gently, embodying the image of a true lady. She wore a dark kimono adorned with blooming flowers, her black hair elegantly styled, and her violet eyes radiated an irresistible allure as she sat gracefully, resembling a genuine noblewoman. Beside her, Yashiro glared at Senyo with a menacing expression, as if internally raging. "Stop looking. Quickly remove your filthy eyes from Lady Tsugumi." "I want tea," Senyo retorted, fully aware of Yashiro's subtle gestures, his rebellious personality having awakened. Tsugumi was gazing intently at Senyo, lost in thought. Upon his first glance, she was immediately reminded of Kibutsuji Muzan, so strikingly similar was he. Although she knew that man had perished, it did not diminish her astonishment. The flame mark upon his forehead, the gentle smile. If one were to say Senyo was a descendant of Kibutsuji Muzan, she would readily believe it. "I sincerely apologize for Yashiro's earlier rudeness." Tsugumi quickly collected herself, smiling as she spoke. "He was actually quite rude to me just now." Senyo found it amusing yet somewhat absurd. Yashiro was truly a comedic character. "It's quite all right," Senyo replied softly. "I've heard of you." Senyo, the strongest rookie in the history of the Demon Slayer Corps, creator of a unique breathing technique, born with the mark, adept in the use of the Nichiren blade. Having slain a lower moon merely upon joining, and recently nearly vanquishing Upper Moon 3 alongside Kaijiro, earning the title of the strongest swordsman of this generation. Tsugumi's tone remained calm, yet her delight was palpable. "Thus, I have requested a small sample of your blood from Kaijiro for research purposes to combat Muzan." Yes. I've heard from the master, and I am willing to provide blood to assist you in your research," Senyo replied with a smile. "Oh, you flatter me to the point of embarrassment." Hee. Qian Yuan was suddenly startled by the incessant grinding of teeth from Yu Shilang. The sullen young man's face had turned an ominous shade of black, his posture rigid and straight, eyes ablaze with fury, as if he longed to strike down the source of his ire at that very instant. That accursed white-haired boy. How dare he use such underhanded tactics to lure Lady Tamayo? Qian Yuan, seemingly oblivious to Yu Shilang's ire, tilted his head and affectionately ruffled Tanjiro's hair, acknowledging him as the heir of the sun-breathing technique. Tamayo offered a gentle smile and began to speak. "Qian Yuan, I hope you will not find my inquiry too presumptuous. I have read in text that those born with natural markings can wield the sun-breathing technique. Yet I wonder why." Upon hearing this, Qian Yuan shook his head. "It might be due to my unique constitution. Before I became a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, Muzan once attacked my home where Tanjiro and I resided, using his blood for experimentation. Although I appeared to have died at that moment, I ultimately managed to survive." Tamayo narrowed her eyes slightly. You possess Muzan's blood within you, yet you are human. Could it be? Qian Yuan shrugged nonchalantly. Tamayo's eyes widened in disbelief, her voice trembling with excitement. You live unscathed while harboring the blood of both demon and human, enabling you to engage in intense battles. Even the usually composed Tamayo was taken aback, her eyes wide and hand covering her mouth in astonishment. This suggests you have evolved into an entirely new species, transcending both human and demon. Suddenly, she paused, aware that she had lost her composure, and after regaining her composure, she continued, Qian Yuan, I am immensely grateful for your blood sample. It will greatly expedite our research. At your service, Qian Yuan replied with a subtle smile. I truly appreciate it, Tamayo said, placing her hands together. Please wait a moment while I change into appropriate attire. With that, she headed towards the inner room. Yu Shilang, once again, displayed an exaggerated change of expression. Hey, what do you mean by that? What? Qian Yuan remained oblivious to the underlying tension. Yu Shilang gritted his teeth, eyes ablaze with fury. How dare you make Lady Tamayo lose her composure? I will not let you off lightly. He was clearly infuriated. Obsessed, what a fool. Qian Yuan thought silently. What obsession? How dare you call me a fool? Yu Shilang was now eager to prove his strength against Qian Yuan. He sprang up, ready to confront him. Qian Yuan, with a mischievous smile, suddenly sat up straight and politely greeted behind Yu Shilang. Hello, Miss Tamayo. Yu Shilang's expression once again transformed dramatically. However, when he turned around, he found no one there. Wow. How dare you trick me? I am truly going to confront you. Qian Yuan chuckled at his antics. How is this child so easily amused? Look how childish he has become. Just as Yu Shilang's anger peaked, Qian Yuan suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Miss Tamayo, you have arrived, ahem. Cursed white-haired brat. You shall not deceive me again. Only when Tamayo's voice came from behind did Yu Shilang perform yet another dramatic change of expression. I warned you, Yu Shilang, Qian Yuan said with a false smile. How infuriating. Yu Shilang's heart burned with anger, yet he maintained a polite smile. It's fine, we're just having fun. Tamayo, now clad in a doctor's white coat and gloves, gently placed her medical instruments on the table, displaying a lovely smile. Ultimately, Yu Shilang's ruse was uncovered, and he stood outside, dejected, casting a murderous glare at the smug Qian Yuan. Tamayo picked up a syringe, still smiling. All right, brace yourself. Qian Yuan chuckled and raised his head, only to freeze in shock. Before him lay a tube thicker than his own arm. Internally, he smacked his thigh, realizing the gravity of the situation. Chapter 40, Transcending Eras. I fear no pain, Qian Yuan declared, maintaining a calm facade. Then I shall not hold back. Let us proceed. Oh no. The large needle pierced Qian Yuan's arm, causing him to exclaim in a delightful dialect from his hometown. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Tamayo ceased drawing blood. She examined the tube filled with blood, seemingly without any abnormalities. Remarkably, within a short span, Qian Yuan's wound had already begun to heal autonomously. Incredible, Tamayo remarked in astonishment. After a while, Nezuko also underwent the blood draw, albeit with a much smaller syringe that caused hardly any discomfort. Qian Yuan sat nearby, his expression melancholic. This is blatant favoritism. In the end, Qian Yuan expressed his desire to relocate to the Yuzui estate. Tamayo believed it was not yet the right time, as the other members of the Demon Slayer Corps would not agree to her presence. It should be approached gradually. Qian Yuan nodded slightly, not pressing the matter further. Tamayo suggested that obtaining some blood from the upper moons would aid in her experiments. Naturally, Qian Yuan agreed. Tanjiro, carrying a small wooden box, stood at the door, about to inquire if Tamayo had any methods regarding Nezuko when he suddenly caught a whiff of a familiar yet repugnant scent of blood. This was the second time he had encountered it. The last time was during the massacre of his family. Muzan Kabutsuji. It was him. Muzan. Tanjiro's body tensed, and he lifted his gaze towards the source of the ominous presence, gritting his teeth. He could not be mistaken. This was the peculiar scent emanating from Muzan Kabutsuji. Just as Tanjiro prepared to charge forward, Qian Yuan abruptly seized his arm. Tanjiro, calm down. Brother, that's Muzan. Qian Yuan maintained an air of tranquility. And so what? Do you intend to confront him? I can accompany you. But do you truly believe you can achieve vengeance now? Has your encounter with Akaza not made you aware of the gap in strength? You need to remain composed, Tanjiro. Qian Yuan spoke calmly, knowing the strength of Muzan. This final boss could only be defeated if the entire Demon Slayer Corps united their might. Otherwise, one would merely meet their demise in a fit of rage. Now is not the time. We lack the strength, but that does not mean we will always be powerless. We will have our revenge. Trust in yourself. Qian Yuan's words momentarily calmed Tanjiro. Indeed, he did not possess the qualifications to face Muzan alone. He couldn't even defeat the upper moons. Beyond them lay Muzan himself. Impulsiveness would yield no rewards. You are right, brother. That is the Demon King, a being even the assembled Hashira cannot defeat. Currently, we have no chance of victory. Tanjiro said, taking a deep breath and speaking in silence. Do you know what he looks like? Qian Yuan smiled wryly, softly replying. You only need to remember his eyes. What? His eyes are crimson red, Qian Yuan said with a smile. In truth, you would recognize him without my guidance. All right, I trust you. Qian Yuan pulled out a piece of tonkatsu, savoring its delectable flavor. Isn't it delicious? Yet, I should consider myself quite strong now, having mastered Transparent World, the markings, and the Hikizo. In addition to my rapid regeneration, particularly under the terrifying amplification of the Transparent World, my strength has seen considerable enhancement compared to before. Now, I wonder how I can further elevate my power. Qian Yuan bit into a piece of fried pork cutlet, lost in deep contemplation. Several days later, at the Butterfly Mansion, Tanjiro wielded his Nichiren blade under the sun, practicing the forms of the dance of the fire god. He paused momentarily only when the pain became unbearable. Each recollection of the Infinity Train and his encounters with Muzan Kibutsuji, where he failed to exact revenge, filled him with a profound sense of helplessness. However, he thought, the gap is far too wide. Although he had mastered the water-breathing technique to the level of constant concentration, his mastery of the dance of the fire god had barely reached the level of constant. Tanjiro, perhaps your movements lack perfection, Qian Yuan offered a suggestion from the sidelines. Your sword forms are not executed with sufficient precision. There are many unnecessary movements that drain your energy. Reflect on how your father taught you. Tanjiro was taken aback, lost in memories. His father, Tanjiro, could perform the Kagura dance all day without fatigue, despite his frail health. What was the secret that enabled his father to continue dancing? His movements were exquisite, devoid of any clumsiness, as if they were instinctual, with not a single gesture in excess, all perfectly timed. Tanjiro gained clarity. Perhaps it truly was his own movements that were imperfect. Gritting his teeth, he resumed his training. Tanjiro was indeed a paragon of perseverance. Shinobu quietly sat beside Qian Yuan, a faint smile on her lips. Indeed, he has always been diligent, Qian Yuan remarked with a smile. Qian Yuan, Higakayon, the master has summoned you to his estate. The messenger crow circled overhead. Very well, Mr. Messenger. He bowed his head toward Shinobu. You may go, she blushed. Qian Yuan left the Butterfly Mansion alone and soon arrived at the room where the master resided. Qian Yuan, I owe you much for this occasion, Yoriichi said, a faint smile gracing his face. It is my honor to contribute to the Demon Slayer Corps, Qian Yuan replied. Yoriichi's face bore noticeable purple stains, revealing his frailty. His eyesight had faded, and his health declined day by day, with sporadic bouts of coughing up blood. This was the curse laid upon the Tsujikuni family. Even marrying the daughter of a divine being merely extended their lifespan to 30. As for his own condition, reaching 30 seemed improbable, let alone 25. Qian Yuan silently regarded the master before him, a man who had dedicated himself wholly to the Demon Slayer Corps, even uttering the name of Muzan Kibutsuji in his last breaths. Yoriichi truly hoped not to pass this curse to the next generation. I called you here to have a chat, Yoriichi spoke softly, as a man and woman approached from behind, preparing tea for the two of them. A conversation? That sounds splendid. Qian Yuan lifted the teacup, savoring the unexpectedly exquisite flavor. Yoriichi chuckled softly at him. Qian Yuan, do you believe that the demons can be vanquished in our generation? Indeed, I believe you shall witness it with your own eyes. Qian Yuan spoke from the heart. Witness it with my own eyes. Yoriichi appeared momentarily lost in thought. Thank you for your blessing. Please hold on a little longer. Master, the dawn of victory is nearing. I shall personally bring this to an end, Qian Yuan stated calmly. Yoriichi displayed a bright smile. I believe in you, Qian Yuan. Since the day you became a Hashira, I have believed you could bring this to an end, for you impart a sensation that transcends the age. Qian Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Transcending the age? He lifted his gaze. Yoriichi simply gazed at him, and within his already pale eyes, Qian Yuan discerned a deeper meaning. Chapter 41, The Secret of One's Origins. Very well. Qian Yuan sighed in resignation. Yoriichi did not elaborate further, but sighed, slowly rising to push open the door behind him. Before long, Yoriichi emerged with a document and handed it to Qian Yuan, sitting gently beside him. Qian Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. What is this? I truly should not have concealed this from you. Yoriichi sighed in response. This pertains to the secret of your origins, which the Demon Slayer Corps has recorded. Qian Yuan's hand trembled slightly as he held the paper. My origins? Yes, Yoriichi said slowly. Qian Yuan, though it is regrettable, I have no reason to conceal this from my child. Qian Yuan remained silent, continuing to read. Yoriichi spoke softly. You have lived with the Kamado family since childhood, correct? Qian Yuan nodded, unable to continue reading, perhaps finding it clearer to listen to Yoriichi. Or perhaps he simply could not bear to read further. From the memories of the original soul, he learned that the original host had lived with the Kamado family, raised as Tanjiro's own son, carefree until adulthood. Yet from Qian Yuan's perspective as a transmigrator, Tanjiro clearly concealed something from the original host, likely out of kindness. As certain truths were not suitable for a child to bear. Yoya continued, Tanjiro was afraid you would not be able to accept the truth, which is why he chose to keep it hidden, hoping you could live your life in peace. But he shook his head with a bitter smile. Perhaps it is fate. Centuries ago, during the era of Yoriichi Tsujikuni, the first Hashira were incredibly powerful, almost overpowering the demons. However, Yoriichi's brother, Michikatsu Tsujikuni, suddenly fell into darkness and attacked the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, resulting in Yoriichi being expelled from the Corps. After being cast out, Yoriichi aged rapidly and sought a worthy successor to pass on the sun-breathing technique, hoping to continue its legacy. Your ancestor, Higa Kiyoshi, successfully learned the sun-breathing and became the heir. At the age of 13, he was a prodigious swordsman, joining the Demon Slayer Corps at 15. Quickly rising to the position of Hashira, renowned for his good looks and exceptional talent, captivating numerous admirers. However, one fateful day, Higa Kiyoshi received a mission to hunt demons in the Tokyo area, disguising himself as a ronin to better execute his task. It appeared there were demons in the Shinagawa district of Tokyo, targeting only those of remarkable appearance, making it Higa's first target. Indeed, the demon was smitten by Higa's looks. Yet, he never returned from that mission. According to surviving swordsmen, 3 upper moons lay hidden within Tokyo, and their target had long been Higa, whose fame at the time was substantial. They conspired to lure him in, ultimately killing him and devouring his flesh. Qian Yuan's eyes widened. This part was not mentioned in the original text. Could it be the butterfly effect of his transmigration? After Higa's demise, his son, Rin, was raised by his mother and, due to his remarkable talent, joined the Demon Slayer Corps at an early age. However, Rin did not learn the sun-breathing, but mastered the wind-breathing technique, eventually becoming the Wind Hashira. Everyone believed Rin would continue fighting until retirement, yet not long after, he encountered demons again in Tokyo, and fighting alone. He sacrificed himself after a night of battle. On the ground where he fell, he wrote in blood. The child of Higa is also quite delectable. It was well known that this demon had not spared the Higa family, seeking to annihilate his descendants. Thus, Rin's wife concealed the family to protect their lives. However, as centuries passed, the Higa clan gradually declined. One fateful day, several decades ago, the malevolent demon returned, devouring your father and mother, while you miraculously escaped due to your connection with the Kamado family. Upon learning of his friend's tragic demise, Tanjiro was engulfed in sorrow and took you in, raising you as his own son. You, Yose, lifted your gaze, gently caressing Chiyuan's hair. Tanjiro wished for you to remain unclouded by hatred, which is why he refrained from revealing the truth. Please, do not hold it against him. Chiyuan was unusually silent. This encapsulated your emotions at that moment, did it not? Alas, fate seems to favor those burdened by suffering. The Kamado family was annihilated by Muzan, with all but Tanjiro and Nezuko perishing, and the original host was no exception. Thus, Chiyuan traversed through time and space, inheriting this legacy. Yose observed Chiyuan quietly, choosing not to disturb him, and left the room to allow him solitude. Meanwhile, in the Infinity Castle, Muzan sat poised in a rocking chair, delicately massaging his temples. The dimly lit underground city was ablaze with light, as Nakheim knelt quietly behind him. Clutching a harp, Akaza had recently exhibited peculiar behavior. He currently assumed the guise of a woman, embodying various identities, infiltrating human society. Muzan was even more industrious than his subordinates. He maintained several identities, one as a boy named Junkuni, lurking within a pharmaceutical household to conduct medical research, another as Tsukihiko, a businessman who captivated a widowed woman of high society to gain access and gather intelligence about the elusive blue spider lily, and finally, his current feminine persona as a geisha, a role in which he took great pride, having deceived countless men for information in indulgent settings. Indeed, beauty is the greatest temptation. These 3 identities synergized to form an intricate web of intelligence, providing him with constant information. Yet, for reasons unknown, Akaza had recently become lethargic, spending his days watching human fireworks, a vulgar pastime. Muzan, feeling irritable, opened his eyes. Where is Daki? Nakheim replied quietly, in Yoshiwara. Yoshiwara, the most chaotic red light district in Tokyo, Japan, represented the heart of the country's entertainment industry, where the affluent indulged while the impoverished lost their fortunes. His subordinate, the Upper Moon 6, Daki, along with her brother, Jitaro, operated an intelligence business here, seeking out the blue spider lily and amassing wealth. Higa Chiyuan, Higa Chiyuan. Muzan murmured softly, suddenly recalling the surname. After a moment of reflection, he smiled and instructed Nakime, "Summon Daki. I have news to impart." Nakime nodded slightly and began to play the harp. With a melodious chime, a beautiful woman clad in elaborate kimono appeared before Muzan, and upon seeing him, Daki's face illuminated with a smile. "Master Muzan, to what do I owe the pleasure of your visit?" Chapter 42. Zenitsu breaks down. "Recently, your power has grown." Muzan instantaneously transported himself to the edge of the floor, resting his chin on his hands as he regarded Daki below, his feet gently swaying. His voice, imbued with a hint of languor, filled Daki's mind. "The Higa heir, whom you have long yearned for, has made his appearance in Japan. Therefore, you are on the verge of receiving a reward." Muzan's smile widened as he materialized before Daki, lightly tapping his shoes on the wooden floor, producing a crisp sound. He had transformed into the visage of Jekyll and Hyde, his noble crimson eyes gleaming with anticipation, looking down at her. "Go forth, consume him." Daki's complexion blushed profusely, her seductive eyes tinged with madness. Had it not been for Muzan's presence, she might have been so exhilarated that she would have danced with joy. Muzan's tone remained languid. "He is the heir of the Higa clan, you know. Remarkably, he bears an uncanny resemblance to your beloved Hoshino." His voice trailed off. After a prolonged moment, Daki stammered, "I shall heed your command, Master Muzan." Muzan's smile softened as he leaned closer to Daki, whispering, "Isn't it your wish to eradicate all Higa?" "Indeed, I shall eliminate him, my lord," came the respectful male voice. "Good. Do not disappoint me." Muzan swiftly returned to his rocking chair, reclining with his legs crossed. Gradually, he closed his eyes. After a considerable time, Yosei re-entered the room. Chiyuan remained lost in thought. Yosei slowly took a seat and retrieved a letter from the drawer, shaking it slightly. "I recently received reports regarding ghostly disturbances in Yoshiwara." Chiyuan gradually lifted his head and took the letter from him. It detailed the recent peculiar occurrences in Yoshiwara, where courtesans had gone missing or met untimely deaths, leading to the conclusion that a malevolent spirit was at work. They hoped that the headquarters could send a Hashira for assistance, as it was investigated by the 3 wives of Yuzui Tenjin. Yosei's tone grew unusually grave. "I suspect there may be an upper moon demon involved, so." "Is it Daki?" Chiyuan's voice, once gentle, now carried a cold edge of fury. "Most likely." Yosei smiled. "Yuzui Tenjin will arrive at the Butterfly Mansion tonight, and you will need to cooperate with him. If it truly is that malevolent spirit Daki." Yosei's voice faltered. "The opportunity has finally arrived, Chiyuan. The ancient blood feud with the Higa clan's demon has resurfaced in the Pleasure District." Chiyuan nodded slightly, his tone steadying. "I will eliminate her, no matter the cost. Do not let hatred cloud your vision, Chiyuan." Yosei's scarred eyes bore a hint of concern. "Prioritize safety above all. I believe you can handle this." Chiyuan chuckled softly. "Rest assured, do you still doubt my strength?" Both Hoshino and Rin must also be awaiting this day. Chiyuan exhaled lightly. "I will personally bring an end to this centuries-old blood feud." As evening approached, just before dinner, Yuzui Tenjin finally arrived, adorned in resplendent attire. With dual swords at his back, he would undoubtedly look striking were it not for the peculiar adornments on his face. Chiyuan found it quite difficult to comprehend his modern style. Tanjiro greeted Yuzui and instinctively shifted to make room for him at the table. "What a coincidence," Yuzui remarked, taking a bite of rice. "Ever since my 3 wives went to Yoshiwara, no one has taken charge of my meals." Chiyuan's lips twitched slightly. "Why do you bring up those 3 wives in every conversation? It infuriates me. Is having 3 wives such a remarkable feat?" "Well, it is indeed quite impressive." "3 wives? I don't believe it." Chiyuan glanced in the direction of the voice. "Oh, it's Zenitsu. Well, never mind." The battle was about to commence. Nearby, Kanazaki Aoi stroked his chin thoughtfully, stating, "It seems that Yuzui indeed has 3 wives, each one a paragon of beauty. If I recall correctly, their names are Makio, Suma, and Hinetsuru." Yuzui nodded in agreement. "Indeed, for this mission, I appointed them as the vanguard. All the intelligence I received was provided by them. However, they mysteriously vanished some time ago." Upon finishing his words, he turned to Zenitsu and offered a slight smile. Clad in yellow attire, with matching yellow hair, yellow eyebrows, and even wielding a yellow Nichiren blade. "Oh my, your appearance is rather lacking in grandeur." "Nanny, what are you saying? How could that be?" Zenitsu exclaimed, springing up with such fervor it nearly dislodged the roof, his eyes blazing with fury as steam billowed from his head. "Goodness!" Kayaharu exclaimed, startled. "What are you barking about?" Zenitsu's face flushed crimson, akin to a monkey's rear, as he flailed about. Hey, did you hear what he just said? 3 wives. 3 of them. On what grounds?" Yuzui Tenjin scoffed, his eyes gleaming with an air of entitlement. "My 3 wives, each a stunning beauty capable of fighting alongside me. Epitomize a life of splendor. Why do you get to have 3 wives?" I haven't even held a girl's hand. Zenitsu collapsed to the ground, rolling about in despair, tears and snot marring his face. This is too unfair. Too cruel. Damn you heavens. Calm down, Zenitsu, Tanjiro interjected, attempting to mediate. But to no avail. Zenitsu only cried louder, throwing himself onto Tanjiro. Tanjiro, did you not hear? He has 3 wives. How is that justified? Is it because he wears that peculiar jewel-studded headdress, has haphazardly painted nails, and sports enigmatic eye makeup that he can attract wives? Yuzui Tenjin was nearly choked with indignation. What nonsense are you spouting? He retorted, his teeth grinding. He then turned to Kaiharu. Is he your stepson? May I strike him? Kaiharu promptly shook his head without hesitation. I do not know him. Do as you wish. With a swift motion, Yuzui Tenjin seized Zenitsu by the hair, dragging him towards the door while exclaiming, out you go. Zenitsu writhed and protested, but it was futile. Outside, a cacophony of sounds erupted. After a brief interval, Yuzui Tenjin returned, clapping his hands, with Zenitsu trailing behind, his eyes swollen from the beating. Zenitsu hung his head, dazed, muttering intermittently, 3 wives. Kaiharu's mouth twitched. Yuzui Tenjin settled down and addressed Kaiharu. Did you also partake in this mission? Yes, Kaiharu nodded. Very well, then I shall proceed. Chapter 43, Journey to the Flower District. Approximately a month ago, my 3 wives, Makio, Suma, and Hinatsu, each infiltrated 3 renowned brothels in Yoshiwara, the Haman, the Taimiya, and the Kayagaku. By day, they posed as geishas. By night, they became ninjas gathering intelligence. Just days ago, they relayed information indicating that several courtesans were rumored to have escaped, yet the circumstances were suspicious, as most of the fleeing courtesans were neither seen alive nor found deceased. At this point, Yuzui Tenjin paused abruptly, and then, Tanjiro could not contain his curiosity. Yuzui Tenjin lifted his gaze, his tone becoming grave. Most perplexingly, my 3 wives have vanished without a trace after delivering their report, leading me to suspect they have been discovered and are now in peril. We must hasten our departure. Kaiharu remarked coolly, the longer we delay, the greater the danger to your wives. Yuzui Tenjin nodded and continued, my plan was to enlist 3 female swordsmen from the Demon Slayer Corps to infiltrate the Haman, the Taimiya, and the Kayagaku to gather intelligence for us. But since there are so few female swordsmen at headquarters, no need to search. Let Tanjiro and the others take on the roles, Kaiharu interjected. Surely you jest? Just them? Yuzui Tenjin shook his head in disbelief. It's just us. The voice resonated. And Kaiharu looked up to see Inosuke and the dark-eyed Zenitsu striking a rather pretentious pose, arms crossed, gazing at Yuzui Tenjin with a fierce determination in their eyes, even taking the moment to poke Tanjiro. Your words are making my mouth twitch, Tanjiro said, rising with a nervous tone. Yes, it's us. Did I not specify the need for 3 girls? Yuzui Tenjin sighed, finally pointing at the trio before him. One is a yellow-haired fellow, another has a scarred head, and the last is a wild boar. They hardly fit the description of girls. Tanjiro, suddenly emboldened, retorted, what of it? Master Urokadaki praised my agility. Zenitsu proudly raised his chin, though the marks from his beating rendered him comical. I possess ample experience in winning the affections of girls. Inosuke brandished his dual blades, exclaiming, charge ahead. Yuzui Tenjin scrutinized the 3 for a moment before finally nodding. Very well, but you must heed my commands. Treat my words as divine edicts. There can be no disobedience. Even Kaiharu is merely my partner, understood? In a burst of excitement, Yuzui Tenjin scanned the surroundings and spotted the timid Aoi Kenzaki lurking in the corner. Ignoring her protests, he hoisted her onto his back, delivering a playful smack to her rear as if performing a traditional drum dance. Kaiharu's mouth twitched again. Why does every ninja have this peculiar habit? The following morning, the group gathered outside. Yuzui Tenjin, ever the same, donned his dual swords and crossed his arms. You all rose quite early. Now that everyone is assembled, let us depart at once. Understood. Yuzui Tenjin nodded in satisfaction. Destination, Yoshiwara Flower District. Let us set forth. Yuzui Tenjin took the lead, his foot striking the ground with a resounding thud as his figure vanished instantaneously, appearing 100 meters ahead. Tanjiro blinked in surprise and hurried to catch up. Wait for me, Zenitsu cried. Inosuke shouted, charge ahead. Kaiharu observed the animated trio, a resigned smile gracing his lips. For traveling, the thunder-breathing technique is most suitable. He slowly crouched, concentrating all his power into his legs. Golden arcs of lightning crackled around him. Thunder-breathing, first form, thunderclap, and flash. Boom. 6 strikes. 8 strikes. With the mist-breathing technique, he could elevate his focus on speed to an advanced combo level. As thunder-breathing shares the same origins, he could naturally master it in an instant. Kaiharu, enveloped in electricity, swiftly surpassed Yuzui Tenjin, moving with astonishing speed, soon disappearing from sight. Remarkable. Yuzui Tenjin's eyes widened in shock. Isn't that thunder breathing? Could it be? Yuzui Tenjin became even more exhilarated, shouting, "Glorious!" He turned back to rally the trio, matching their pace with incredible speed while maintaining a slight distance from Kaiharu. Young ones, allow the god of splendor to lead you in a grand run. Having set off in the morning, they arrived at the Yoshiwara Flower District by nightfall. Yet the night in the Flower District was even more intoxicating than the day. The streets were ablaze with light, thronged with people, transforming the area into a scene reminiscent of daytime. This is the City of Night, a place that devours the unwary whole. At that moment, Kaiharu and the others ambled down the street, while Zenitsu and Inosuke stood agape in astonishment. Tanjiro, having seen the world, remained relatively unfazed. Wow, 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 wow. So many people. Inosuke was about to charge forward recklessly when he was firmly restrained by Yuzui Tenjin, who swiftly delivered a sharp rap to his head. This is a mission. Do not act impulsively. As soon as Tenjin finished his admonition, he noticed Zenitsu, who was utterly entranced by a nearby beauty, sitting on the ground with hearts practically radiating from his eyes. Hee. Wifey, wifey. Qinyuan's lips twitched. Zenitsu's character remained unchanged. Speaking of Zenitsu's disposition, one cannot overlook a certain disgraceful upper-rank brother. Due to Kaigaku's descent into demonhood, their master, Sakanji Urokodaki, committed seppuku to atone for his disciples' sins, leading to his demise. This transformation deeply affected Zenitsu, turning him from his once vibrant and cheerful self into a brooding figure. Consequently, Kaigaku found himself on Qinyuan's list of individuals to be eliminated. He was certainly among the top contenders. There is no need to elaborate on Kaigaku's depravity. During his childhood, he was kindly taken in by Higanbana's Kokushibo at a temple, where he was nurtured with great care, only to be cast out by his peers for stealing. Being driven away for thievery was one thing. However, on his way out, he encountered a malevolent demon. In a desperate bid for survival, he extinguished the wisteria incense burner, attracting demons that slaughtered 7 of his companions, resulting in Kokushibo being wrongfully imprisoned, with only a 4-year-old girl surviving. Had it not been for Yose's timely intervention, one could only speculate whether Higanbana's Kokushibo would still be alive today. Subsequently, in his relentless pursuit of strength, Kaigaku sought out the former Hashira, Sakanji Urokodaki, as his mentor, training alongside Zenitsu in the thunder-breathing techniques. Despite his inability to master the first form, he harbored disdain for Zenitsu, who could only perform it, harboring deep jealousy and an exceedingly unpleasant demeanor. Ultimately, he encountered Kabutsuji Muzan and willingly succumbed to becoming a demon to preserve his life, even going so far as to insult Sakanji Urokodaki, who had already taken his own life. Such behavior is nothing short of abominable. Fortunately, in the end, Zenitsu purged this malignant presence, employing his self-created 7th form, the Fire Thunder God, resulting in Kaigaku's descent into hell. Qinyuan's eyes narrowed. He resolved that in the future, he must eliminate this cancer of the Demon Slayer core to prevent any future repercussions. Chapter 44. Please tell me your name. Yoshiwara, the Flower District, is a city of night, a place that slumbers by day and blossoms with brilliance at night, serving as a natural abode for demons. The geishas in the Flower District are often sold into servitude due to poverty, leading lives steeped in gloom as they toil and perform, with only a select few fortunate enough to be redeemed by wealthy patrons and escape. As Yuzui Tenjin strolled ahead, he began to enlighten Tanjiro and the others about Yoshiwara. The geisha houses also maintain a strict hierarchy, with the highest rank being that of the courtesan. Despite being geishas themselves, even the proprietors must show them a degree of deference. Our mission is to infiltrate the Oiran house, the Yamaya, and the Kayagako house to locate my 3 wives and eradicate the demons dwelling within. Suddenly, Tenjin halted in his tracks, casting a glance at Tanjiro and the others. At that moment, a servant appeared, delivering an array of cosmetics. Tenjin beamed brilliantly. Fear not. Although you are male, my makeup skills are truly exquisite. I guarantee you can blend in with the 3 major geisha houses with such appearances. Hey, what do you mean by such appearances? Zenitsu protested defiantly. Don't counter me. Tenjin huffed, then picked up the pile of cosmetics. Who wants to go first? I'll do it. Qinyuan interjected suddenly. Tenjin was momentarily taken aback, but nodded after considering it. Recognizing that Qinyuan was indeed a dazzling individual he held in high regard. As for why Qinyuan didn't let Tenjin apply makeup, those familiar with the anime would understand. Tenjin's makeup skills, if graded, would certainly earn a negative score. Even the original work's ability to pass off was quite bizarre, starting with a complete foundation cover, excessively abstract crimson lips, and ostentatious eyelashes. What a joke. Qinyuan, of course, was not skilled in makeup. but he fancied himself slightly superior to Tengen's technique from the perspective of modern aesthetics. Tanjiro, you go first, Qinyuan said, revealing a mysterious smile as he produced a cosmetic item. Okay, Tanjiro replied, showing reluctance. Qinyuan's smile vanished abruptly. What is this? I'm saving you all. Don't be so ungrateful. Thus, Qinyuan forcefully proceeded, disregarding all objections. An hour later, Qinyuan ceased his work, placed the cosmetics in a basket, clapped his hands, and revealed a satisfied smile. After all, it was certainly better than Tengen's handiwork. He produced a mirror from his pocket and presented it to the trio. In the reflection, their appearances were distinctly visible. The makeup was applied tastefully, devoid of any caking, and combined with their already admirable features, it was nearly impossible to discern their masculinity, even lending them an added touch of feminine beauty. Most remarkable was Inosuke, who appeared stunningly enchanting. Large, captivating eyes, delicate lips, and fair skin. If one were to overlook the tongue protruding from his mouth, he would surely be a favorite in any geisha house. It was still far superior to Tengen's application. Honestly, considering your looks, infiltrating a geisha house seems quite fitting for you, Tengen remarked, appraising Qinyuan's appearance earnestly. Zenitsu suddenly leaned in. What else with this palpable scent of jealousy? With your handsome visage, you must be quite content here, right? Mr. Qinyuan, don't you already have Miss Shinobu? How about we switch places? If we had the funds, surely we would attract attention. Qinyuan was taken aback, both amused and slightly flushed. Don't speak of such things. We haven't even established our relationship yet, and I have no intention of engaging in this line of work. It's disgraceful. Zenitsu attempted to persuade him further, but was promptly silenced by Tengen pressing down on his forehead. Enough. I see you're itching for some fun. I'm not. Zenitsu protested. Yet he had already transformed into a highly concentrated lemon spirit. Tengen glanced at Qinyuan. If it truly won't work out, I won't force it. He removed the makeup from his own face, cleansing it. Before long, as Tengen finished removing his makeup, Zenitsu was the first to erupt. His eyes widened, his whole demeanor resembling that of a startled cat. What is this? How can anyone look like this? Tanjiro remained silent for a long moment before offering his assessment, just as level as his brothers. Suddenly, a crowd began to gather on the street, all eyes directed toward the center. Tanjiro, somewhat puzzled, remarked, "It seems to be the courtesan's procession. Let us go take a look." Tengen waved his hand, leading the group to weave through the throngs of people. Wow, how beautiful! Zenitsu gasped in awe. Before them, a large procession was making its way down the street. The attendees were uniformly dressed, with two elegantly youthful figures leading the way, flanking a breathtaking young woman at the center. The lady donned an intricate and lavish kimono, her features delicate and youthful. Zenitsu could no longer contain himself. My wifey, she is simply my wifey. Just as he was about to lose himself in reverie and rush toward the enchanting beauty, a swift chop struck his neck. Enough. Act serious. Yuzui Tengen wore an expression of utter disbelief. Suddenly, another curious individual emerged beside him. Wow, look at all these people. Make way for the Lord. Charge ahead, he exclaimed. You too. Act serious, you baka. Soon, two individuals lay unconscious on the ground. What a rowdy bunch. Yuzui Tengen scoffed and smirked. Isn't that right, Chiyoko? No one responded. Hey, where is everyone? Yuzui Tengen scanned the surroundings, failing to find the person he sought. Just moments ago, Tanjiro had been here. He sniffed the air, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Over there, just as they prepared to search, a figure approached. The person wore a dark kimono, their waist slender, walking calmly with soft footsteps. Their long, silken white hair was styled into a bun, with a dark jade hairpin slanted in, and a half-blooming flower tucked at the side. Their delicate fingers rested lightly on the Nichiren blade at their waist, glimmering with a cold, jade-like luster. When they raised their gaze, their clear, misty blue eyes resembled a serene cold pool, both aloof and regal. The previously boisterous crowd fell into silence. Even the onlookers admiring the courtesans turned their attention this way. Whose noble daughter could this be? It's unclear. She is truly stunning. In the midst of the silence, someone gulped audibly. I am Zenitsu Agatsuma. Please, tell me your name. Zenitsu suddenly sprang up from the ground and, in an instant, used the breath of thunder to teleport in front of Chiyoko, nearly tackling her, only to be gently restrained by her Nichiren blade. I fell in love with you at first sight. Yet, the girl merely cast him a cold glance, her misty blue eyes sending shivers down Zenitsu's spine. A swift chop. I am Chiyoko. Akatsuki Chiyoko. Chapter 45, Kyoka. What a joke. You must tell me this isn't true. I'd rather die. Zenitsu's gaze darkened as he frantically clutched his face, unable to believe the scene before him. After finally finding someone he liked, he was told, Hey, I'm your brother. It's impossible for us. Chiyoko's lips twitched slightly. You should go back to sleep. With a resigned hand chop, Zenitsu collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. So splendid. Yuzui Tenjin laughed heartily. Next, we shall embark on a magnificent battle. In the dead of night, the pleasure district was ablaze with light. At this moment, the city of night began to reveal its sinister visage. Chiyoko and the others followed Yuzui Tenjin, observing the increasing number of pedestrians and their avaricious gazes, prompting her to instinctively reach for her waist. No Nichiren blade. How unsettling. Chiyoko sighed. So many beautiful women. Zenitsu's eyes sparkled with hearts, his body dancing like a loach in mud. Since Chiyoko is disguised as a man, Tanjiro might as well follow me and be my little brother. Yuzui Tenjin pondered for a moment before continuing. Recently, the highest number of missing persons has been reported at the Shinobu house. It's rather dangerous. So I'll leave it to you, Chiyoko. I trust you. No problem. Soon, they arrived in front of the Shinobu house. I came here to sell myself as a courtesan. What do you think? Yuzui Tenjin clapped his hand on Chiyoko's shoulder, smiling as he asked. Upon hearing this, the matron's eyes nearly bulged out. It was simply inconceivable. In the blink of an eye, she approached Chiyoko, scrutinizing her closely. Those clear, piercing eyes. That slender waist. That fair skin. That breathtaking beauty. Goodness, a gem among gems. The matron, as if she had stumbled upon a great fortune, hurriedly pulled Chiyoko to her side, smiling at Yuzui Tenjin. Can I really accept her? You're not deceiving me. Are you? Yuzui Tenjin chuckled. Her physique is a bit delicate, and she doesn't like to speak much, so I'll sell her to you at a bargain. Hearing this, the matron was overjoyed and quickly shoved money into his hands before dragging Chiyoko into the Shinobu house, her eyes gleaming with excitement. This is akin to acquiring a courtesan. Such good fortune to fall upon me. The heavens have truly opened their eyes. Upon entering, Chiyoko immediately assessed the layout, but regrettably found no traces of any demons. Do not fear. With your beauty, you will surely thrive here. I will take good care of you, the matron said with a smile. By the way, I still do not know your name. Chiyoko slightly concentrated, realizing that using her original voice would lead to recognition, so she discreetly adjusted her vocal cords and softly replied. Yoko, a perfect elder sister's voice. Yoko is a lovely name, the matron remarked, oblivious to any irregularity, and called several courtesans to carry Chiyoko's belongings upstairs. Chiyoko had placed her previous clothing and Nichiren blade into a single bundle, which served as her luggage. The Nichiren blade was somewhat heavy, requiring several delicate courtesans to cooperate in carrying it upstairs, panting heavily. Yoko, your luggage is so heavy, one courtesan remarked, wiping the sweat from her brow, smiling. But I've never seen such a beautiful girl before. You have such grace. I believe you will surely become a courtesan in the future. Chiyoko cast a faint glance at her, but did not respond. She had to remain cautious to avoid recognition. The courtesan mistakenly assumed Chiyoko was aloof, awkwardly laughing before quickly leaving. After a while, a strikingly beautiful woman entered. At this moment, Chiyoko was seated in meditation, adjusting her breath. Upon sensing the newcomer, she slightly opened her eyes. It was Kyoka. Kyoka sat beside Chiyoko with a radiant smile, stuffing her hands with numerous candies. Chiyoko displayed a puzzled expression, but remained silent. How do you find this place? Kyoka smiled as she spoke, but you must adapt well. Do not make yourself suffer. It's all right. Chiyoko nodded gently. The matron told me to take good care of you. Kyoka gazed at Chiyoko, her voice soft. Do not be sad. Do not be distressed. I hope you can endure until someone comes to redeem you. With that, Kyoka stood and pushed the door open, leaving the room. Chiyoko silently watched her retreating figure, feeling somewhat perplexed. Was this what she came to say? Did her words conceal some deeper meaning? Chiyoko narrowed her eyes, contemplating for a moment. Regardless, she seemed to be a gentle girl. From Kyoka's words, Chiyoko sensed no ulterior motives. Perhaps the girl truly had good intentions. Meanwhile, Kyoka entered her own room, leaning against the window to gaze at the scenery outside, feeling a twinge of sorrow within. Every time a newcomer arrived, she felt their pain. This place was hardly fit for human habitation. Constricting and oppressive, like a birdcage, it perpetually bound them. Sometimes, they were treated as mere toys to be given away. Thus, in this place that devours its own without a trace, even a courtesan is but a pitiful soul. Kyoka stared blankly at the distant skyline, her gentle eyes filled with longing. It seemed so close, yet now appeared so unattainable. How much longer must I endure? Kyoka silently wept within. She did not dare to voice her despair. This is the Yoshiwara Pleasure District, the voracious city of night. Within a luxurious house of the Pleasure District, a stunningly beautiful woman clad in a kimono sat quietly, meticulously grooming her brows and applying makeup, gazing into the mirror at her ethereal visage. A hint of excitement dancing across her lips. Daki, a cold, indifferent voice suddenly resonated from behind her. Instantly aware of the figure's presence, Daki swiftly turned to kneel on the ground. Muzan, dressed in an elegant suit and adorned with a black hat, possessed a pair of eyes resembling crimson plums. devoid of any emotion. He sat silently by the window, making no movement whatsoever. Muzan-sama, what brings you here? Daki inquired, her voice laced with tension. Muzan slightly lowered his head, as if observing an ant. A pest has infiltrated, one you desire. Surely you can handle it? Of course. Daki pressed her forehead firmly against the floor, emptying her mind, not daring to meet the man's gaze. They are merely ants from the Demon Slayer Corps. My brother and I can dispatch them as effortlessly as one would slaughter a chicken. We will complete the task. Muzan strode towards Daki. The sound of his polished shoes echoing on the floor, extending his hand to gently lift her chin, piercing her forehead with a finger. This is a gift for you. Do not disappoint me. Yes, Muzan-sama. A male voice responded. Muzan nodded slightly and vanished in an instant. At that moment, Shiori had arrived downstairs. He furrowed his brow, halting his steps. Gone. Shiori, clad in a dark kimono, felt his Nichiren blade tremble in his grasp as he stood there, an invisible sense of pressure enveloping him. He raised his head, his icy gaze resembling tranquil lake waters. This presence. It must be Muzan. Chapter 46, Zenitsu's Disappearance. Shiori's eyes flickered as he tossed his Nichiren blade to the two muscular rats nearby. The presence had dissipated. How unfortunate. He had been so close. He shook his head and returned to the residence. The following day, Shiori awoke to find a woman sitting on his bed. What the hell? He could not help but exclaim in his native dialect, only to realize it was Koyuki. I apologize for the unannounced visit, Koyuki said with a gentle smile. Seemingly unfazed by Shiori's outburst, as she elegantly stood and offered a bow, Shiori felt somewhat speechless. An unannounced visit was rather bold, especially when awakening to find her in his bed. How would he explain this to Shinobu? Do not worry, I am aware you are a boy. Then Koyuki suddenly laughed. Surely, you did not come to the residence to masquerade as a girl simply for pleasure? Shiori narrowed his eyes and replied succinctly, I am here to find someone. Samaire? Koyuki chuckled lightly. Shiori was not particularly surprised. In fact, he inquired, how did you discover my intentions? Do you know where Samaire has been captured? How much do you know about her situation? Shiori's tone remained calm, though he knew the plot. He was entirely unaware of the whereabouts of the three wives of Tenjin Yuzui. In some underground cavern? Where exactly? He could not simply dig through the pleasure district. Moreover, if he guessed correctly, Muzan must be aware of his arrival and would send Daki to eliminate him. The reasons were simple. First, the cowardly principle of the boss was to avoid confrontation unless absolutely necessary, typically sending subordinate demons to probe the enemy, utterly despicable. Second, the Kanroji family had centuries of enmity with Daki. If Muzan knew Chiori had come to the pleasure district, would he not dispatch multiple upper moons to encircle him? The enemy lurked in the shadows while he remained in the light. Even with knowledge of the script, maneuvering was precarious. He could only watch the unfolding events. Koyuki regarded Chiori thoughtfully before speaking softly. A few days ago, Samaire left behind a diary detailing how she fell in love with a man and devised a meticulous plan to escape the brothel. Koyuki paused, shaking her head. Yet, from what I know of Samaire, she is not the type to become infatuated with a man. However, where she fled to afterward remains a mystery. Chiori nodded. So how did you discover my presence? Koyuki smiled lightly, her tone imbued with amusement. I am not foolish. I can differentiate between calloused hands from labor and those accustomed to wielding a blade. Chiori helplessly shook his head. He had indeed encountered a professional. What do you need my assistance with? Koyuki was clever, but when intelligent individuals revealed their worth, it was never without reason. Chiori understood that the information Koyuki possessed would come at a price. She smiled at his words. I need your help to escape from here. Is it truly that simple? Chiori raised an eyebrow. Indeed, it is that simple, Koyuki replied without hesitation. I accept your request. Chiori nodded. After Koyuki departed, Tanjiro arrived. Did you find anything? Chiori casually inquired. Tanjiro quietly closed the door and replied earnestly, Zenitsu has gone missing. Chiori nodded slightly. Tanjiro sighed, about to say more when a crisp sound interrupted them. And Tenjin Yuzui opened the window from outside. I apologize, my plan has encountered a flaw, Tenjin said, his expression betraying his sorrow. Zenitsu has been missing since last night. Just as Chiori prepared to speak, Tenjin raised a hand to stop him. At this point, all missing persons are presumed dead. Tanjiro and Inosuke should find a quiet place to hide. The rest is up to me and Chiori. Tenjin spoke calmly, but from Chiori's perceptive viewpoint. Tenjin's body was visibly trembling. After all, his three wives had been missing for several days. Perhaps they are unharmed, Chiori suggested. They are not dead? Tenjin lifted his gaze to Chiori. There is a high probability they are alive. After pondering for a moment, Chiori continued. None of the brothels have shown signs of demons entering or exiting. The proprietors and the courtesans there seem unharmed, indicating that the demons are masquerading as courtesans within. Thus, to avoid revealing their whereabouts, they would be cautious in their killings. Any bloodshed would be troublesome, especially since they must work at night. Therefore, they must have a hidden chamber specifically for storing their food. Shiori smiled. Perhaps your 3 wives and Zenitsu are there. Upon hearing this, Tengen's expression visibly relaxed. Shiori continued. Let us search for hidden chambers in the 3 brothels during the day. If we find one, just send word, and I will arrive immediately. Tengen exhaled deeply, feeling more assured. With Shiori present, even if they encountered 2 upper moons, they would still have a fighting chance, possibly even to slay them. Subsequently, Tanjiro and Tengen nodded and departed through the window. Throughout the following day, Shiori searched tirelessly. The residents yielded no clues regarding hidden chambers. He scratched his head, feeling somewhat helpless. To be honest, he had no idea where Daki was located within the brothels. He had not paid attention to such details while watching the anime. Having come here, he had naturally forgotten. He could only wait for news from Tanjiro and the others. Soon, evening descended upon them. The streets of the pleasure district gradually brightened, signaling the commencement of activity in this city that never sleeps. Qian Yuan, wielding his Nichiren blade, prepared to leap from the window when a knock resounded at the door. Who is it? He inquired, his voice tinged with curiosity. The courtesan Karika seeks you. Please visit her quarters. Without a moment's hesitation, Qian Yuan nodded. I shall be there shortly. The footsteps faded away, and he gently opened the door, stepping outside. He swiftly made his way to Karika's room, where several red koi fish were embossed on the door. After a brief hesitation, he politely knocked. Come in, came the reply. Qian Yuan softly pushed the door open and entered. I sincerely apologize. I intended to bring you a gift, Karika said, her head bowed as she rummaged through her adornments. Upon discovering 2 exquisite jewelry necklaces, a smile illuminated her face as she looked up. These are my gifts for you. Dressed in a dark kimono, with her silky white hair elegantly styled in a bun, a black jade hairpin askew within, her distinctly sculpted right hand rested lightly on the hilt of her Nichiren blade, her eyes radiating warmth and gentleness. In that moment, she found herself at a loss. Noticing her bewilderment, Qian Yuan chuckled softly. There is no need for astonishment. It is my duty. I have come to rescue those who have gone missing. Karika was momentarily taken aback, then nodded gently. I am immensely grateful. My desire to escape stemmed from the fact that someone, disregarding my lowly status, was willing to take me as his wife, and I wished to follow him away from here. However, I am deeply concerned for the others in the establishment. If something were to happen, who would advocate for them? Tears welled in her eyes at the thought. She truly feared that, should she leave, no one would care for them. Thank goodness for your presence now. Thank you truly. Qian Yuan tapped the hilt of his Nichiren blade, a smile gracing his lips. As someone who is departing tomorrow, you ought to remain cheerful. That is the very essence of our Demon Slayer core. He approached the window, casting a final glance at Karika. Wishing you happiness. With that, he leaped into the night, his figure gradually vanishing into the enveloping darkness. Chapter 47. Have you lived enough? Qian Yuan gripped his Nichiren blade tightly, still adorned in his dark kimono. He raced along the rooftops with unparalleled speed, the blade whirling and emitting a soft hum, while the hem of his garment flapped fiercely in the wind. Due to his presence, Daki refrained from attacking Karika, focusing all her attention on the Demon Slayer core. Qian Yuan slightly closed his eyes, his consciousness rapidly expanding to his surroundings. Mist fog pursuit. He furrowed his brow slightly. In the underground, Inosuke had located Tengen's 2 wives and Zenitsu, but they were under attack by the Belt Demon, while Tengen was hastening to their aid with one of his wives in tow. As for Tanjiro, he was engaged in battle atop a rooftop a kilometer away. He faced Daki head-on. Unlike his original prowess, Tanjiro had now mastered water breathing's constant and dynamic techniques, and the burden of utilizing the dance of the fire god was considerably lighter, primarily employing sun breathing, with water breathing as a supplementary technique. Tanjiro's strength had undoubtedly elevated him to the ranks of the Hashira. Qian Yuan exhaled softly, his body gradually crackling with lightning. Although he felt like a butterfly flitting about, the narrative remained largely unchanged. First, he would support Tanjiro. Tengen was safe. With a flash of mist blade, he surged forward at lightning speed, transforming into a brilliant bolt of misty thunder, soaring into the night sky, soon spotting Tanjiro engaged in combat with Daki on a nearby rooftop. Daki, her gaze laced with mockery, unleashed her blood demon art. Blood demon art. 8-fold ribbon slash. 8 vast silk ribbons, glimmering with a lethal edge, sliced through the darkness, ensnaring Tanjiro like a great net. The urgency of the situation compelled Qian Yuan to once again employ Mistblade, quickly approaching the battlefield. The misty lightning surged closer. Unperturbed, Tanjiro calmly positioned his Nichiren blade before him. He exhaled softly, the searing waves of flame rising gently, suddenly piercing the moonlight. Dance of the fire god, the sun's radiance. The sharp edge of his blade erupted, the the fiery vortex instantly shattering the 8 ribbons hurtling towards him. Daki was momentarily stunned. How is this possible? You little brat. Die. More ribbons, greater in number and swifter in speed, flew through the air, thrusting towards Tanjiro's position. This time, you won't escape. Tanjiro remained silent, the tip of his blade igniting with flame. With a powerful leap, he ascended into the sky. Daki's expression shifted as she manipulated the ribbons to obstruct him. Tanjiro held his breath, faced with a forest of ribbons resembling an ocean. Then, let us shatter them all. He began by slicing the nearest ribbon, the fiery light of his blade piercing the night, illuminating his deep red eyes. Dance of the Fire God, 5th form, Flame's Embrace. Tanjiro wielded his Nichiren blade, advancing with rapidity as he severed the incoming ribbons, fragments swirling in the air. Daki barely had time to react. The flame-like Nichiren blade was now perilously close to her neck. With a swift motion, Tanjiro retracted his blade. Beneath his feet lay a stunned head. Daki's eyes widened in disbelief. Well done, little Tanjiro. Qian Yuan applauded from a short distance away. It finally dawned on Tanjiro that he had single-handedly slain the lower moon 6. Brother, did you see? I killed the upper moon. Tanjiro exclaimed excitedly to Qian Yuan. Qian Yuan smiled faintly, but shook his head. What about behind you? At these words, Tanjiro froze. Suddenly, Daki's enraged voice echoed from behind him. Don't celebrate too soon. Tanjiro whipped around in shock. How is this possible? Even with her head severed, she was not dead. Daki's headless body groped around until it finally located her head lying on the rooftop, placing it back upon her neck. Qian Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Just as in the original story, she was indeed a twin demon. However, Daki's main body was astonishingly weak. Watching from the anime had masked her true frailty. Now, in this immersive experience, he could comprehend just how feeble she was, utterly lacking the strength expected of an upper moon. It was indeed true that if Daki concealed herself and her brother, Jotaro, fought alone, he would be invincible due to the rules that prevented his demise. Alas, demons are often ignorant and arrogant, just like their master, infinitely contemptible. It is precisely for this reason that the Demon Slayer core prevails. Tanjiro, come stand beside me. Qian Yuan stated calmly, his tone devoid of emotion. Understood. Tanjiro nodded slightly, and promptly leaped to the rooftop, where Qian Yuan stood. Just then, Tenjin Yuzui, accompanied by Zenitsu and Inosuke, arrived as well. What a splendid kill. You are quite strong, Tanjiro, Tenjin remarked casually. They were fortunate that all were safe. He then cast a bemused glance at Daki. Excuse me, are you truly an upper moon? I have never encountered such a feeble one. Upon hearing this, Daki's face contorted with fury, her defenses shattered. You may sever my head, but to insult me is utterly intolerable. I shall not let this go. Yuzui Tenjin shrugged indifferently. You are indeed weak if you can be slain by someone who is not a Hashira. In the next moment, Daki sank to her knees, clutching her head and weeping profusely, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Family, who understands an upper moon that cries? Her sobs grew louder, culminating in her calling out, Onaikin. I warned you, you cannot defeat them. A languid and world-weary voice emerged. From the shadow behind Daki, a figure gradually rose from the ground, detaching itself from her. How careless of me. How could I lose my head? The male demon, slender and grotesque, was covered in black spots and sores, incessantly scratching at his body. His green hair and lifeless eyes added to his repugnant appearance. Yuzui Tenjin sensed the imminent danger and swiftly drew his twin blades, moving with remarkable speed to deliver a decisive strike. I cannot allow him to emerge. However, Kabutsuji Muzan had been bowing his head, but in an instant, the two demons vanished from sight, reappearing at a distance on the street. A grave expression crossed Yuzui Tengin's face. The true upper moon has revealed itself. Kabutsuji Muzan crouched down to console Daki, his gaze filled with pity. Onaikin, please help me kill them. I want to devour the descendants of the Kanroji family. I understand. I will assist you in avenging this, he affirmed. On the other side, insulting the ancestors of the Kanroji family as mere food, Chiyuan quietly unsheathed his Nichiren blade. With a sharp sound, the frost-white blade glimmered in the moonlight as he approached slowly, his steps deliberate. If you wish to die, you need not waste your breath. Brother, Tanjiro called out, watching Chiyuan's silhouette. Tanjiro, Yuzui Tenjin shook his head. It's fine. Let him be, he said softly, aware of the Kanroji family's history. Moreover, the true instigator was there, belittling the ancestors of the Kanroji family. He could hardly tolerate it himself. Yuzui Tenjin regarded the two demons in the distance with a look of compassion. They are doomed. Huh. Tanjiro remained oblivious. It's fine, just watch, trust in your brother. Tenjin sheathed his twin blades. Chiyuan's demeanor remained apathetic as he drew closer, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Within him simmered boundless rage. Have the two of you lived long enough? Killing so many ancestors of the Kanroji family, do you derive pleasure from it? He halted, slowly uttering 4 words. I curse your mother. Chapter 48, Brutality. You dare insult me. You are but a mongrel of the Kanroji family. How dare you call me ugly? Daki screamed, her face twisted in rage. Brother, kill him. Kibutsuji Muzan remained silent, instead brandishing his twin blades, his gaze wary of the intensely oppressive man before him, cold, indifferent, and filled with unfathomable fury. He realized that his sister's words had provoked the other. Now, it was too late for reconciliation. After all, Lord Muzan's orders were to eliminate the opponent, regardless of the means. He is powerful. You should retreat, sister. Brother. Daki was bewildered. Without further ado, Kibutsuji Muzan seized her by the leg and tossed her into the air. Watching her drift away, he turned. As long as we do not perish simultaneously, I am invincible. Chiyuan scoffed. Is that so? Kibutsuji Muzan smirked disdainfully. Yet in the next moment, thud. A misty blur swept by, and Kibutsuji Muzan's head was abruptly severed, landing on the ground. Chiyuan had merely waved his hand, the attack leaving only a series of indistinct afterimages. What? How could this be accomplished? Bastard. Silence, and take your sister with you. Chiyuan retorted, turning his gaze behind him. Kill Daki, and bring her here. Tanjiro was momentarily taken aback, sensing a significant change in his brother. He inhaled deeply, detecting the scent of anger. Yet why did his brother appear so calm? Be careful. Yuzui Tenjin pulled Tanjiro away. Inosuke, carrying the already sleeping Zenitsu, leapt onto the rooftops, and the group swiftly pursued the fleeing Daki. Kibutsuji Muzan's expression darkened as he reattached his head. So what if you find her? As long as I am not beheaded simultaneously, I am invincible. No one can kill me. Chiyuan did not respond directly to Kibutsuji Muzan's taunt. He tightened his grip on the Nichiren blade, veins bulging, the fiery patterns on his forehead shimmering brightly. The originally frost-white blade gradually transformed into a scorching crimson hue. Patterns ignite. The blazing blade reveals itself. Chiyuan was genuinely furious this time. Except for not activating the transparent world, he had unleashed nearly all his power. Kibutsuji Muzan was not worthy of his full strength. This brat. Kibutsuji Muzan gulped nervously, feeling an overwhelming terror emanating from Chiyuan, causing his very cells to tremble. Who on earth are you? Chiyuan swung his blade once more, the blade's shadow multiplying, producing dozens of strikes. So fast. Kibutsuji Muzan felt dazed as both of his arms were severed, a searing pain engulfing him, making it exceedingly difficult to heal. Futile effort. You cannot kill me. He shouted hoarsely. In the next instant, his legs were severed in an instant, and he collapsed to the ground. Brother, do not harm my brother. Daki cried, her eyes trembling as she unleashed her belt attack. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap, and flash, eightfold. The thunderous roar erupted. Zenitsu, wielding his golden Nichiren blade, awakened from his slumber, springing into action to shatter the silken cords before him. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap, and flash, instantaneous. Boom, boom, boom. The thunder echoed once more as Zenitsu transformed into a brilliant golden lightning bolt, striking Daki across the neck and colliding with her, propelling them into the sky. Yuzui Tenjin, twin blades in hand, leaped into the air, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Sound breathing, fifth form, string performance. Tanjiro and the others swiftly followed suit, launching their attacks. Fire God Kagura, seventh form, sunlight radiance. Beast breathing, first fong, piercing thrust. On the other side, Chiyuan's gaze remained icy. Kibutsuji Muzan. The humiliation and suffering inflicted upon my ancestors shall be repaid to you 1,000-fold today. Bastard. With what right? With my own. Chiyuan once again severed Kibutsuji Muzan's limbs, lifting him up and slamming him down onto the ground. The deceased shall not return. Qianyuan cast aside the sunwheel blade. Bang. A fist crashed into Jigafutaro's face, splitting the skin and flesh. Why trample upon life? Bang. Why act with such reckless abandon? Bang. What significance do the lives of others hold in your eyes? Jigafutaro, bloodied and dazed, was overwhelmed. His limbs severed, the burning sensation of his wounds persisted, leaving him utterly incapacitated to retaliate. You scoundrel, what have you done to me? Why can I not regenerate? Jigafutaro spat out a tooth, roaring in anger, humiliated as an upper rank being subjected to such brutality. Answer me. Qianyuan suddenly grasped Jigafutaro's neck, lifting him effortlessly, veins bulging on his forehead, deep-seated fury glimmering in his eyes. He resembled a malevolent spirit more than an upper-rank demon. I will kill you. Damned wretch. Jigafutaro bellowed with rage. In your next life. Qianyuan hurled him into the air, delivering a fierce kick. Bang. Jigafutaro crashed against the wall with tremendous force, shattering it, and continued to break through several walls before finally coming to a halt. Qianyuan approached Jigafutaro coldly, pressing his foot against his head, forcing it into the dirt. Do you not revel in the hunt? Is killing not exhilarating? Qianyuan shouted. With his family hunted for centuries, parents hidden away yet cruelly devoured, he felt the depths of this sorrow and boundless wrath. Damn you! I will surely kill you. Jigafutaro summoned his blood demon art with his last ounce of strength. Blood demon art, circular slash. He unleashed a wide arc of blood blades from his severed arms, infused with abyssal poison, crashing into Qianyuan. Qianyuan sidestepped, coiling his fist, and struck out. Boom. The blood demon art was instantly shattered. It was utterly futile. Qianyuan's form merged with the blood of the demon king while retaining human bloodlines. At that moment, he was a being transcending both man and demon, making Jigafutaro's poison utterly ineffective against him. Even without employing breathing techniques, his physical prowess reached its zenith. Impossible, what manner of monster are you? Jigafutaro finally felt fear, trembling in his entirety, just as his master Muzan did. Who am I? Qianyuan stated icily. Remember this. I am Qianyuan, the Crimson Qianyuan. I am here to utterly eradicate this era of malevolence. Qianyuan surged forward in an instant, raining down punches. Jigafutaro was soon engulfed by the terror of those strikes. Half an hour later, Daki's head and body were tossed over, landing beside the already unrecognizable Jigafutaro. Finally, it is over, Jigafutaro murmured weakly. Qianyuan slowly stood, retrieving the sun wheel blade. Jigafutaro's eyes widened in disbelief. There is a second round? Chapter 49. Sa? Oni-chan. I don't want to die? Please think of a way out. Daki's head rolled on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Did I permit you to speak? Qianyuan kicked Daki's head against the wall. Oni-chan. The weakened Jigafutaro caught his sister's anguished cries, causing a tremor in his heart, shattering his composure. The humiliation of being dominated and beaten by a Hashira ignited his fury, especially when his sister's head was treated as a mere ball. Jigafutaro growled, thick veins surfacing on his body. I will fight you. Blood demon art, circular slash, spinning blood scythe explosion. His furious roar mingled with the sound of bursting veins. And in an instant, Jigafutaro transformed into a blood-soaked being, an eruption of blood radiating from him. That blood morphed into countless blood scythes, spreading violently in all directions from Jigafutaro's center. Qianyuan's gaze flickered, and he suddenly vanished with a few others. Mist thunder erupted wildly, retreating hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. No, we cannot escape. Qianyuan abruptly flung the three small ones away, leaving himself and Yuzui Tenjin behind to counter the onslaught of blood scythes. They did not exchange glances, brandishing the sun wheel blade horizontally. There was no retreat. Countless residents were behind them. If they fled, half the district would be reduced to ashes. Qianyuan narrowed his eyes slightly. For defense, merging mist breathing with flame breathing's blazing whirlpool would yield a commendable sword technique. Qianyuan swung the sun wheel blade, the blade spinning as waves reversed. Mist swirling into a vortex, instantly redirecting the blood scythes heading towards them, shattering them. Mist breathing, 8th form, returning tide. Sound breathing, 5th form, resonant strings. The two unleashed their techniques in a frenzy, successfully intercepting the indiscriminate barrage of attacks. Yet, most surrounding structures were still destroyed. Buildings crumbled, leaving a chaotic scene. Yuzui Tenjin exhaled in relief. When rescuing his three wives, he had warned them to disperse the nearby residents, or else they would truly suffer. Do not cry. In the rising smoke and dust, Jigafutaro, fully restored, crouched on the ground, comforting his sister. Daki, reattaching her head to her neck, wiped the tears from her eyes. Her injuries had healed entirely. Gaining composure, she knew the next encounter would be formidable. Jigafutaro stood, lifting his gaze to the 5 swordsmen in the distance. An intense sense of danger coiling around him like a serpent. Did you enjoy that, Qianyuan Shiki? He gripped the blood scythe, his eyes ablaze with fury. He would reclaim every ounce of the humiliation inflicted upon him. Difficult to kill. A flicker of disdain crossed Qianyuan's eyes. Can you still fight? He turned to the others. Yuzui Tenjin shook his shoulders, signaling he was fine. Tanjiro wiped the blood from his body and gave a thumbs up. A box behind him stirred slightly, and Nezuko emerged, her body expanding, clearly entering battle mode. I will fight alongside my brothers. Inosuke brandished his dual blades, still brimming with vigor. I am the king of the mountain, just aiming to slay a few worm-like foes. And you all, Watanabe, Zenitsu, let us fight together. Zenitsu declared fiercely with his eyes closed. You big pig head. How dare you misname me? Tanjiro internally shouted. Brother, are you awake? Qianyuan chuckled helplessly. Maintaining such vitality is indeed commendable. Then, he slightly raised his bright eyes. Smiling, let us bring an end to all of this. With that, he swung the sun wheel blade, charging forward. The 3 small ones and Nezuko swiftly responded, battle commencing. Magnificent, truly magnificent. Yuzui Tenjin stood stationary, fervently crafting the score, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Now begins the composition of my splendid divine score. Jigafutaro's eyes widened as he suddenly turned to see Daki battling the three small ones and Nezuko, shouting, "Be careful not to lose your head." Jiguro's desire to speak was abruptly interrupted as an unsettling sensation coursed through him. His pupils constricted violently, akin to the tremors of an earthquake, and he hastily raised the blood sickle in his hand to defend himself. The blade, shrouded in mist, collided violently with the blood sickle, producing a resounding clang that echoed in the air. Clang. The blood sickle indeed managed to block the attack. Yet the force of the impact forced it deep into Jiguro's neck. What an overwhelming power. His eyes quivered with fear as he attempted to withdraw from the perilous situation. Brother, Daki, sensing Jiguro's imminent danger, erupted with determination, momentarily repelling several adversaries in her path to lend support. Qian Yuan's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, he appeared before Daki, channeling his energy into a powerful punch that sent her soaring into the sky. With a tremendous leap, he followed her upward, unleashing a sudden whip kick that crashed into her, leaving her battered and crashing to the ground, a torrent of blood spilling from her mouth, her eyes trembling in shock. "Finish her," Qian Yuan said calmly, transforming into a wisp of misty lightning as he approached Jiguro. Seizing the blade of the Nichiren sword that was still striking toward the blood sickle, Jiguro's eyes widened in terror. How could this be possible? After delivering one blow, his opponent had compelled him to hastily swing the blood sickle in defense against the onslaught of the Nichiren sword. In the next heartbeat, Qian Yuan had teleported to where Daki lay, severely injured from the whip kick, and then back to face him, grasping the blade that continued to exert its force. The entire sequence transpired in less than a second. It was faster than lightning. Such swiftness could only be achieved by someone who had activated the transparent world. Within the crystalline clarity of the transparent world, Qian Yuan possessed an omniscient awareness of the battle unfolding around him, accurately calculating the timing of the force the Nichiren sword would impart upon Jiguro. This was the terror of the transparent world. His monstrous ability to observe and perceive allowed him to discern the contraction of his opponent's muscles, the movement of their bones, and even their vulnerabilities, bestowing upon him an unparalleled advantage. Meanwhile, Zenitsu launched into a rapid assault, transforming into a streak of brilliant thunder that propelled Daki skyward, exposing her to the onslaught of attacks from all directions. Tanjiro leaped into the air, invoking the breath of the sun. Fire God Kagura, Sun Halo Dragon Dance. The roar of the dragon reverberated as it viciously clamped down on Daki's neck. And then there was the formidable king of the mountains. Inosuke swung his dual blades, unleashing the beast-breathing, third Fong, tusk tear. Just at that moment, the finishing touch was completed. Yuzui Tenjin burst into laughter, teleporting with vigor. Sound breathing. Fifth form, string performance. For beams of blinding light sliced through Daki's neck. Onaiken. The heart-wrenching cry instantly drew Jiguro's attention, and he abruptly turned his head, desperately seeking his sister's figure. Under the scrutiny of the transparent world, Jiguro dared not to divide his focus. The next moment, he would face death. Qian Yuan suddenly leveled the Nichiren sword in midair, taking a deep breath as a torrent of mist erupted from its tip, resembling a celestial realm. Mist breathing. Second form, obliteration slash. The resplendent blade of energy swept across the battlefield, striking Jiguro's neck with unparalleled speed, piercing clean through. Swish. Chapter 50, The End of Fate. No demons, no blades. Two heads, once inseparable, now lay together, filled with bewilderment. Qian Yuan's gaze was icy, devoid of any sympathy for such a remorseless fiend. His sole responsibility was to escort it to the depths of darkness. There was no other option. Tanjiro, panting heavily, collapsed onto the ground, finally feeling a sense of relief. Is it over? Zenitsu lay quietly on the ground, his yellow kimono tattered and torn. His eyes were tightly closed. He had truly fallen asleep. Inosuke laughed heartily, brandishing his dual blades. The great king of the mountains is invincible. Yuzui Tenjin stood beside Qian Yuan with arms crossed, a hint of a smile finally gracing his features. The grand symphony of the encirclement had finally reached its conclusion. Everyone had survived. Qian Yuan exhaled deeply, closing the transparent world. The upper moon demons were indeed challenging to defeat. After a brief pause, the demonic siblings showed no signs of dissipating. Something was amiss. Qian Yuan's eyes sharpened with clarity, the previously overpowering drowsiness vanishing in an instant as he activated the transparent world once more, his pupils narrowing slightly. He observed Jiguro's headless form, now pulsating as if it were alive, contracting and expanding vigorously. Suddenly, Qian Yuan understood, turning swiftly to shout, "Run! He's going to self-destruct." In the next moment, An even greater explosion of flying blood sickles erupted from Jiguro's headless body, their speed unfathomable and impossible to intercept. Boom. The surrounding structures collapsed instantaneously, the devastation spreading outward. Qian Yuan and Yuzui Tenjin hurriedly grabbed their companions, racing madly beyond the attack radius of the flying blood sickles. Above Tokyo, a cacophony of thunderous sound erupted, followed by an explosion akin to the collapse of the heavens, obliterating everything in its wake. Rumble. Thus, the once opulent and prosperous entertainment district was reduced to ruins. Fortunately, all residents had been evacuated. However, the loss of property was incalculable. Qian Yuan, pale-faced, pushed aside the debris of a white wall that had pinned him down and rushed towards the epicenter of the explosion, his speed reaching its zenith. At the explosion's center, two heads lay pressed against one another. Onaikin, why were you also beheaded? Daki's anguished voice echoed far and wide. As Qian Yuan and his companions arrived, they discovered that the adversaries had not revived, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. This truly marked the end. The bodies of Jiguro and Daki began to disintegrate. The first signs of death, yet Daki remained unchanged. Did I not tell you to be cautious? Yet you still lost your head. Brother, I had no choice. Besides, among the 5 opponents, one was a Hashira. I could hardly withstand such pressure. You, who are never defeated, were the one who faltered. It was your distraction that led to my swift demise. Yet you have the audacity to blame me, you hideous brother. Jiguro was momentarily speechless. In his final moments, memories of his human past flooded his mind, and tears began to stream down his face. Even if I am called ugly, it matters not. The word ugly has followed me like a shadow, and I care not. As long as you are beautiful, that is all that matters. Even if I descend into hell. As long as you remain beautiful. Daki was taken aback. What are you saying? Did we not promise to be together forever? Onaikin, I will not be alone. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, and she fiercely bumped her head against Jiguro's, even as they faced oblivion. Jiguro and Daki together are invincible. Is this not what you said? I do not wish to part. Jiguro remained silent for a long while before suddenly breaking into laughter. Since childhood, he had been a despised and loathed creature. The word ugly had been his constant companion. Even his own mother would often strike and scold him. Coward, worthless, fool. These were but a few of his many nicknames. Children would hurl stones at him while hurling insults. Yet even such a life could not break Jiguro's spirit. His existence was shrouded in darkness, until that fateful day. His sun had finally risen. Mei, his sister, unlike his grotesque appearance, Mei was born with an unparalleled beauty that left the world in awe, outshining many adults. Gazing at his radiant sister, Jotaro finally felt a flicker of warmth. From that moment on, he resolved to toil relentlessly, ensuring that she would never endure the same suffering he had. He embraced every menial task, regardless of the meager pay, all for the sake of preventing her from going hungry. Jotaro bore no complaints, diligently working day after day. However, just as he believed that their circumstances would improve, an unforeseen calamity struck. One day, a samurai became infatuated with Mei, attempting to purchase her freedom and even gifting her a beautiful hairpin. Yet, he had the audacity to insult her brother. In a fit of rage, Mei retaliated by plunging the very hairpin into the samurai's left eye. No one could insult her brother and remain unscathed. Everyone possesses a sensitive spot, and for Mei, Jotaro was her irreplaceable weakness. Having witnessed her brother's humiliation, she felt compelled to exact retribution, even at the cost of her own life. Later, the samurai captured Mei and subjected her to a brutal punishment by fire. When Jotaro arrived, he found her charred and unrecognizable, her breath barely hanging on. In the next moment, she was on the brink of death. Jotaro was shattered, trembling uncontrollably. His beloved sister lay before him, on the verge of perishing because of him. No, please, don't take her away. She has done nothing wrong. I will not forgive you. Return my sister to me. Jotaro wept bitterly while cradling Mei. At that moment, the samurai stabbed him in the back. As Jotaro was wounded, the brothel owner laughed, expressing her gratitude. Thank you truly. It's a pity about Mei's demise, but rest assured, I will find another beautiful girl to introduce to you. The samurai wore a grotesque smile, and their malicious words ignited Jotaro's fury. He struck them with relentless blows, disregarding his injuries, intent on annihilating them. But what good would their deaths do? Would it bring his sister back? As despair clouded his vision, Doma appeared in time, bestowing upon them the blood of the Demon King. Thus, Jotaro and Daki transformed into demons, and through their unique bond, they ascended to the rank of Upper Six. Returning to the present, Jotaro asked, Mei, will you accompany me to hell? His gaze was clear, a smile gracing his lips. Daki, tears in her eyes, nodded earnestly. I am willing, no matter the cost. Jotaro chuckled. Together, Jotaro and Daki became invincible. Even in hell, I will protect you, my sister. We will never be apart. Brother, let us go, never to part again. Jotaro nodded with a smile. Daki wept openly, their foreheads pressed together, destined to rise as one. Even if they transformed into mere ashes. Thus, Upper Six truly met their demise. Meanwhile, with the fall of Upper Six, the call of Kaguya resonated throughout the Demon Slayer Corps. Jotaro and Daki of the Yoshiwara district have been vanquished. The Demon Slayers, including Tenjin Yuzi, Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke, were informed. Sitting quietly, Kaguya Ubuyashiki expressed mild surprise upon hearing the news, followed by a smile. This seemed to herald a turning point, signaling that the events in Yoshiwara would transform the demon-slaying endeavor that had persisted for nearly a millennium. At this moment, everyone would come to believe in the end of fate. No demons, no blades. Chapter 51, Muzan's Speechlessness. Looking wistfully at the clear moon above, Akaza pondered. There must be snow beneath Mount Fuji, perhaps even cherry blossoms. His response was vague, for he had never been there. For centuries as a demon, Akaza had dedicated himself to honing his body and striving for the pinnacle of martial arts, often scoffing at such human romanticism. Could you take me to see it? Koyuki tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with delight. I've heard it's beautiful. Akaza fell silent, gazing at the fading silhouette of Koyuki. Very well. It's merely a waste of a few months. His existence was eternal. He did not care. However, Koyuki had spent recent days softly urging him not to consume humans, to abandon his demonic identity, and sharing tales of her past life as a human. Was being human truly so wonderful? A perpetual struggle for gain, the darkness of capitalism, and a fleeting lifespan of nearly a century filled with suffering and disease, racing daily for trivial possessions like cars and houses. What was so appealing? Akaza held little interest. If possible, he wished to remain with Koyuki forever. As hesitation flickered in his eyes, he prepared to depart when he suddenly heard the familiar sound of a biwa. With a start, the ground beneath him vanished, and he found himself in the familiar Infinity Castle. He sighed, squinting slightly. What had happened? Had an upper moon been slain? Who could it be? Hopefully it was Doma. Yet reality once again disappointed him. Shortly after his arrival, the very demon he despised appeared, and upon seeing Akaza, Doma's expression morphed into one of mock pity, chattering incessantly. Lord Akaza, why are you ignoring me? After all these years, you seem disappointed to see that I'm still alive. What a shame. Doma, with a fan in hand, wore a broad smile, seemingly unbothered. Akaza merely cast him a cold glance, relaxing his previously clenched fist and stepping aside in silence. Oh, Akaza, you've changed. Doma's face displayed a look of feigned astonishment, though his rainbow-like eyes held no genuine emotion. Could it be that you were beaten into submission by the two Hashira? The Akaza I remember was never so weak. With a distant gaze, Akaza regarded the playful Doma and then the open space nearby, releasing his fist. Just as Doma intended to persist in his taunts, Kokushibo suddenly appeared between them, wielding a demon blade, unchanged in its decor. Akaza, it seems you've changed considerably over the years. You no longer resemble your former self. Now, you understand the hierarchy. Good. Kokushibo then turned his cold gaze towards Doma. Do not overstep your bounds. Doma rubbed his hands together, still wearing a cheerful expression. Oh. But how can that be considered overstepping? We haven't seen each other in years. Of course, I must show my concern. Akaza hasn't protested, has he? Kokushibo offered no reply. Ah, how tedious this has become. Doma pouted, glancing at the others. Hantengu Gyako. Jotaro has been slain by the Demon Slayer Corps. Muzan's chilling aura echoed in the air. Upon hearing the sound, the assembled demons promptly knelt in reverence. Lord Muzan. Muzan remained seated in his lofty rocking chair, his cold and emotionless eyes narrowing slightly as he held a wine glass. He slowly sipped from it, remaining silent. At that moment, it was the ever-apt Toyohiro who broke the somber atmosphere. He wore his characteristic nonchalant expression. I sincerely apologize, Lord Muzan, Toyohiro said, bowing slightly with an apologetic tone. After all, it was I who brought Kabutsuji into our ranks, and I never anticipated he would prove so inept as to be slain by the Demon Slayer Corps. Should there be repercussions, I am willing to offer my own eyes as penance. If you desire my tongue, I would acquiesce, though I do prefer to converse. Muzan disregarded him entirely, gently swirling his wine glass, his gaze imbued with indifference. The demise of Kabutsuji was unexpected for me as well. The strength of the Demon Slayer Corps has significantly surpassed previous levels, particularly with the emergence of a Hashira named Mitsuri Kanroji. If Kabutsuji is to be dismissed, it bears no consequence. After finishing the last sip of wine, Muzan slowly rose and walked with measured steps towards his upper moons, scrutinizing them for a moment before coldly stating, For centuries, you have seemingly never satisfied me, whether idling or disregarding my commands. How much time have you truly devoted to your tasks? Exhaustion is a shared burden, as was Kibutsuji's, reflecting on the useless human emotions is futile. Muzan slightly lowered his gaze. What significance do they hold? What purpose? You have never once met my expectations. What, then, do I require of you? The upper moons bowed their heads in silence. Over the centuries, they had become adept at this. Initially, the lower moons served as a buffer. Yet now most had been eradicated by Muzan, with the remainder eliminated by the Demon Slayer Corps, thereby exposing the truth regarding the upper moon's lack of diligence. Muzan found himself at a loss for words. He slowly surveyed the assembled demons, unsure of what to articulate. For centuries, he had expressed this sentiment countless times. It bore no fruit. Kakashigoto served as his half-hearted partner. Typically, he either trained or played leisurely games, often performing tasks only when it struck his fancy. Toyohiro, though slippery, would occasionally utilize his disciples from the Eternal Paradise sect to seek out the blue spider lilies, somewhat compensating for the demon's inability to search by day. The once diligent Akaza had grown inattentive since the Infinity Train conflict, failing to apply himself in his duties. Jotaro was perpetually preoccupied with his jars, which Muzan found quite distasteful. He struggled to find the right words to address him. Muzan sighed. He had almost forgotten about the half-demon, as he had scarcely seen him in centuries, aside from meetings. None of his subordinates had accomplished anything to Muzan's satisfaction, be it the search for the blue spider lilies, methods to withstand sunlight, or the annihilation of the Kamado family, leading to the disbandment of the Demon Slayer Corps. Not a single task had been executed successfully. Muzan delicately pinched his brow, turning away. During this period, I shall take a particular interest in your endeavors. Do not slacken your efforts. Complete the tasks I have assigned. Should I hear of further misfortune, I will reconsider your worth. Muzan slowly approached the kneeling Nakime, extending his finger to pierce her neck. Nakime, you possess some utility. I am quite pleased. You shall ascend to Upper 6. Chapter 52, The Midnight Heist. After resting at the Butterfly Mansion for a time, Chihayo re-engaged with his duties as a Hashira in the Demon Slayer Corps. He routinely patrolled his assigned area, practiced his swordsmanship, and endeavored to develop new forms of his breathing technique, occasionally taking Tanjiro back to the Misty Mountains to visit their mentor, Sakanji Urokodaki. Subsequently, he received news that the previously devastated entertainment district was set to be rebuilt, with the overseer promising to allocate a section for the establishment of the Tofu House, which would serve as a supply station for the Demon Slayer Corps. To Chihayo's surprise, the former courtesan, Kiyoshi, had become the proprietor of the Tofu House, tasked with liaising and assisting the nearby Demon Slayer swordsman. Chihayo chuckled wryly. Kiyoshi has finally carved out a life for herself. Moreover, working for the Demon Slayer Corps won't be without its benefits. How wonderful that they are all free. Chihayo stood atop the back mountain of the Demon Slayer headquarters, smiling. Lord Yoriichi stands beside him, his face alight with joy. Do not be astonished. The reason Yoriichi's condition has stabilized is due to Tamayo's timely delivery of an elixir, which purportedly alleviates the curse. In her letter, she specifically noted that Chihayo's blood played a significant role in the formulation of the elixir. Upon learning this, Yoriichi injected the elixir and, after a few days of rest at headquarters, was able to stand again. His once completely blind eyes began to regain some clarity, and everything seemed to be progressing favorably. The other Hashira, upon receiving the news, were both astonished and concerned, inquiring if Lord Yoriichi had experienced any side effects. Yoriichi chuckled in response. If there were side effects, would I still be able to stand? Realizing the truth, the Hashira erupted into laughter. Yoriichi then lifted his gaze to Chihayo. Indeed, witnessing them free from constraints, standing peacefully under the sun, and no longer fearing the night. That is the true essence of our existence as the Demon Slayer Corps. Chihayo, thank you for revealing this hope to me. Chihayo paused momentarily, then smiled. Ending the evil demons is also my aspiration, yet slaying the upper moons is merely the beginning, not the end. One day, we shall completely vanquish Muzan, allowing all children to sing freely under the moonlight, unburdened by worry. Yoriichi gazed quietly at Chihayo, offering a gentle smile. Having you is indeed our greatest fortune within the Demon Slayer Corps. Chihayo returned the smile faintly, lifting his head as the hopeful wisteria gravestones came into view. The gravestones of his ancestors, Hoshino and Rin, had been completed, with the epitaph provided by Chihayo reading, Hoshino, serene, Rin, frost never ceases. They had never met, and Chihayo struggled to find the words to describe his two ancestors, yet he knew that the legacy of Hoshino and Rin had not waned, much like now, where a spark can kindle an inferno. This spark ultimately severed the century-old feud. Chihayo and Yoriichi lingered among the gravestones for an extended period, quietly tending to each swordsman's grave before reluctantly departing. Yoriichi followed Chihayo with measured steps, playfully pinching his arm. Perhaps I shall become as healthy as you one day, transforming into a great warrior. I shall eagerly await that day, Chihayo replied with a smile. Suddenly, Yoriichi recalled something, glancing back at the magnificent wisteria gravestones and murmuring, perhaps. The evil demons can indeed be eradicated in this era. A few days later, in the misty mountains, Chihayo lay in bed, restless. He sat dazedly on the edge of the bed, his eyes resembling those of a weary fish. The opening of the Swordsmith village arc in the original story occurred due to Tanjiro's battle with Kabutsuji and Daki, during which his Nichiren blade broke, prompting Kanamori to express his reluctance to forge a new sword for Tanjiro, leading him to the Swordsmith village out of necessity. Thus, the narrative of the Swordsmith village arc was born. The question has arisen. Is it not the case that Tanjiro has not lost his sword? How then do I venture to Swordsmith village? Surely, I cannot simply approach the master and announce that 2 upper moons are invading the village, can I? That would render me a fool in their eyes. Qianyuan, as a time traveler, relies heavily on his knowledge of the storyline to assist those characters left unfulfilled in the original narrative. Yet he also fears that straying too far from the original plot may give rise to unforeseen and perilous events. For instance, what if Muzan and the 12 Kazuki become cornered and decide to unleash slaughter in a densely populated city? Or what if that disdainful boss ceases to be dismissive and instead tirelessly creates new demons day and night, thus assembling an indomitable army of fiends? Despite his current formidable strength, possessing the trifecta of skills, a hybrid human-demon physique, and his own unique breathing techniques, he would be powerless in the face of such a scenario. Therefore, at this juncture, he must absolutely avoid recklessness and develop cautiously. What pretext could he possibly use to bring Tanjiro into Swordsmith village? Qianyuan stroked his chin, his mind racing with wild ideas. Half a minute later, Eureka! Qianyuan gently pushed open the door to Tanjiro's room. Little Tanjiro, please don't hold it against me. I am left with no choice. It seems unfortunate for you. Qianyuan stealthily lowered himself in the darkness, activating his high frame rate mode to perceive the world clearly. Fixating intently on the slumbering Tanjiro, he could discern the intervals of his breathing and the contractions of his muscles, even knowing precisely whether he was asleep. This mission must succeed. Failure is not an option. Gradually, Qianyuan crawled towards Tanjiro's sword. The Nichiren blade leaned quietly against the wall, seemingly trembling in fear as it beheld the approaching Qianyuan. Don't come any closer. Tanjiro, wake up. Your sword is about to be taken. Qianyuan frowned slightly, still resisting. Are we? He grasped the Nichiren blade and immediately began its refinement. The blade's body softened under the subtle mist's erosion, ultimately fracturing into 2 halves. Success! Qianyuan rejoiced, casting a glance at the sleeping Tanjiro, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Oh, my foolish Tanjiro. I shall now take my leave. Look how soundly you sleep. With a soft click, Qianyuan quietly shut the door and fled the scene. He quickly climbed onto his bed, extinguished the lights, and plunged the room into darkness. His heart raced. This was his first time feeling such tension. Qianyuan placed a hand on his chest, hesitating for a moment. He picked up the Nichiren blade resting against the wall and embraced it. I want to sleep. The next morning, golden sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Tanjiro's youthful face as he groggily opened his eyes. Tanjiro stretched lazily, gradually sitting up. Why do my eyes keep blinking? And what is this unsettling feeling? He steadied his nerves and slipped into his shoes. Never mind. Let us commence another delightful day of sword training. Tanjiro cheerfully seized the Nichiren blade, opened the door, and approached Qianyuan's room, gently knocking. Brother, let us practice together. Inside the room? Qianyuan abruptly opened his eyes, his first instinct tinged with guilt. Oh no. What if he discovers that I am the culprit? Chapter 53. The King of Qin circles the pillar. Oh ho ho ho. Come forth, Tanjiro. Qianyuan donned his clothes and opened the door, revealing a forced smile. Tanjiro nodded slightly, feeling a twinge of nervousness. It had been quite some time since they last practiced together, and his brother had become a Hashira, recognized as the strongest among them. Although he had often lost before his brother ascended, that did not imply Tanjiro would cower. He approached every battle with the unwavering belief of victory. Tanjiro clenched his fists, a determined smile gracing his lips. This time, I shall win. Oh, so confident are we? Qianyuan smiled as he accompanied Tanjiro to the open space outside, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Do not hold back this time, brother. Tanjiro, brimming with confidence, stepped forward, after experiencing 2 battles against the upper moons. His combat experience had reached an extraordinary level, and his mastery of the dance of the fire god had grown increasingly refined. Here I come. Tanjiro lunged forward, exhaling a breath of white mist, his formidable fighting spirit surging as a faint sound of flowing water began to swell. He resolved to test the waters with the water-breathing technique. Water breathing, first form, water surface slash. To Tanjiro's astonishment, The unsheathed Nichiren blade was merely half of its length, the other half lodged within the scabbard. The blade broke? Qianyuan chuckled inwardly and exclaimed, "Oh dear. What an unexpected turn of events. It seems this Nichiren blade has suffered fractures after numerous intense battles. How fortunate it did not break earlier. Truly frightening." Tanjiro raised the Nichiren blade, its brilliant surface reflecting his reddish-brown eyes and bewildered expression. "This is bad." 10 days later, as Qianyuan leisurely enjoyed his lunch, a sudden thought struck him. His expression contorted in alarm. "Hurry, brother. Quickly close the door." Qianyuan nearly choked on his rice, almost forgetting. Indeed, it was 10 days prior when he had surreptitiously taken. It was Tanjiro's Nichiren blade that had unexpectedly broken. At the rate of steel forging. That means Tanjiro noticed his brother's unperturbed demeanor and instantly sprang to shut the door, only for the half-open entrance to swing wide. A kitchen knife plummeted from above. It landed squarely on the grass before Tanjiro, mere inches from his trousers. Tanjiro gasped in shock. Just then, a creature with its head bowed slowly entered through the door, its steps laden with an unusual heaviness. Clutched in its hand was a kitchen knife, while another knife ominously lay at Tanjiro's feet, panting as if it had run a great distance without respite. Tanjiro's pupils widened, desperate to explain. Steel Forging suddenly lifted his head, and upon glimpsing Tanjiro's face, he swung the kitchen knife with fervor. Qianyuan tightened his pants, his expression turning to one of distress. "Curse you, Tanjiro Kamado. I did not mean to. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I'll kill you." The two of them chased each other, and if one were to overlook their expressions, they resembled a loving couple. "Mr. Steel Forging, I truly did not intend for this. I care not. How dare you damage my sword?" Swish, swish, swish. Amid the chaos, one was frantically explaining while the other wielded a knife with abandon, spiraling around the courtyard. Particularly, when Tanjiro spotted a pillar, he dashed towards it, with Steel Forging hot on his heels. As the saying goes, the king of Qin circles the pillar. Today, Qianyuan found himself in a predicament. It was not until dusk that they finally ceased their escapade, thanks in part to Qianyuan's intervention. Tanjiro grasped his brother's hand. Gasping for breath, he extended his thumb. "Brother, I'm so grateful to have you." Qianyuan awkwardly chuckled. No worries." Steel Tomb surprisingly did not bring a sword. If one were to insist, the opponent wielded 2 kitchen knives, specifically brought to target Tanjiro. After all, as a swordsmith, he regarded the Nichiren blades he personally forged with the affection of a parent. Thus, he could not easily overlook Tanjiro's actions and felt compelled to administer a proper punishment. Otherwise, there would certainly be a next time. Steel Tomb stood with arms crossed, coldly observing Tanjiro. "This time, I haven't brought a sword. You shall retrieve it personally from my place. Consider this a lesson. If there is a next time, I will be careful, Mr. Steel Tomb." Tanjiro replied, an apologetic expression on his face, nodding earnestly. "Rest assured, Mr. Steel Tomb." Qianyuan maintained his composure. This incident arose because Tanjiro fought against Upper Moon 6, resulting in the broken blade. "I will intensify his swordsmanship training. There will be no next time." Steel Tomb's expression softened somewhat at this. After dinner, he departed wearing his conical hat. The following day, Kayajiro visited the Misty Mountains. The two enjoyed hot tea while engaging in pleasant conversation. "I heard from others that you managed to slay Upper Moon 6, truly deserving of the title as the most formidable Hashira of the modern Demon Slayer Corps. However, I too will strive diligently. After the recent battle, my strength has significantly improved." "That's wonderful, brother." Qianyuan gazed at Kayajiro's familiar visage, momentarily lost in thought. "Brother?" Kayajiro inquired. Puzzled, Qianyuan smiled. "May I call you brother?" Of course." Kayajiro laughed heartily, clapping Qianyuan on the shoulder. "I am delighted to have you as my brother." Qianyuan took a sip of hot tea, pondering for a moment. The aura emanating from Kayajiro now was a stark contrast to his former self. Every battle tempered a swordsman's prowess through life and death, resulting in substantial growth. The Kayajiro of today had far surpassed the one from the past. Qianyuan opened the transparent world, observing Kayajiro and realizing that the gap to reach his realm was merely a step away. It seemed that even without his guidance, Kayajiro would likely enter the transparent world on his own during another battle. However, heed my words, we shall not awaken the life-risking patterns. The earlier one opens the transparent world, the better, as this can also convey the concept of the transparent world through Kayajiro, thereby enhancing the overall level of Hashira-level swordsman within the Demon Slayer Corps. With this thought, Qianyuan lifted his gaze to Kayajiro, his voice earnest. "Brother, what I am about to say warrants your utmost attention. It might enhance your current strength." Kayajiro was taken aback, but quickly responded with a cheerful smile. "All right, Qianyuan. Please share." Qianyuan calmly sipped his tea and conveyed the methods and pathways to open the transparent world and the accompanying training techniques. Kayajiro was no fool. He had previously ascended to Hashira-level swordsman based solely on the flame-breathing manual, demonstrating exceptional talent. It was indeed a pity that the original work concluded prematurely. Half an hour passed. I understand, Kayajiro exclaimed, slapping his thigh, clarity flooding his mind. I will practice diligently upon my return. I believe it won't be long before I can open the transparent world. Thank you, Chiyuan. Chiyuan smiled lightly, silently sipping his hot tea. Chapter 54, Flowing Cloud Butterfly Haori. The next morning, Chiyuan packed his belongings and, accompanied by Tanjiro and Nezuko, who resided in a box, arrived at the foot of Misty Mountain, waiting for the hiding members to take them to the swordsmith village. The two joyfully greeted their master, Sakanji Urokadaki, before hurrying down the mountain. The swordsmith village, as a vital core area of the Demon Slayer Corps, was shrouded in secrecy. Not even the Hashira were privy to its location. The hiding members escorting them were similarly unaware of the village's whereabouts, responsible only for a transport node. Since the betrayal of the Moon Hashira and the assassination of the contemporary lord centuries ago, the Demon Slayer Corps had maintained this concealed strategy. During transport, Chiyuan and his companions would have their eyes covered and mouths and noses covered, then carried by the hiding members to the next node. This process was repeated multiple times, with the hiding members taking detours, until they finally arrived at the concealed swordsmith village. Greetings, Lord Chiyuan. They had not waited long when a hiding member approached. Greeting Chiyuan with respect, given his status as a Hashira-level swordsman, which the hiding organization also honored. Thank you, Chiyuan replied with a slight nod. Lord Chiyuan, please have both of you don eye masks and earplugs. We will take care of a small segment of your journey. The hiding member rubbed his hands in excitement, surprised by the politeness of the one renowned as the strongest Hashira. Thank you for your trouble. Chiyuan and Tanjiro donned the eye masks and earplugs, after which they were swiftly carried by two hiding members. Although the hiding organization was non-combatant, their physical abilities were extraordinary. Carrying a fully grown person was no challenge for them. Moreover, they were only responsible for reaching the next transfer station, with dozens more along the way. All right, let's be on our way. The two hiding members chuckled softly and quickly ran toward the next transfer station with Chiyuan and Tanjiro on their backs. Above, the crows specially trained by the Demon Slayer Corps guided their route, allowing them to run forward without concern. They changed carriers 7 or 8 times along the way, running from dawn until dusk. Finally, under the care of the hiding members, Chiyuan and Tanjiro arrived at the entrance of the swordsmith village. You wouldn't believe it. Carrying all day is truly exhausting. The moment the eye mask and nose plugs were removed, Chiyuan felt an inexplicable sense of living anew. Oh no, it's like living two lives. Upon entering the swordsmith village, Tanjiro rubbed his nose. It seems to have a hint of hot spring aroma. Chiyuan was slightly astonished. Brother, you can actually smell that? The hiding member was even more surprised and quickly added, indeed, the hot springs within the swordsmith village can alleviate fatigue. You too may wish to experience them. Chiyuan nodded slightly. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed the comfort of a hot spring since arriving in this world. Just as the group was chatting idly, a delicate voice called from the steps above, and as Chiyuan looked up, a pair of exquisite feet came into view. Clearing his throat, Chiyuan realized it was the love Hashira, Mitsuri Kanroji. Chiyuan Tanjiro. Wearing a loose sleep robe, Mitsuri's pink braids cascaded over her shoulders, and her ample bosom was prominently displayed. Tanjiro was taken aback. Hey, be careful. Your chest is about to spill out. Mind your own business. Chiyuan snapped his fingers. Ouch. That hurts. Tanjiro cradled his head, looking quite aggrieved. Chiyuan shot him a glance, smirking. Was it really that amusing to tease the honest Tanjiro? Are you here to maintain your blades as well? Chiyuan asked with a smile. No sooner had he spoken than his body suddenly trembled, a chill coursing through him. Something was amiss, someone was behind him, and there was a palpable aura of hostility. Who could it be? Kayajiro was training in the transparent world. Ju and Sabito were patrolling the territory, and none of the other Hashira had heard news of any broken blades. It couldn't possibly be. Just then, a soft yet somewhat suggestive voice drifted from nearby, sending a surge of alarm through Chiyuan's mind. Ah, I see you and Miss Mitsuri are getting along splendidly, unlike me, who can only discuss pharmacology and slaying demons. How dreadfully dull. Chiyuan's first reaction was panic. He turned his head stiffly, only to catch sight of Shinobu Kocho's gentle and exquisite visage. With her head bowed, she spoke softly, her words trailing off as she subtly averted her gaze from Chiyuan. Her eyes focused on the hem of her sleeves. Chiyuan sighed, realizing he had inadvertently exposed Tanjiro's antics. But what was Shinobu doing in the swordsmith village? As he contemplated approaching her to tug at her sleeve, she nimbly evaded him with a graceful turn. Chiyuan stood frozen, wishing he could slap himself. Why am I so idle every day? Shinobu's face retained that tender smile, yet it was imbued with a chill, as if frosted over. Her gaze fixated on the flowers and grass beneath her, her voice airy yet laced with sharpness. There is no need, after all, a person like me, who can only meddle with wisteria and is drenched in the scent of blood, hardly deserves your touch. Chiyuan's complexion paled slightly as he murmured, Shinobu. You know I'm not that kind of person. Then what did you mean by that earlier? Shinobu finally lifted her eyes, her tone laced with jealousy. I was merely teasing Tanjiro, Chiyuan replied awkwardly. Tanjiro approached, his nose twitching. It's the scent of regret, you know. My brother was just teasing me, nothing more. Brother. Shinobu's cheeks flushed slightly as she gently tapped Tanjiro's head, though her eyes betrayed a glimmer of amusement. Chiyuan inwardly lamented, damn it, Tanjiro. You're making me feel so dark about this. I promise I won't prank you again, sob. Chiyuan, you are truly despicable. How could you deceive such an innocent and charming younger brother? Do you have no conscience? No morals? Chiyuan silently berated himself and quickly adapted to the flow of conversation. Yes, I was just teasing little Tanjiro. Oh, by the way, Shinobu, are you here to repair weapons as well? Shinobu nodded slightly. My Nichiren blade was damaged recently, so I came to have it repaired. She paused momentarily. What? Chiyuan inquired, puzzled. I brought you a Haori I personally crafted. Shinobu's face turned slightly red as she retrieved a flowing cloud-patterned Haori from her bundle and hurriedly pressed it into Chiyuan's arms before darting away. Chiyuan. He lowered his head slightly, feeling an urge to slap himself. Damn, I truly deserve this. Sighing, he gently unfolded the Haori. The fabric was pure white, smooth, and imbued with warmth. The back of the Haori was adorned with vividly painted butterflies, so lifelike that from a distance, it seemed they might take flight at any moment. A Haori personally crafted by my beloved Shinobu? I absolutely adore it. Chapter 55. Is it not that I fear you may be saddened? Hey, Shinobu. Shall we go soak in a hot spring together? Let's hurry. Mitsuri quickly chased after, the two of them holding hands as they ran further away. Come. I'll take you to the village chief. A villager from the swordsmith village approached. Then let us go, Tanjiro. Chiyuan offered a gentle smile as he led Tanjiro toward the chief's residence at a leisurely pace. Tanjiro sniffed the air again, confused. It's the scent of happiness. But my brother just, shaking his head, his innocent mind could not comprehend. Soon, they arrived at the chief's house under the villager's guidance. Chiyuan knocked on the somewhat antiquated door. It opened swiftly. Hey, where is everyone? Chiyuan scanned the area, but the interior was empty. What an odd phenomenon. Hello, Elder Chief. Tanjiro called out loudly, tugging gently at Chiyuan's sleeve. Only then did Chiyuan lower his gaze in confusion. Before him stood a very short, elderly man with a shock of white hair, wearing a fire mask, quietly observing him. I truly apologize, Elder Chief, Chiyuan said. Feeling a bit awkward. I am Chiyuan Higa, the Mist Hashira. I didn't see you earlier. I assure you it was unintentional. No need for such formality. You are both children of the Demon Slayer Corps, here to repair your swords, correct? Let us discuss this inside. The Elder Chief, Tetsu Kahara, said with a serene demeanor as he led them into the house, personally preparing hot tea and offering them ample snacks. Have a sip of hot tea to warm your stomach. Tetsu Kahara smiled kindly. Thank you. Elder, Chiyuan and Tanjiro obediently took a sip. I am aware of your accomplishments. Slaying an upper moon demon is quite impressive. With young talent like you in the Demon Slayer Corps, I am truly at ease. Tetsu Kahara continued. However, do not worry. If Hayu doesn't provide you with a sword, I shall personally arrange for another smith to assist you. Chiyuan shook his head earnestly. It is our lack of skill that led to the breakage. Mr. Kanetetsu is extremely devoted to his blades. Chiyuan genuinely feared the chief would reprimand Kanetetsu, as that would only amplify his guilt. Indeed, Hayu possesses such a temperament. While he is rather straightforward, it does not excuse him. A broken sword means the smith must also shoulder the responsibility. Do not speak kindly of him. I shall deal with him shortly. Tetsu Kahara declared with authority, waving his hand. I will have someone fetch him. Just then, a villager wearing a fire mask rushed in, breathless. Chief, trouble has arisen. Tetsu Kahara remained composed, unfazed. What is it? The villager caught his breath and continued. It is Hayu. He has disappeared since his return. Tanjiro was taken aback. Disappeared? Chiyuan, however, was not particularly worried. Kanetetsu had not vanished. He had likely retreated into the depths of the mountains to refine his sword-making techniques for Tanjiro's sake. Wishing to ensure that Tanjiro would not perish in battle due to a broken sword, Tetsu Kahara expressed concern. That child, where has he run off to now? Chiyuan hesitated for a moment before speaking. Elder Chief, perhaps Mr. Kanetetsu has secretly gone off somewhere to study sword-making techniques? He is incredibly passionate about his craft. Tetsu Kahara stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before nodding slightly. This did indeed align with Hayu's character. That rascal does have that disposition. He must have gone somewhere to secretly hone his skills. Are you worried? Should we find someone else? Let Mr. Kanatetsu forge our Nichiren blades. We believe he will undoubtedly craft us a remarkably resilient sword, Chiyuan said earnestly, looking at Tetsukahara. Tanjiro sat on the tatami mat, his eyes gleaming with joy. Yes, my brother and I have complete faith in Mr. Kanatetsu. Tetsukahara sat on the tatami, lost in thought for a while, silently observing Chiyuan and Tanjiro. A flicker of light shining in his dim eyes as he sincerely remarked, I am genuinely happy that Hayu has found such good friends in you. Thank you. It is our pleasure. We are also delighted to be friends with Mr. Kanatetsu. Soon, dinner was served. As Chiyuan and Tanjiro emerged from the hot spring entrance, they entered the cozy lounge, where they were greeted by the sight of Shinobu Kocho and Mitsuri Kanroji joyfully enjoying their dinner. Hello, Shinobu Mitsuri. Chiyuan greeted with a cheerful smile. Upon seeing Chiyuan draped in his flowing butterfly-patterned haori, Shinobu felt her ears grow warm, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. How shy. You've put it on right after receiving it. Tanjiro, ever perceptive, chimed in with a friendly greeting. Hello, sister-in-law. Hello, Mitsuri. The two women instantly turned beet red, with Shinobu appearing bashful, while Mitsuri wore a beaming smile as she approached and pinched Tanjiro's cheek. So cute, and your little mouth is truly sweet. Tanjiro stiffened, opening a nearby wooden box from which the adorable Nezuko peeked out. Wow, so small, so cute. Mitsuri quickly scooped Nezuko into her arms, her face still covered in dough, radiating happiness. Observing Nezuko's blissful expression, Chiyuan and Tanjiro couldn't help but twitch their mouths, swallowing back their earlier words. Tanjiro turned to his brother, only to find Chiyuan already seated beside Shinobu, eagerly digging into his meal. Huh, are you that hungry, brother? I didn't realize you were so famished. Tanjiro tilted his head in confusion, but said nothing further as he settled down to eat. Shinobu gazed at Chiyuan, who was engrossed in his meal, her heart soaring to unknown heights. Are you still angry, Shinobu? A gentle male voice suddenly inquired. Shinobu quietly lowered her gaze. No, not at all, Chiyuan. You call me Chiyuan. You must be upset. I truly am not angry. Really? Shinobu clenched her teeth, playfully delivering a light punch to Chiyuan. Her indignation evident as she exclaimed, You know I'm upset, and yet you ask me. And scathed, Chiyuan tilted his head, responding softly, Then I was merely concerned about your feelings. Your muscles are so firm, my hand aches from your light strike. Shinobu shot him a glare, her mind racing with the thought that whoever became his wife would certainly be at a disadvantage, having to cuddle a lump of iron to sleep at night. No. What if Chiyuan never found a wife? With that thought, Shinobu playfully thumped Chiyuan again, turning her head with a huff, her violet eyes shimmering with unexpressed feelings. At this moment, Chiyuan exclaimed, Huh? What is going on? I haven't done anything. Chapter 56, You fool. Ah, it seems a bit insufficient. Mitsuri remarked as she returned to her seat with Nezuko, glancing at a villager serving dishes nearby. The villager stroked his chin in confusion. Isn't this based on your usual portion? Mitsuri shook her head, smiling brightly at Chiyuan beside Shinobu. It's Chiyuan's appetite. The villager's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Chiyuan with a hint of rigidity. Just bring whatever you have, Chiyuan replied nonchalantly. As long as it matches Mitsuri's portion, I want to eat much. The villager, feigning a smile, turned to Shinobu and Tanjiro. They exchanged smiles in response, causing the villager's pupils to narrow slightly. We'll have a normal amount, rest assured, Shinobu gently assured him. Upon hearing this, the villager sighed in relief, quickly wiping the sweat from his forehead before departing. Family, who understands? At this rate, the food reserves of the swordsmith village will face a crisis. Before long, a plethora of dishes was brought forth, piled high like a mountain, almost threatening to collapse the dining table. Chiyuan seized his chopsticks and proclaimed, 5 ants, let us feast. Not knowing what 5 ants meant, the others were curious, but experiencing truly delightful food was the real marvel. The banner read, God of 5 ants. Truly delicious. Mitsuri, watching Chiyuan devour his meal, quickly set Nezuko aside and joined him in feasting. The speed at which they consumed their food was astonishingly equal. Just as a villager brought over a bowl, it was swiftly annihilated. Tanjiro, holding his chopsticks, was at a loss, barely having the chance to grab any food. Have you considered my feelings? Shinobu, however, ate at a leisurely pace, propping her chin in her hand as she affectionately admired Chiyuan's handsome profile, becoming somewhat entranced. Chiyuan, not forgetting to serve Shinobu, contrasted with her elegant eating style, taking generous bites with gusto. As Chiyuan quietly savored his meal, he pondered the imminent arrival of 2 upper moons, Upper Moon 4, Hantengu, and Upper Moon 5, Gyako, at the swordsmith village. With Chiyuan and Shinobu, their combat strength would total 4 Hashira, granting them a slight advantage. Moreover, with the presence of the Mist Hashira, a formidable swordsman capable of single-handedly defeating Gyako, they had a considerable edge. Qianyuan himself was confident in taking on both upper moons without concern. First, let us eat. 5 ants. Observing the others devouring their food, Nezuko tilted her head curiously. Thus, everyone peacefully spent the evening. The next day, the villagers of Swordsmith Village rose early, yet as fervent practitioners. Tanjiro and Qianyuan were no less diligent. By 6 in the morning, the sounds of clashing echoed through the village as Qianyuan and Tanjiro engaged in training with their wooden swords. The Fire Dragon and Mist Dragon collided, with the Fire Dragon ultimately being engulfed. Qianyuan wielded his wooden sword with ease, while Tanjiro sat on the ground, panting heavily from exhaustion. The Mist Dragon represented a new sword technique Qianyuan had developed, called Mist Dragon S-Tail. It was both offensive and defensive, proving to be incredibly powerful. I will keep striving, brother, Tanjiro declared, rising again with renewed determination in his eyes. Go for it, Tanjiro, I believe in you, Qianyuan encouraged with a smile. And the two resumed their sparring. At that moment, Shinobu floated over like a butterfly. Qianyuan immediately noticed her and halted his attack. What's the matter, Shinobu? I'm helping Tanjiro train. The violet-eyed maiden chuckled softly, showcasing her newly forged Nichiren blade. Is it already completed? Qianyuan smiled, glancing at Shinobu's sword. This Nichiren blade was slender, with a hooked tip and internal mechanisms that could alter the formula of wisteria poison once sheathed. Undoubtedly, it suited Shinobu perfectly. Let us have a spar. Let me see your strength. Shinobu elegantly positioned herself before Qianyuan, smiling sweetly. Of course, Qianyuan replied, gripping his sword, his eyes narrowing slightly. Shinobu giggled, and in her beautiful violet eyes, a swift butterfly seemed to flit by. Be careful. My speed is quite remarkable. With a playful shout, Shinobu unleashed a flurry of blade flashes from her hands, leaping gracefully into the air, resembling a true flower butterfly. She was indeed correct. Her speed was astonishing. Her slender form provided her with a distinct advantage in the air. However, to Qianyuan's perceptive gaze, her movements appeared almost as sluggish as ants, full of openings. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Qianyuan's ears detected a faint sound, and the petite figure before him suddenly vanished. He swiftly turned and struck with his sword. Dance of the insect breathing, butterfly-s waltz. The tip of his blade clashed against Qianyuan's sword hilt, producing a resounding echo. Impressive indeed, Shinobu. Qianyuan couldn't help but exclaim, as he horizontally wielded the blade with a forceful presence. Mist breathing, 7th form, Mist Dragon's Tail. With a flourish, Qianyuan's blade danced like a divine dragon's tail, conjuring a dense fog that formed an impenetrable wall of spiraling blades, both defensive and treacherous. Butterfly Shinobu let out a light chuckle and deftly flipped over Qianyuan's back, her movements resembling fluttering butterflies, as she launched a flurry of stabs. Dragonfly Dance, Compound Eyes Hexagon. Qianyuan remained unperturbed, swiftly reversing his grip to parry, executing his counter with seamless precision, and releasing a swirling wall of mist. Mist breathing. 8th form, Returning Tide. The mist obscured Shinobu's vision, and she clenched her teeth in determination. Insect breathing, Bee's Sting Dance. Focusing all her strength into a single point, her blade shot towards Qianyuan with the speed of lightning. Qianyuan smiled softly, although he could have evaded by predicting her move. The moment he caught sight of the blade's tip, he also beheld her clear, profound violet eyes. Shinobu's face tensed, her expression taut. A wave of tenderness washed over Qianyuan, prompting an immediate reaction. Mist breathing, 4th form, Illusory Fog. His figure gradually vanished, melding into the mist. Shinobu furrowed her brow, searching for her target to no avail. Where are you? Shadows of Qianyuan flickered all around her, rendering the real one elusive. I'm right here, Shinobu. His gentle voice emanated from behind her, as the hilt of a wooden sword rested lightly against her back. Turning her head with a strained expression, she finally broke into a beautiful smile upon seeing the caution in his eyes. Yuan, I'm not that kind of person. That's a relief, Qianyuan sighed. Having thought that Shinobu might tug on his ear for losing, she gently brushed the corner of his eye, a hint of concern crossing her features. Yuan, your training must have been arduous, right? Qianyuan paused, then replied with a tender smile. With you here, how could it be difficult? Shinobu's hand hesitated, her smile radiating warmth as her face softened. You big fool. Chapter 57, Taketu Mwichiru. The following day, Shinobu departed, having acquired her new Nichiren blade, and thus had no reason to linger. As the insect Hashira, she had the butterfly mansion to oversee and territories to patrol. Subsequently, Qianyuan and Tanjiro were taken by Mitsuri to the village chief's home to collect their blades. The chief mentioned that he had made slight modifications to Tanjiro's Nichiren blade, rendering it more supple and agile, better suited to Mitsuri's combat style. The trio proceeded to a small grove in the swordsmith village to test the newly refined Nichiren blade. Despite its identical appearance, the sensation Mitsuri experienced while wielding it was significantly more comfortable and gentle. This is truly remarkable. It's become even more flexible and agile, Mitsuri exclaimed, continuously swinging the Nichiren blade, the sound of slicing air reverberating around them. Tanjiro smiled encouragingly from the side when suddenly, Qian Yuan heard the unmistakable sound of swords clashing in the distance. Who could be fighting over there? Relying on his extensive combat experience and keen perception, Qian Yuan quickly identified the direction and location of the sound. Mitsuri, Tanjiro, it seems someone is engaged in battle over there. Qian Yuan furrowed his brow. Could it be Michiru? Tanjiro sniffed the air lightly and nodded. Indeed, someone is fighting there. Huh, really? Let's go check it out. Mitsuri smiled as she sheathed her Nichiren blade, believing in Qian Yuan's instincts despite not having heard the sounds herself. The three hurried toward the source of the noise. Reaching their destination shortly after, they beheld a youth with long black hair, the tips tinged with pale green, wielding a Nichiren blade against a mechanical entity resembling Yoriichi. Mitsuri was unaware of Yoriichi, and even Tanjiro had only dreamt of him, not knowing his true identity. However, Qian Yuan recognized the automaton at first glance as a creation from the Warring States period, designed by a swordsmith to emulate Yoriichi. Yoriichi Type 0. The automaton concealed a Warring States-era sword, and though the original text did not explicitly identify its wielder, all clues pointed toward Yoriichi, leading Qian Yuan to believe this was indeed Yoriichi's blade. This sword would later be reforged by the steel Hashira, naturally becoming Tanjiro's new blade. Adorned with the tsuba of Rengoku Kyujuru. It's Takata-kun. He has come to the swordsmith village. Mitsuri gazed at the black-haired youth in surprise, then turned her attention to Yoriichi Type 0, her expression tinged with confusion. I've never seen this automaton before, but I believe there's a secret weapon in the swordsmith village that can rapidly enhance one's strength. If I'm not mistaken, this should be it. Qian Yuan crossed his arms, his gaze narrowing slightly. It appears that Koidaru has been bullied and had the key to activate Yoriichi Type 0 forcibly taken by Takeda Michiru. Currently, Michiru was in a state of amnesia, quickly forgetting newly encountered things, lacking emotional depth, cold and taciturn. Qian Yuan quietly observed the battle between Michiru and Yoriichi Type 0, noting that the latter employed mist breathing, which closely resembled his own mist breathing but diverged in focus. For instance, the opponent utilized a derivative of wind breathing, one of the 5 fundamental breathing styles, characterized by rapid movement and elusive tactics, having single-handedly slain Upper Moon 5, Gyako. In contrast, Qian Yuan's self-created mist breathing, inspired by sun breathing, encompassed all aspects, making it a comprehensive breathing style, capable of powerful offense, swift speed, elusive maneuvers, and formidable defense. Incorporating both returning tide and Mist Dragon's tail. Though Michiru tragically perished in the climactic battle at Infinity Castle, Qian Yuan was determined to prevent such a fate from befalling anyone this time. This automaton bears a striking resemblance to Qian Yuan, Mitsuri mused, stroking her chin in contemplation. Tanjiro glanced over, his pupils narrowing slightly. He had dreamt of this individual, but was unaware of his name. Nevertheless, Tanjiro held a deep respect and admiration for him. The inherent kindness and selflessness of this figure resonated greatly with him. However, upon comparing him to his brother, Tanjiro was taken aback. While not an exact replica, the resemblance was uncanny, around 90% similar. Ignoring the differences in hair color and attire, if they were placed side by side on the street, Tanjiro would struggle to distinguish his brother from this individual. Qian Yuan chuckled awkwardly. The original owner had lost his parents before regaining any memories, subsequently living with the Kamado family. His ancestors from the Hinakami clan had left him nothing, yet he undeniably resembled Yoriichi. Perhaps there was a blood connection to the Tsujikuni family somewhere in his lineage. As the group engaged in idle conversation, the battle between Takatu Michiru and Yoriichi Type 0 neared its conclusion. The imitation stood no chance against the genius that was Michiru, quickly succumbing. Just as Michiru was poised to strike down Yoriichi Type 0's arm, Qian Yuan could no longer restrain himself. He exhaled a plume of mist, instantaneously appearing beside Michiru and grasping his wrist. Takatu, please cease your actions. Just as the battle was about to end, Michiru felt a hand gripping his wrist and paused in surprise, his movements halting. Yoriichi Type 0, damaged, collapsed to the ground, its 6 blades scattering about. Who are you? As Michiru gazed at the swordsman before him, a sense of familiarity washed over him, yet he found himself unable to recall the name, his mind clouded by forgetfulness. Moments later, Mitsuri and Tanjiro emerged as well. Observing the trio, Michiru hesitated, his mind a storm of confusion, yet the names eluded him entirely. Why are you all here? In a state of resignation, he could only refer to them as you. Chihayakawa looked at Michiro with gentle eyes and said, Has Michiro forgotten my name already? No matter. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am the Mist Hashira, Chihayakawa, but you may call me Chihayakawa. He gestured towards Mitsuri and Tanjiro, introducing them. This is Mitsuri Kanroji, the love Hashira, and my brother, Tanjiro Kamado. Chihayakawa, Mitsuri, Tanjiro? Michiro tilted his head in mild confusion, inadvertently appearing somewhat endearing. Then why did you stop me? Chihayakawa chuckled softly, releasing his grip on Michiro's wrist, then crouching down to pat the mechanical doll, patiently explaining, Michiro, this mechanism is quite precious. If one is damaged, it cannot be replaced. Therefore, it must be cherished. Michiro nodded slightly, having achieved his objective. With that, he prepared to depart. Picking up a fallen Nichiren blade from the ground, as his own had sustained damage during the battle against the mechanical doll. Chihayakawa observed Michiro's slight frame with concern. Despite being a Hashira, he was merely 14 years old, still in the tender age of school and first loves, yet now burdened with such heavy responsibilities. Rest assured, the demons shall meet their end. Chihayakawa sighed, his resolve to vanquish demons growing ever stronger. Chapter 58, Let us wield our blades together. Chihayakawa adjusted the mechanical doll, carefully reattaching the scattered Nichiren blades and dusting off his hands. Shortly after, the young blacksmith, Kotetsu, hurriedly approached. Upon seeing the still intact doll, he let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness it's not damaged. He huffed in annoyance. Where's that insufferable seaweed head? Scanning the surroundings and finding Michiro absent, he turned to Chihayakawa, puzzled. He has already departed, Chihayakawa replied with a smile. Oh, Kotetsu nodded, inspecting the remaining components of the mechanical doll and noting the absence of one Nichiren blade. That must have been taken by that seaweed head, huh? But at least the mechanism itself is unharmed. Gratefully, he bowed deeply to the three of them. Thank you so much. This mechanical doll has been passed down from my ancestors. Had it been damaged irreparably, I wouldn't have known how to repair it. I truly appreciate your help. His voice brimmed with humility and despair, feeling inadequate due to his lack of skills in repairing the doll. Chihayakawa sighed, crouching down to gently ruffle his hair. It's all right. You can't be more than 10 years old, right? You're still just a child. There's no need to be so hard on yourself. I believe you will master the art of repairing these mechanical dolls in due time. You must have faith in yourself. Kotetsu stood frozen for a while, his masked face betraying his emotions as tears streamed down the edges of his mask, attesting to his current feelings. Thank you, he cried, overwhelmed. As it had been ages since anyone had comforted him so. Chihayakawa sighed inwardly, but continued to pat his head tenderly. Night fell. Tanjiro folded his black and green checkered haori and set it aside, sitting cross-legged with his eyes gently closed. Tanjiro had previously heard Chihayakawa speak of the transparent world, and coincidentally, his father had personally taught him about it as a child. Thus, Tanjiro dedicated himself to revisiting this concept daily. Yet despite his diligent practice, he felt no subtle changes, which left him disheartened. It truly is difficult to master. After such a long time, I still see no progress. But then again, this is the transparent world. Only my brother has grasped it. He mentioned that without experiencing life and death situations, achieving this is exceedingly challenging. Tanjiro sighed softly. But I will persevere. Even if the path ahead seems bleak, I shall step forward without hesitation and continue my journey, filled with determination. Tanjiro closed his eyes and began to shut off all his sensory perceptions, delving deep into the exploration of the transparent world. Meanwhile, deep within the swordsmith village lay a dense forest. At the edge of the forest stood a barren mountaintop, overgrown with weeds, upon which rested a dilapidated wooden cabin. Clang, clang. In the rickety cabin, the sound of hammer striking hot iron echoed, sending sparks flying. Kanamori, bare-chested and wearing a mask, wielded his hammer with fervor, striking the glowing iron with powerful force, his well-defined muscles quaking slightly with each swing. Since returning from the fog mountain, he had locked himself away in this dilapidated cabin, tirelessly forging Nichiren blades day and night. Aside from eating and sleeping, he was perpetually hammering away, while others claimed he cherished his blades above all else. In truth, he cared far more for the lives of the swordsmen. Should a swordsman perish in battle due to a shattered blade, what purpose would his forging serve? He forged solely to create Nichiren blades suitable for Tanjiro and Chihayakawa, regardless of the cost. Although Chihayakawa's blade remained undamaged, he still intended to forge a new one for him, incorporating his latest techniques. Time passed without notice. Kanamori immersed the freshly forged Nichiren blade into cold water, then withdrew it with a smile in his chestnut-red eyes. At last, I have completed one. He swung it a few times, finally feeling at ease. The quality and hardness were exceptional, capable of withstanding even the fiercest battles against upper moons. With a determined gaze, Kanamori set the newly forged blade aside and picked up his hammer once more, resuming his relentless work. In the pitch-black night, the sound of his hammer rang out in a steady rhythm. Gradually, the light began to flicker, and sunlight slowly illuminated the cabin, where the diligent figure toiled into the night. The next day, the sounds of clashing swords echoed through the woods of the swordsmith village. Chihayakawa and Kotetsu stood quietly to the side. Tanjiro, clad in the Demon Slayer Corps uniform and wielding a Nichiren blade, was engaged in a fierce battle with the mechanical doll. Kotetsu remained silent, his eyes gleaming with intensity. He sensed that fate had orchestrated this moment, as perhaps the mechanical doll had been passed down for centuries for precisely this purpose. In a clearing within the forest, the mechanical doll brandished 5 Nichiren blades, glinting ominously as they relentlessly struck at Tanjiro. He narrowly dodged, parrying with his own blade, yet the relentless onslaught from the 5 blades left him with no respite, rendering his defenses ineffective. The mechanical doll showed no mercy, launching its blades like a torrential downpour. Tanjiro attempted to utilize the dance of the fire god, but each time he initiated a sword form, he was interrupted, for the mechanical doll's strikes were faster and fiercer. Even so, Tanjiro, driven by inner strength and solid swordsmanship, managed to hold his ground against his opponent. The passage of time had dulled the mechanical doll's former glory. Its internal components were exceedingly decayed, rendering it significantly weaker than in its prime. However, even back then, to showcase the agility of the first generation of the Tsuguko, Yoriichi, one needed to wield 6 swords simultaneously. Gradually, Tanjiro began to suppress Yoriichi. Kodai was astonished. He is incredibly strong. Could this boy also be a Hashira? Kaiohara watched Tanjiro with a smile, offering no guidance. True training is gleaned from real combat. The finest teacher is indeed experience. Tanjiro, drenched in sweat, swung his sword in retaliation, growing increasingly adept at the dance of the fire god, fierce. Over the ensuing days, Tanjiro practiced with Yoriichi daily, his strength escalating at a remarkable pace. After spending several days together, the trio became close friends, and both Kaiohara and Tanjiro joyfully resided at Kodai's home. Clang, clang, clang. The Nichiren blades clashed against each other, and Yoriichi was forced to retreat repeatedly. He could no longer contend with Tanjiro. With composure, Tanjiro wielded his sword, his eyes narrowing slightly. The line of weakness. He perceived the line of weakness. Should he strike? Tanjiro hesitated. After all, this was Kodai's treasured blade, and damaging it would surely bring him sorrow. Just then, Kodai's voice reached Tanjiro's ears. Tanjiro, do not hesitate. Deliver this blow, although I cannot repair it. Perhaps the automaton has fulfilled its purpose. Please, do not hesitate any longer. Taken aback, Tanjiro's gaze gradually grew resolute. Kodai shouted from the side, strike. Together. Let us sever the shackles of this eternal night. Chapter 59, Apologies for the Interruption. Tanjiro looked astonished at Kodai, who was shouting nearby. Kaiohara offered an encouraging smile. Clang. Yoriichi unleashed 5 consecutive strikes with his Nichiren blades, yet Tanjiro deftly sidestepped, his movements astute. Tanjiro lifted his gaze. There it was, the line of weakness. It had manifested again. Gritting his teeth, he seized the moment of Yoriichi's stasis, slightly tilted his body, and unleashed a powerful slash. The Nichiren blade swiftly toppled Yoriichi. A large hole appeared in the automaton's chest, and at that moment, the long-sealed Nichiren blade was finally revealed to the world once more. A blade? How could there be a blade within the automaton's body? Tanjiro was bewildered. Yet, he did not linger on this thought. Instead, he deeply bowed. Thank you for your guidance these past few days. I am immensely grateful. Kodai rushed over, his eyes filled with confusion. How could there be a blade inside? I have never heard my ancestors mention this. Kaiohara approached as well, gazing at the ancient Nichiren blade, and smiled. Perhaps this is the reward for your victory. Kodai gently extracted the rusted Nichiren blade, its edge sharp and glistening with a chilling light. After observing for a while, he finally noticed a character near the Tsuba, Annihilate. Kodai shook his head, thrusting the blade toward Tanjiro. No. I have already damaged Yoriichi. How could I accept this blade? Tanjiro hastily waved his hands in refusal. Kodai, grinning, leaned closer and suddenly intensified his tone. Just take it. No more arguments. Kaiohara added. Take it, Tanjiro. This blade is sure to assist you greatly. Tanjiro gazed at the character Annihilate on the blade, hesitating for a moment before nodding, preparing to accept it. However, before he could examine it further, a shadow darted in at incredible speed and snatched the Nichiren blade from his hands. What? Who is it? Tanjiro looked down at his empty grasp, utterly bewildered. Where's my blade? Kaiohara lifted his head. The thief was Kanetetsu. Crouching, he caressed the ancient Nichiren blade with a look of adoration, as if he wished to crush it in his embrace. This is simply my dream come true. Kanatetsu's hands trembled with excitement, his face filled with delight. Hey, give me back my blade. Kodai, witnessing Tanjiro's Nichiren blade being stolen, immediately attempted to confront him. But as he took a step forward, he froze. Kanatetsu's gaze was sharp, akin to a wild dog guarding its food. Naturally, behind the mask, no one could see his bared teeth. Hand over that blade to me. I will restore it to its former glory, Kanatetsu declared confidently, then resumed stroking the Nichiren blade with an infatuated look as though it were his beloved. Kodai was about to speak when Tanjiro stopped him. Mr. Kanatetsu is my swordsmith. I trust he will undoubtedly restore this Nichiren blade and reveal its past brilliance. Kodai nodded slightly, choosing not to say more. After all, the Nichiren blade had already been given away, and it was Tanjiro's choice to whom he wished to bestow it. The intention had been conveyed. The next day, in the evening, Tanjiro was training in the realm of understanding when Mitsuri unexpectedly paid a visit. When Kiyohara returned from outside, Michiro had also arrived. Good evening, Miss Mitsuri, Mr. Michiro. Hello, Kiyohara and Tanjiro, and of course, Nezuko too, Mitsuri replied with a smile in her eyes. I have come to inform you that I will be leaving tomorrow. My territory has been patrolled by my master and Mr. Shobane for quite some time, and it is time for me to return. Kiyohara nodded slightly, saying nothing further. I am searching for a swordsmith named Tetsuzan. Do you know where he might be? Michiro asked in a calm voice. The others shook their heads. Tanjiro raised his hand. I know Mr. Tetsuzan. Seeing someone who knew the location, Michiro found a place to sit and inquired about Tetsuzan's whereabouts. Tetsuzan was Michiro's newly appointed swordsmith. The Nichiren blade he had acquired from Yoriichi was merely a temporary replacement, only usable for a limited time. Naturally, Michiro needed to find a swordsmith to forge a new Nichiren blade. However, he did not know this swordsmith nor where to find him, so he had been wandering until he arrived here. While the group was chatting, a tiny, withered hand reached in, followed by the appearance of a diminutive old man, his stature extremely small, with a countenance resembling that of a demon. Kiyohara squinted slightly. Hantengu? The group was taken aback. Where did this come from? Just then, Hantengu raised his head to look at them, equally bewildered. What am I doing here? Mitsuri felt a wave of anxiety. She had not detected the presence of this demon earlier. Lower moon? No, it is highly likely to be an upper moon. Tanjiro, gripping the Nichiren blade resting on the tatami mat, tightened his expression, his demeanor serious. Undoubtedly, he could sense it through his nose. The presence was that of an upper moon. Hantengu, bewildered, sensed numerous extremely terrifying auras ahead, his body involuntarily retreating as he attempted to escape through the door. Apologies for the interruption. I am truly sorry. At this moment, Michiro had already slowly drawn his sword, crouching down, while the aura of the mist swirled around him like fog, ethereal and vast. Tanjiro halted his movements. The fourth form of mist breathing, slicing mist. The boy's figure passed through the mist, yet the blade did not strike true. Hantengu leaped onto the roof, evading the attack, unwilling to remain in that house any longer. So many Hashira. Michiro slightly tilted his head upwards, his tone indifferent. How swift, I couldn't finish him off. At that moment, the half-dog, wailing pitifully, had already fled, scurrying away like a gecko in the opposite direction. He was utterly bewildered. I merely picked a room at random, yet they are all pillars. He began to suspect that this world was maliciously conspiring against him. Holding his Nichiren blade, Michiro calmly pursued from behind. Mitsuri was not quick to react either. The instant her opponent began to flee, she leaped into action. Tanjiro shouted for them not to run and followed suit. Only Sanjuro remained composed, seated in the center, a Nichiren blade resting beside him, his gaze ever tranquil. Meanwhile, along a narrow path, a swordsmith who had just emerged from a hot spring was strolling leisurely, humming a little tune. As he walked, he suddenly noticed a porcelain vase placed in the middle of the road. Approaching it, he discovered it was a flower pot. Who placed this vase here? The swordsmith pondered, bemused, for he distinctly recalled that there were no craftsmen in the village capable of making such exquisite jade pots. Yet, driven by curiosity, he was about to pick it up when a chilling male voice echoed from behind him. Put it down, or you shall perish. The swordsmith paused, startled, and then raised his head. There stood a swordsman with a blade at his waist, draped in a cloud-patterned haori, clad beneath it in the Demon Slayer Corps uniform. His smooth white hair was tied back, with a few stray strands brushing against his forehead, and mysterious flame-like patterns glimmered in the night. Step back. I am about to slay a demon. Sanjuro's voice was calm, and his frost-white Nichiren blade glinted with a faint, icy radiance in the night breeze. Its surface inscribed with the 4 characters, Demon Slayer. Chapter 60. Encounter within the swordsmith village. Michiro's feet struck the ground with force as he swiftly navigated through the mist. His Nichiren blade poised to strike at the fleeing half-dog's neck. I'm going to die, I'm going to die, the half-dog screeched, narrowly evading the blow by mere inches. Suddenly, flames erupted ahead, and he looked up to see a young boy clad in a black and green checkered haori standing before him, his brown-red eyes filled with seriousness. He slightly raised his Nichiren blade, and fiery ripples emerged. Fire Goddess Dance, 6th Form, Burning Bone, Flame Sun. Tanjiro unleashed a sweeping arc of flame-infused energy. The half-dog's pupils constricted as he slightly leaned away and then executed a massive leap into the air. However, 2 of his horns were severed, leaving him unable to heal. As they witnessed their opponent's evasive maneuvers, the others immediately surged forward in pursuit. It hurts, it hurts. The half-dog cried out in agony, gritting his teeth as he hastily contacted Muzan, seeking rescue. Muzan-sama, save me. There are so many Hashira behind me. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Muzan, who had been leisurely enjoying a glass of red wine, was startled by the sudden outburst, causing the glass to shatter, spilling crimson liquid all over him. Half-dog. Muzan roared in fury. I'm sorry. Muzan-sama. I've located the Demon Slayer core in the Swordsmith village, but there are so many of them. 2, 3. I can't even look back. There are tons of Hashira. Requesting assistance. The half-dog's desperate pleas momentarily left Muzan stunned. He stood still, regaining his composure and erasing the wine stains, and after a moment of contemplation, he found himself almost amused. Muzan was somewhat amused by the half-dog's panic. He took a few steps and then inquired, Half-dog, are there any swordsmen in the Swordsmith village with white hair and markings on their forehead? The half-dog cautiously turned his head to glance and replied, no. Muzan hesitated for a moment. What about someone with a Nichiren flower-patterned earring on their ear? The half-dog's face flushed crimson. He knew that even turning to look could be perilous. He might even lose his head, but there was no alternative, as it was Muzan's command. Taking advantage of a brief moment of distraction, the half-dog glanced back. Indeed, he spotted the boy in the black and green checkered haori wearing the earrings that Muzan had mentioned. Muzan-sama. Yes, it's a young boy. Upon hearing this, a grave expression crossed Muzan's face. If this boy was present, then the other one likely was as well. After a moment of silence, Muzan continued. I am already aware of the situation in Swordsmith village. Half-dog, as the upper moon for, bear with it a little longer. Do not bring me shame. The half-dog was momentarily stunned, his tone urgent. No. Muzan-sama. Muzan abruptly ended the call. The half-dog was filled with bitterness, left with no choice but to continue fleeing, hoping that when Muzan said a little longer, he did not mean until after his demise. In truth, it was not entirely the half-dog's inadequacy. The Hashira-level swordsmen of the Taisho era were indeed formidable. Each could easily contend with the upper moons. Not to mention, he was pursued by 2 official Hashira, and Tanjiro could also be considered as one, albeit without the chance to ascend. In any other era, Tanjiro would have long been a Hashira. This meant that the half-dog was facing the relentless pursuit of 3 powerful Hashira, which made his predicament entirely reasonable. After all, Muzan was often referred to as the scum boss. He held the Demon Slayer core in disdain, typically refraining from direct confrontation with them. It was uncertain how things would unfold if he personally ventured into Swordsmith village, especially given that several hundred years ago, Yoriichi Tsujikuni had instilled fear in him. As Muzan contemplated whom to send for support, Kokushibo, who had been playing chess in a room in the Infinity Castle, slowly set down his white piece, tilting his head slightly as he murmured, interesting. In an instant, Kokushibo appeared beside Muzan, his tone grave. Muzan-sama, allow me to go. Muzan was taken aback, a look of confusion flashing in his eyes. Kokushibo was actually willing to engage personally in battle. He was the strongest of the upper moons, existing in an entirely different domain than the other 5 upper moons, essentially standing shoulder to shoulder with Muzan. Even if the upper moons collectively attacked Kokushibo, there was virtually no chance of him being defeated. Seeing the perplexity in Muzan's gaze, Kokushibo immediately lowered his head and spoke. I have grown exceedingly bored over the past few centuries. There is not a single individual in this world who piques my interest. Today, that Senjuro finally stirred a hint of curiosity within me. Since the Demon Slayer core regards him as their savior, let me be the one to sever that hope. Muzan smiled faintly, a glimmer of anticipation illuminating his cold crimson eyes. He was eager to witness the clash between his mightiest subordinate and the enigmatic Senjuro. Since Kokushibo is willing, then go forth. I trust you will not disappoint me. Kokushibo nodded slightly, while Muzan summoned Nakeheim, who played a tune on her biwa, sending him forth from the Infinity Castle into the battle at Swordsmith Village. Meanwhile, the half-dog continued to flee, his body riddled with wounds as Michiro and the others relentlessly pursued him. Despite Mitsuri and Tanjiro cornering him, the half-dog adeptly utilized his small stature, selecting a route through the wooden houses where his pursuers struggled to unleash their full potential, allowing him to evade capture. Michiro furrowed his brow. The half-dog's slippery movements and diminutive form left him utterly fatigued, and being inside the houses significantly restricted his mist-breathing techniques. As the half-dog darted frantically around the wooden structures, the previously slumbering villagers were abruptly awakened. "You can't catch me. Hee." As the half-day dog spat out a mouthful of saliva and prepared to flee, he was startled when the wooden door ahead was suddenly flung open. A youth sporting a rooster comb hairstyle and bearing a scar on his right cheek emerged, wielding a flintlock pistol. Bang! A flame erupted as a bullet struck the half-day dog squarely in the head. "Hey, what's all this ruckus about? Are you seeking death?" shouted Muzan Kabutsuji, his voice booming. The others, including Michiro, were momentarily stunned, but it was Tanjiro who broke the silence, exclaiming, "He's an upper moon," seizing the opportunity during their shock. The half-day dog leaped onto the rooftops like a frog and darted towards the nearby forest, though his head was nearly shattered. As an upper moon, such firepower was insufficient to claim his life. The group quickly regained their senses and pursued the direction in which the half-day dog had escaped, their figures flitting like shadows. "Jinya, the swordsmith village is under attack by an upper moon. Quickly evacuate the villagers," Tanjiro urged before hastily departing. Realizing that the old man he had just encountered was indeed an upper moon, Jinya rushed back inside to retrieve his demon-slaying gear and swiftly followed the direction Tanjiro had taken. Evacuate the crowd? Why not just slay the upper moon? Jinya thought, his heart racing with excitement as he sprinted towards the forest. Meanwhile, within the depths of the forest, a silver-haired swordsman clad in a butterfly-patterned haori wielded a crimson blade. Weaving through the mist with fluid grace, the glint of his sword slicing through the fog. Clang! The first form of mist-breathing, Mistblade, shimmered. Taking a deep breath, he propelled himself forward with a powerful leap. 16 strikes. In the center of the thick fog, Tamayo was in a state of panic, unleashing blood demon arts in a futile attempt to locate Senjuro. "Damn that little brat," he cursed, though his heart was gripped by a sense of urgency. "Do you think being an upper moon grants you the license to kill indiscriminately? What do you truly value in life?" Amidst the swirling mist, Senjuro's figure gradually emerged, his mist-blue eyes devoid of emotion, exuding an icy aura of lethal intent. "To hell with you, Tamayo." As Senjuro prepared to swing his Nichiren blade, he suddenly sensed a massive aura roaring from the side. He hesitated momentarily, then abruptly turned to see a lone samurai approaching at a leisurely pace. Senjuro narrowed his eyes. The samurai, draped in a dark purple haori and black hakama, exuded an ominous presence, the intricate patterns of his garments catching the dim light, contrasting with the chilling glow of his 6 golden eyes. A demon-slaying blade hung at his waist, the golden eyes burning brightly in the night. His movements deliberate as he came to a halt before Senjuro. Senjuro's expression darkened instantly, and he activated the demon-slaying trio, aligning his body to its peak condition as he exhaled deeply. "Should I address you as Kokoshibo or Sujikuni Yoriichi?" Beneath the crescent moon, Kokoshibo's eyes widened in shock. "Sujikuni Senjuro? How do you know my name from my human days?" Kokoshibo's voice trembled with disbelief, yet it could not mask his fear. Memories from centuries past flooded his mind, threatening to replay in the reality before him. "Who are you? Is it you, Yoriichi, come back for revenge?" Kokoshibo muttered, his heart a tangled web of confusion. Senjuro sighed. "I never anticipated such a twist in fate. The upper moon one, Kokoshibo, has personally descended upon the swordsmith village. And here I stand, poised to confront 2 upper moons, one of whom possesses combat prowess surpassing the sum of the others, a veritable half of Muzan himself." Kokoshibo was indeed formidable, yet Muzan possessed 5 brains and 7 hearts, organs capable of swiftly penetrating his body. Such attributes alone placed him at the pinnacle of demon slaying. Of course, Sujikuni Yoriichi was the exception. He was beyond the ceiling, a being who pierced through the heavens themselves. Senjuro turned to regard the uninvited guest, acknowledging that Kokoshibo's appearance at the swordsmith village was both unexpected and entirely logical. Why? It was unexpected because he had anticipated only the arrival of Upper Moon 2, Doma, to join the fray. Yet it was logical, as Kokoshibo had endured centuries of solitude, seeking a swordsman akin to Tsujikuni Yoriichi, and now that Senjuro had emerged, Kokoshibo was compelled to confront him personally. "Answer my question," Kokoshibo demanded coldly, sensing Senjuro's silence. How pitiful! Senjuro's voice dripped with sorrow. Kokoshibo was momentarily taken aback, his pupils trembling. "You truly are Yoriichi?" "No, I killed him." "Who are you?" Calmly, Senjuro resolved to impersonate Yoriichi's reincarnation, hoping to evoke memories in Kokoshibo during their battle, thus exposing a weakness and increasing his chances of victory. Earlier, while Kokoshibo had questioned him, Senjuro had been meticulously searching for his vulnerabilities through the transparent world. There was a weakness, albeit minuscule, almost negligible, but if a confrontation arose, Senjuro was unafraid. He believed Tanjiro and the others could manage the half-day dog without issue. "Answer me." Are you truly Yoriichi? Kokoshibo's voice grew hoarse, yet he soon regained his composure. He is not Yoriichi. Yoriichi has been dead for centuries, slain by my own hand. I witnessed it. Senjuro's tone remained mournful. How tragic, dear brother. Kokoshibo's face contorted with anger. Who are you? Do not impersonate Yoriichi. You are not him. Nor could you ever be. He is irreplaceable, not even by me. Kokoshibo's furious voice echoed through the forest. Tamayo, bewildered by the exchange, was left in shock. What is happening? What is going on with Lord Kokoshibo? He pondered, but quickly retreated from the scene. With the swordsman detained by Kokoshibo, he could now rampage through the swordsmith village, sowing destruction at will. Senjuro cast a fleeting glance at Tamayo, making no effort to intervene. At this point, Tamayo was already gravely injured, and the blade of his own making was no trifling matter. The wound he sustained had yet to heal. Thus, the battle for Michiro and the others would likely proceed with greater ease, free from excessive concern. Kokoshibo's gaze settled upon the mark upon Senjuro's forehead. A pattern? He paused, momentarily taken aback. It truly resembles Yoriichi. The likeness, the demeanor, even the mark on his right side and forehead, identical. Kokoshibo, still skeptical, activated the transparent world. But upon glancing within, he was stunned. You two have entered this exalted realm? Kokoshibo's tone shifted to one of rare seriousness. Now, he would unleash his full potential. Kokoshibo no longer regarded Senjuro as Yoriichi. After all, having lived for centuries, he was no fool. Yoriichi had perished at his hands long ago. Resurrection was impossible. There could only be one possibility. The individual before him merely bore a resemblance. They were far from the true Yuichiro. Even their aura paled in comparison to that of the Yuichiro from years past. Thus, Shibuya finally came to a realization. Shiki Goketsu was, without a doubt, not the reincarnation of the legendary Yuichiro. With the clarity of thought he possessed, there was no need for further delay. He was keen to ascertain whether Shiki Goketsu truly embodied the essence of what Yuichiro once described as a genuine prodigy. Shibuya stood silently, his robes billowing, recalling the words Yuichiro had once imparted to him. That gentle smile remained etched in his memory. Brother, we are not remarkable beings. We are but a speck of dust in the vast expanse of human history. In this moment, those endowed with talents that will surpass ours may very well be uttering their first cries. They will inevitably arrive at the same juncture as us. Humph. Shibuya scoffed, drawing forth his cursed blade, Shinkai no Kami. Let us see if you possess the strength to back your appearance. How pitiful, dear brother. Yuichiro's tender voice echoed in Shibuya's mind. Shaking off the nostalgia, Shibuya coldly remarked, Shiki Goketsu, it appears you are but a descendant of the collateral branch. Goketsu was momentarily taken aback. The main branch? Wasn't the original a descendant of the Shiki clan? What do you mean? Goketsu inquired. Shibuya cast him a fleeting glance and continued. You are correct. After becoming a demon, I adopted the name Shibuya, yet in my human days, I was known as Kazuki Yenshin, the head of the Kazuki clan during the Warring States period centuries ago. Shibuya perceived the bloodline of the Kazuki clan within Goketsu at first glance, yet he also recognized that Goketsu was not Yuichiro, merely a descendant who bore a striking resemblance due to genetic happenstance. Your true name is Kazuki Goketsu, he revealed. Goketsu was momentarily dumbfounded. What nonsense was this? He pieced together the implications. The original was indeed a descendant of the Kazuki clan who had fled, later adopting the name Shiki, and living in tranquility. One day, Yuichiro had visited, beseeching their ancestor to learn the breath of the sun and pass it down. The ancestor graciously consented, but he himself could not master it. However, his son did, Shiki Hoshino. Hoshino quickly ascended to the rank of Hashira, having mastered the breath of the sun in mere months. Yet he met his demise at the hands of 3 upper moons during a mission in Tokyo. Hoshino's son, Rin, picked up the mantle. Though he did not learn the breath of the sun, he mastered the breath of wind and became the wind Hashira a few years later. Regrettably, Rin encountered an upper moon in Tokyo and fell valiantly after a fierce battle. Consequently, the Shiki clan faded from the world for a century. The tale then shifted to Goketsu's generation. Goodness, the original work never mentioned this. Was this perhaps the butterfly effect of his time travel? How fortuitous that fate had opened its door for him. Do you understand now, my descendant? Shibuya narrowed his eyes, a powerful aura emanating from him. Goketsu scoffed and raised his Nichiren blade. No matter, let me strike first as a mark of respect. Chapter 62, Battle against Shibuya. Shibuya tightened his grip on Shinkai no Kami, his body slightly sinking as he adopted an aggressive stance. Since Yuichiro could never be surpassed, he vowed never to lose to anyone again. Descendant of the Kazuki clan, allow me to gauge your strength. Moon breathing, 14th form, lethal transformation of the full moon. Shinkai no Kami was swiftly unsheathed, unleashing a flurry of ferocious crescent blades that threatened to obliterate everything in their path. In that instant, Goketsu also moved, countering with a fierce assault of his own, the crimson blade exuding an ominous aura that almost suppressed Shiguya's attack. Mist breathing. Second form. Mist slash of 1,000 tears. Nearly 1,000 terrifying blade auras seemed poised to rend the heavens and earth apart, colliding with the multitude of crescent blades, causing the ground to tremble. The nearby forest was almost leveled, revealing its formerly desolate visage, showcasing the sheer destructive power of the exchange. Ultimately, the crimson blade met Shiguya's Shinkai no Kami, mist intertwining with moonlight in a chaotic clash. "You have not disappointed me," Shiguya bellowed. "Nor have you," Goketsu retorted defiantly. The surging mist and the cascade of moonlight clashed in a moment of equilibrium. With Goketsu's strike, Shiguya felt the pressure of Yoriichi once more. How could this be? Bang! Both were pushed back 2 steps. Shiguya's grip on Shinkai no Kami tightened, veins bulging on his face, anger and envy intertwining within him. A prodigy. An absolute prodigy. But why does such talent not belong to me? His 6 golden eyes blazed with fury as he swung his blade again. I shall no longer be defeated by anyone. Yoriichi. Moon breathing, 5th form. Destructive moon of the falling night. Mist breathing, 7th form. Mist dragon's tail. The 2 attacks collided once more, sending crescent blades flying, and mist enveloping the skies, rendering the world devoid of color. Goketsu remained unperturbed. Both warriors belonged to the pinnacle of this world's power, making it difficult to determine a victor in a short span unless one revealed a significant flaw. Otherwise, it was not surprising if the battle continued until the next day. Shiguya retreated to the other side, his 6 eyes filled with shock. He could not comprehend how, after 4 centuries of arduous training, he was now evenly matched with a mere descendant. Damn it, I vowed not to lose again. Shiguya's Shinkai no Kami erupted with a multitude of crescent blades, swiftly launching 2 beams of crescent light at breakneck speed. Moon breathing. 3rd form. Moon's erosion of envy. Goketsu did not underestimate Shiguya's might. He was, after all, the strongest upper moon he had ever encountered. Facing the myriad of moon blades and the 2 formidable beams, Goketsu gripped his Nichiren blade tightly, his mist-blue eyes betraying no fear. His flowing butterfly Haori billowing in the wind. Mist breathing, 6th form, silent slash. The radiant blade of light surged forth, wielding the power to ravage the heavens. Charging towards the onslaught of luminous moonlight, the 2 forces colliding. Boom! Moon breathing, 6th form. The eternal moon of the lonely night. Mist breathing, 7th form. Mist dragon's tail. Goketsu wielded his blade with the grace of a dragon's tail, the blade slicing through the air, forming an impenetrable wall of rotating blades that thwarted all incoming crescent attacks. Mist breathing, 3rd form. Flowing mist and shadow. Goketsu propelled himself off the ground, his form gliding through the air like a wisp of mist, swift as lightning. Shiguya beheld the approaching Goketsu, his 6 golden eyes igniting with fierce battle intent as Shinkai no Kami radiated moonlight. Moon breathing, 2nd form. Moonlight's jewel. The fierce crescent assault did not touch Goketsu's body. Instead, it passed through him, enveloped by a vast quantity of mist. He suddenly lifted his head, realizing he was encircled by thick mist, the surroundings shrouded in ambiguity. Shiguya's gaze sharpened. Moon breathing, 5th form. Moon spirit's cataclysm. He refrained from drawing his sword, instead standing still and turning his body, instantly conjuring a colossal vortex of blade-like winds that rendered the air impenetrable. Mist breathing, 4th form. Illusory fog. Qian Yuan's figure flitted through the dense fog, and from an outsider's perspective, the area around the Black Death Eye was filled with his rapidly moving shadows. Yet none of them were his true form. They were mere phantoms. Just as he prepared to suppress Qian Yuan with all his might, the Black Death Eye narrowed his gaze slightly, realizing that his opponent had anticipated all of his attacks and unleashed defensive or offensive techniques in response. This indicates that I cannot be mistaken. You have indeed glimpsed that world. You, like him, belong to a certain kind. The Black Death Eye suddenly broke into a grin. However, I too have entered this realm. Yuani, I have caught up to you. The Black Death Eye gazed upon Qian Yuan's familiar countenance, as well as his terrifyingly prodigious talent. In battle, the Black Death Eye often regarded him as Yuani. Yet, he was ultimately not him. That figure, radiant as the sun, is beyond imitation. I shall not be defeated. Qian Yuan's form flickered beside him, surrounded by countless replicas of himself simultaneously striking the same pose. Had the Black Death Eye lacked the insight into the transparent world, he would have been slain long ago. But he possessed it. The Black Death Eye could also perceive the translucent realm. The phantoms of Qian Yuan shattered before him. Moon breathing, ninth form, descending moon. The Black Death Eye gripped his void, crying God tightly, first swinging his blade forward from behind, then launching a chaotic series of invisible slashes into the air, creating a blue-purple wave of sword energy, filled with rampant slashing currents and countless crescent blades, encompassing a vast attack range. Mist breathing, eighth form, returning wave. Upon realizing his ambush had failed, Qian Yuan was compelled to defend. The blade spun upward like a receding wave, drawing the surrounding mist to entwine around it, sweeping away a multitude of attacking crescent blades, dispersing in all directions. Qian Yuan understood that his opponent also possessed insight into the transparent world. Yet he had his own countermeasure. As long as his speed was sufficiently swift, could the opponent's predictive capabilities keep pace with his physical reactions? Break through to the ultimate speed. The essence of mist breathing. Qian Yuan forcefully propelled himself off the ground, his figure shooting forth like an arrow released from its bow. The surrounding mist being drawn into a layer of translucent mist blade attire that clung tightly to his skin, instantly arriving beneath the Black Death Eye. Divine mist flash. So fast. The Black Death Eye's pupils widened in shock, as Qian Yuan's velocity was so astonishing that even with his insight into the transparent world, he could not react in time. At the very moment he closed in on the Black Death Eye, Qian Yuan's wrist twisted sharply, and the sun wheel blade sliced horizontally with unbelievable speed. It struck true. At the moment of impact, the mist blade attire that had coalesced upon Qian Yuan erupted, sending forth dozens of miniature mist blades piercing through the Black Death Eye's body from every direction, while he swiftly retreated using the recoil from the strike. Time rewound to the instant the sun wheel blade made contact with the Black Death Eye's waist. Relying on his instinctual combat reflexes, he rapidly spun his body, generating a massive vortex of blade-like winds at incredible speed, while simultaneously unleashing a torrent of attacking crescent blades, barely neutralizing the onslaught. Moon breathing. Fifth form, Moon Spirit Disaster Vortex. Although he managed to just barely counter Qian Yuan's incredibly swift horizontal slash, the subsequent miniature mist blades unleashed from Qian Yuan's shattered mist attire indeed struck true. The Black Death Eye's body was punctured dozens of times in an instant, the mist swirling chaotically, and his form became a tattered wreck, the searing heat from the blade preventing him from swiftly healing his wounds. Gasp! The Black Death Eye suddenly fell to his knees, expelling a copious amount of blood. His gaze was filled with astonishment. Chapter 63, The Destruction of Heaven. Simultaneously, on the battlefield of the Swordsmith village, the main body of Hantengu, pursued by 3 pillar-level combatants, had already revealed its clones, with Hantengu's Rage and Hantengu's Cola making their entrance. Rage, wielding a tin staff, and Cola, holding a banana fan, faced the crowd, exuding an imposing presence completely unlike the cowardice of the main body. Tanjiro was left in awe. Is this the true power of the upper moons? After beheading, new entities emerge, and judging by this rhythm, even if we... Tanjiro murmured, his expression complex. Suddenly, Michiro pulled him back, his gaze icy as he replied coolly, as long as we keep killing, even the upper moons must obediently descend into hell. With that, he and Mitsuri launched their assault. Mist breathing, first form, distant mist. Mitsuri brandished her sunwheel blade, crying out fiercely. Love breathing, first form, the tremor of first love. Rage's eyes widened, and he immediately unleashed his blood demon art. He raised his tin staff. Blood demon art, thunderstorm. Cola swiftly waved his fan, summoning a gale. Yet it proved futile. The two continuously evaded, ultimately reaching the 2 demons before them to swing their sun wheel blades, severing Rage and Cola's necks in an instant. Before long, the other 2 clones made their appearance. They were Koki and AI Zetsu. They commanded physical prowess and flight abilities, and when the 4 demons united, they formed the ultimate clone, the destruction of heaven. Now, all 4 of Hantengu's clones stood before the 3, and Tanjiro inhaled deeply, exhaling a breath of flame, instantly launching his attack. The black sun wheel blade shimmered with a cold, faint light in the air. Fire God Kagura, 5th form, train. Tanjiro unleashed a series of fiery slashes, intertwined with flames, as if a train barreling through, instantly disrupting the formation of the 4 demons. Mist breathing, 2nd form, 8-layered mist. Michiro entered the fray from the side, his blade enveloped in mist. He instantly executed a rapid 8-slasher, while Koki seized AI Zetsu nearby, and together they soared into the sky, evading the onslaught. Losing sight of his target, Michiro glanced upwards at the 2 demons airborne, his eyes narrowing slightly. Flying is such a hassle. At that moment, a violent explosion erupted from another corner of the village, causing everyone to instinctively turn their heads. It appeared that the assault on the Swordsmith village was not the work of a single upper moon. Another corner echoed with the clashing of blades, and amidst the haze, the moonlight shimmered. The expressions of the onlookers darkened. It seemed that the upper moon attacking the swordsmith village had a third member, and Xian Yuan was engaged in a standoff with one of the upper moons over there. Michiro raised his head to look at Tanjiro, speaking earnestly. You all hold them off here. I will go support the other side. The swordsmith village cannot afford to fall, otherwise it would be a heavy blow to the entire Demon Slayer Corps. Tanjiro nodded solemnly, swinging his blade to fend off Kola, and turned to shout, You go ahead, Mr. Michiro. I'll hold the line with Sister Mitsuri. Not far away, Mitsuri, who was clashing with Koki and AI Zetsu in the sky, also turned her head back. Don't worry. I will not let him harm any innocent people. Michiro nodded and immediately headed toward the location of Tamayo. Tanjiro swung his sun wheel blade, the ripples of flames shining brightly, forcing the 4 demons back. The retreating demons exchanged glances, then quickly arranged themselves in a square formation, encircling Tanjiro and Mitsuri in the center. Rage held his tin staff, Kola gripped his fan, while Koki flew in the sky, and AI Zetsu bore a long spear. Each clone emanated an aura of demonic energy rivaling that of Daki, their gazes intense. Mitsuri twirled her sunwheel blade, her pink hair billowing in the air as she deftly evaded the purple lightning unleashed by Rage, her movements swift and agile. Love breathing, third form, Love Cat's shower. Mitsuri leaped forward, swinging her blade in a cat-like manner, while Kola seized the opportunity to wave his fan, summoning a green whirlwind that swept away sand and stones, allowing Mitsuri to swiftly evade. Tanjiro stood firm beside his protectors, wielding the flame-breathing technique to shatter the onslaught of the 4 demons, a formidable threat. Fusion. Enraged, he reached out to grasp the head of the nearby demon, and in that fleeting moment, both Kagaya and Eiju comprehended Enraged's intentions, prompting them to resist fiercely. Yet, before long, the 2 demons were absorbed by Enraged. Suspended in midair, Suki blinked in surprise, witnessing Enraged leap to his level and absorb him as well. The fusion of the 4 demons transpired in mere seconds. What transpired? Why were they turning against one another? Tanjiro's gaze held a hint of confusion. I am uncertain as well. Nonetheless, what lies ahead does not bode well. Mitsuri's expression grew serious as she prepared to launch her attack. Not far away, centered around Enraged, the fusion finally commenced. Upon absorbing the 3 major avatars, his body underwent a transformation. In an instant, a majestic figure emerged. Zetsubu 10, with skin slightly darkened, donned golden armor, 2 short horns protruding from his forehead, and eyes that sparkled with intensity, their lids appearing cracked. Behind him loomed a circular halo resembling a thunder god's drum, inscribed silently with the character for hate, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. He strode forth slowly, his demeanor regal. You wretched humans, prepare to meet your demise. In the next moment, he abruptly raised the drumstick in his hand and struck the drum behind him, unleashing a thunderous roar. Boom! Blood demon art, infinite tree of sorrow. As his voice echoed, monstrous wooden dragons burst forth from around him, obscuring the sky. Zetsubu 10 was the strongest avatar of Hantengu, indeed his ultimate form, allowing Hantengu to ascend to the rank of Upper Moon 4, solely due to the terrifying power of Zetsubu 10. The destructive capacity of his blood demon art, the infinite tree, was even more astonishing. Mitsuri, already prepared, danced with her flexible blade. The next moment, her Nichiren blade entwined a robust wooden dragon like a silken ribbon. With her 8-fold muscle strength, Mitsuri flung the wooden dragon away, crashing it into others with a resounding thud. Zetsubu 10's expression slightly furrowed. Is this woman a monster? Although surprised, Zetsubu 10 felt no fear. Could the opponent fling away 1 wooden dragon, or perhaps 10, 30, 40? Meanwhile, Tanjiro unleashed the dance of the fire god to obliterate a wooden dragon, his form agile, and with a swift motion, he severed another wooden dragon in 2. Dance of the fire god, circular waltz. Zetsubu 10's eyes widened in astonishment. Is every member of the Demon Slayer Corps this formidable now? Do they treat my wooden dragons as mere timber? Zetsubu 10 scoffed derisively, striking the drum behind him with fervor, and in an instant, dozens of wooden dragons surged forth, blotting out the sky. Tanjiro and Mitsuri's figures diminished in his sight, ultimately appearing as 2 insignificant ants, weak and pitiful, lowly humans akin to ants. Zetsubu 10's expression remained indifferent as he advanced slowly. Chapter 64, The Jade Jar. Having departed from the battlefield of Hantengu, Michiro raced with astonishing speed towards the far corner of the forest, reaching the location shortly thereafter. Upon arrival, he spotted a massive, short-limbed goldfish standing upright on the ground, slowly approaching a child who was frantically wielding a knife. The child's eyes were filled with terror, wildly swinging the blade, while his body recoiled. only to stumble and fall to the ground moments later. Ah, it hurts. The child cried out in anguish. Michiro instinctively dismissed him, reasoning that the child's skills as a blacksmith were likely inadequate, and it would be prudent to save more experienced craftsmen from the forging village, thereby minimizing losses. I am not mistaken. Just as Michiro intended to move towards the source of the cry, he witnessed the child being slammed against a tree, blood spewing forth. The goldfish grinned menacingly, ready to strike. Swish! In an instant, the clouded blade of Michiro effortlessly sliced through the creature's neck, dispatching it swiftly. Michiro observed the unconscious child silently, and after a moment's contemplation, hastened towards his destination, his heart filled with complex emotions. It seemed he had someone of great importance to him. Yet Michiro could not locate that person. As for why he saved the child, Michiro sprinted forward, enveloped in silence. Minutes later, he finally arrived at his destination. In the center of the path lay an exceedingly grotesque jade jar. Michiro frowned. This jar emanated a thick aura of malevolence. Was it Upper Moon? Without hesitation, he swung his Nichiren blade, cleaving the jade jar in two, sending it crashing to the ground. Not here. Michiro felt a tinge of doubt. You must be a Hashira, right? A mocking voice echoed from behind him. Michiro swiftly turned, only to see an exceedingly ugly jade jar rolling into view, standing quietly not far from him. What sort of abomination is this? Michiro furrowed his brow tightly, raising his Nichiren blade, preparing to slice the jar once more. In the next moment, the jar eerily righted itself. A white, viscous demon emerged from its mouth, grinning grotesquely. With its eyes positioned where its mouth should be, and its mouth where its eyes ought to be. It lacked limbs, its form chaotic and bizarre. Michiro scrutinized the numbers in its eyes. Upper Moon 5. Without hesitation, he inquired, "Why is your jar asymmetrical?" The jade jar's expression froze as it prepared to respond. In the next instant, it gripped the handle tightly, its expression transforming to one of fury. Impudent. This is a masterpiece I painstakingly crafted, a unique treasure of the world. What do you know, little brat? How dare you say my jar is asymmetrical? Infuriating, utterly infuriating. Michiro cast a dispassionate glance at it. Asymmetrical is simply asymmetrical. It is quite unsightly. The jar, now enraged, roared in response, its demonic energy surging violently, countless tendrils lashing out with toxic water. The voice twisted with rage. How dare you insult my jar? Michiro leaped into the air, the tip of his toes barely grazing the ground, as he swiftly severed the tendrils with his blade. The gleaming edge cold and sharp. Asymmetrical designs only serve to make your jar more unsightly. He landed gracefully, his breathing steady as he focused on the jade jar, continuing, "I shall cleanse you, along with your asymmetrical demon." As the last words left his lips, Michiro pushed off the ground, a mist resembling clouds rising around him. Akin to a celestial realm. Breath of mist, first form, distant haze. The jade jar's demonic energy surged, the porcelain jar in its grasp suddenly vibrating ominously, releasing dozens of water pillars that shot towards Michiro, each creating a piercing sound as they tore through the air. Yet, the boy effortlessly struck them all down with his blade, the water cascading to the ground. Wielding the Nichiren blade enveloped in a faint purple haze, Michiro lightly touched the trunk of a tree, his form drifting like a falling leaf, his gaze tranquil. "You insufferable brat." The jade jar's face contorted in rage, its scales bristling as it conjured a grotesquely patterned jar in its palm. In the next moment, a massive octopus surged forth from the jade jar, instantly obscuring Michiro's line of sight. Blood demon art. Hell of the octopus jar. Michiro's clouded Nichiren blade had transformed to a crimson hue, having successfully activated the Hakai after a silent build-up of over 10 seconds. Breath of mist. Fifth form, sea of haze. The blade wielded by Michiro sliced through the air with remarkable speed, mist rising in its wake, as it effortlessly tore through the defenses of the octopus, soon reducing it to severed tentacles that disintegrated in midair. A scornful smile crept across the face of the cursed vessel. You members of the Demon Slayer Corps are truly foolish. With a modicum of strength, why not simply retreat to safety? Must you squander your lives over these trivial beings? How pathetic. The youth's raven hair was tousled by the wind, his gaze fixed upon the grotesque vessel, a frown knitting his brow. Trivial lives? That phrase seemed familiar, echoing somewhere in his mind, yet he could not recall who had uttered it. Shaking his head, Michiro resolved that now was not the time for such distractions. He must swiftly eliminate the Upper Moon demon before further calamity ensued. The vessel revealed a sinister grin, exclaiming, "Blood demon art, 1,000 needle fish kill." In an instant, countless poisonous needle fish erupted from beneath him, their mouths swelling as they unleashed a barrage of toxic projectiles akin to a machine gun's fire. Michiro narrowed his eyes, executing a high, arcing strike with his Nichiren blade, the dark sword energy swirling like a maelstrom in the ocean, intercepting the lethal needles. Third form of the breath of mist, mist spray. Under the overwhelming might of his crimson blade, the fish conjured by the vessel's blood demon art, be it octopus, goldfish, or any other, were rendered into mere fillets through sheer heat. Infuriating. To be suppressed by a mere child is utterly humiliating. The vessel bellowed, his ire palpable. He warned, "Do not be so arrogant." With that, his form began to deflate like a punctured balloon, not shedding skin, but revealing the true nature of his being. The guise he had fought with Michiro was but a mere facade. His true form lay concealed within his vessel. Moments later, the vessel's authentic appearance was unveiled. His lower half resembling a water snake, while his hands bore webbed appendages reminiscent of aquatic creatures, an eerie sight indeed. Rejoice. Behold my true form. In this state, my scales are harder than diamond. You are among the few humans fortunate enough to witness such a manifestation. A flush crept across the vessel's visage, as he writhed in what appeared to be ecstasy. Michiro lowered himself slightly, sheathing his unsheathed Nichiren blade, his eyes gently closing. Sixth form of the breath of mist, moon mist dissipation. Chapter 65. The moon is uniquely singular. Yoriichi, it has been centuries. I have yet to match your pace. Kokushibo, with a mournful gaze, slowly rose. His weapon suddenly erupted with an array of blades, transforming into a form reminiscent of antlers. With the evolved Kibutsuji Muzan in hand, the 6 golden eyes sparkled fiercely. Seventh form of the breath of the moon, calamitous mirror moon reflection. 5 beams of moonlight, low to the ground, surged towards Kiyoshi, accompanied by terrifying miniature shockwaves that shattered the earth, sending dust spiraling into the air. First form of the breath of mist, mistblade, thunderflash. Kiyoshi bent low, drawing his blade with force, unleashing a brilliant arc that cleaved the air, creating a luminous scar as the air momentarily stilled in a vacuum. The aftershocks radiating outward in rippling waves. The misty blade, infused with crackling lightning, exhibited devastating power. This technique was born from Kaneo's dance of the fire god, showcasing immense destructive capability paired with rapid speed. The clash of misty blades and radiant moonlight ensued, yet Kiyoshi gradually gained the upper hand, shattering Kokushibo's assault while retreating 2 steps. Kokushibo found himself engulfed in self-doubt. He could scarcely believe his situation. The pinnacle of martial arts he had pursued for centuries was now overshadowed by a mere child. He could not accept such a fate. However, he soon reconciled with this truth, recognizing that this young warrior was of the same ilk as his brother Yoriichi. They were both dazzling suns. While he remained a solitary moon, grotesque and foolish, he recalled Yoriichi's words, "Brother, we are not remarkable beings, merely a speck of dust in the vast timeline of humanity." At this moment, those gifted souls who will one day surpass us may be uttering their first cries. They will inevitably reach the same heights as us. Yoriichi, perhaps you were right. Kokushibo raised his head, yet he would not concede easily. What did his centuries of struggle amount to? Eighth form of the breath of the moon, moon dragon tail. He swung the evolved Kibutsuji Muzan, unleashing a colossal horizontal slash that swept away everything in its path, swift and accompanied by numerous enormous crescent blades. Facing this perilous attack, Kiyoshi gripped his Nichiren blade with both hands, launching nearly 1,000 swift strikes that collided with Kokushibo's overwhelming horizontal slash. Second form of the breath of mist, mist slash, 1,000 cracks. Their attacks met in a fierce clash, neither side willing to relent. They surged toward one another. The Kibutsuji Muzan collided with the fiery Nichiren blade, sending forth a shower of sparks, surprising Kiyoshi that the fearsome crimson blade had been halted without the aid of breathing techniques. Kokushibo proved to be formidable, the strongest upper moon demon Kiyoshi had encountered, second only to Muzan Kibutsuji himself. Yet, the Kibutsuji Muzan, forged from his own demonic body, was essentially a part of him. The once unstoppable crimson blade had failed to sever its target for the first time. Kiyoshi's eyes narrowed slightly as he released his grip on the Nichiren blade, channeling his energy into a powerful punch, only for Kokushibo to deflect it with his flesh. With a resounding impact, Kiyoshi unleashed a powerful roundhouse kick, a blow potent enough to shatter bones. Yet Kokushibo remained silent, intensifying the pressure of his blade. With only one hand grasping the Nichiren blade, Kiyoshi swiftly pivoted to create distance, employing an unorthodox footwork to circle around Kokushibo, the fluttering of his flowing white hair in the breeze, the fiery patterns on his forehead becoming increasingly prominent, his misty blue eyes shimmering with determination. Seizing the moment as Kokushibo faltered, Kiyoshi knelt swiftly, bracing the blade against the ground, then spun around in a sweeping arc. The blade enveloped in mist surged forth, the misty blade hidden within the shroud, targeting Kokushibo's neck. Yet, Kokushibo, Having attained clarity, would not be so easily decapitated. He swung the Kibutsuji Muzan to block the attack. Kiyoshi raised his blade, the surrounding mist swirling like a celestial realm. Kokushibo widened his eyes, swiftly lifting the Kibutsuji Muzan, eighth form of the breath of the moon, Moon Dragon Tail. He unleashed a powerful horizontal slash to force Kiyoshi back, seeking to dominate the battlefield. However, Kiyoshi had anticipated this, remaining unflustered. Seventh form of the breath of mist, Mist Dragon Tail. Kiyoshi returned with a motion akin to a dragon's tail, the dense mist enveloping Kokushibo's form. Another blade poised to strike. Sixth form of the breath of mist, Annihilation Slash. The dazzling blade radiated with overwhelming power, severing the additional blade conjured by Kokushibo's Kibutsuji Muzan. Kokushibo's expression darkened. Yet, I find myself at a disadvantage. Had I been human, I would have undoubtedly succumbed long ago. Despite possessing an eternal life, honing my martial arts for nearly 4 centuries, with a formidable physique and extraordinary recuperative abilities, I still find myself faltering under such disparity. A sense of unwillingness and fury swiftly enveloped the heart of Kurazumi. What have my hundreds of years amounted to? In my quest to catch up to that radiant figure akin to the sun, I hastily abandoned my wife and children to join the Demon Slayer Corps, willingly descending into the depths of demonhood, all in pursuit of that elusive pinnacle of martial prowess. Back then, I was still unable to gaze upon that dazzling figure. Now, centuries later, I am vanquished by a junior. How is this just? Why does this world harbor beings such as you? What a son. It completely negates my efforts. Kurazumi roared in anger. Qianyuan, in silence, observed him and remarked softly, "No one denies your efforts. The only one who does is yourself. You have spent your life chasing a figure as radiant as the sun, yet you fail to realize that the moon is also unique in its own right. This power also signifies responsibility. The greater the ability, the greater the obligation. Yuan, bearing such power, has valiantly protected everyone. But what about you? You willingly fell into the depths of evil in pursuit of strength. You are unworthy of being called a warrior. Why is your power not employed for protection, but merely for comparison? Is it a pitiful sense of pride?" As he spoke, most of the branches of Kurazumi's weapon, the Shinkai, had been severed, leaving only 2 or 3 remaining on one side. Kurazumi forcefully pushed Qianyuan away, coldly stating, "The might I possess now was obtained at the cost of countless sacrifices. My wife, my son, my brother, even my family and the Demon Slayer Corps. I have lost everything. But what about you? You were born with unparalleled talent and ability. Fate is inherently unjust." Chapter 66, The Sudden Onslaught. "Our positions differ, and thus I cannot say much," Qianyuan responded calmly. "But I know my duty is to protect, to safeguard the homes of countless families, to ensure the safety of the girl who holds my heart. This is my responsibility. And what about you, Kurazumi? What is your duty?" Kurazumi fell silent for a moment, his grip on the Shinkai loosening unexpectedly, a realization dawning upon him. Buried memories surged violently in his mind. Is it my brother's wish to become the strongest warrior in this land? Then I shall become the second strongest. Rather than discussing sword techniques, I would prefer to fly kites and play games with my brother. This farewell shall bring forth a world of change. How tragic, dear brother. Veins throbbed on Kurazumi's forehead. If only heaven could bestow talent upon those who diligently pursue it. Why must it be granted to those who are careless? Protection? What then is my duty? To ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts? Or to chase that sun-like figure? Kurazumi lifted his gaze, his 6 golden eyes shimmering intensely. My duty is to pursue. To strive to surpass you, the favored children of heaven, and to defeat you. This is my goal, my responsibility. Kurazumi swung the Shinkai, and the moonlight erupted. Moon breathing. 14th form, the heavenly moon of the full moon. Qianyuan silently observed the cascading moonlight, raising his Nichiren blade. He exhaled a breath of mist, lowering his center of gravity calmly. As the mist swirled, akin to an ethereal realm, the flowing clouds and butterfly-patterned Haori danced in the wind, his white hair billowing. This was his ultimate technique. His soul-killing move. The mist-breathing, ultimate technique. The fiery red blade pierced the night sky. The mist surrounding him transformed into a dense black fog, enveloping the area for thousands of meters, impenetrable. Qianyuan propelled himself from the ground, his form akin to a streak of lightning, unleashing thousands of rapidly advancing mist blades that struck in all directions toward Kurazumi, intertwining and fracturing space, as if the very mist were tearing the heavens apart. The sky full of moonlight collapsed in an instant, the fiery red blade illuminating Kurazumi's face, momentarily stunning him with its brilliance. His golden eyes flickered with light as he raised the Shinkai, determined to engage in a life-and-death struggle. Moon breathing, 16th form, the moonlit rainbow. He unleashed an ultimate wide-range slash. Multiple moon blades and blade energy converging to block the thousands of incoming attacks. But it was futile. Everything shattered. All the radiant moonlight and wind blades swiftly engulfed. Witnessing this, Kurazumi attempted to turn and evade, realizing he could not withstand it. Even his strongest killing move had failed to protect him. Yet how could Qianyuan allow him to escape? In an instant, the mist tore through his body. A searing pain surged throughout him, even with his terrifying recuperation speed. He was firmly suppressed by the deadly blade, his body torn apart, both legs and arms severed, even a significant portion of his head obliterated. He had been directly struck by Qianyuan's deadly blade, and even if he could return, he would likely take centuries to recover, akin to Muzan. There was no doubt that Kurazumi had suffered a complete defeat. Seizing the opportunity, Qianyuan sheathed his blade, his entire being transforming into a flicker of misty lightning, suddenly propelling himself forward. The mist-breathing, ultimate technique, divine mist instant flash. Kurazumi silently observed the ever-growing blade of light, and in his final moments, he surprisingly fell into a rare silence, his gaze tranquil. The vow he once made to never taste defeat had been shattered. Centuries later, another prodigy emerged. As a relic of a bygone era, he was on the brink of death. Could he not chase that sun-like figure, even if it meant sacrificing everything? He chuckled softly. Kurazumi suddenly smiled, revealing his neck, a hint of relief washing over his features. After hundreds of years, he felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue and loneliness. The revolving lantern of memories began to surface in his mind. Dear brother, we are not such remarkable beings, merely a speck of dust in the annals of human history. At this moment, those gifted individuals who will surpass us may be letting out their first cries. They shall eventually arrive at the same juncture as we did. Rather than discussing sword techniques, does my brother wish to become the strongest warrior? Then I shall be the second strongest in the nation. This farewell shall bring forth a world of change. How tragic, dear brother. To die of old age is not my doing. No, I am the inept one. I have failed to fulfill my duty and protect those who needed safeguarding. Kurazumi's heart settled into tranquility. Yuan, I have come to see you. No, I should descend into that terrifying hell. You belong in heaven. I am but a useless being. Then let me atone in hell. Qianyuan's form shot forth like thunder, the blade plunging into Kurazumi's neck, and the mist exploded. Just then, a pale hand grasped his blade, halting its advance by even a fraction. Qianyuan paused momentarily, lifting his gaze. It was a man clad in a perfectly tailored suit, adorned with an opulent embroidered waistcoat and a top hat perched upon his head. His left hand rested in his pocket, while his right hand firmly grasped Qianyuan's blade. A pair of plum-red eyes radiated tranquility. In a fleeting moment of eye contact with the man, Qianyuan instantly comprehended his identity. Kibutsuji Muzan, the progenitor of the Kibutsuji lineage, the ultimate adversary of the Demon Slayer Corps. The bane of humanity. Qianyuan was momentarily taken aback. How could Muzan possibly be present in the swordsmith village? This development exceeded all his expectations. I know you. Muzan observed Qianyuan with an unyielding gaze, then furrowed his brow the next instant. They have encountered you before. Shiguya Chigen, a name that resonates widely. I never anticipated you could defeat my strongest upper moon. I concede, I had indeed underestimated you. However, Kurazaki can't perish at your hands. It is an honor to have the Demon King's attention. Qianyuan lifted his misty blue eyes, his expression imbued with profound calmness. Yet, the children you casually slaughtered, the Kamado family, I held them dear. With a sudden twist of his hand gripping the hilt, mist erupted forth. Breath of mist. Eighth form, misty waves. The blade twisted and freed itself from Muzan's grasp, striking swiftly at his neck. Muzan's eyes narrowed slightly. While the man before him evoked thoughts of Yoriichi, he was certain that the latter was deceased, merely resembling him. There was no cause for trepidation, even in strength. He was inferior. Yoriichi was dead, slain beneath Kurazaki's blade. What use was resemblance? The young man with curly hair retreated swiftly, seizing the now battered Kurazaki. His purpose was to rescue Kurazaki, not to become entangled with Qianyuan. He merely sought to reach Infinity Castle as swiftly as possible. Muzan did not wish for his strongest subordinate to fall here. Kurazaki's utility remained significant, and he could not perish yet. Qianyuan raised his head, his speed reaching its zenith. He wielded his blade with fervor, chasing after Muzan, veins bulging on his fair face. Kibutsuji Muzan, do not flee. Await my strike. Chapter 67, The Pillar's Arrival. Muzan glided gracefully through the forest, while Qianyuan trailed closely behind him, thunder rumbling as mist billowed, refusing to relent. Muzan glanced back at him, then swept his sleeve, instantly toppling a myriad of trees that sought to impede Qianyuan's pursuit. Qianyuan relentlessly swung his Nichiren blade, severing the obstructing trees with ease. Kurazaki lay still, eyes closed as if lifeless, allowing Muzan to carry him away without uttering a word. Kabutsuji Muzan, have the courage to stand and fight, Qianyuan shouted from behind, accompanied by the sound of splintering wood. You coward. All you do is flee. Muzan's expression hardened as he abruptly turned. The incessant pestering of the Demon Slayer core was exasperating. His suit tore as a massive demonic claw surged towards Qianyuan's head at an astonishing speed, accompanied by a terrifying sound of air being sliced. In this transparent realm, Qianyuan perceived Muzan's every action with clarity. He sank slightly, preparing to execute a defensive stance. Breath of mist. Breath of water, 11th form, calm. A serene voice emanated from behind him, and in the next instant, a young man with raven hair stood resolutely before him, his countenance impassive, standing atop an endless ocean. The current water Hashira, Togo-ju, received Muzan's strike with composure, his body swaying slightly before being stabilized by the sheath of his sword. With an expressionless face, he drew his blade, aiming it at the distant Kabutsuji Muzan. Muzan regarded the two men silently, a frown creasing his brow. Another Hashira, how bothersome. In the next moment, Ju dashed forward, wielding his azure Nichiren blade, his gaze tranquil, the blade slicing through the night sky, radiating with a sharp brilliance. How dare you? Muzan swatted Ju away effortlessly, sending him crashing into a nearby tree, where he coughed up blood violently. Qianyuan's blade was now perilously close to Muzan's neck. Muzan's brow furrowed as he vanished from sight. A gentle breeze ruffled Ju's black hair as he stood silently, his blade emanating a resonant roar. Breath of water, 10th form, flowing. A massive azure dragon swelled as the blade twirled, Ju's figure advancing upon Muzan, the dragon roaring ferociously. Qianyuan activated his mist flash in tandem. Though his power had waned considerably after a night of intense combat with Kurizaki, fatigue was evident in his demeanor. Muzan sighed, his arm transformed into a slender whip, striking Ju with blinding speed, sending him crashing to the ground, shattering the earth beneath him. Ju spat out blood violently, his body rigid. So strong. Is this the Demon King Muzan? He murmured, turning his gaze towards Qianyuan, who had already blinked in front of Muzan, mist exploding around them, enveloping their surroundings in a thick shroud. The fiery crimson Nichiren blade descended with the fervor of the sun. Muzan's bone whips clashed against Qianyuan's blade. However, the sheer number of whips overwhelmed him. Qianyuan's momentary flash was merely a surprise attack, lacking the endurance for sustained combat. As the blade momentarily faltered, a whip pierced through his body. In that instant of injury, a torrent of whips surged forth from Muzan, their venom rendering Qianyuan powerless, leaving him no chance to execute his breathing techniques in defense. In an instant, dozens of bone whips pierced through his form. With a sickening sound, blood erupted forth as Qianyuan collapsed, his body a ragged mess, drenched in crimson, innumerable wounds marring his skin. His Nichiren blade slipped from his grasp, falling a short distance away. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Muzan wore a contemptuous smile, advancing leisurely, intent on seizing the opportunity to finish Qianyuan. Ju rose once more, unwavering as he charged at Muzan, despite his own internal injuries threatening to overwhelm him. If he did not act, Qianyuan would surely meet a dire fate. Muzan cast a cold glance at him, his demonic hand gripping Ju's throat, slamming him down forcefully. You think you are worthy of stopping me? In the moment of impact, Ju rolled to land before Qianyuan, barely managing to rise, his complexion pale. Cough. He is different. He is the future. I must protect him with my life. Blood seeped from his mouth, staining his Haori crimson, yet he stood resolute, unwilling to retreat. Why do you entangle yourself in my affairs due to the deaths of others? Muzan's eyes were devoid of warmth, his tone placid. Why not simply flee? Must you throw your life away for the foolishness of others? If you had not rushed here, you would not face such an end. Living for oneself is sufficient. Why concern yourself with others? Humanity should be grateful for their own existence. For instance, life itself. Shouldn't you cherish your own life? But Ju could not respond. His internal organs had been grievously harmed, his body a tapestry of wounds, his dual-colored Haori now entirely blood-red. His endurance to this point was nothing short of miraculous. Qianyuan coughed up blood, the dark crimson liquid gushing forth from the gaping wounds on his body, a testament to the damage his spleen had sustained. After enduring a night of intense combat, his condition had deteriorated severely, especially considering his opponent was the peak form of Muzan. Damn, this is utterly unbearable. Perhaps if he were in his prime, he might have stood a chance. Coughing, he mused that he could have fought back. Muzan, coldly observing their futile struggles as they faced impending death, found their plight exceedingly amusing. What does it matter how terrifying their talent is? What of the strongest Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps? In the end, they were all useless compared to that man. With an air of curiosity, Muzan regarded Qianyuan, contemplating whether devouring him might trigger some form of transformation. As he gazed up at the increasingly pale sky, he resolved to end their lives. Suddenly, an unfamiliar yet eerily familiar sensation surged within him, a wave of fear that sent his cells trembling. Muzan abruptly turned his head towards the direction of the swordsmith village. There, at the brightening edge of the sky, several figures were racing towards him. Foremost among them was a young boy clad in a black and green checkered haori, tightly gripping the Nichiren blade, charging forward with fervor. His chestnut red hair, the markings on his forehead, and the deep-seated hatred and fury in his eyes were unmistakable. Not to mention the beautiful Nichiren flower paper earrings adorning his ears. Flanking the boy were several figures erupting into action. The stone Hashira, Jiomi I Himejima, the wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa, the serpent Hashira, Iguro Abanai, the mist Hashira, Machiro Takido, the love Hashira, Mitsuri Kanroji, the flame Hashira, Kaijiro Rengoku, and the sound Hashira, Tengen Yuzi. Alongside them was the graceful figure of a girl, the butterfly Hashira, Shinobu Kocho. At this moment, all the pinnacle forces of the Demon Slayer Corps had arrived. Qianyuan tilted his head slightly, gazing at the approaching Hashira, and let out a sigh of relief, finally allowing a faint smile to grace his lips. In that instant, Muzan seemed to be transported back to a night from centuries past, the night of Kokushibo. Chapter 68. After the battle, Muzan Kabutsuji stood frozen in place, holding the remnants of Kokushibo with one hand, his crimson eyes fixated on Tanjiro, as if an earthquake had shaken him. The chestnut red hair, the markings on his forehead, and the flames of pressure emanating from the black blade were all too vivid. Tanjiro surged forward, wielding the Nichiren blade, the earrings fluttering gently, his gaze filled with rage. Dance of the Fire God, 11th form, Sun Halo Dragon Head. A brilliant dragon silhouette erupted from the Nichiren blade, hurtling towards Muzan with overwhelming force. Faced with this familiar yet strange scorching aura, Muzan hesitated for a moment before turning to flee without a second thought. He frantically called out to Nakeim within the Infinity Castle, his blood-red vertical pupils trembling with fear. Tanjiro's eyes blazed crimson as he charged towards the fleeing Muzan. Raising his Nichiren blade high, the sound of a dragon's roar erupted. I don't care who you are, whether an Upper Moon or Muzan himself. I demand you return my brother to me. In the astonished gaze of Ju Tomioka, the very demon king who had nearly slain them both was now frantically fleeing. Tanjiro watched as Muzan vanished in an instant, realizing he could not catch up. He hurried to Qianyuan's side, desperately trying to wipe away the blood that flowed from him. But it was an impossible task. Brother, don't die? Please don't die, Tanjiro cried, embracing Qianyuan, the blood soaking into his own clothes, an unceasing torrent. Tears the size of beans streamed down his cheeks. Brother still has warmth, Sister Shinobu. Qianyuan looked up, the blood staining his misty blue eyes, darkening their hue. The last time he had suffered such grave injuries was during the massacre of his family. It seemed he would need a long time to recuperate. However, following the Swordsmith village arc, the Hashira training would commence, and Muzan would likely hide in the Infinity Castle for a while, posing no immediate danger. Qianyuan's eyes flickered, and suddenly he noticed a petite butterfly alight before him, frantically rummaging through a medical kit for syringes and bandages. The anxious expression in Shinobu's violet eyes was palpable. Qianyuan glanced at Ju beside him. He was still alive, clinging to life. How fortunate. As leaves fluttered down, he closed his eyes. Crows soared above Tokyo. At the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Yoriichi Tsujikuni furrowed his brow as he studied the map layout of the Swordsmith village, an expression of deep concern etched across his face. Ever since he had ingested the medicine sent by Tamayo, his body had not fully healed, but his eyesight had returned to a blurry semblance of normalcy. Overall, everything seemed to be heading in a positive direction. At merely 23 years of age, he pondered, without this medicine, would he not have met his end soon? Yoriichi had not slept a wink since hearing about the sudden attack on the Swordsmith village by Upper Moons. The more time passed, the more dread filled his heart. The enemy's power was formidable, with 3 Upper Moons among them, one of whom was the first, Kokushibo. Thus, he had dispatched all the Hashira-level swordsmen. Hoping for their safe return, Tamioka, standing beside him, noticed Yoriichi's distress and understood his thoughts. Yoriichi, you must have faith in your children, especially Qianyuan. He is our hope. Yoriichi fumbled for the water cup on the table, the pallor of his face gradually regaining some color. Indeed, Tamioka was right. He should trust the children of the Demon Slayer Corps. However, Yoriichi hesitated, wanting to speak, but faltering. Caw, caw. Black crows circled in the sky. The Mist Hashira, along with several Demon Slayer swordsmen, collaborated to slay the Upper Moon 4, Hantengu, and Upper Moon 5, Gyako. Among them, the first Upper Moon, Kokushibo, was grievously injured by the Mist Hashira, and Muzan Kabutsuji had appeared in the Swordsmith village before fleeing. In the aftermath of the Swordsmith village battle, The Mist and Water Hashira had suffered grave injuries, yet the remaining Hashira-level swordsmen had arrived just in time to defeat the two upper moons, with all surviving. Tamioka stared blankly at the crows swirling overhead, when suddenly, she heard the sound of a teacup shattering behind her. She quickly turned to see Yoriichi sitting quietly. Drenched in sweat, his right hand frozen mid-air, his expression one of shock. Yoriichi stood there, dazed. They killed two upper moons and severely injured the first, and Muzan fled? He abruptly turned his head. Did I hear that correctly? Muzan appeared in the swordsmith village, and he actually ran away. Tamioka finally smiled. Yes, that's right, Yoriichi. We have won. Our children have achieved the extraordinary. They consecutively felled two upper moons and gravely injured the first, forcing Muzan to flee. For a fleeting moment, joy illuminated Yoriichi's face, only to vanish swiftly, replaced by guilt and paleness. The swordsmith village had endured such calamity because of my failure to ensure proper secrecy. It's all my fault. Had anything happened to the children, it would have been an unbearable blow for our Demon Slayer Corps. If I heard correctly, Qianyuan and Zhu were gravely injured. It's all my fault, all my fault. With a sigh, Tamioka stepped forward and embraced Yoriichi. This is not your fault, Yoriichi. The young man raised his head, his eyes filled with resolve. He gazed quietly at the woman he adored, articulating each word with precision. The great battle has concluded, and Muzan has suffered grievously. Tianyin, our opportunity has finally arrived, a chance awaited for a millennium. Yose, with great difficulty, managed to rise. A smile gracing his lips as he remarked, perhaps our generation truly holds the power to end the demons. I eagerly anticipate that day, immensely so. Qianyuan is not in a good state. Fortunately, Shinobu was present at the scene, providing timely assistance. She meticulously bandaged Qianyuan's wounds and administered medication, ultimately returning her beloved man to the butterfly mansion, drenched in sweat. Qianyuan was riddled with penetrating wounds and afflicted by severe toxins, resembling a shattered doll. Not a single part of him was unscathed. Thankfully, his recovery abilities were extraordinary. Otherwise, even an immortal would struggle to save him. The toxins were particularly challenging to manage, causing extensive decay within Qianyuan's body and resulting in varying degrees of organ damage. It wasn't until 10 days later that the infection slowly began to recede. The surgery lasted an entire day, with blood flowing profusely, even tearing through the bandages that enveloped Qianyuan, soaking numerous sheets. Thus, he lay in a state of uncertain life and death in the butterfly mansion for half a month. And then there was Zhu. He was unharmed and took his leave after a 10-day rest. Chapter 69. Everything will eventually conclude. At long last, Qianyuan awoke. Shinobu sat quietly by the desk, engrossed in her reading, while Tanjiro and Nezuko exchanged playful banter at the bedside. Upon noticing Qianyuan's awakening, Tanjiro's excitement surged. Sister Shinobu, my brother has awakened. Nezuko hurriedly joined Shinobu's side, tugging at her Haori with both hands, exclaiming, "Woo!" Shinobu promptly stood, reaching out to touch Qianyuan's forehead, finally exhaling in relief with a radiant smile. I'm here. Qianyuan's voice was exceedingly faint. Shinobu softly inquired, how does your body feel? Have you recovered? Qianyuan nodded. Tanjiro eagerly leaned closer, exclaiming, brother. Nezuko has overcome the sunlight. Nezuko cheerfully nodded, flashing a silly grin. Qianyuan attempted to smile, but inadvertently strained his wounds, causing him to grimace in pain, a sight both amusing and heart-wrenching. Shinobu stood silently to the side, covering her face, as the others in the room could distinctly hear her weeping. That was Muzan Kabutsuji. Shinobu leaned over the bedside, quietly sobbing. When I first heard the news, I thought you were. Qianyuan, enduring the excruciating pain, gently stroked Shinobu's hair, whispering, soon, very soon, everything will come to an end. Shinobu froze, lifting her head to reveal a forced smile. What will come to an end? Tanjiro looked puzzled, and Nezuko tilted her head in confusion. Qianyuan gradually revealed a gentle smile, his expression warm. I mean, the era of demons is drawing to a close. From this moment on, children will forever bask in the sunlight. That day is not far off. In the Infinity Castle, Akaza abruptly opened his eyes. Is this Infinity Castle? I was just here not long ago. Has one of the upper moons fallen? It seemed he had not been wrong in his last defeat. Could it be that the fallen upper moon was Doma? As Akaza pondered quietly, he suddenly heard a familiar voice, one he never wished to hear again. Ah, Akaza. You're still alive? It seems I misjudged you, my apologies. Akaza's expression darkened as he looked up to see Doma standing not far away, his iron fan obscuring half of his face, revealing only a pair of eyes. Akaza clenched his fists silently, glancing in another direction where Kaneo usually stood watching him. However, that petite and beautiful figure had vanished without a trace. During this time, Akaza had taken Kaneo across all of Japan, showing her the cherry blossoms beneath Mount Fuji. the splendor of Tokyo, and the dazzling fireworks. But just days ago, that girl who once looked at him with adoration had completely disappeared, leaving Akaza's heart feeling hollow and engulfed in solitude. In a moment of impulse, he yearned to find Qian Yuan immediately, but restrained himself. Knowing their differences in status meant the other could not assist him. Akaza could only hold on to his thoughts, hoping that one day he would again see that girl whose eyes were filled with him. After waiting for a while, no other upper moons arrived. This left both Akaza and Doma in a state of confusion. Could it be that the other upper moons had perished? This was clearly impossible. Among the absent upper moons, there was no sign of the formidable Kokushibo, who could not have been slain by the so-called Demon Slayer Swordsman. After much contemplation, only one possibility remained. Muzan must have summoned them both alone. Otherwise, they could not fathom such a result. The positions of the upper moons had never wavered for millennia. How could half of them have perished in such a short span? This was utterly inconceivable. Akaza slowly raised his head to gaze at Neikime, whose eyes bore the inscription of Upper Moon 6. What purpose does Muzan have in summoning us so suddenly? Neikime knelt in silence, gently caressing her biwa. The two suddenly sensed something and looked up to see a disheveled figure coldly observing them among the multitude of structures. Muzan Kabutsuji. A chill ran through Akaza and Doma as they instantly knelt on one leg, lowering their bodies and murmuring, Muzan-sama. Muzan remained silent for a moment before speaking. Hantengu and Gyako are dead, and Kokushibo is now gravely injured and undergoing treatment. Akaza and Doma abruptly lifted their heads, disbelief etched upon their faces. Yet upon witnessing Muzan's own disheveled appearance, they swallowed the words they had intended to speak. Hantengu and Gyako were dead. Even the terrifying Kokushibo was severely injured, and Muzan himself appeared to be in a state of disarray. Who could possibly have inflicted such chaos? The two had no idea that a swordsman had emerged, one who had rendered Muzan himself so beleaguered, save for the one from centuries past, Yoriichi. Akaza and Doma quickly lowered their heads, falling silent. Muzan trembled, veins bulging on his face. Ha! Fortunately, you Haven Tea disappointed me. Before their deaths, they revealed a piece of information, a piece of extremely significant news. His crimson eyes narrowed slightly as he declared, from Hantengu's perspective at the moment of his demise, a demon who has overcome sunlight has finally appeared. She is currently among the Demon Slayer Corps. Muzan's face radiated with excitement. If I can consume her, I will overcome the sunlight and become the one and only demon king in this world. After centuries, I have finally awaited this opportunity. How intriguing, truly fascinating. Muzan's pupils suddenly constricted, anger flashing across his face. It is merely a handful of upper moons who have perished, mere tools. I care not for them. My only concern is myself. I shall become the perfect being I desire. Bathed in sunlight, immortal. This is what I wish for, what I long for. As for the other upper moons, as long as Kokushibo survives, what does it matter if the rest perish? As long as one can transform into a perfect being. The prospect of dying 1,000 times holds no significance. Death is merely a stepping stone to renewal. After all, with so many people in Japan, creating a few formidable demons would be a trivial endeavor. With this thought, Muzan coldly addressed Akaza and Doma below him. In the time to come, you shall venture forth to convert more souls into demons, to deplete the ranks of the Demon Slayer Corps. Do you comprehend my instructions? Do not disappoint me. I wish to witness the worth of your existence. With a flutter of his lashes, Muzan gradually turned and vanished. Akaza, stirred by the moment, departed with Doma from the Infinity Castle. In the mountain breeze of the evening, Akaza sat alone, resting his chin on his palm. His legs crossed as he gazed serenely at the moon. He remained silent for a long while, continuing to sit until dawn approached. The fireworks that had illuminated the night sky showed no signs of abating, dancing vibrantly in a breathtaking display, their brilliance flickering until they faded into nothingness. Slowly, Akaza rose, finally revealing a hint of a smile. The artistry of humanity was rather impressive, indeed. Chapter 70. The Mark. A month after the battle at the Swordsmith village, Senjuro had fully recovered from his injuries, having eliminated all traces of poison from his body. On a bright day, the Hashira meeting convened under the leadership of Yoya Ubuyashiki. The master had yet to arrive, and the swordsmen sat in the estate, animatedly discussing the details of the recent battle. Among them were Tanjiro and Nezuko. The troublesome Shinazugawa, with a casual and defiant tone, remarked, "You Kamado siblings are quite fortunate, aren't you? How exhilarating it must have been to face an upper moon. I envy you. Why is it that I never encounter such foes?" Senjuro shot him an annoyed glance and retorted, "What do you mean by saying encountering an upper moon is good luck? I'll gladly give you all my luck in that regard, every last bit." Tanjiro chuckled softly. Encountering an upper moon is a dual-edged sword. Fraught with danger, yet laden with opportunity. The post-battle rewards are immense. Indeed, Kayajiro laughed heartily. Fighting an upper moon significantly enhances one's strength. Mitsuri, gazing affectionately at Michiro, softly inquired, "How is your recovery progressing? Are you feeling well?" Mitsuri smiled gently. "I'm perfectly fine, Mr. Iguro. Thank you for your concern. No need to mention it." Michiro replied, raising an eyebrow, his expression concealed beneath his bandages, though his tone conveyed his happiness. Michiro sat quietly by the window, observing the clouds above. Ju sat beside him, deep in contemplation. Tenjin exuberantly praised the grandeur of the swordsmith village. The sound of weeping emanated from Kaneo, whose hands were clasped together, tears streaming down her face. "Everyone has worked so hard," she murmured. Kaneo sat beside Senjuro, tilting her head to observe him. At that moment, Master Yoya entered, supported by the small figures of Kanata and Hinaki. He looked upon the assembled swordsmen with warmth, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Everyone," he greeted. Yoya, with an eager demeanor, continued, "I trust you are all aware that a month prior, Muzan Kabutsuji, accompanied by Upper Moons 1, 4, and 5, attacked the swordsmith village. The pillar-level swordsmen, Senjuro, Mitsuri, Michiro, and Tanjiro, along with Jinya, valiantly engaged them, successfully stalling for the other Hashira to arrive and severely injuring Upper Moon 1. While slaying Upper Moons 4 and 5, Muzan Kibutsuji fled, leaving us with a resounding victory." Senjuro noticed Shinazugawa's face lifted in satisfaction, seemingly pleased with the outcome of his brother Jinya's battle. Yoya smiled and added, "Additionally, Senjuro and Tanjiro's sister, Nezuko, have managed to overcome the curse that prevents demons from being exposed to sunlight. This news has undoubtedly reached Muzan, indicating that we are on the cusp of a grand confrontation, for he is a madman who may even resort to creating numerous lower-class demons to exhaust us." Seizing the opportunity to strike, the swordsman nodded in agreement. Yoya turned his gaze towards Senjuro and softly inquired, "During your confrontations with the Upper Moons, a unique mark appeared upon your forehead. Could you enlighten us about its origin?" The room fell silent, all eyes turning towards Senjuro. They had indeed noticed the markings on his forehead, previously disregarding them as mere burns akin to Tanjiro's. Senjuro nodded slightly. He had yet to disclose the significance of the mark to the Demon Slayer Corps. Firstly, while it could greatly enhance combat prowess, the toll it exacted was substantial. Secondly, swordsmen who awakened the mark rarely lived beyond the age of 25. Senjuro wished to protect them from such a perilous fate. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps were all fine individuals, with bright futures ahead, and it would be exceedingly cruel to constrain their lifespans to a mere 25 years. However, he was different. Senjuro was a natural-born mark-bearer, akin to the renowned Yoriichi from centuries past, whose life would not be diminished by it. Yet his circumstances were fundamentally different. The distinction lay within their constitutions. Yoriichi represented the pinnacle of humanity, whereas Senjuro embodied a fusion of human and demon. A sublime existence interwoven with the blood of the Kamado clan and the Demon King, verging on the divine. This bestowed upon him eternal life, a dual-edged curse and blessing. After a moment of contemplation, Senjuro began to explain. The mark is a unique emblem, one that powerful swordsmen from the Warring States period bore. Awakening it can significantly enhance a swordsman's strength, yet the price is steep. Once it is activated, the swordsman's lifespan is essentially confined to 25 years. In essence, while the mark offers advantages, it also imposes limitations on longevity. He continued, "This is a secret not found in any texts. During that era, the awakening of the mark signified immense power, causing those who had not awakened it to feel inferior and subsequently fall into despair. Thus, the existence of the mark was passed down through oral tradition, never to be documented." After concluding, he turned to Kaneo, who appeared concerned, and offered her a reassuring smile. "However, I am a naturally occurring mark bearer, so there are no adverse effects." Kaneo finally exhaled in relief. "What are the conditions for awakening the mark?" Shinazugawa quickly inquired, his tone measured in consideration of the Master's presence. Senjuro sighed. "A heart rate exceeding 200 beats per minute and a body temperature surpassing 39 degrees Celsius." Kaneo paused, her brow furrowing with concern. Under typical circumstances, a heart rate over 200 can lead to shock, and a fever above 39 degrees is alarming. How can one continue to fight in such a state? Senjuro nodded slightly. Thus, to awaken the mark, a swordsman must overcome these conditions, as well as possess a life-or-death opportunity. At that moment, Kayajiro interjected, "When Senjuro and I battled Akaza, I experienced such a reaction. I was on the verge of crossing that threshold to awaken my mark, wasn't I?" Senjuro regarded Kayajiro with a complex expression and softly replied, "Indeed, that is correct. Is it truly that simple?" The tone of Shimi was laced with disdain. "I had assumed the conditions would be exceedingly harsh." Eong's words floated in casually. "Qianyuan is different from us. I rather envy your simplistic mind that believes unlocking the patterns is an effortless task. Nanny, what did you say? Eong's expression remained calm. Qianyuan, somewhat speechless, rubbed his forehead. When Eong spoke, he made an astonishing impact. The good news, Eong had an unusually high volume of speech this time. The bad news, it was filled with curses. Chapter 71, The Sun Pillar. Yusue Tenjin raised his head. So, our next phase will be to study the unlocking of the patterns? The Hashira's expressions grew solemn. Well, my personal suggestion. Qianyuan's gaze dropped as he spoke earnestly. Let us reconsider this. Silence enveloped the group. Are the patterns beneficial? Certainly. Are they detrimental? Very much so. The patterns can significantly enhance a swordsman's physical prowess, but, likewise, they cruelly claim the lives of these swordsmen upon reaching the age of 25. Among the Hashira present, particularly the already over 25-year-old Himejima Gumei, one must wonder, will he perish immediately after unlocking the patterns? What of those younger, who may not have much time left either? 25 years. How utterly despairing. Which swordsman within the Demon Slayer Corps does not bear a tragic past? Their youth has already been stripped away. Must their lives beyond 25 be further plundered? Should their existence be but a fleeting moment? Qianyuan silently grasped Shinobu's hand. After a moment, Himejima Gumei sighed deeply. He straightened his back, hands clasped together, speaking as if with ease, a gentle smile gracing his face. Nemu Amida Butsu, if that is the case, it is indeed a complex topic. Qianyuan, you need not feel guilt. My existence is solely for the purpose of slaying demons. As for a happy life, I am afraid I shall have little to do with it. Qianyuan gently lifted his gaze, observing the others. Their expressions were resolute, devoid of any regret or fear. Indeed, how many among the Hashira could harbor a mindset of seeking a peaceful life? They have weathered storms, wishing to shield future generations with their umbrellas. What is their aspiration? A world devoid of demons. People bathing in tranquility under the sun, unafraid even in the night. Children living joyfully and happily. Children, I sincerely hope for your happiness in the future. May you always find joy. Yayoi wore a smile like a gentle spring breeze, softly adding, let us put the matter of the patterns aside for now. There is one final matter. Yayoi turned to gaze at the contemplative Tanjiro. Let us congratulate the new Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. Instantly, all eyes fell upon Tanjiro. Huh, me? Tanjiro exclaimed, bewildered. Am I to become a Hashira? Do not be anxious, Tanjiro. You are all my children. Yayoi maintained his gentle smile, continuing, do not underestimate yourself. Your strength is formidable. Whether it was during the Infinity Train arc alongside Zenitsu and Inosuke, or in the battles at the Yoshiwara Entertainment District, even facing the upper moons in the Swordsmith Village, you have displayed immense strength and courage. Your ascension to Hashira is an unparalleled fortune for our entire Demon Slayer Corps. You can do this, Tanjiro. I believe you are capable of shouldering this responsibility. Yayoi's tone was warm, rhythmic as he spoke. He looked at the excited Tanjiro and continued, typically, Hashira-level swordsman bear titles. Tanjiro, have you considered what your title will be as a Hashira? Qianyuan looked at the still bewildered Tanjiro, a smile creeping onto his face as he gently nudged his naive brother. The other Hashira showed no signs of dissent. They recognized Tanjiro wholeheartedly. Not only as Qianyuan's brother, but Tanjiro was gentle, kind-hearted, and exceptionally powerful, having participated in numerous battles against the upper moons, making significant contributions. In terms of likability, Tanjiro had already excelled. Ah, thank you, esteemed leader, for your kindness. Tanjiro exclaimed excitedly. I shall adopt the title of Sun Pillar. Thank you, everyone. Upon hearing Tanjiro's response, Yayoi nodded slightly. After synchronizing the information regarding the Sun Pillar and the patterns, the two children assisted him in leaving. Suddenly, the atmosphere relaxed. Qianyuan patted Tanjiro's shoulder, laughing heartily. Well done. You're now a Sun Pillar. Congratulations. Tanjiro sheepishly scratched his head. Just lucky. Shinobu chimed in. Tanjiro, you must strive hard from now on. Yes, I will work hard. Tanjiro nodded vigorously. The other Hashira offered their congratulations. At that moment, Himejima Gumei spoke softly. Hands clasped together. Since a great battle is imminent, with Muzan preparing to cultivate numerous low-level demons to wear us down, why don't we have the non-Hashira swordsmen join us for an extensive Hashira-guided training session? After discussing the specifics for a while, the group agreed on this Hashira guidance training, aimed at enhancing the overall strength of the Demon Slayer Corps. Before long, they departed from the leader's residence, each heading off to draft their plans. Qianyuan was designated as the final training instructor, bringing a perfect conclusion to the Hashira guidance training, with Tanjiro as the Sun Pillar. Also placed at the end, in the second-to-last session, the swordsmen would undergo training guided by each Hashira, and there was ample time ahead for Tanjiro and Qianyuan. Days later, the Steel Hashira, wearing a fire mask, arrived at the residence of Qianyuan and Tanjiro at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, delivering the newly forged Nichiren swords he had crafted for them. Tanjiro's sword was the one engraved with the character for extermination. A fine ancient Nichiren sword with a blade guard identical to Kaijiro Rengoku's, also inscribed with the words Demon Slayer. Qianyuan's Nichiren sword was entirely of frost white, the blade clear as morning frost, glinting softly under sunlight, and emanating a faint cold light in the darkness. The blade was slightly narrower than a standard Nichiren sword, thin and sharp, perfectly suited for him. The hilt was wrapped in a red cord, a gift from Shinobu, providing a non-slip grip that fit snugly in his hand. Adorned with two delicate silver bells that chimed softly, the tsuba featuring an intricate mist pattern. Overall, it was a light and sharp weapon, stunningly beautiful. Said to merge the forging techniques of the Sengoku period. After cautioning the two not to damage the meticulously crafted Nichiren swords, the steel Hashira departed, casting them a dangerous glance before leaving. Qianyuan and Tanjiro felt a chill run down their spines. A few days later, Qianyuan received a new mission. Crows circled in the sky. Caw, caw. A demon has appeared in the forest of the village to the north, with multiple B-rank swordsmen missing. Please, Mist Hashira Higakiyuan. Proceed immediately. Go at once. After summoning them, the crow took flight. Qianyuan felt puzzled. Shouldn't Team Muzan have been quiet for a while? Why was he stirring up trouble again, with multiple B-rank swordsmen missing? No, it couldn't be Muzan. It was an upper moon demon. Qianyuan pondered silently and returned indoors to organize his blades. Chapter 72, The Innocent Child. Recently, a peculiar rumor had begun to circulate in Maple Leaf Village. It was said that during the full moon, a malevolent spirit would appear in the dense woods, curiously not to devour humans, but rather to sit alone on a large stone and gaze at the moon. Especially during the bursts of fireworks, the apparition was certain to manifest. The villagers promptly reported the matter, and on the same day, several sword-wielding warriors arrived, claiming they would slay the demon. The following day, the villagers discovered a multitude of bloodstains at the forest's edge. The sword-bearers had not returned. This event plunged the entire Maple Leaf Village into a state of panic, prompting local authorities to seal off the village and the forest, publicly declaring it a premeditated murder incident. As night descended, a swordsman clad in a haori adorned with floral butterflies arrived in Maple Leaf Village, conversing with the raven perched upon his shoulder. Several B-class swordsmen had gone missing, and based on the villagers' descriptions, they could be presumed dead. What a pity. Qianyuan quietly surveyed the dense forest before him, where the trees stood exceptionally tall against a starlit sky that resembled a tapestry of the Milky Way. Behind him lay Maple Leaf Village, now shrouded in darkness. At this hour, the villagers had long since retired for the night, allowing Qianyuan to move more freely. He turned to the raven on his shoulder, realizing he had neglected to give it a name. How forgetful of him. How about I call you Koyu? He suggested apologetically. Nice name. Koyu nodded in agreement, continuing, however, the area is now sealed off by the police. While some administrative personnel are willing to collaborate with the Demon Slayer Corps within the broader governmental landscape of Japan, the Corps is still viewed as a disruptive and unstable element. It would be wise for you to steer clear of them to avoid complications. Qianyuan chuckled wryly, shaking his head. Compared to collaborating with the Demon Slayer Corps, I believe the higher-ups would be more inclined to ally with demons. After all, in terms of power and longevity, demons offer far more. Human nature is dark, and it is challenging for anyone to resist temptation. There is a reason demons can persist for millennia. Their survival is not merely due to their formidable strength, but also because of the local government's inaction and corruption, pursuing solitary ventures. As for cannibalism, I find the notion of humans devouring one another far more terrifying than demons doing so. Koyu fell silent for a moment, then shook his head. I cannot quite comprehend the thoughts of your kind. I am merely a raven. Let us proceed. Qianyuan nodded slightly and ventured into the forest. He sought the essence of demonic energy in the air and activated his mist-dispelling technique, soon locating the malevolent spirit. Qianyuan stood quietly, tilting his head upwards to meet the gaze of the seated Akaza. Their golden and misty blue eyes locked in an exchange. Upper Moon 3, Akaza. Strangely, neither of them initiated combat immediately. Instead, they sat side by side on the stone as if they were old friends, gazing at the starry river above. Akaza spoke first. Kabutsuji Qianyuan. Who exactly is that girl? Qianyuan languidly reclined on the stone, raising his gaze. Ah, she was your wife in your human days, Koyuki. Akaza fell silent for a moment, staring at Qianyuan. But I can no longer find her. Ah, Qianyuan chuckled, patting his blade. What if I help you remember? A flicker of astonishment crossed Akaza's eyes, yet he nodded, rising to face the still-seated white-haired swordsman. Please. Qianyuan acknowledged him with a hum and also stood up. They distanced themselves from one another. Qian Yuan unsheathed his Nichiren blade, the frost-white blade reflecting his misty blue eyes, the fiery patterns on his forehead becoming increasingly pronounced. Akaza observed Qian Yuan, momentarily stunned. Although he had appeared as an ordinary human before drawing his blade, in that instant, Akaza felt an unprecedented pressure, as if Mount Tai were pressing down upon him. Destructive killing, Razan. Akaza maintained his composure, though he found himself momentarily dazed. Has it failed? The once infallible technique had indeed faltered. He felt no trace of Qian Yuan's fighting spirit. Ah, so you have reached the pinnacle of martial arts. Akaza slowly crouched, adopting a fighting stance. Though he recognized Qian Yuan's might, fear did not overcome him. Rather, he was more determined to recover his memories. To find that girl who gazed at him with such adoration. Even in death, he would hold no regrets. Destructive killing, final form, azure silver shattered light. Without hesitation, he unleashed his most potent technique, the needles beneath his feet converging instantly, launching hundreds of dazzling azure projectiles in all directions. Akaza held nothing back. Fully aware of Qian Yuan's overwhelming power, having witnessed even the esteemed Kibutsuji Muzan's defeat at his hands, winning was no longer a concern. He simply wished to behold that girl, the one who looked at him with such affection. In kind, Qian Yuan offered respect. The mist erupted around them, transforming the scene into a realm of ethereal beauty. Breath of mist, supreme art, raging mist shredding the heavens. In an instant, the frost-white blade became stained crimson, a harbinger of death. The mist surrounding him turned pitch black, an embodiment of ultimate darkness, even corrupting the night sky as if the very vapor was evaporating. In mere moments, the hundreds of brilliant azure projectiles were engulfed, along with Akaza's corporeal form nearby. Qian Yuan propelled himself forward, meeting the onslaught. He unleashed thousands of high-speed mist blades, simultaneously charging towards Akaza from all directions, tearing through the earth and fracturing space. The blade light rending the air as if the very mist had split the heavens. Hundreds of dazzling azure projectiles shattered in an instant, the fiery blade light illuminating Akaza's astonished golden eyes. Though Akaza managed to narrowly evade most of the high-speed mist blade strikes, the few that connected bore terrifying lethality, severing both of his legs and piercing a gaping hole through his chest, leaving his body marred with deep gashes. Akaza's eyes widened, desperate to recover from his injuries. No regeneration. How powerful. Injured, Akaza crashed through dozens of towering trees, finally coming to rest upon the ground. His gaze was filled with disbelief. It had only been a few months. The swordsman who had once been his equal had now evolved into an entity of unfathomable terror, a veritable prodigy. I'm going to die. Akaza felt as though his head might explode, an agonizing pain flooding his mind, while fresh fragments of memory began to resurface. Lying in the crater, Akaza gazed up at the starlit sky. Bang, bang, bang. The night sky suddenly erupted with brilliant fireworks. Akaza's anguished expression froze as he strained to lift his head. Desperate to discern the figures amidst the display, murmuring, Kibutsuji Koyuki, Keizo-sensei. The Sorya Temple. Have I returned? In that moment, he burst into a joyful smile, resembling an innocent child. Chapter 73, Memories Beneath the Fireworks. Dong, dong, dong. The heavy wooden board struck the boy's back repeatedly, causing his skin to break and bleed. The boy lowered his head, feeling somewhat numb, his face a mask of indifference, as if utterly unconcerned by the punishment he was receiving. The boy's name was Komachi, known as the Son of Demons. This is a disgraceful nickname. Born into a destitute family, with his father gravely ill, Kobachi was left with no choice but to resort to thievery to purchase medicine for his father, thereby prolonging his life. Yet, in this era, humanity devours humanity. The affluent lead lavish lives, while the impoverished exist in conditions worse than beasts. Soon after, following the brutal punishment of 100 lashes, the magistrate released the young Kobachi. Acknowledging that he was merely a youth, such a severe punishment could incapacitate even the strongest of men. Clad in tattered garments, he grimaced in pain, disregarding his blood-soaked attire, and hurriedly checked the medicine in his possession, only to breathe a sigh of relief upon confirming it remained intact. He dashed homeward. Passers-by shunned him, viewing him as a harbinger of misfortune, unwilling to invoke his ill fate. Upon his breathless return, however, he found his home eerily deserted. He called out for his father, scouring both inside and outside, only to discover a solitary scrap of paper. Having been taught to read by his father, he managed to decipher its contents. Kobachi, I have wronged you. I have burdened you, relying on you to steal from the wealthy merely to survive, living in a state of hunger. I am deeply sorry. As a father, I have caused you trouble, but I hope you can live well, Kobachi, my child. You are still young. Fight for your life, and please, live with integrity. You have always been my pride. Reading the letter, Kobachi's expression changed drastically. He suddenly flung open the door and bolted outside, bewildered by how his father could have known about his concealed misdeeds. Clutching the paper tightly, tears streamed down his face. Please don't die. You are my only remaining family. At that moment, the elderly neighbor sighed deeply, his murky eyes reflecting an emotion that could only be interpreted as pity. Kobachi, you have finally returned. Your father hanged himself days ago. The villagers and I have already buried him. Please accept my condolences. Stunned, Kobachi stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, feeling his heart shatter. He sank to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Why? Why must you leave me too? After what felt like an eternity. He finally raised his tear-streaked eyes to the elderly neighbor. Where is my father buried? The neighbor regarded him for a moment before speaking. Come with me. I will take you there. With that, the elderly man began to shuffle away, and Kobachi hastily followed, wiping away his tears. His father's grave lay in a forest overrun with weeds, a mere mound of earth. Kneeling before the grave, Kobachi wept bitterly, his body trembling uncontrollably. The pain of losing his father was far more profound than any punishment he had ever endured. Thus, the youth knelt there from dawn until dusk, mustering all his strength to carry a stone tablet, cutting his finger to use his blood to inscribe a memorial for his father. Just days after his father's death, the magistrate had Kobachi marked with the tattoo of a criminal and exiled him from Edo, essentially forcing him to take the blame for a wealthy family. Is it laughable? In this world, the predatory nature of humanity is far more terrifying than that of evil spirits. Kobachi changed. He drifted through life in a daze, returning to his old ways with remarkable skill. He harbored hatred for everyone, for society, and for himself. One day, he became the target of mockery. 8 thugs pointed and jeered at him. Initially silent, he could no longer contain himself when they mentioned his father. With a sudden surge of fury, he threw a punch, engaging in a fierce struggle with the 8 grown men, who soon backed down in defeat. Disgusted, Kobachi kicked them away. Get lost. The thugs scrambled to escape. As Kobachi prepared to leave this wretched place, a man in a white dojo uniform approached with a smile. Having heard the commotion, he had come to help, only to find that a single youth had dispatched 8 thugs. Appreciating Kobachi's martial prowess, Keizo wished to recruit him as a disciple. In an instant, however, he noticed the tattoo adorning the boy's body, and confusion washed over him. What kind of grave crime could such a young child have committed to warrant such a mark? Instinctively, Kobachi covered the tattoo with his clothing, adopting a menacing demeanor, and shouted, Old man, I advise you not to meddle, or I'll make you regret it. Instead of being angered, Keizo only smiled. How about we have a sparring match, young man? If you lose, you'll join my dojo, alright? Kobachi blinked in surprise. Was this man out of his mind? He was a banished criminal, and yet Keizo wanted him to join his dojo. What lunacy! Ignoring Keizo, Kobachi turned to leave, but Keizo was undeterred. In an instant, he appeared before him again, grinning. Come on, let us have a fight. Don't worry. I'll make sure to knock your teeth out. Kobachi swung a punch, but Keizo easily dodged, twisting his body to seize Kobachi's arm and executing a swift throw. Kobachi hit the ground hard. In pain, he kicked out, but Keizo grinned and pummeled him mercilessly. Moments later, Keizo leaned back, arms crossed, laughing heartily, while Kobachi, sporting bruises and a defiant expression, followed behind. Turning to him, Keizo patted Kobachi on the shoulder, his smile warm and generous. Young man, you must accept defeat gracefully. From now on, you are a disciple of my Suryu dojo, and I shall be your master. My name is Keizo. Kobachi, gritting his teeth, replied, Fine. I'll join your dojo, but I will defeat you one day. Good. I look forward to that. Keizo laughed heartily. Before long, they entered the Suryu dojo, and Kobachi was taken aback to find the place utterly empty. Are you kidding me? Am I the only one here? Chapter 74, Memories Beneath the Fireworks. My name is Rinshua. It is a pleasure to meet you. Before Kobachi stood a girl of striking beauty. Her head bowed and her cheeks flushed with shyness as she introduced herself. The boy, equally flustered, stammered, Oh, I'm Kobachi. Keizo beamed with pride, pleased that his daughter had captivated the boy. Haha, you must have fallen head over heels for my daughter, huh? Dad. Rinshua's face turned even redder as she shot her father an annoyed glance before quickly lowering her gaze, unable to meet Kobachi's eyes. You two enjoy yourselves. I have matters to attend to, Keizo said, casting a glance at the bewildered Kobachi before walking away. Hey, wait for me. Komachi was exceedingly shy. He could not dare to be alone with Rinsu and hurriedly followed his master outside, his expression flustered. Rinsu stared blankly at the boy's retreating figure, lowering her head. Due to her illness, she seldom left the house and had no friends. Her father was perpetually occupied with numerous tasks, leaving Rinsu feeling profoundly lonely. She yearned for a confidant, someone with whom she could share her innermost thoughts. Yet, she thought better of it. After all, her frail condition would only burden others. And remaining alone in her room was not entirely undesirable. Komachi approached Kyozo, feigning ferocity as he clenched his fist, and declared in a booming voice, "I am the criminal. Are you truly at ease with allowing me to be alone with your daughter?" A smile crept onto Kyozo's face, accompanied by a hint of concern. He reached out and tousled Komachi's hair, chuckling as he said, "Though I do not know the reasons behind your predicament, it is precisely for this that I choose to trust you." Upon hearing these words, Komachi momentarily froze, his eyes welling with tears. No one had ever placed such trust in him throughout his life. Ridicule and darkness had consumed his world, instilling a deep-seated inferiority. With a sudden thud, he knelt on the ground and bowed deeply. "Master." Kyozo was taken aback and quickly assisted the boy to his feet, solemnly patting his shoulder as he spoke. A man must never kneel before another, except his parents. Remember this, Komachi, you must stand your ground. I believe in you. Komachi, teary-eyed, nodded vigorously, etching these words into his heart, vowing never to forget them. Kyozo laughed heartily. "I must attend to my duties now. Farewell." "Yes, yes." Komachi nodded earnestly. Shortly thereafter, Kyozo departed the dojo, watched by Komachi. The boy wandered alone in the courtyard for quite some time before finally mustering the courage to return to Rinsu's room. Taking a deep breath, he called out, Rinsu, I promised my master that I would take good care of you from now on. So just tell me if you need anything." Rinsu gazed at the returning boy, her face suddenly lighting up with a radiant smile. Although she felt a bit dazed, she was genuinely delighted. The two remained in a stalemate for a moment until Rinsu suddenly recalled something. She picked up her handkerchief and gently wiped away the specks of blood on Komachi's face, shyly asking, Komachi, are your injuries serious?" The unique fragrance belonging solely to her wafted into Komachi's nostrils, leaving him momentarily bewildered as he shouted, "I'm fine." Startled, Rinsu's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Komachi, witnessing her tear-streaked expression, panicked. His intention was never to frighten her, merely to express his nervousness. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you," he said, his voice filled with apology and concern, instantly enveloping Rinsu in a warm comfort, prompting her tone to soften. "It's all right, I was merely startled. I don't blame you. Could you please fetch my medicine box?" "Thank you." Without a second thought, Komachi promptly retrieved the box and placed it before her. She rummaged through it, producing various items for treatment and bandaging. "Your injuries must be severe. Did your father do this? He truly has no regard for the weight of his actions. Let me apply the medicine for you." As Rinsu observed Komachi hesitating, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple as she offered a reason. "After all, you will be taking care of me in the future. It will be quite tiring. Consider this my way of repaying you." What a kind-hearted girl she is. Komachi thought to himself, nodding in agreement. Just moments ago, he had been a wanderer, and now a beautiful girl was tending to his wounds, filling him with an unreal sense of joy. Memories of the hostility he faced in his childhood flooded back, even from his own father. Shaking his head, Komachi pinched his thigh. How painfully real. He couldn't help but grin foolishly. Indeed, life could be this beautiful. It turned out there were truly wonderful people in this world. Komachi continued to gaze at Rinsu, smiling warmly, silently vowing to dedicate his life to protecting her. This day marked the beginning of his redemption. From that moment on, Komachi and Rinsu became the best of friends. He relentlessly honed his martial skills while Rinsu focused on her recovery, and time swiftly passed. 3 years flickered by in the blink of an eye. The once frail boy had transformed into a tall, robust figure, with defined cheekbones and an upright posture. Over these 3 years, he had changed significantly, gradually returning to the boy who once desired to protect others, or perhaps, he had merely reverted to his true nature, marred by the harshness of a world that resembled a beast ready to devour the weak. Komachi's meticulous care led Rinsu to gradually develop feelings for him. Yet, the boy viewed himself as a sinner, never believing that someone could harbor affection for him, thus remaining oblivious to Rinsu's sentiments. Throughout these 3 years, Komachi diligently engaged in 3 pursuits, honing his martial arts, caring for Rinsu, and assisting his master in various tasks. Kyozo held a deep respect for the boy and felt fortunate about his decision 3 years prior. Komachi was indeed a good lad, and Kyozo treated him as if he were his own son. As the gentle evening breeze caressed the surroundings, and the sky blushed with the hues of twilight, Komachi walked ahead, with Rinsu following closely behind. Over the years, her health had improved significantly. She could at least walk with ease now, determined not to be a burden. Komachi hesitated before speaking. "Rinsu, perhaps I should carry you. Your health." Rinsu firmly shook her head, a glimmer of determination sparkling in her beautiful eyes. She smiled brightly and gently replied, "Komachi, it's all right. I want to overcome this." Komachi nodded with a smile. Thus, it took them half an hour to reach Kyozo's room. despite the journey typically taking only 10 minutes. You're here. Come in, come in, Kyozo exclaimed, opening the door and assisting the breathless Rinsu inside. Ha ha ha, my daughter can finally walk again. This is wonderful. Kyozo beamed with joy. Father, am I impressive or what? Rinsu placed her hands on her hips, a playful grin lighting up her face. Impressive indeed. My daughter is the best. Chapter 75. Welcome back. Komachi, do you wish to take my daughter Rinsu as your wife? Kyozo suddenly became serious. Ah. Komachi was instantly taken aback, while Rinsu's cheeks flushed crimson, exclaiming, What are you saying, father? Rinsu, do you not wish for this? Kyozo teased, eyeing her with a mischievous grin. Rinsu, flustered, nodded fervently, I do. Komachi's mind went blank. He was at a loss for words. Could a sinner like him truly be deserving of someone's affection? But how could he be worthy of her? If Rinsu were to become his wife, it would only bring her trouble. Taking a deep breath, Komachi calmly replied, Master, Rinsu, may I have some time to think this over? Of course, such matters cannot be rushed, Kyozo chuckled, patting his apprentice's shoulder. But do not let my daughter down, or I shall not spare you. With a face full of complex emotions, Komachi dashed out, disappearing from sight. Rinsu, slightly flushed, glanced anxiously at her father, fearful that Komachi might not reciprocate her feelings. Observing his daughter's distress, Kyozo spoke gently, My dear daughter, I am not being presumptuous. It's just that seeing you two together every day makes me anxious. If you don't speak up, when will I ever hold a grandchild? Father. Lianshue's cheeks flushed as if they might drip with water. She feigned ferocity, delivering a harmless punch to her father. If you continue to disrespect me, I shall ignore you forever. All right. Are you certain you won't seek him out? Ching-Song spoke with a smile. Let me remind you, there will be fireworks tonight. Lianshue, vexed, gave her head a quick pat and hurriedly made her way outside, step by step, until she reached the door of Koma's room. Koma. Before Lianshue could knock, the wooden door swung open, and Koma swiftly embraced the girl, carrying her to the highest point on the mountain to witness the fireworks, a location he had sought for quite some time. Gently, he set the girl down and pointed towards the distance with a smile. Lianshue, this place offers the best view for the fireworks. I searched long and hard for it. No sooner had the boy's words faded than the sky erupted with vibrant fireworks, a tapestry of colors illuminating the night. Though their beauty lasted but a fleeting moment, it was undeniably enchanting, much like the present moment shared between the young couple, Koma and Lianshue. Yet alas, while they gazed at the fireworks, their hearts were elsewhere. After a while, Lianshue boldly lifted her gaze. Her exquisite and radiant face blushed like an apple. Koma, I never imagined I would witness fireworks today. Thank you for always encouraging me to persevere, and for your meticulous care over these past 3 years. I have truly, always cherished you. The girl's confession was like a bright spring breeze, tightening the boy's heart. He grasped her delicate hand. Koma understood now. He realized that Lianshue must be a divine recompense sent to him. Even as a sinner, he was deserving of love. He tenderly embraced the girl, his tone gentle. Lianshue, I too cherish you. However, I was too foolish in the past to recognize your feelings for me. From this moment forth, I shall strive to be stronger than anyone else, to protect you, to safeguard you for all eternity. Under the starry night, intertwined with the brilliance of the fireworks, the two nestled against each other, their faces aglow with happiness. But soon, everything shattered, dissolving into fragments. In reality, Akaza lay sobbing in a pit, lamenting, I failed to protect you. Forgive me. After confessing their feelings for one another, the two became lovers. The following day, Koma returned to Edo to pay respects to his deceased father. Yet, upon his joyous return to the Suryu dojo, he found himself plunged into despair. After inquiring about the recent events, Koma learned the full extent of the tragedy, a truth that nearly caused him to faint on the spot. The neighboring dojo, consumed by jealousy, had insidiously poisoned the well, resulting in the immediate deaths of Master Ching-Song and Lianshue, who had uttered his name with her last breath. On that day, Koma descended into madness. He silently approached the adjacent Kendo dojo and, in a frenzy, slaughtered 67 individuals with his bare hands, leaving them unrecognizable. Even the sole surviving mate succumbed to insanity. Ultimately, just as Koma was about to take his own life, he encountered Muzan Kabutsuji, who was in search of powerful demons to establish the 12 Kazuki. Muzan forcefully transformed him into a demon, stripping him of all his memories. Yet, the love story between the boy and the girl remained etched in his very bones. Akaza, as he would come to be known, had martial techniques adorned with snowflakes resembling Lianshue's hairpin. His pink hair mirrored the color of her kimono, and the names of his devastating techniques were those of the fireworks they had once admired together. Now, the third-ranked demon of the 12 Kazuki, Akaza lay in a deep pit, weeping like a child. He paid no heed to the burning pain in his limbs and chest. All he desired was to die swiftly and reunite with his beloved Lianxue. He had been delayed for centuries. Qing Yuan stood silently, sheathing his Nichiren blade. He chose not to approach and end Akaza's suffering. Instead, he observed quietly from a distance. I'm sorry, Lianxue. I have betrayed your trust. I failed to protect you. I am worthless. I am truly sorry. Miraculously, Akaza's limbs reformed, and he fell to his knees, crying out in anguish, his martial spirit shattered. Suddenly, a gentle voice resonated from above. It's all right. You have done remarkably well. A familiar petite figure embraced him, cradling his head in her hands, her eyes filled with compassion. It was none other than his fiancée, Lianxue. Akaza's eyes widened, his sobs becoming more fervent. Lianxue, I'm so sorry, I couldn't protect you. His cries were laden with guilt, regret, and fury. In the next moment, Akaza transformed back into the youthful coma. The two held each other tightly, the boy weeping while the girl gazed at him with tenderness, regretting her departure from him all those years ago. Countless words coalesced into a single gentle utterance. The girl's pink eyes brimmed with love, and tears flowed freely, moistening her cheeks. Welcome back. I am so glad you have returned to the original coma. In that tranquil moment, the silhouettes of Koma and Lianxue faded away. Chapter 76. Of course, it is unnecessary. The sun blazed overhead as Swordsman, clad only in trousers, trained vigorously in the open air. Yuzui Tenjin, resplendent in his role as the training instructor for the first phase, stood in stark contrast to his original self in the narrative. Now, as the sound Hashira, he was in peak health. At this moment, he stood with arms crossed, observing a group of over 100 trainees endlessly running around his residence. This was his special training regimen, run until you drop, aiming to enhance the stamina and endurance of the swordsman. A few days prior, the entire Demon Slayer Corps had learned of Chiyuan's victory over the Upper Moon 3, Akaza, which ignited a fervor among the ranks, motivating them to train with newfound vigor. Yuzui Tenjin, filled with enthusiasm, unconsciously increased the difficulty of the training slightly. Accelerate, accelerate, accelerate. Let us run with grandeur, do not cease. Hey, you filthy ruffian, stop slamming against my floor. It's filthy and utterly unrefined. Yuzui Tenjin bellowed while accompanying the swordsmen in their run, immediately mocking anyone who lagged behind. Oh, I can't go on. We've been running all day. I'm going to die. In despair, Zenitsu, who had yet to become a Hashira, lamented his fate, but had no choice but to endure under Yuzui Tenjin's relentless pressure. A pang of jealousy struck him. Why was Tanjiro able to become a Hashira? Noticing Zenitsu's lack of motivation, Yuzui Tenjin frowned, gradually coming to a halt as he focused on the boy who troubled him so. Kanroji and Jinya, also participating in the training, persevered without exception. Suddenly, a clever idea struck Yuzui Tenjin. He turned to Zenitsu, a smile gracing his lips. Do you wish for Nezuko to think you are not putting in enough effort in your training? If that is the case, I might just have to report you. Lord Tenjin, what are you talking about? Unbeknownst to him, Zenitsu had already found himself running ahead with a composed demeanor, his gaze wandering around. In just a few fleeting minutes, Zenitsu's small universe erupted, completing several laps. Indeed, more than most members of the Demon Slayer Corps. The flamboyant Tenjin nodded, reclining in the chair that his 3 wives had long prepared for him. Lord Tenjin, he began, Yuzui picked up a grape and gently fed it to Tenjin, who appeared utterly blissful. Shinjuro and Hinetsuru stood behind him, massaging his shoulders. Zenitsu observed this scene, and his temper flared. What on earth are you doing? While we are training tirelessly, you are here flaunting your affection. I'm at a loss for words. Zenitsu halted in place, his legs still running continuously, his entire body flushed red, emitting steam. Charge! Inosuke, donned in his boar mask, dashed past him. Tenjin smirked, and what of it? Am I not splendid? Driven to madness. Zenitsu found himself at a loss for how to contend with this fellow. Thus, he made a resolute decision. He was about to unleash his full potential. The breath of thunder surged through him as he raced around the training grounds, lightning flashing as he became completely unhinged. Just then, Nezuko approached with a lunchbox in hand, followed by several members of the Shadow Corps. Since overcoming her fear of sunlight in the Swordsmith village, Nezuko had not only slept less, but had also grown increasingly radiant. Nezuko. Zenitsu came to a sudden stop, his eyes sparkling as he spotted her from afar, immediately using his god speed to rush over. I'm here, he exclaimed joyously, nearly collapsing at her feet, his body as slick as an eel. Zenitsu, have you completed today's task well? Nezuko tilted her head, a gentle smile gracing her lips. I'll do it right away, Zenitsu declared, unleashing the breath of thunder with lightning speed, as dazzling bolts of electricity circled Tenjin's abode. Remarkably, within just an hour, he had completed a day's worth of running, becoming the first to finish the task, with Inosuke trailing behind him. Tengen's eyes widened in astonishment. Was this the power of love? Initially, he worried that Zenitsu might not fully tap into his potential, but it seemed that with Nezuko, he was more than capable. Soon after, Zenitsu beamed as he approached Nezuko, a foolish grin on his face, extending his hand. Let us keep up the good work. Here is your lunchbox. Nezuko smiled back, gently handing him the lunchbox with a tender and caring tone. I promise to train diligently, Zenitsu declared, thumping his chest with glee. Days later, he was the first to pass Tengen's rigorous training, followed closely by Kanoho, Jinya, and Inosuke. The news of their success spread like wildfire, motivating other swordsmen to train with fervor, creating an atmosphere of vibrant determination. The next phase of training was overseen by Michiro Takedo, focusing primarily on speed. For Zenitsu, a user of the Breath of Thunder, this training was a piece of cake, and in just a few days, he effortlessly passed. In no time, he emerged as the standout among his peers, his nose raised high in pride, and he found himself encountering Nezuko more frequently, which brought him immense joy. Bring it on. Whatever comes next, I, Zenitsu, will flawlessly conquer every challenge and see Nezuko every day. With a swagger, Zenitsu marched towards the next location, the abode of Mitsuri Kanroji, where he was about to face his most formidable mentor. The following day, why on earth are male and female swordsmen mingling in such revealing dance attire? And to top it off, why must I endure this humiliating flexibility training while dancing to music? Zenitsu lamented, his expression pained as he gazed at Mitsuri, who was clad in a delicate pink kimono over her demon slayer uniform. Even the voluminous fabric could not conceal her impressive figure. Yet, Zenitsu remained resolute. His heart belonged solely to Nezuko. Mitsuri, however, was undeterred. She pressed her foot against Zenitsu's ankle and yanked on his arm with force. It hurts. It hurts. At that moment, the horrifying strength, 8 times denser than that of an average human, was fully realized. Zenitsu felt as though his lower body might snap. Perhaps it was a ligament, or perhaps it was his ankle. Can you endure this? Should I ease up a bit? Mitsuri inquired, observing Zenitsu's agony. Absolutely not. Zenitsu's gaze suddenly landed on Nezuko in the corner. Very well then. Mitsuri increased her grip with both hands and feet. Another wail akin to a slaughtered pig reverberated through the air. Chapter 77. The Transformation of Kaigaku. Nightfall. Within a dilapidated building, blood stained the floors, and several demon slayer swordsmen lay lifeless, their corpses decaying, oblivious to how long they had been dead. Kaigaku, having transformed into a demon, abruptly opened his eyes, kneeling on the ground as he repeatedly retched, his complexion pale. After enduring excruciating pain, Kaigaku felt a profound transformation. He had become a demon. Is this what it feels like to become a demon? He lowered his head and expelled another large mass of viscous matter, and after some time, he slowly raised his gaze. Among the regurgitated matter lay remnants of the food he had consumed as a human, mingled with human blood and flesh, alongside his crow. In his famished state, Kaigaku mindlessly grabbed a handful and swallowed it without hesitation. Fortunately, it was the crow, had it returned to relay messages. A cruel smile crept across his face. Suddenly, he turned his head toward the door. Noticing the absence of any figures outside, his fear subsided slightly, and he felt less terrified. Days prior, while on a mission with fellow demon slayer swordsmen, they had encountered a demon they dared not confront. Yet, for reasons unknown, the demon was covered in wounds, some of which had not fully healed, bearing deep gashes. But at that moment, they had no time to ponder such matters. After the demon effortlessly killed his comrades, Kaigaku knelt without hesitation, begging for his life and vowing loyalty to Muzan. The 6 golden eyes narrowed slightly as a hand extended toward him. Such weak, morally bankrupt individuals were not even worthy of becoming demons. However, the demon ranks had recently weakened, with only a few of the 12 Kazuki remaining. Furthermore, Muzan had tasked him with creating a larger number of demons to counter the demon slayer swordsmen. Otherwise, this scum was unworthy of being a demon. Noticing the gesture, Kaigaku humbly extended his hands, his expression akin to that of a beggar. This blood is exceedingly precious. Waste not a single drop. Kokushibo spoke in a cold, detached tone. Otherwise, your head will be severed in the next moment. Scalding blood dripped onto Kaigaku's palms, the sticky sensation nearly inciting a scream. Kokushibo watched silently as Kaigaku knelt before him, suddenly recalling something, and continued, if you can gain that esteemed one's approval, you may become our companion. You and I are both practitioners of the breath of the sword. The stronger the swordsman, the longer the time it takes to master their craft. I await this moment with great anticipation. As Koyuki's body quivered, he hesitantly raised his palm, and despite his cells screaming in protest, he drank it down in one gulp. Gulp, gulp. He was meticulous, leaving not a drop behind. Once he finished, Koyuki fell to the ground in agony. his expression convulsing as if something were tearing his body apart, consuming the once frail Koyuki and reshaping him anew. A Koyuki endowed with even greater talents and formidable strength. What does it matter if he becomes a demon? It is of no consequence. Whether human or fiend, his innate gifts are unparalleled, eclipsing even that of the golden-haired boy. This was the power of the demon King Muzan. A look of rapture crossed Koyuki's face as he clenched his fists, feeling a ceaseless surge of strength pouring forth from his cells. This was the power he had longed for, the power he craved. After Kokushibo departed, Koyuki finally transformed into a demon. Now, newly reborn, he found himself in an extreme state of hunger. After consuming several swordsmen who had long since turned to corpses, he felt a slight enhancement in his abilities. The method of a demon's ascension is astonishingly simple. One merely needs to feast upon humans. How fortunate that he had become a demon, compared to the grueling daily training of thunder breathing and the favoritism of that old man. This path of consuming humans to grow stronger suited him far better. Koyuki was exhilarated. His entire being trembled with anticipation. In an instant, his plan took shape. He would devour humans, particularly the demon slayer swordsman. He aspired to ascend to the rank of the 12 Kazuki, especially to become an upper rank. I shall become an upper rank. Koyuki could not help but exclaim, his heart soaring with joy. The old man's debts of gratitude had long been cast aside by Koyuki. What were a few lives to him? That wretched old man deserved to perish. Had it not been for his interference, Koyuki might have already become a Hashira. Where was that so-called strongest Hashira now? With this thought, Koyuki's spirits lifted further, even as his hunger intensified. Previously, he had consumed his own Tamayo. The Demon Slayer Corps headquarters should have been unaware of his transformation into a demon, for no swordsman had come to collect their fallen comrades' bodies these past few days. Thus, Koyuki gradually turned his gaze toward the corpse of his fallen comrade. Though lifeless, he was ravenous and decided to force himself to eat. These weaklings of the Demon Slayer Corps would ultimately serve as stepping stones for his ascent to the 12 Kazuki and beyond, to upper rank. Just as Koyuki began to rise and approach his comrade's corpse, he heard footsteps approaching steadily. In that moment, Koyuki's alertness surged. Condensing his flesh into a demon blade while clutching a former Nichiren blade, he slowly raised his gaze toward the window. There, he beheld a youth clad in a flowing butterfly-patterned haori, quietly crouched on the ground, sorrowfully closing the eyes of the slain swordsman. Perhaps sensing Koyuki's gaze, the swordsman slowly lifted his head, revealing a sharply defined visage. Misty blue eyes, a distinctive marking upon his forehead, and the Nichiren blade that resembled a frost-kissed moon, inscribed with the words Demon Slayer. It was over. Death was imminent. Koyuki instantly recognized him, the strongest Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. The one who had nearly defeated 2 upper ranks single-handedly. Damn it all. Why must the heavens treat me so? Just having become a demon. I am still in a state of weakness. Logically, I stand no chance against him. I am doomed. If only he had arrived a moment sooner. At that moment, the youth's clear voice resonated softly. Koyuki, why have you chosen to become a demon? For what reason? What do you value life as? What do you think of that old man far away in the Peach Mountain? As he spoke, Kayamizu advanced, his misty blue eyes growing ever clearer and colder. Your former disciple has become a demon. Do you comprehend what that old man shall face next? That proud and kind-hearted elder, what will become of him? Koyuki was about to respond when the youth interjected, You have no idea. You know nothing. Of course, scum like you are unworthy of understanding. That old man will, in a quiet and desolate place, personally plunge the blade into his own belly in place of you. Your dear junior, the cheerful and kind-hearted Zenitsu Agitsuma, will undergo a complete transformation, no longer the same as before. After Kayamizu concluded, he slowly lowered his gaze. Chapter 78, The Successful Experiment. What do their fates matter to me? Do not feign superiority. Did I compel that old man to take his own life? Did I force that golden-haired boy to change his nature? Koyuki suddenly erupted, nearly roaring. Why must I be treated this way? Are you not the strongest Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps? Why did you wait until now to arrive? Why did you not appear when the upper ranks slaughtered us? Kayamizu remained silent, offering no reply. Observing his silence, Koyuki presumed he had seized the moral high ground, perhaps even convincing the swordsman to spare him. Thus, his voice grew louder. You could have protected us, yet you did not come. Can you blame me for this? You cannot. Instead, you come to condemn me for becoming a demon. On what grounds? Am I, Koyuki, destined to die today? Koyuki's anguished cries pierced the air, and after a prolonged silence, the once silent white-haired warrior slowly raised his gaze. His voice was chilling. What are you pretending to be, Nanny? Koyuki's eyes widened. Did you consider these things when you lured demons to the temple? Did you think of those children? Did you ponder the fate of the residents of the Wailing Mountain? I only wish to survive. I have no other choice, Koyuki replied coldly. Kayamizu, blade at the ready, regarded him with icy eyes. That is not an excuse, Koyuki. Upon hearing this, Koyuki felt a chill in his heart. He understood that today would not bode well for him, and his resolve hardened. If you wish for my death, I shall at least take a piece of you with me. The breath of thunder surged forth. Lightning danced upon the blade of his demon sword as he propelled himself forward, unleashing a fierce strike toward Kayamizu. Yet swifter than the breath of thunder was Kayamizu's blade. The frosty white blade gleamed, momentarily blinding Koyuki. Just as he attempted to flee, he realized he was already soaring through the air, desperately looking down to see the lifeless body of a headless corpse sprawled below. Am I dead? Koyuki gasped in disbelief, spiraling into madness. He shouted angrily at Kayamizu. On what grounds? We have both become demons. Why does your sister live while I must perish? What is the justification? You are merely a band of hypocrites. Biased. This is utterly outrageous. His voice faltered, ultimately trailing off into silence. The fallen demon Koyuki died, slain by the mist Hashira, Kayamizu. On the steps, Qian Yuan shook off the demon blood from his blade and turned to gaze at Kongyu, who was perched on a branch, softly saying, Do not return to report just yet. I shall personally inform our esteemed lord of this matter shortly. You wouldn't wish for Mr. Sang Niao, who has devoted his life to the Demon Slayer Corps, to take his own life, would you? After pondering for a few seconds, Kongyu nodded. Qian Yuan then turned and descended the steps. The matter here had concluded, and it was time to focus on overseeing the training of the Hashira, as well as the impending battle at Infinity Castle. However, it was evident that victory was all but guaranteed. With his arrival, the current 12 Kazuki had been nearly eradicated, leaving only one Upper Moon, Kokoshibo, and one more, Doma, barely clinging to life, perhaps with the addition of Neikime. With this thought, Qian Yuan's steps grew increasingly light. Days later, news of the swordsman's ambush by Kokoshibo reached the Demon Slayer Corps. All 4 swordsmen, including the thunder-breathing swordsman, Inosuke Kanamori, had perished, far away in Tanjiro's hometown. Sakanji Urokadaki received this news, momentarily stunned, and then sat in silence within his dwelling for a long time. Kanamori, who was training, initially refused to believe that his senior brother could die so nobly in battle. However, upon hearing it confirmed by Mr. Qian Yuan, he could not help but intensify his training to uncover the truth behind this event. In the blink of an eye, a fortnight had passed, and every swordsman in the Demon Slayer Corps was brimming with determination, training with fervor. A gentle breeze rustled through, and the moon shone brightly. During this fortnight, Qian Yuan enjoyed a period of great ease and contentment at the Butterfly Mansion. Stop enjoying yourself. Lady Tamayo seeks you for a matter. Qian Yuan rose from his lounge chair. What is it? The potion has been successfully developed. You must come and see. Yushiro stated expressionlessly. Very well. Qian Yuan stroked his chin. Tamayo's potion could play a pivotal role in the grand battle. Without her concoction, Muzan would not have been defeated. Since the time of the Swordsmith village, Tamayo and Yushiro had relocated here, tirelessly researching potions day and night. That they could complete it now was within Qian Yuan's anticipation. Follow me. Yushiro shot Qian Yuan a glare before turning to lead the way. After explaining the situation to Shinobu, Qian Yuan hurriedly followed Yushiro to Tamayo's residence. Half an hour later, Yushiro gently pushed open the door, revealing Tamayo seated in the courtyard. Qian Yuan maintained a calm demeanor as he followed him inside. You've arrived. Qian Yuan, Tamayo greeted with a smile, inviting the two to sit. I heard from Yushiro that your potion was successful. Indeed, it has been successfully developed. Tamayo chuckled softly and then poured tea, stepping into the depths of the residence's laboratory. Before long, Tamayo emerged holding a black box, placing it on the table before Qian Yuan. Inside the box lay 3 vials of potion. Tamayo explained thoughtfully, Qian Yuan, the blue potion is a transformation potion, while the red one has been specifically developed to target Muzan. Indicating one of the blue vials with a smile, she added, this one is for Nezuko. I believe she will succeed. Qian Yuan nodded in gratitude. Tamayo then pointed to the red potion. This potion is specifically designed for Muzan. However, considering his formidable physical strength, it possesses 4 functions: transformation, aging, preventing division, and destroying cells. Yet, this potion alone cannot directly kill Muzan, but it can significantly weaken his physical form. Upon hearing this, Qian Yuan smiled, his tone earnest. On behalf of the Demon Slayer Corps, I thank you for your contributions. Tamayo shook her head, quickly responding, it is my duty. I fervently hope the Demon Slayer Corps can eliminate Muzan and put an end to this millennia-long malevolence. Qian Yuan, meeting the light in Tamayo's eyes, was momentarily taken aback. Rest assured, we will slay Muzan. I believe in you, she replied with a smile, though her expression soon turned serious. Qian Yuan, once you've finalized the plan against Muzan, if he truly comes, may I be present? I wish to witness the demise of that damned creature with my own eyes. The previously light-hearted atmosphere shifted to one of solemnity. Qian Yuan regarded Tamayo's resolute face and, after a brief pause, calmly shook his head, declining her request. No. Let us handle what comes next. Why not? Tamayo pressed her lips together. If I am present, I will surely assist. Qian Yuan interrupted her before she could continue. You would seek to perish alongside Muzan, would you not? Tamayo froze, falling silent. Chapter 79. What I seek has never been that bitter victory. I am truly sorry. Miss Tamayo, I cannot agree to your request. At the very least, I do not wish for you to die, and Yushiro feels the same, does he not? Qian Yuan regarded Tamayo with calm eyes. She fell silent, while Yushiro's expression shifted between anger, shyness, and sorrow as he observed Tamayo, attempting to discern whether she truly wished for mutual destruction with Muzan. Tamayo bowed her head, her pale hands gripping her skirt tightly, her eyes filled with blood. As long as I can kill Muzan, I would sacrifice everything, even my life. I do not regret it. For it was Muzan who turned me into a demon and caused me to kill my own husband and children. For centuries, every moment of her existence had been a tormenting agony. All she desired was to slay him. Tears began to stream down her cheeks, a testament to her deep-seated hatred and fury towards Muzan, which had sustained her for hundreds of years. Had she not clung to the desire to kill Muzan, she would have regretted her existence and taken her own life long ago. Meanwhile, Yushiro, watching Tamayo weep silently, found his outstretched hand frozen in midair. After a moment's hesitation, he looked up at Qian Yuan. Let me go, if someone must die. Qian Yuan decisively interrupted him. Stop. When did I say this battle would claim lives? I do not agree. In my eyes, there is no such if. You are, and Miss Tamayo is too. After all, what I seek has never been that bitter victory, but rather the survival of all, without any sacrifice. I have wagered everything from the very beginning. Please believe me, Miss Tamayo and Yushiro. Tamayo stood frozen, her heart in turmoil. Can a creature as vile as I truly survive? Do I deserve it? Qian Yuan stepped forward, bending down to look earnestly at Tamayo and Yushiro. His tone gentle. There is no question of worthiness. You must believe you can find happiness. Did you not research the transformation potion? Then please, develop a few more. After the battle concludes, I hope you both can find joy in life. Qian Yuan's words resonated deeply within them, and Tamayo could no longer suppress her emotions. Bursting into tears, even the usually proud Yushiro found himself choked up, his gaze towards Qian Yuan softening. Qian Yuan responded with a smile. Well then, I must take my leave. I will surely eliminate Muzan. Qian Yuan felt helpless in comforting Tamayo. After all, he was a straightforward man, skilled only in slaying demons and lacking in the art of caring for others. Such matters were better left to Yushiro. As Yushiro gazed at the departing Kaiohara, he felt a momentary pause. Was he truly summoned to comfort Miss Tamayo? A wave of anxiety washed over him. Meanwhile, Kaiohara chuckled to himself, finding it quite a fortuitous circumstance to facilitate a connection between Tamayo and Yushiro. Silently, he cheered on Yushiro, then set off back to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, armed with the transformation potion and the crimson antidote designed to counter Muzan. The thought of nearing the perfect conclusion he envisioned filled Kaiohara with a sense of fulfillment, making all his previous efforts feel worthwhile. Once everything concluded, he resolved to return to the mainland, for that was his true homeland. After several years in this land, he found himself yearning for home. However, with the impending global war, Kaiohara knew he must return to his homeland to offer whatever meager assistance he could, or perhaps journey to the west to acquire knowledge and skills to serve his country upon his return. Before his crossing into this world, he had been an orphan, raised in an orphanage where his closest companions were his peers and the elderly director. Yet, as he matured, the director passed away, and his companions grew distant, leaving him feeling utterly alone in the world. Fortunately, his arrival in this new realm had changed everything. Though he initially awoke to the devastation wrought by Muzan, the subsequent days allowed him to finally experience a semblance of warmth akin to home. Both the Misty Mountains and the Demon Slayer Corps became his sanctuary. Nevertheless, a wanderer must eventually return home. He had not forgotten his identity as a descendant of dragons, and he yearned to return to his genuine homeland. With this thought, a bright smile graced Kaiohara's face, and his steps became increasingly light. With his pace and the application of the breathing technique, he soon arrived at the headquarters. Having become a Hashira, Tanjiro was now undoubtedly preoccupied as an instructor for training. Once he cleared his duties, it would be Kaiohara's turn. He pondered how best to train the swordsman, especially since this was the final hurdle. Of course, the formation. For centuries, the Demon Slayer Corps combat style had revolved around individual confrontation, resulting in heavy casualties. Thus, how could they maximize their strength? By establishing formations. Concentrating their power within a formation would allow them to overcome differences in strength, thereby providing ordinary swordsmen a greater chance of victory against the upper moons. Yes, training in formations it would be. As he continuously refined his training approach in his mind, Kaiohara found himself at the entrance of the Lord's residence. After notifying the guards, he swiftly received permission to enter. Following the defeat of the fallen demon, Kaigaku, Kaiohara quickly sought out the Lord to convey the thoughts that had been weighing on his mind. Yayoi greeted him with a gentle smile. Grandfather Sanemi is such a kind-hearted man. He has dedicated his life to the Demon Slayer Corps. I cannot allow Kaigaku's actions to affect him. You need not worry. Kaiohara, we shall proceed as you suggest. As the wooden door swung open, Kaiohara beheld the Lord seated on tatami, sipping tea while diligently writing. My lord. Kaiohara greeted politely upon entering. Yayoi, pleased, invited him to sit across from him and poured him a cup of tea. Kaiohara, what brings you here? Kaiohara opened his heart and shared his observations. He noted that Yayoi's health had improved significantly, even better than when Kaiohara first joined the Demon Slayer Corps, which eased his mind. In the original narrative, Yayoi fell ill before the climactic battle at Infinity Castle, a tragic fate for such a young lord. Yet now, thanks to the potion derived from Kaiohara's blood, Yayoi's health had remarkably rebounded. Although it was merely a restoration and the curse remained, this was an encouraging sign. And soon Muzan would meet his end. When that moment arrived, the curse that had bound the Tsujikuni family for millennia would finally dissolve. With this thought, Kaiohara lifted his gaze and spoke earnestly. My lord, I believe it is time we sound the horn for counterattack. Kaiohara, do you share this sentiment? Yayoi inquired. Smiling as he raised his head, Kaiohara silently observed Yayoi's eyes, and after a brief pause, he asked, are you planning to deliberately expose the location of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters to lure Muzan here? Yayoi's movement abruptly halted, his eyes wide with astonishment. How did you know? Kaiohara shook his head and continued, am I correct? Yayoi suddenly chuckled, responding, your achievements in the Swordsmith village should be enough to keep Muzan hiding in Infinity Castle for a century. How can you be so certain he would come here? He will come, Kaiohara asserted confidently. With Nezuko overcoming sunlight, he cannot resist such temptation. Muzan has sought a method to conquer sunlight for nearly 1,000 years. Now that he has a glimmer of hope, he will not easily relinquish it. You are correct, Yayoi acknowledged with admiration. Moreover, Kaiohara slowly placed his finger on the ground, then raised his gaze to Yayoi. I suspect there is black powder buried beneath us. And you intend to use yourself as bait to draw him in, ensuring mutual destruction to at least severely wound him. Yayoi could no longer remain seated, his tone filled with disbelief. How did you discover this? Do you trust me? Kaiohara inquired. Silence enveloped the room. Minutes later, Yayoi sat down, taking a deep breath. I trust you. Good, Kaiohara replied with a smile. Now may I take charge? Please refrain from engaging in such self-sacrificing acts. I desire a battle where no one is lost. I want everyone to survive. Yayoi fell silent again, before finally uttering, very well. After leaving the Lord's residence, Kaiohara promptly made his way to the Misty Mountains, which he intended to use as his training ground. Soon, swordsmen would arrive for their final challenge through Tanjiro's selection. After notifying the hidden members to deliver the necessary items to the Misty Mountains, he awaited the arrival of the swordsman. Several hours later, 3 figures rushed toward him, Zenitsu Agatsuma, Inosuke Hashibara, and Kaneo Tsuyuri. As the most outstanding trio, they arrived first at this final challenge in the Misty Mountains. Kaiohara, I have arrived, Inosuke exclaimed, brandishing his blades and charging toward Kaiohara, only to be firmly restrained by a single hand, rendering him immobile. Do not be so reckless, Inosuke, Kaiohara said with a bemused expression, releasing his grip as he sidestepped Inosuke's charge. Inosuke collided headfirst into a tree, his head stuck within the trunk. Kaiohara, I can't see, he cried out. My name is Kaiohara, not Kaiohara, Kaiohara replied, exasperated, as he approached and freed him from the tree. Zenitsu and Kaneo approached, greeting Kaiohara. Zenitsu had retained his original personality but had become more serious, his once frail form now standing tall and strong, undoubtedly reflecting significant growth. From a timid boy who feared death to one who bravely drew his sword against demons, his dedication to training had indeed transformed him. Kaneo wore her usual gentle smile, yet her eyes now held a deeper respect and admiration. As a fellow swordsman from the same cohort, she recognized that Kaiohara had surpassed her in strength, viewing him not merely as a peer, but as a true senior and formidable warrior. Greetings, Zenitsu, Inosuke, and Kanao. Are there no more swordsmen behind? Then let us proceed directly. Xianyuan glanced behind them, but saw no other figures. It appeared that Zenitsu and his companions were the first to arrive, and more swordsmen would continually come here for guidance and training. Excellent. The following day, many swordsmen had already gathered. After observing for a while, Xianyuan issued the command to commence training. Before dawn, he instructed all swordsmen to stand within the thick fog created by his mist-breathing techniques, while he wielded a specially crafted flute to manipulate the currents, generating fog that fluctuated in strength and direction. The swordsmen were required to synchronize their breathing patterns, harmonizing their own breaths with the flow of the mist. If even one of them faltered, it would disrupt the entire team's connection to the air currents, resulting in minor collisions with their companions or, in more severe cases, a strike to their pressure points from Qianyuan's staff. After all, they were to confront numerous low-level demons, and Qianyuan taught them to stabilize their own forces by leveraging the collective strength of the group to form a remarkably solid battle formation against the overwhelming number of malevolent spirits. This was the first phase. By noon, Qianyuan had the swordsmen switched to wooden swords, pairing off to engage in blindfolded duels. In the obscured vision of the fog, victory hinged not upon the speed of their strikes, but on the extension and retraction of their sword momentum. Agile swordsmen would entwine their blades' energy with the mist to ensnare their opponent's movements, while those with a more forceful style would concentrate their energy at the blade's tip, forcefully cleaving through their adversary's air barrier to expose weaknesses. After each round of sparring, the defeated would stand still in the mist for an hour, reflecting on the reasons behind their failure. The final stage involved enhancing their cooperative abilities to form a battle array. Qianyuan recognized the tendency of the Demon Slayer Corps swordsmen to fight individually. Only by concentrating their strength in one area could they better vanquish their foes. Through the formation of battle arrays, Qianyuan aimed to unify the swordsman's power to break the enemy. The criterion for passing was for the swordsmen to engage in combat with him for 10 minutes while maintaining their formation, testing their ability to cooperate. A month later, at the narrow mist mountain, dozens of swordsmen stood in their respective positions, hands gripping their swords, forming a formidable formation, awaiting the enemy's advance. Qianyuan stood a short distance away, wielding a wooden sword, his azure mist-colored eyes intently observing the swordsman before him, a smile gracing his lips. After a month of rigorous training, this battle array had finally come together. He could see that this invisible formation, composed of merely dozens of Demon Slayer Corps swordsmen, exhibited not a single flaw. Even in his unbound state, the formation remained unblemished, akin to a quietly lurking turtle, silently prepared for his approach. Excellent. Qianyuan silently raised his sword and charged forward with a swift step. If it is a turtle shell, then let sheer force shatter all. The blade's light gleamed fiercely as it struck heavily against the defensive sun wheel swords raised by 3 swordsmen, causing a slight pause. So solid? A smile spread across Qianyuan's face, and he propelled himself off the ground, unleashing his breathing technique, the mist light tearing through the heavens. Mist breathing. Second form. Mist sliced thousand shatters. The swordsmen widened their eyes in astonishment as Qianyuan unleashed thousands of blade lights in mere seconds, too swift for them to perceive. Bang! A dozen swordsmen were sent flying. Qianyuan sheathed his sword and stood in place, satisfaction evident on his countenance. The strength of this formation was more than sufficient to contend with the lower moons. Chapter 81. The Search for the Demon Slayer Corps Headquarters. Qianyuan was thoroughly pleased with this formation technique, as both its offensive and defensive capabilities had maximized their combat potential. According to the previous strength of the 12 Kazuki, this formation, comprised of 12 low-level swordsmen, was capable of challenging all individual combatants ranked below Lower Moon 3. But what if it were composed of Hashira-level swordsmen? Even a smaller formation would be sufficient to defeat any Upper Moon, even Kokushibo. Lord Qianyuan, what shall we do now? A swordsman asked nervously. Congratulations, you may leave. Qianyuan replied with a smile. Really? Thank you, Lord Qianyuan. The swordsmen's faces lit up with joy, and after expressing their gratitude, they departed. Days later, the Hashira's training concluded successfully. Meanwhile, during the extensive training within the Demon Slayer Corps, Muzan mobilized all high-ranking forces to create new demons, lifting the ban on inter-demon conflicts. In just half a month's time, the low-level demons were rapidly depleted, yet their strength was escalating wildly, with several lower moon-level demons emerging, which Muzan disdainfully labeled. If it were not for the special circumstances, he would have immediately exterminated all these low-level demons, as their foul stench repulsed him. Days later, Muzan ordered a full mobilization to locate the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. The first demon to discover it would be personally rewarded with more of the blood of the Demon King. Under this full-scale search, the location of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters appeared precarious, as ordinary demons yearned to establish merit in exchange for more of the Demon King's blood to augment their strength. Muzan even opened a hotline, granting ordinary demons the right to communicate directly with him, which excited them immensely. In just a few days, Muzan's hotline was overwhelmed, infuriating him. Without exception, those ordinary demons who reported false or inaccurate information were promptly executed. Yet Muzan remained seething with rage. A bunch of useless fools. How long has it been? And they still cannot locate the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters? What purpose do they serve? If you disappoint me again, I will, Lord Muzan. Lord Muzan. A sudden voice startled Muzan, his plum-red eyes instantly turning blood-red, veins bulging on his forehead. Speak. The ordinary demon on the other end of the line, hidden within the forest, was extremely excited as he spoke to Muzan. Before him, the location of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters was laid bare. Lord Muzan. I have discovered the location of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Muzan's voice momentarily halted, coldly responding, You had better not disappoint me. The icy tone sent a chill down the ordinary demon's spine, forcing him to suppress his trembling body, his voice strained. It's just not far from the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. I can even see the buildings inside. Muzan's eyes narrowed slightly as he turned to the nearby Nakeim. Go investigate whether what he says is true. Nakeim bowed her head slightly, plucking a string on her instrument. Instantly, an eye appeared beside the ordinary demon, slowly lifting and spinning around to gaze at the nearby cluster of buildings. Witnessing this scene, Nakeim trembled slightly, deactivating her blood demon art as the eye burst. In Infinity Castle, she looked eagerly at Muzan, her expression gradually flushing. Lord Muzan, it truly is the location of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Muzan's eyes narrowed, a thought blossoming within him. Is this truly the case? Or is it a trap? Could the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps be so easily found by a lowly demon? However, this notion was immediately dismissed. Even if it were a trap, so what? He was Kabutsuji Muzan, the progenitor of demons, the king among them. Aside from that man who wields the sun-breathing, or Shiguya Chigen, what is Shiguya Chigen to be feared? Since that creature that overcomes sunlight is lurking within the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, I shall personally seek them out. I will single-handedly level the Demon Slayer Corps. Even if it is a trap, what of it? He resolutely commands Nakeim to summon the Infinity Castle, drawing all those detestable Hashira into this realm, and then systematically eliminate them one by one with the arrows. Excellent. I shall personally bestow upon you my blood. The ordinary demon trembles violently, every cell in its body screaming in madness, swaying uncontrollably. In the next instant, its form expands like a balloon. Boom. It explodes. Muzan lets out a cold chuckle. How dare such a lowly demon be worthy of his blood? How dare it? Muzan strides forward, a manic smile stretching across his lips. He has already envisioned himself as the perfect ultimate being, overcoming sunlight, achieving immortality. That is his ultimate goal. However, with the dawn breaking, any attempt at ambush must wait until the following night, which leaves Muzan feeling somewhat agitated. Why do I sense an unsettling feeling? He raises his head to gaze at the multitude of lowly demons within the Infinity Castle, a smile creeping onto his lips. What of the Demon Slayer Corps? What of the Hashira? All shall perish. You will merely serve as a stepping stone for me to become the ultimate being. The next day, all members of the Demon Slayer Corps have been cleared out, leaving only the Hashira-level swordsmen and A and B-ranked swordsmen within the headquarters. The remaining Demon Slayer swordsmen lie quietly in wait around the perimeter of the headquarters, like invisible crows, watching silently. The Hashira have gathered within the confines of the headquarters. The overarching plan is to lure Muzan into the headquarters to confront the master, while Chihayo stands guard over Yoya. The current Hashira-level swordsmen have largely mastered the sun-breathing techniques and the transparent world, although the latter is quite challenging to comprehend. Those who have attained the rank of Hashira in this era are all exceptionally gifted, and even so, they have spent months merely grasping the basics. Apart from Chihayo, the one who has shown the most significant progress is Tanjiro. He has now essentially mastered the transparent world. At this moment, Mitsuri is devouring her meal with great enthusiasm, while Shinobu tilts her head, cradling her face, quietly watching her with a gentle smile. You should eat a bit less. If you fill up too much, it will be uncomfortable during the battle. Wasn't it because you overate last time that you ended up last in the race? Alright, Shinobu-san. Mitsuri obediently slows her pace and finally stops eating after reaching a moderate fullness. Shinobu chuckles softly, saying, Recently, a new buffet opened in my hometown. You can eat as much as you want for a fixed price. I'll take you there sometime. Mitsuri immediately beams with joy, eagerly nodding in agreement. Aren't you taking me with you? Chihayo interjects. Shinobu remains silent, her expression growing increasingly somber. Chapter 82, before the final battle begins. Alright. I'm not joking with you anymore. Chihayo smiles, turning his attention to Tanjiro. Hey, are you feeling nervous? Tanjiro nods, taking a deep breath. I am indeed quite nervous. After all, it is Muzan. Muzan is nothing to worry about, Tanjiro. I know, brother. Tanjiro manages a smile, although he feels anxious at this moment. He would strive to calm his spirit regardless of Chihayo's words, for how could the three of them fear anyone? Chihayo nods, giving Tanjiro's shoulder a reassuring pat. Very well. Let us proceed according to plan. After saying this, he departs, heading toward the residence of the master. Upon entering, Chihayo greets Yoya and then sits quietly, releasing his aura unreservedly, his expression serene. If Muzan were to arrive here, he would undoubtedly notice the terrifying pressure emanating from Chihayo. His ultimate goal in this final confrontation is to protect the master and then dominate the battlefield, slaying Kibutsuji Muzan. Come forth, Muzan, I await you here, Chihayo silently thinks. Then closes his eyes. That night, the entire Demon Slayer Corps is on high alert, yet even so, they do not perceive the sudden appearance of a man in a black suit, his complexion pallid, standing at the entrance of the headquarters. Muzan's presence envelopes the area, a layer of white mist forming around him. With his hands stuffed in his pockets, he calmly approaches the residence of Yoya, his gaze cold. Chihayo opens his eyes. Before him stands a man clad in black. Kibutsuji Muzan. Muzan immediately senses the aura surrounding Chihayo, his eyes narrowing slightly. The opponent is far stronger than when they last met in the swordsmith village. Could it be due to his rich combat experience? Chihayo coldly regards Muzan, gradually rising from the ground and drawing his Nichiren blade, unleashing his own powerful aura. Muzan feels an inexplicable pressure, reminiscent of the legacy of the past centuries. Muzan begins to speak, but is abruptly interrupted. Chihayo grips his Nichiren blade tightly. The originally frost-white blade instantaneously turns crimson as he employs the mist-breathing technique, not for offense, but to envelop himself in a swirling aura of sword energy. Mist-breathing. 7th form, Mist Dragon's Tail. Before Muzan can react, the terrifying explosive force of the new era catches him off guard, tearing apart the Master's residence in an instant. A fierce blaze shooting into the sky. The violent shockwave pulverizes the trees surrounding the headquarters, and without exception, the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps are momentarily blinded, rushing toward the ruins of the headquarters without hesitation. Moments later, where's Muzan? Damn it, he should be inside. What about the master? Did Chihayo protect him well? Damn it, I'm going to slaughter Muzan right now. Mitsuri's eyes blaze with fury as he grips his sword tightly, cursing as he prepares to charge into the residence. Calm down. Tanjiro steps forward to restrain him, his eyes filled with concern. While he understands the plan, the fear of unforeseen circumstances lingers. Let us not act rashly. Let us assess the situation first. Ju firmly presses his hand on his sword, his gaze fixed on the ruins. Damn it. Tanjiro. Ju. Mitsuri. Shinjiro's eyes are bloodshot as he forcefully shakes off Tanjiro's grip. You're cowards. I am not. I don't care if it's Muzan or not. Tanjiro and Ju's expressions remain unchanged. The scorching wind continually lashes against Kaneo's face as she bows her head, reciting Buddhist chants, her hands clasped in prayer. O Buddha, please bless the Demon Slayer Corps. Shinobu, with her small medical kit at her waist, gazes intently at the now ruined ground. The sweltering breeze tightens her heart. You must be safe. We all must be safe, Chihayo. She bows her head, softly praying. In the center of the residence, Muzan lies shattered, his limbs obliterated, his body riddled with holes, as if a corpse sprawled on the ground. Flames still flickering across his form. Undoubtedly, this blow has inflicted terrifying damage upon him. Chihayo, too, bears grievous wounds but remains standing, trembling as he clings to his Nichiren blade, ensuring that Yoya and Amanai are safely protected beneath him. Qianyuan remained silent. Yet Muzan could discern his attitude from the expression on his face. With gritted teeth, Muzan unleashed his regenerative abilities to their fullest extent, his body continuously reshaping itself. Have you lost your mind? Are you intent on perishing alongside me? Muzan seethed, his face contorted with rage as veins bulged. Qianyuan was similarly engaged in a frenzied regeneration. Both men locking eyes, silently awaiting their recovery. Minute by minute passed, and Muzan's expression brightened. Indeed, the other's recuperative capacity was inferior to his own. A smirk curled on Muzan's lips as he contemplated rushing forward to tear his opponent apart, as well as the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps beneath his feet. Bang! A meteor hammer suddenly shot forth, crashing violently into Muzan's back, instantly embedding itself and creating a gaping wound. Demon Slayer Corps. Muzan bellowed in fury, twisting his head to glare behind him. There, leading the charge, were the Hashira, with Shinobu Kocho among them, arriving on the battlefield, the Nichiren blades erupting with dazzling flames. All of you, activate your Nichiren blades. Even Shinobu, through the clash of blades, ignited her own, her eyes ablaze with determination. Muzan is over there. A furious voice rang out as the Hashira rushed in from all directions, their chests heaving as they harnessed their breathing techniques to their maximum frequency. Flame breathing, wind breathing, flame breathing, rock breathing, sound breathing, love breathing, serpent breathing, mist breathing, water breathing, insect breathing, Anger ignited upon Muzan's shattered visage, despite knowing this might be a trap. The reality of the situation weighed heavily upon him. Moreover, his body was in a precarious state, for otherwise, he could effortlessly unleash his blood demon art to conjure several bone whips, easily eliminating these oblivious Hashira. As Muzan beheld the advancing Hashira, his eyes narrowed in resolve. There was no choice but to retreat into the Infinity Castle. He would send his subordinates to stall them, if only to recover his strength and abilities. The ideal was rich, yet reality was stark. Just as this thought took root in Muzan's mind, a high-speed Tanjiro, resembling the legendary Yoriichi, launched an attack from behind. His blade glinting with lethal intent, nearly reaching Muzan's neck in the blink of an eye. Flame breathing, dance of the fire god. Muzan was taken aback. He felt a tightening in his chest as he observed the approaching Tanjiro, instinctively retreating. Though he evaded the strike, his unguarded back presented a significant vulnerability. Calmly, Shinobu retrieved a vial of medicine from her kit, utilizing the transparent world to conceal her form. In the instant, Muzan exposed a weakness while dodging an attack. She lunged forward, channeling all her strength to drive the medicated Nichiren blade into Muzan's waist. "What have you injected into my body?" Muzan roared, feeling the violent surge of power as rage enveloped him. Shinobu shot him a cold glare before swiftly retreating behind the Hashira, her expression impassive as she observed the unfolding chaos. In that moment, Muzan found himself dodging attacks from others, leaving him no time to retaliate against Shinobu, who had now distanced herself. Gritting his teeth, he felt his strength waning. What was happening? Why was he growing weaker? He had to escape this place quickly. Muzan summoned all his might to repel the Hashira, his form retreating until he stood in a vast open space. "Naki!" he mentally screamed. At that moment, within the Infinity Castle, Naki immediately comprehended his call. She extended her slender hand and plucked a string on her biwa, and in the next instant, everyone centered around Muzan was transported into the Infinity Castle. Though Naki's combat abilities were questionable, once deemed weak by the Serpent Hashira, her annoyance and difficulty in dealing with her were considered at the pinnacle of the world. Within the Infinity Castle, Muzan, kneeling with a shattered body on the ground, looked up at the descending Hashira, his gaze locking onto a young man, calm amidst the chaos, who pressed a hand against his sword, his garments flowing with the wind. "Qinyuan, just wait. I will kill you with my own hands." Muzan roared in fury, simultaneously retreating, soon obscured by a multitude of structures. "I found you." Qinyuan's previously closed eyes snapped open. He reached out, grasping the edge of the ground, abruptly halting his descent, and with a slight exertion, leaped upward. "I'm coming to sever your head," Qinyuan murmured softly, then raised his foot, slicing through dozens of lesser demons in an instant as he ventured deeper. These ordinary demons belonged to the lower ranks, easily producible by Muzan, yet possessing only minimal strength, devoid of reason and incapable of utilizing blood demon arts. The battle formation designed by Qianyuan was meant to counter such scenarios. Although weak individually, they surpassed the average Demon Slayer Corps swordsman in strength, making the formation's purpose glaringly evident. Upon entering the Infinity Castle, Shinobu, relying on her memory, located Doma, whose status as Upper Moon 2 confirmed him as the one responsible for her sister's demise. Unlike the original story, she was accompanied by Tanjiro, Zenitsu, as well as Kyojuro Rengoku and Tenjin Yuzui. "You are the demon who killed my sister." Shinobu gripped her Nichiren blade, glaring furiously at the rainbow-eyed demon wielding an iron fan before her. "Oh dear, who is your sister? Please wait a moment. I've had quite a few women. Let me think carefully." Doma lamented, casually dodging Shinobu's attacks with an air of nonchalance. I'm thinking. Lost in thought, he failed to notice Shinobu's assault. And in an instant, his left eye was pierced, the blade of her Nichiren sword plunging deep, injecting a lethal dose of wisteria poison into Doma's body. "Oh dear. I've been attacked. It seems I can no longer aid Lord Muzan. What a pity." Suddenly, Doma paused mid-step. Above him echoed the furious roar of Enyu. Doma glanced to his right, where Tanjiro stood, wielding his Nichiren sword, its blade ignited in a blazing light akin to the sun, sharp as death itself. To his left, a massive thunder dragon emerged, and directly in front of him stood Shinobu, radiating murderous intent. "This is quite troublesome. It seems I must take this seriously." Doma's gaze hardened as he steadied himself, swinging the iron fan in his right hand to push everyone back. But had they truly retreated? Let alone their exceptional strength. Each possessed the transparent world, allowing Tanjiro and the others to predict Doma's attacks effortlessly. Dance of the Fire God, Sun Halo Dragon Head, Flame Breathing, 9th form, Hellfire. Thunder Breathing, 7th form, Fire Thunder God. Sound Breathing, 5th form, Echoing Strings. Insect Breathing, Centipede Dance, 100-Legged Serpent. Doma's expression darkened as he realized all their attacks were aimed at his blind spots. and the sheer volume was overwhelming. He could not defend against them all. Damn it. When did the Demon Slayer core become this strong? Doma gritted his teeth, wielding his fan, summoning two ice constructs resembling his own form, each brandishing iron fans, launching assaults at different targets. With a flourish of his icy fan, Doma summoned shimmering ice crystals that danced like mist before him. The blood demon art, Frozen Cloud. Suddenly, Tanjiro recalled a crucial piece of information and shouted to his comrades, "Be cautious. My brother warned me that inhaling the ice crystals from Doma's blood demon art will lead to difficulty in breathing." Upon hearing Tanjiro's warning, Doma's expression darkened. The others, heeding Tanjiro's call, swiftly maneuvered away from the icy haze. Meanwhile, Tanjiro had already closed the distance to Doma's true form. His Nichiren blade ignited with flames reminiscent of the sun, roaring like a dragon, radiating an awe-inspiring presence. Doma barely managed to swing his iron fan to parry, his countenance reflecting his distress. Tanjiro's grip on the blade remained unwavering. The world around him turned transparent as he struck in an instant. Doma's pupils widened in shock as his arm was severed, a searing pain coursing through the wound that refused to heal swiftly. Tanjiro pressed his advantage. Yet Doma retaliated with all his might, forcing Tanjiro back. Before Doma could regain his stance, four figures surged toward him from all directions. Kaijiro's eyes sparkled with determination as he wielded his Nichiren blade. Breath of flame, fire of the sun. Zenitsu, calm and composed, moved with the speed of thunder. Breath of lightning, thunderclap, and flash. Yuzui Tenjin, wielding dual blades, exuded a wild intensity. My performance is complete. Shinobu Kocho activated the mechanism on her Nichiren blade, unleashing a torrent of toxins that swiftly pierced Doma's forehead. Doma was unable to defend himself. His body was pierced and ravaged by attacks from all sides, and the fiery Nichiren blade was poised to strike at his neck. Am I to die here? How could this be? How have these demon slayers grown so formidable? I cannot accept this. Chapter 84, Mu of Michiro. The unwilling thoughts surged from the depths of Doma's heart, just as his head was severed by Tanjiro's blade, his gaze flickering between light and dark. In the next moment, the merciless blade, akin to flames, swept across his neck, and his head fell to the ground, eliciting expressions of joy from the others. Sister Shinobu Kocho collapsed to the ground, her eyes red, yet filled with happiness. I have finally avenged you. But in the next instant, her eyes glazed over as Kane's gentle smile appeared before her. Her sister embraced her with a soft, soothing tone. My little Shinobu has done wonderfully. Now, you must live happily for me, all right? Shinobu wept more loudly, clutching her sister tightly. Her voice choked. Sister, I will live well. You can rest easy. Kane nodded, reaching out to gently caress Shinobu's head, softly saying, I think Kaneo is a good match for you. You must live happily together. My little Shinobu. With those words, Kane faded away with a smile. On another front, Michiro stared in astonishment at his trembling hands. Under the oppressive aura of the purple-clad demon before him, his body instinctively resisted the urge to fight. After a mere exchange of blows, he struggled to maintain his grip on his sword. Slowly, he lifted his gaze to meet the 6 golden eyes staring back at him. The figure before him bore evident wounds, deep and severe. Was it a remnant of Kaneo's previous encounter in the swordsmith village? His strength must be formidable. Kokushibo did not act immediately, surrounded by numerous figures, all of whom were Hashira. To his right stood a young man clad in a 2-colored haori, the strongest water Hashira in history, Ju Tomioka. Simultaneously, the others revealed themselves. The stone Hashira, Jiomi I Himejima, the love Hashira, Mitsuri Kanroji, the serpent Hashira, Iguro Abanai, and the wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa. 6 warriors whose strength far surpassed that of the first generation of Hashira encircled him. Kokushibo remained unperturbed, unafraid of death. After all, he had already passed through it once. The 6 golden eyes locked onto Michiro. Tell me your name. Calmly, Michiro regarded the sword-wielding demon before him, hesitating for a moment before responding in a measured tone. I am Mitsuri Michiro. Kokushibo murmured softly. Ah, so even the Tsujikuni name has been lost? Like the swordsman I met before, who I recall was named Higen Shion, it seems that Tsujikuni lineage no longer exists among humans. Tsujikuni? Michiro's expression shifted in surprise as he quickly inquired, Who are you? Kokushibo coldly regarded him, replying, I am your ancestor, in the realm of humanity. My name is Tsujikuni Wakazumi, not Tsujikuni Yorihira. Michiro nodded, his blade suddenly glowing red, the world around him becoming vibrant and clear, his combat potential reaching its peak. Although he had come to understand the information about his opponent, the presence of his ancestor before him was bewildering, prompting him to ask, It matters not now. This time, I am not alone. I have my companions. Kokushibo, no matter the circumstance, was destined to perish here. Breath of Mist, second form, Eightfold Mist. The other Hashira followed suit, launching their attacks. Breath of Water, 10th form, Constant Flow. Breath of Stone, 4th form, Flowing Rock. Breath of Wind, 8th form, Initial Gale Slash. Breath of Love, 1st form, The Tremor of First Love. Breath of Serpent, 5th form, Winding Long Serpent. Kokushibo narrowed his eyes slightly. Although he was aware that this generation of Demon Slayer Core swordsmen had made significant advancements, he had not anticipated this. He swung his blade, unleashing a burst of moonlight. Breath of Moon, 14th form, Fateful Transformation of the Full Moon. The sky was instantly veiled in moonlight, concealing all breathing techniques. Kokushibo stooped slightly, directing his blade toward Michiro in the distance. Breath of Moon, 2nd form, Jewel Light of the Moon. In this translucent world, Michiro perceived everything, lowering his gaze as the mist erupted around him. Breath of Mist, 7th form, Obscured. Kokushibo, witnessing his strike miss, observed as the other figure swiftly advanced through the thin mist. A smile finally gracing his lips. My descendants are quite impressive. Kokushibo's blade evolved, countless eyes suddenly opening on its surface, exuding an eerie aura. Obscured. Michiro's expression remained calm. His strength had far surpassed his former self. By the standards of a few years ago, he would undoubtedly be the strongest among the Demon Slayer Corps. As the mist dissipated, Kokushibo wielded his long blade, unleashing even sharper crescent blades than before. He swung his blade forward with a fierce motion, releasing 5 terrifying giant shockwaves intermingled with numerous circular crescent blades, fanning out toward Michiro. Breath of Moon, 7th form, Evil Mirror of the Moon's Reflection. The remaining 5 Hashira reacted instantly, employing their breathing techniques to shield Michiro, gradually extinguishing Kokushibo's lunar assault. In the next moment, Michiro drew his blade and charged fiercely. During this time, Kaneo had visited his home, meticulously recounting the memories that had vanished from his mind. Michiro discovered that he had an older brother, Yoriichi. Although his brother's words had deeply wounded him, it was clear that he wished for Michiro to live happily, not to be blinded by hatred. Yet one day, his brother perished before Michiro's eyes, and he himself was injured, losing his memories. Without Kaneo, he would never have regained his memories so easily. Now, his heart was filled with unquenchable rage. This world should not harbor demons. In a swift and fierce motion, Michiro unsheathed his sword, his figure seamlessly blending into the ethereal mist. He had deftly maneuvered through most of the crescent blades, and in the blink of an eye, he had lunged forward, confronting Kokushibo. Breath of the Mist, 2nd form, Misty Moonlight. Breath of the Mist, 5th form, Sea of Clouds. Breath of the Mist, 1st form, Distant Sky Mist. The relentless barrage of attacks forced Kokushibo to retreat repeatedly, his eyes wide with astonishment and a sense of gratification washing over him. Kokushibo had long desired death, especially since that fateful night. He had believed that Kaneo had already slain him. Now he yearned for death, witnessing such an exceptional junior. Kokushibo felt a deep sense of reflection. Indeed, Yoriichi's words had proven true. They were mere remnants of history, destined to be surpassed by the next generation. With unwavering resolve, Michiro launched his full-scale assault, neglecting any form of defense. However, after exchanging dozens of blows, a crescent blade inevitably carved a deep wound into his right side, exposing bone. His once black attire was instantly drenched in crimson. No regrets in death, Kokushibo murmured, aware of the 5 formidable attacks of breath converging behind him, his junior's companions. A wave of sorrow washed over Kokushibo. In contrast, he had long since become a solitary specter. A soft sigh emanated from somewhere. How pitiful, brother. Kokushibo was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 85. The Radiance of the Full Moon and the Sun's Luster. Was it Yoriichi's voice? Kokushibo turned, raising his gaze. Even as blades fell upon his arms, back, and neck, it mattered little. He was destined to descend into hell for his atonement. In his dazed state, he beheld a frail, elderly swordsman clad in red, standing quietly not far from him, his hands devoid of the sunblade, his posture markedly stooped. Kokushibo's eyes involuntarily widened as he extended his broken arm, taking tentative steps forward. Bang! The relentless attacks from the surrounding Hashira had left his body in tatters, compounded by the true damage inflicted by the Hekizae, rendering him unable to recover. He stumbled and fell to the ground after only a few steps. Yoriichi, please allow me to compete with you once more. Your figure shines so brightly, akin to the sun. Even after centuries, I could never keep pace with your steps. I beg of you, let me compete with you once again. Kokushibo's breath grew weaker as Yoriichi simply stood there, his expression eternally serene. How pitiful, brother. You spent your entire life chasing my shadow, yet perhaps you should ponder. What makes the radiance of the full moon any less than that of the sun? Kokushibo was momentarily frozen, What was this fellow doing? Shinazugawa Mitsuri, puzzled, struck Kokushibo with several blows, but the latter showed no sign of resistance. Had he surrendered? Ju Tomioka, his demeanor calm and unhurried, spoke, "In this battle swiftly, do not lose focus. Don't lecture me." Mitsuri shot back, glaring at Ju. "I know what to do, everyone. Let's attack together." The others nodded, preparing for their final onslaught when, unexpectedly, Kokushibo's body stirred, his mouth opening as if conversing with someone. Without concern for whether it was a trap, Mitsuri leaped into the air, unleashing a tempest of wind blades, their gleaming edges slicing through the air. Kokushibo turned his head. Momentarily stunned, he fell silent, gazing at the flurry of blades, his severed arm trembling as it reached toward his face. Is this my face? Is this what I have become? The visage of a peak warrior, reduced to this. Centuries had passed, and he had lost his former appearance, lost everything, only to find himself in such a wretched state. Is this what you desired, Kabutsuji Muzan? The fierce winds howled around him as Kokushibo instinctively evaded. A meteor hammer, larger than his own head, grazed past him, crashing into the ground with a resounding thud, leaving a gaping crater. Kokushibo's gaze flickered. In the next moment, the formidable wind-slicing swordsman swung the sunblade, a tempest roaring as it descended upon his neck. Breath of the wind, 8th form, initial gale slash. In the wake of the storm, Kokushibo's head was abruptly shattered. Was this how it ends? The headless corpse of Kokushibo knelt silently, even without eyes or a head. He could still see Yoriichi standing not far away. The latter stood with a calm demeanor. Though aged, he retained his dignity. And he, his head severed and obliterated, experienced a complete and utter defeat. The radiance of the full moon? Kokushibo murmured softly, his body beginning to crumble. Yet he showed no signs of surprise, pain, or cries of agony. He simply gazed quietly at Yoriichi in the distance. The radiance of the full moon. The light of the sun. They should indeed walk side by side. Before long, under the relentless assault of the Hashira, Kokushibo's body gradually transformed into ash, dissipating entirely from the mortal realm. The others lay sprawled on the ground, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. A faint smile gracing their faces as they celebrated their victory over the upper one. Meanwhile, Tanjiro sheathed his sunblade, exclaiming, "Excellent." At that moment, deep within the Infinity Castle, a young man came to a halt, lifting his gaze to the sky, finally allowing a smile to emerge. Suddenly, the sound of a pipa echoed, and the inhabitants of the Infinity Castle vanished from their positions, transported back to the surface. The Insect Corps members had been waiting there, swiftly commencing their rescue efforts. Though the more formidable upper moons had perished, the numerous ordinary demons continued to engage the swordsmen in battle. Upon their return to the surface, they, alongside the Hashira, efficiently eradicated the remaining beleaguered fiends. Kaneo was also transported to the surface, her wounds fully healed, having been relentlessly pursuing Muzan, inflicting further injuries upon him. At this moment, deep within the Infinity Castle, a shattered cocoon hovered from the ceiling. Crimson and foul-smelling liquid dripping into the void as Muzan decomposed the toxins. He had aged nearly 9,000 years, his body adorned with mouths filled with sharp teeth. Layers of red phosphorus armor enveloping his arms and calves. Naki, Muzan gasped, having just suffered another grievous wound from Kaneo. Desperately seeking to ascertain the current situation within the Infinity Castle. "Muzan-sama, I am here." The voice was steady, yet tinged with weakness. Muzan's eyes narrowed, instantly sensing the anomaly. "You are not Naki. Who are you?" No one answered him. Muzan laughed, an uncontrollable guffaw. He had been deceived. All the upper moons were dead. Ha ha ha. How amusing. Truly delightful. Muzan reached out his palm towards the void, and in an instant, the towering structure before him shattered, crumbling into ruins. Even at nearly 9,000 years old, his power far surpassed that of an ordinary upper moon. Meanwhile, in the central region, Naki suddenly coughed up blood as Yashiro stood behind her, pressing his hands to her head in an attempt to control her. Suddenly, countless black tendrils erupted from Naki's body. Several A-rank swordsmen, protecting Yashiro, swiftly formed a battle formation, slicing through the relentless onslaught of black tendrils that surged towards Yashiro. "Fall back." One swordsman seized Yashiro's arm, pulling him behind the others while they stood firm against the encroaching black tendrils. Before long, Naki, kneeling on the ground, emitted a heart-wrenching scream as the tendrils consumed her body, leaving behind a pool of black blood as they dissipated. At the very moment of Nezuko's demise, the entire Infinity Castle began to tremble violently, akin to an earthquake. The structures crumbled and collided, ultimately plummeting into the void, which itself fractured. "This is bad. The underground city is collapsing," Jotaro warned, prompting the others to hastily gather together. In no time, the entire Infinity Castle shattered completely. and the members of the Demon Slayer Corps who had yet to evacuate, along with Muzan, returned to the surface. Meanwhile, above ground, the landscape was littered with debris and ruin. The cold moonlight cascaded like a river of stars, ultimately crashing down upon the earth, forming vast lakes. Muzan appeared aged, his disheveled white hair billowing in the wind, and his crimson, vertically slit eyes gleamed with an eerie light. "It is time to end this," a voice, neither too loud nor too soft, drifted from a short distance away. Muzan turned, slightly taken aback. Before him stood a young swordsman, calmly poised with one hand resting on his blade, his hair tied back in a high ponytail, with a few stray strands brushing against his brow. His bright gaze was accentuated by the increasingly pronounced markings on his forehead. The young swordsman slowly lifted his head, and their eyes met. Chapter 86. Descend into Hell, Muzan. Muzan found himself surrounded by Kiyoshi, black blood splattering around him, yet he remained defiant, his scarlet pupils scanning the young swordsman before him. Suddenly, he let out a low, mocking laugh, his tone chilling yet tinged with absurd pity. "What, pray tell, do you cling to so desperately?" Kiyoshi gradually drew his sword, his silver hair flowing like a waterfall. "Human life is exceedingly fragile, fleeting." Muzan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a flicker of confusion and derision in his eyes. "You have hunted me for centuries, generation after generation of demon slayers, all for that laughable concept of justice you espouse?" Kiyoshi advanced, stepping through the rising mist, his misty blue eyes devoid of emotion, fixated solely on the obsession of slaying demons. Muzan's gaze was locked onto his face, the depths of his eyes swirling with nearly a millennium of solitude and madness. "I merely wish to survive. How fragile is human life? A mere chill, an accident, or simply the passage of time can reduce one to dust. From the moment of your birth, you are fated to meet death. You are merely playing a game that is destined for failure. What significance does it hold? Life struggles like an ant, ephemeral as morning dew. How utterly absurd." As he spoke, Muzan abruptly raised his hand, his claws slicing through the air, pointing at the nearing Kiyoshi and the Hashira approaching from behind. He laughed maniacally. "And I, Kabutsuji Muzan, I have freed myself from the shackles of death. I stand atop the food chain, able to glimpse the future 100 or 1,000 years hence. Is there anything wrong with that?" Kiyoshi shook his head, remaining silent. Muzan sensed the rapid decline of his own lifespan, a flicker of fear and panic igniting in his eyes as he continued to seek a chance for survival. "You accuse me of cruelty? Of robbing others of life?" His voice suddenly rose, frenzied with a desperate questioning. "Humans, in their quest for survival, hunt beasts, consume flora, and slaughter one another for land and resources. Why should I be branded a demon for striving to extend my own life?" In a flash, Tanjiro arrived first, his blade raised to strike at the enraged Muzan, flames igniting along its edge, moving with blinding speed. Muzan's expression darkened, disregarding the rapidly dwindling time he had left. He unleashed his whips from behind him to deflect Tanjiro's attack, and more tendrils emerged, forcing Tanjiro back. His visage grew increasingly gaunt, his murky eyes betraying a subtle fatigue as he continued. "What you yearn for is a brief, agonizing existence. Illness, aging, and parting. I have severed all these ties for myself. I merely wish to attain eternity. All I desire is to live on." Tanjiro, veins bulging in his hand that gripped the Nichiren blade, locked eyes with Muzan, his voice hoarse yet resolute. "There is no fault in wanting to live, but you cannot build your eternity upon the suffering and death of others." Upon hearing this, Muzan erupted into a fit of laughter, as if he had heard the greatest joke. Blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. "Built upon the suffering of others?" His gaze bore into Tanjiro's, each word dripping with disdain. "The laws of survival in this world have always been thus, you little wretch. You despise me for wreaking havoc for nearly 1,000 years, yet do you not know? The number of lives you humans have slaughtered is no less than my own." "Silence. Descend into hell." Kiyoshi's form suddenly accelerated, drawing his blade to Muzan's rear, and in the next instant, all that could be seen was a tempest of mist engulfing Muzan's body, limbs erupting in a violent explosion. In an instant, Muzan's form was torn asunder, rendered into countless fragments by Kiyoshi's Nichiren blade. Yet even so, he did not perish. Kiyoshi stood before him, and in Muzan's eyes, Kiyoshi's body had fused with that of Yoriichi from centuries past. Muzan had lost the ability to self-destruct and escape, even as his body and lifespan rapidly deteriorated. He cursed the woman who had caused this predicament, lamenting that he should have killed her outright. Just then, all the Hashira arrived on the battlefield, each brandishing their swords, silently offering Kiyoshi the opportunity to deliver Muzan's demise. Though his body had been cleaved into countless pieces, Muzan could only barely muster the strength to move. To everyone's astonishment, he assumed a posture of kneeling and pleading. "Spare my life, Kiyoshi. We should harbor no enmity. How many times have we truly met? Spare my life. If you let me go, I can grant you all eternal life, a life that never ends, a true eternity. Just find the blue spider lily, and I will give you this opportunity. I relinquish it to you. I can provide you with the elixir of immortality. Muzan spoke hastily, his self-destructive ability now beyond his reach, his body aging rapidly, regeneration suppressed. In his desperation, facing a swordsman on par with Yoriichi, his only option for survival was to beg for mercy. Kiyoshi frowned, raising the Nichiren blade without hesitation, its radiant markings fully ignited, leaving no room for reprieve. The breath of mist's ultimate technique, raging mist, shattering heaven, engulfed Muzan's dismembered form in a storm of mist, and his cries were abruptly silenced. Muzan regretted his choices, lamenting his fate. If only I could endure for another 100 years. But Kiyoshi's blade severed that thought completely. Before long, all of Muzan's cells were eradicated, his consciousness gradually fading until, in his final moments, he roared in madness, his expression one of bitter resentment. Welcome to the 18th level of hell, Muzan. You shall never be reborn, Kabutsuji Muzan. Your sins are unrepayable. You will forever be trapped in hell. As the narrative continues, countless arms extend from the depths of darkness, tearing at Muzan's being, dragging him toward the abyss. For those he had transformed into demons awaited him in hell. Muzan struggled against the grasping arms, shouting in rage, "You ungrateful wretches! I granted you eternal life, liberating you from the frailty of human existence. You should be thanking me, venerating me as a deity. Yet now you seek to drag me into the same hell as you." His futile cries echoed, but the demons already in hell offered no mercy, relentlessly pulling him downward. "Silence, you fool! This is all you're doing." The moment when Shao Koei transformed into a demon marked the shattering of our once harmonious family. Muzan Kabutsuji. Even if I am destined to never be reborn, I shall ensure that you remain here for eternity. Yuki's furious roar was met with a resounding response from the assembled demons, who eagerly reached out with outstretched arms to seize Muzan, dragging his body, face, and limbs into a suffocating embrace, completely engulfing him. Chapter 87. The Setting Sun? No. It is the rising sun. Muzan's cries abruptly ceased in the final moments before dawn. As the black mist that had lingered for millennia receded like a tide, swiftly scattered by the morning breeze into fine dust, his body, which once sought to escape the constraints of sunlight, now wilted and dissipated visibly, ultimately transforming into a wisp of green smoke, utterly vanishing on the horizon, teetering on the brink of dawn. As the wind gradually subsided, only the desolate silence remained among the ruins of Infinity Castle. The gathered souls stood quietly in the surrounding shadows, their hands instinctively loosening, causing their Nichiren blades to clatter to the ground with a crisp sound. Qianyuan remained silent for a long while before finally revealing a faint smile. At that moment, a delicate golden light pierced through the heavy clouds, silently spreading over the broken homes, first as a beam, then as a radiant expanse. The warm hues of dawn flowed like melted honey, gently cascading over the ravaged land, soaking the blood-stained garments and blades of the demon slayers. Qianyuan embraced the sunlight. Its warmth enveloped him. The setting sun? No. It is the rising sun, the true dawn that dispelled the long, dark night of centuries. When the first ray of sunlight kissed Tanjiro's cheek, his Nichiren blade clattered to the ground, and the young man could no longer support himself, collapsing in the dust as he gazed at the rolling sea of golden clouds. Tears of fervor cascading down without warning. In the distant town, someone was the first to sense the change. As the inaugural cheer shattered the silence, it spread like ripples across a lake, accompanied by the laughter of children and the shouts of adults. The resonating chimes merging into a surging wave of sound that swept over the land, long shrouded in darkness. People surged into the streets, raising their arms towards the long-awaited sunrise. Some embraced in tears, others ignited fireworks. Even in the daylight, even in the morning, the scent of smoke mingled with sunlight, ultimately becoming the most vibrant aroma in the world. At this moment, atop the ruins of Infinity Castle, the pillars stood dazed, gazing at one another, their eyes reflecting the bewilderment and relief of survival. Ju Tomioka looked down at his trembling hand. The very hand that had wielded a blade countless times now lacked the strength to even grip the hilt. He remained silent for a long time before finally speaking in a voice that was flat yet tinged with an imperceptible tremor. "It is over." Shinobu Kocho slowly approached Qianyuan, a faint smile gracing her lips, her joy laced with sorrow. She gazed at the sunrise and softly said, "Sister, Kanao Gen, and all those whose lives were claimed by Muzan can finally rest in peace." Mitsuri Kanroji spat out a mouthful of blood, fiercely wiping his face, and gruffly cursed. "Umph. That guy is finally dead. What a relief." Yet as he continued to curse, tears began to roll down from his reddened eyes, and he abruptly turned his head away. unwilling to be seen. Kagaya Ubuyashiki joined his hands together, a low chant resonating in the wind, his robust frame slightly hunched as tears streamed down his scarred cheeks, dripping onto the prayer beads at his chest. He remained silent for an extended time before speaking with a booming voice. Mitsuri Kanroji was already beyond tears, covering her mouth as her shoulders trembled violently, choking out, "It's wonderful, truly wonderful. From now on, everyone can smile in the sunlight." Kaneo Tiuri tilted her head to look at her, the bandages on her face loosening, revealing a gentle curve at the corners of her mouth. Her voice as soft as a whisper. "Yes, we will no longer have to hide in the darkness." Tenjin Yuzui stood upright, propped by his dual blades, his flamboyant nature unchanged. He wiped the blood from his forehead and proclaimed with a loud voice, "Magnificent. This battle was utterly splendid." Upon finishing, he could not help but laugh, the sound carrying a weighty fatigue, yet an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. The rising sun ascended higher, the golden light spreading across the earth, elongating the shadows of the demon slayers, merging them with the clouds in the distance. After centuries of darkness, it had finally come to an end at this moment. Time passed, and distant cheers could be faintly heard. Tanjiro, supporting himself on his knees, gasped for breath as the golden light shimmered before his eyes, causing a dizzying sensation. Just then, familiar footsteps echoed from behind, light as feathers brushing past. Tanjiro's body stiffened suddenly. A pair of delicate hands gently took hold of his. Warmth seeped through the fabric of his haori, slowly enveloping him. "Brother." The soft, clear voice was a call etched into his very being, a thought that lingered day and night. Tanjiro turned abruptly, colliding with Nezuko's bright gaze as she quietly knelt beside him, hands clasped together. Nezuko wore a gentle smile. Having shed all traces of her demonic nature, her long, dark hair cascading over her shoulders, clothed in a pristine little dress. A faint grin adorned her face, though her eyes were remarkably red. "Nezuko." Tanjiro's voice trembled uncontrollably. The emotions that had long been pent up burst forth like a dam breaking. He could no longer hold himself up, staggering to tightly embrace his sister, not forgetting to pull his brother back, the three of them tightly entwined. Tanjiro's scorching tears fell upon their shoulders. "It's wonderful, truly wonderful." Nezuko extended her hand, gently patting his back, just as they had done countless times in their childhood, softly comforting him. "Brother, you've worked hard. It's all over now, Tanjiro." Shinyuan smiled as he spoke. The rising sun illuminated the ruins, casting a warm golden hue over the three figures, while the wind carried the distant scent of fireworks and sunshine. It was the aroma that countless souls had longed for over centuries, the essence of dawn. They shared in the joy of the dawn, footsteps drawing near, with Jutomioka being the first to approach. He gazed at the embraced trio, his once indifferent countenance softening slightly as he gently nodded, "Congratulations." Shinobu Kocho followed closely behind, a relieved smile gracing her features as she offered a clean handkerchief. "Jen, wipe your tears. You look so disheveled. It doesn't suit a hero who has defeated Muzan." "TCH, why are you crying?" Mitsuri Kanroji awkwardly approached, his ears subtly tinged with red, yet the corners of his mouth curved into an almost imperceptible smile. "At least that guy has finally returned to being human." Shinyuan chuckled helplessly. Underneath that transparent world, he understood the expressions of Mitsuri. Kagaya Ubuyashiki joined his hands together, his deep voice filled with satisfaction. "Nemo Amida Butsu, congratulations." Mitsuri Kanroji's eyes were already red, and she sprinted forward, embracing Shinyuan, Tanjiro, and Nezuko, her voice choking. "It's wonderful, it's wonderful. Nezuko-chan has finally turned back into a human." Kaneo Tsuyuri tugged at her sleeve awkwardly, yet her eyes sparkled with mirth as she looked at Nezuko, her tone significantly softened. "From now on, we can live like ordinary people." Tenjin Yuzui laughed heartily as he stepped forward, clapping Shinyuan on the shoulder with enough force to make him stagger slightly. "Now this is the most magnificent ending. It deserves the grandest celebration." The sun hung high in the sky, its golden rays spilling over the earth. The surviving demon slayers gathered around the siblings, some laughing, some sighing, and others with tears glistening in their eyes. The distant cheers continued to resound, entwined with the essence of fireworks and sunlight carried by the breeze. It heralds a new beginning, an everlasting dawn. This concludes the text. If you have enjoyed it, please consider liking, commenting, and subscribing. Thank you for your support.